Chapter 1. Flowerbird Island. A secluded isle nestled at the easternmost edge of the East China Sea is a place where spring reigns eternal, enveloped year-round by lush greenery. Its remoteness has rendered it somewhat isolated from the outside world. The original inhabitant of Kuro's body hailed from this land, which had fallen victim to the ravages of war, prompting a desperate escape to sea alongside his parents. Tragically, they encountered pirates en route, and in a bid to save his life, Kuro was hastily concealed within a box and cast into the ocean. He drifted to this island, perhaps overwhelmed by fear or hunger. In any case, the body lay lifeless until Kuro assumed control. Upon taking over, an influx of memories and identity surged into his mind, and he promptly lost consciousness. Eventually, he was rescued by local fishermen who had ventured out to sea. Upon awakening, Kuro found himself on a wooden bed, and upon sitting up, he noticed an elderly man smoking a pipe, intently gazing at him. "Hey, young lad, what is your name?" the old man inquired, puffing on his pipe. "I am Re-D Kuro," he replied. "Kuro, a fine name indeed. How did you end up adrift in that large box?" The old man continued, curiosity evident in his tone. "I was escaping the pirates with my parents in a desperate attempt to save me from being killed. They placed me in a box and cast me into the sea." Kuro trembled as he recounted his tale. "Is it true that you became an orphan due to the pirates?" The old man's expression shifted to one of somber reflection. He set down his pipe, turned away, and walked towards the door. As he neared the threshold, the old man glanced back at Kuro and said, "There is food on the table. You must be famished after you eat. Do clean the dishes. For now, you may stay with me, thank you." "Kind sir," Kuro expressed his gratitude without a word. The old man exited through the door. Kuro quickly rose to the table, devouring the food set before him. His hunger was insatiable. He had previously suspected that the original owner of his body had died from fright, but now, having taken over, he realized it was indeed from starvation. Once satiated, Kuro reclined on the bed, silently urging, "System, golden finger, activate." He had hoped to possess a unique system akin to many who traversed worlds, only to discover that he was devoid of such a gift. "Alas, it seems fate does not favor me," he lamented. "However, having watched One Piece for so many years, I am well aware of the treasures that might be uncovered. Ha. But first, I must ascertain the year. If Luffy has yet to be born, then my journey would be in vain. I would have to wait another 18 years." With this thought, Kuro sprang from the bed and opened the door, stepping outside. Just beyond the threshold lay a precipice where the old man sat cross-legged, smoking his pipe and gazing at the horizon. Kuro approached him, hearing the footsteps. The old man turned. "Have you eaten enough?" "I have. Thank you for saving me, dear sir," Kuro replied. "It was not I who saved you. You were retrieved by the village fishermen, who initially believed they had discovered treasure. Upon opening the box, they found a child, and thus you were brought to me," the old man remarked nonchalantly. "So, what are your plans now?" he inquired. "I find myself at a loss, for my homeland has descended into chaos with two nations at war. My parents attempted to escape by boat, only to fall prey to pirates, and now I wander without a destination." Kuro sat beside the old man, his words heavy with uncertainty. "If you have nowhere to go, then stay for the time being. However, you must fend for yourself when it comes to food, young one," the old man remarked nonchalantly. "Really? I'm immensely grateful. I shall strive to procure food," Kuro replied, smiling at the old man, and thus began his daily excursions with the elder to fish. As time passed, Kuro meticulously organized his timeline. The year was now 1508 of the Sea Era, with Luffy expected to set sail around 1520, granting him 12 years for development. Since I have arrived in this world, how can I not frolic upon the sea? Ha! With newfound purpose, Kuro dedicated most of his time to self-improvement, running around the island initially, then gradually incorporating weight training. During Kuro's training, the old man would smoke his pipe nearby. One day, after Kuro completed his weight training, the old man approached him. "Hey, kid, what is the purpose of your daily exercises?" "I seek strength, the strength to avoid being threatened, the strength to save myself in times of peril. I refuse to let my parents' tragedy repeat itself." The old man fell silent, retreating indoors only to emerge moments later, wielding a standard Navy-issued sword. With one hand gripping the blade, he approached the shore, a dark aura extending from his arm to the sword. One sword style. Tiger's roar. With a swift motion, he slashed backward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that manifested as a roaring tiger, soaring toward a distant sea creature. Boom. The creature was obliterated. Whoa, a master of armament hockey. Kuro's eyes sparkled with wonder, realizing that the old man, whom he had perceived as an ordinary fisherman, was in fact a swordsman of remarkable skill. The old man sheathed his sword and, releasing the armament hockey, addressed Kuro. "Do you wish to learn?" If so, from this day forth, you must wield this sword and swing it 1,000 times each day. I do. I promise I shall not be lazy. Kuro accepted the sword and began to practice at the cliff's edge, while the old man observed, occasionally correcting Kuro's form. Thus, seasons changed, and a decade slipped by. On a small island in the East Sea, a young boy with white hair and a bare torso swung a long sword. 9998. 9,999. 10,000. Ah, the goal is complete. Kuro set down the sword and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Having spent 10 years in this place, he had mastered the hardening aspect of armament hockey, developed enough observation hockey to evade attacks, and recently achieved the level of a swordsman in his swordsmanship. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn the page to continue the journey, for the excitement only intensifies. In terms of physical skills, I initially assumed that the elderly gentleman was a retired naval officer who could impart to me the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. However, he disclosed that he was once a pirate who had come to this place to live in seclusion. The naval standard sword he gifted me was merely an artifact from an unknown conquest. Fortunately, he later taught me a set of martial arts techniques he had developed himself. Every day, I observed the old man train, remarking on Kuro's exceptional talent for combat and his unique physical constitution. Yet, Kuro himself could not discern anything particularly special about his abilities. He merely possessed remarkable recovery capabilities, feeling utterly exhausted at the onset of training. However, as long as he was well fed and rested, he would awaken the next day brimming with vitality. Over the years, both his strength and physique could be described as transformative. Now, with my strength sufficient to survive in the new world, it was time to prepare for my voyage. Kuro donned his clothes and leaped into his small boat, rowing towards his home. Upon reaching the shore, he sprinted towards his house, spotting the old man smoking at the water's edge from a distance. Grandfather, I have returned. Oh, have you completed today's training? Yes, grandfather. I am ready to set sail. The old man paused, setting down his pipe to scrutinize. Kuro, are you truly prepared? Indeed. I have provisions and a vessel that should sustain me until I reach Logtown. There, I plan to commandeer a pirate ship for my own use. Upon hearing this, the old man erupted with laughter. Ha! A son of the sea must embark on his journey. What reason could there be to hinder his steps? Go forth, Kuro, and revel upon the vast ocean. Ha ha ha! With tears in his eyes, Kuro knelt, placing his hands on the ground and bowing his head. Grandfather, I am eternally grateful for your care over the years. Had it not been for you, I would have perished in that wooden crate. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. Wait for me, grandfather. I shall make a name for myself upon these waters. Ha ha! Go, you little rascal. I eagerly anticipate that day. Kuro bowed once more, rising to cast a final glance at the old man before turning towards the shore where his boat awaited. As he jumped aboard, he took one last look at the island he had called home for a decade. Pirate King, I am coming for you. After a week at sea, Kuro found himself consuming the last of his provisions aboard the ship. Alas, I have underestimated my food supply. It seems I must locate a village to procure more sustenance. Clutching a piece of jerky, he muttered to himself while gnawing on it. In truth, he had brought more than enough food. He simply had an insatiable appetite. In his youth, he had consumed slightly more than the average child. But as he began to train, fishing daily at sea provided ample nourishment. Eventually, with the old man's guidance in swordsmanship and a revamped training regimen, Kuro's appetite escalated uncontrollably. The more he trained, the more he ate, the more he consumed. The greater his energy became. This surge in energy facilitated his training, prompting the old man to continually intensify. Kuro's regimen every day began with 1,000 strikes, gradually escalating to 5,000, then to 10,000. The weight he lifted also increased from 200 pounds to a ton, and eventually he repeated the regimen in 3 sets each day, leaving him in need of sustenance. There was no alternative. His elder had to venture out daily to capture wild beasts for him to consume, and on fortunate occasions, he would even bring back aquatic delicacies. Thus, over the span of a decade, with a continuous supply of nutrition, Kuro transformed from a frail, malnourished lad into a robust man standing at 25 meters. His physique perfectly sculpted with muscle. While Kuro contemplated which nearby village to procure provisions from, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Boom, 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 crash, 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 snap. Kuro instantly leaped to his feet. Someone is bombarding my ship. Emerging from the cabin, he gazed ahead to see a man resembling a pig-headed figure standing atop a black pirate vessel, which bore a flag adorned with a skull and crossbones. Featuring a cannon, the man held a cannonball in his hand, laughing arrogantly as he directed his gaze toward Kuro, flanked by a band of raucous pirates who cheered him on. Long live Captain Will. One shot shattered the mast of that little ship. Captain Will has impeccable aim. Ha ha ha. What is this? Watch me fire another shot and obliterate that wretched vessel. Suddenly, the pig-headed man's arm morphed into a cannon barrel. Loading a cannonball and aiming directly at Kura's ship, his arm has transformed into a cannon. Kuro, having traversed through time for quite some time, was witnessing a Devil Fruit user for the first time. Devil Fruit powers, indeed a peculiar force. He chuckled, observing the cannon aimed at him. Kura's lips curled into a smile. Just as he was fretting over a lack of food, supplies were being delivered to him. With a few swift strides forward, he leaped toward the pirate ship, unsheathing his long sword mid-air, single sword style. Horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the air, creating a formidable arc that cleaved through the cannonball, the barrel, Will, and the two pirates behind him. The crew aboard the ship was left in shock. One strike had felled their captain. What kind of monster was this? Kuro, equally astonished, pondered how something could not withstand even a single blow from him. After all, this was a Devil Fruit user. Was he truly that feeble? As Kuro landed on the pirate ship, the remaining crew, terrified, huddled together at the ship's edge. Fear not. I am a benevolent soul, and shall not harm you, he proclaimed with a laugh. The pirates were even more frightened. This monster had just slain their Devil Fruit-empowered captain, and now, wielding a sword, he was laughing and urging them not to be afraid. Surely he intended to lull them into a false sense of security before striking again. Observing the crew trembling like frightened chicks, Kuro stroked his face. This shouldn't be. They ought to recognize the kindness in my visage. As he noted their shivering grew more frantic, he realized that these rascals could not discern the warmth in his smile. Thus, intimidation would have to suffice. Hey, stop trembling and send out someone who can take charge. Otherwise, he'll eliminate you all. Kuro glared fiercely. The crew exchanged glances, and then they pushed forth a towering figure. Standing over 3 meters tall, Kuro had to tilt his head to look up at him. Hey, what is your name? Kuro inquired. I am Ryan, Baratie Ryan. The hulking figure replied, scratching his head. A rather fine name. And what is the bounty on your captain? Our captain has a bounty of 13 million berries. You must be jesting. A mere 13 million for a Devil Fruit user? Do you take me for a fool? Kuro thought to himself. Judging by your seemingly honest demeanor, I never anticipated you would be such a deceiver, to lie so brazenly before me. Do you truly believe I am Naval? No. Our captain has only recently consumed a Devil Fruit. He intended to train his abilities today and happened upon your small vessel, Ryan hastily explained, realizing he could not reveal that they simply wanted to use Kuro as a target. For practice, I wondered how he could be so weak. I approached him with sincerity, believing him to be a worthy opponent, only to find he couldn't withstand even a single blow from me. Kuro lamented, feeling the weight of his efforts come to naught. What position do you hold on this ship? I have only just arrived a few days ago, so I do not yet hold a position. They push you forward to take charge. They cannot match my strength. I had actually intended to challenge the captain soon. But alas, you have already dispatched him today, so it seems I have inadvertently hindered your progress? No. I may not have been victorious anyway. Kuro examined the simple-minded giant before him, sensing an air of sincerity about him. Kuro then glanced at the remaining crew. From now on, you shall accompany me. I intend to form a pirate crew, and you shall serve as the helmsman, steering my ship. You are familiar with them. You may manage them as well. Ryan paused, bewildered. Aren't you a pirate hunter? A pirate hunter? Do I resemble one? You came aboard and killed Will, then inquired about his bounty. He fired upon me. So naturally, I had to strike him down. His demise allows me to exchange him for a bounty with the Navy, thus utilizing waste effectively. Kuro understood. Now, no wonder they feared him so, mistaking him for a pirate hunter intent on exterminating them for bounty. Will you join me or not? If not, then leave my ship. Kuro was growing impatient with Ryan's incessant questions. Despite the opportunity he had presented, of course, I will join. I look forward to your guidance as captain. However, if my strength surpasses yours in the future, I shall challenge you. Ryan responded eagerly. If you can achieve that, then come forth. But until that time, keep closely in step with me. Now, my little companions, do bring forth the food. I am famished. Kuro, having not eaten sufficiently, felt even hungrier after exerting himself. Certainly. We are preparing immediately. Before long, a heap of food was piled before Kuro. Like a famished dog devouring its meal, he grasped a bowl of noodles in his left hand while his right clutched a piece of flatbread, his mouth busy gnawing on a chicken leg. Once he had swiftly cleared the table of all provisions, Kuro orchestrated a plan to replenish their supplies at a nearby village, subsequently arranging for the bounty on Will to be redeemed a day later. As they anchored at a nearby port, Kuro disembarked with Ryan and 2 henchmen. Upon reaching the village entrance, Kuro suddenly sensed an ominous presence, a hint of hostility that felt peculiar. Everyone, take heed, there are unfamiliar presences nearby. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of marbles came hurtling towards them. creating a cloud of dust around Kuro's feet. This scene feels oddly familiar, he mused. Suddenly, a circle of pirate flags unfurled atop the cliff ahead, and a boy with a long nose and an explosive hairstyle emerged. Ha ha ha, I am Usurp, the formidable pirate who has claimed dominion over this village. You may refer to me as Captain Usurp. If you harbor intentions of assaulting this village, I implore you to reconsider. For my formidable crew of 80 million loyal subordinates will not show you mercy. Upon uttering these words, Usurp pointed at Kuro. 80 million. Captain, we should flee. Ryan tugged at Kuro's sleeve. Indeed, Captain, we could venture to another village to procure goods. There is no need to engage in battle with such a powerful adversary, urged a band of pirates who were also advising against confrontation. Oh, ha ha ha. Now I understand why you seem familiar. It is none other than Usurp's grand fleet of 80 million. They laughed heartily. Kuro laughed as he pulled Ryan, who was tugging at his clothes, and walked ahead. Hey, 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 don't come any closer. My 80 million subordinates are not to be trifled with. Usurp exclaimed in a flurry, initially feeling a sense of relief at the sight of the towering figure over 3 meters tall. However, as Kuro approached him, panic set in, causing him to sway nervously. In truth, he was trembling in fear. You must be lying, Usurp. Ah, I've been exposed. Ha ha ha, let me take a wild guess. You actually have only 3 subordinates, don't you? Ah, you've seen through me. As soon as Kuro finished speaking, 3 children emerged from the thicket, each brandishing a pirate flag, only to turn and flee. Hey, that's a fake. Ryan and his gang stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Hey, don't run away, Usurp exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. After all, pirates wield swords and guns. I've never heard of anyone using a slingshot as a weapon, huh? Kuro burst into laughter, realizing they had arrived at Usurp's village. Hey, you don't underestimate me. I am a man of great pride, Usurp declared, drawing his slingshot and aiming it at Kuro. You saw it earlier, didn't you? My slingshot skills are superior to those of ordinary gunners, Usurp said, a hint of anger in his voice. Oh ho! Is this a declaration of war? Since you've drawn your weapon against me, be prepared to face the consequences. Kuro's expression turned serious, his tone chilling as he addressed Usurp. Usurp panicked once more. Humph, I don't care what your intentions are. Since you've threatened our captain with a weapon, you shall pay for it, Ryan declared, brandishing his weapon, a spiked club, while casting a menacing glance at Usurp. Usurp fell to his knees in fear. Ha ha ha, Ryan, don't scare him, Kuro chuckled, patting Ryan on the shoulder. Humph, if someone tries to deceive us, they must be taught a lesson, Ryan replied, somewhat irritated. Ha ha. Perhaps you're simply embarrassed for having believed a child's lie, Kuro teased, his gaze playful as he looked at Ryan. Ryan's face visibly flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha. You really are quite naive, Ryan. Ha ha ha, so easily fooled. Kuro and his minions mocked Ryan together, exclaiming, silence. You all believed it too, Ryan shouted at the henchmen. I did not. They retorted, we're merely supporting our brother Ryan. Indeed, indeed. They laughed heartily. All right, enough of this nonsense. If we continue, our esteemed Captain Usurp will take his leave. With a smile, Kuro pressed them forward, observing Usurp, who was stealthily inching away. Hey, Captain Usurp, are you trying to escape? I am not. I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to, Usurp insisted, feigning composure. Ha ha ha, well, I'm not teasing you anymore. We are merely here to procure some supplies, not to rob the village. Rest assured, Kuro reassured Usurp with a smile. Is that truly the case? Usurp regarded Kuro with skepticism. Of course. Given our capabilities, it would be no challenge to overrun this village, Kuro stated nonchalantly. Well, in light of your courtesy, I shall permit you to gather some supplies. But if you dare to deceive me, I will not let you off easily, Usurp declared firmly to Kuro. Relax, relax. Please lead us to the largest tavern. Let us fill our stomachs before we acquire our supplies, Kuro requested. Very well, follow me, Usurp replied, leading the way. Passers-by glanced at them and promptly scurried away, for Ryan certainly did not appear to be a person of good repute. As Usurp walked, he introduced the village's shops, while Kuro dispatched 2 of his henchmen to procure supplies. Eventually, they arrived at a shop adorned with a sign that read Meshi. This is the largest tavern in our village. The culinary skills are absolutely top-notch, Usurp exclaimed proudly to Kuro. Kuro pushed open the door and entered, did he not? If the food is unsatisfactory, I shall not pay. Upon hearing these words, Usurp hastily summoned the proprietor. The owner was an elderly man with a ponytail, his hair streaked with gray, and a pipe clenched between his teeth. "What would you like to eat, gentlemen?" he inquired. "Please serve us your signature dishes, ensuring there is an abundance of meat, accompanied by some fine wine. Additionally, I would like to procure some jerky for takeout," Usurp replied. After listening, the owner turned and retreated to the kitchen to make the necessary arrangements. "By the way, Usurp, how old are you this year?" "I am 17, he answered. Kuro calculated and realized that he had indeed set sail 2 years earlier than Luffy. With this timing, he could afford to devise a plan regarding that devil fruit. Before long, the proprietor brought forth the food. I began to indulge while Kuro joined his hands in prayer, then, with fervor, launched into a dual assault on the meal, stuffing his mouth. Ryan, upon witnessing this, hastily joined in, fully aware of his captain's voracious appetite. Usurp and the owner stood dumbfounded, astonished that Kuro was devouring the food without chewing or swallowing. The owner exhaled a puff of smoke, seemingly preparing to showcase the skills I had long kept dormant, before turning to retreat into the kitchen. "Hey, Usurp, you should eat too. Why are you just staring at us?" Kuro asked, mouth full. "How long has it been since you last had a meal?" Usurp, worried Kuro might overindulge, replied, "I just ate before disembarking." "Why? Is that why you're so famished? You've already swallowed that plate." Usurp quickly snatched a plate from Kuro's mouth. "Oh, huh. I was born with a hearty appetite and get hungry easily. So whenever there's food, I always eat a bit more to save for later. This isn't just eating more. You've practically consumed a whole lamb. A trivial matter. A trivial matter. Haha." Usurp wore a look of utter disbelief akin to encountering a monster. After a whirlwind of consumption, Kuro was savoring a glass of wine when suddenly 2 crew members rushed through the door. "Captain, we've returned." "Oh, have you finished the shopping? You should eat as well. The owner's culinary skills far surpass those of our ship's cook. We should really bring him along to sample it." Kuro swirled his glass of red wine and lamented. The 2 henchmen exchanged glances, and one stepped forward. "Captain, during our procurement, we encountered an individual." "Oh, who might that be? You two seem rather cryptic. If we are not mistaken, it should be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro." Kuro suddenly recollected, indeed. There was a bespectacled man from the Black Cat Pirates hidden in Usurp's village. Tired of being relentlessly pursued by the government's hounds and bounty hunters, he resolved to end his own life during an encounter with the Navy. He stealthily boarded a Navy ship with a small boat and eliminated nearly all the sailors, leaving only the severely beaten Marine Monka alive. He then found a henchman who resembled him and had Zango hypnotize Monka and the henchman, making Monka believe that the henchman was Kuro himself. Under the impression that he had captured Kuro, Monka thus ascended from a sailor to a colonel after Kuro's execution. After departing from the Black Cat Pirates, he arrived in Syrup Village, disguising himself as a small crew member dismissed for a minor infraction, gaining the trust of Kaya's parents and securing a position as their steward. For the following 3 years, he was diligent in caring for Kaya, and after her parents' passing, he took exceptional care of her. Regrettably, this was all an act, meticulously crafted to earn Kaya and the villagers' trust, with the ulterior motive of eliminating Kaya without raising suspicion to acquire her inheritance. However, due to the intervention of Luffy and the efforts of Usurp, he was ultimately defeated by Luffy. Subsequently, he vanished with the remnants of the Black Cat Pirates. Kuro recalled that their first mate, Zango, possessed an intriguing ability in hypnosis. After being defeated, he had joined the Navy and had even missed a portion of the Marineford War, but was ultimately rendered unconscious by Luffy's conqueror's haki. "Hey, have you two misjudged the situation? Wasn't Kuro executed by the Navy a year ago?" Ryan inquired of the 2 subordinates. "Absolutely not, Brother Ryan. You joined us later and are unaware that a year and a half ago, we engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Cat Pirates. That Kuro was a madman." "Indeed, brother. I still vividly remember that battle. He fought fiercely against Will until he suddenly began attacking indiscriminately like a lunatic. Even the Black Cat crew suffered significant casualties. Had the Navy not intervened, we would have been utterly annihilated." The 2 minions expressed their relief. "How fascinating. Haha. Where did you see him?" "In the clothing store on the next street over. He was accompanying a little girl with blonde hair, whom he referred to as his mistress. Had it not been for his instinctive gesture of adjusting his glasses, we would not have recognized him." Upon hearing about the blonde-haired girl and the mention of a butler, Usurp interjected, "Wait, is that girl you mentioned around my age, with long hair down to her shoulders?" "Yes, do you know her?" "Damn it," Usurp exclaimed, then hurriedly dashed out, leaving the 2 subordinates exchanging glances before ultimately turning their gaze towards Kuro. Kuro looked at him and said, Why are you staring at me? If a ruthless pirate, who wouldn't hesitate to kill even his own, were following your wife, you would surely rush out. Just think about it. It's enough to make one anxious. Stop looking at me, settle the bill with the boss, and then let's follow and see what happens. Indeed. The boss needs to count the expenses for the two henchmen, Kuro remarked as he led Ryan out of the restaurant, heading towards the adjacent street. Clabaddle, do you find this dress appealing? Kaya inquired, holding up a blue gown before the butler. Miss Kaya, that dress compliments you beautifully, Kuro said, adjusting his glasses. Then I shall take this one, she declared, moving towards the proprietor. Could you please wrap this up for me? Kuro adjusted his glasses again, gazing at Kaya and recalling his grand scheme. Having been in this household for a year, he planned to orchestrate an accident within the next year to eliminate the lord and lady of the house. Ultimately, he intended for Zango to hypnotize Miss Kaya, compelling her to declare, I wish to bequeath all my inheritance to Clabaddle, the butler, before killing Kaya herself. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling tale. This would facilitate his smooth inheritance of the vast wealth within the household. A cold smile crept across Kuro's lips as he thought, today is the day Zango and the others come to finalize our plans. I must first escort Kaya home. Just as Kuro took the shopping bag, preparing to return Kaya, the door swung open with a bang, and Usurp rushed in, gasping for breath. Usurp looked at Kaya and Kuro, exclaiming, it is indeed Kaya. Is the Clabaddle butler that merciless Captain Kuro? Usurp, are you here for me? Kaya asked joyfully as she approached him. Ah, well, ha, my friend mentioned seeing a blonde beauty at the hat shop, and I immediately thought of you. Usurp replied, trying to deflect, while secretly scrutinizing Kuro. As Kuro approached, he addressed Usurp. So, you must be Usurp. I've heard many tales about you. You're quite the sensation in the village, aren't you? Usurp, feeling a swell of pride, replied, I've heard of your father, a wretched pirate, and you, as his son. Would you kindly keep your distance from my lady? You are from entirely different worlds. Kuro adjusted his glasses, a mocking tone in his voice as he regarded Usurp. What a passionate fellow you are. Usurp clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. Why are you so worked up? Shouldn't you be showcasing your talent for deceit right now? Perhaps telling us that your father is merely a merchant at sea, or that you share no blood relation at all. Kuro taunted, enjoying Usurp's growing ire. Shut up, you jerk, Usurp shouted, delivering a punch that sent Kuro crashing to the ground. Are you not a pirate yourself? Captain of the Black Cap Pirates, clever Kuro, Usurp demanded loudly. Kuro was momentarily taken aback. He adjusted his glasses and rose to his feet, his tone frosty as he inquired, What are you saying, little brat? The young one responded, You are the cunning pirate Kuro, aren't you, sir? At that moment, Kuro, accompanied by Ryan, made a striking entrance. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Kuro turned to look. A young man with white hair was smiling at him. By your attire, you must indeed be pirates. Have you come here to plunder? Kuro opened his mouth, ready to retort with biting words. It was evident that his cunning mind harbored a sinister nature. Indeed, we are pirates. Kuro, unfazed, responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing Kuro's unreserved admission of being a pirate, Kuro's demeanor left Crocodile momentarily speechless. Was he truly so quick to concede? Shouldn't he have offered some form of rebuttal at this juncture? Crocodile's mind raced as he processed this revelation, while the other patrons around them could hardly contain their agitation. Did he indeed just confess to being a pirate? Ah, he had indeed stated such. Would they truly resort to violence against us? As this thought escaped his lips, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy. After all, it was merely a matter of purchasing clothing. It hardly warranted a death sentence. The crowd anxiously cast their gazes toward Kuro. Yet he harbored no ill intentions, merely gesturing for them to leave. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over the patrons, who scrambled eagerly towards the exit. Kuro's body had been partially obstructing the entrance. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he swiftly took a step aside, clearing the way. Bang, bang, bang. The three burly men, propelled by their haste, collided forcefully against the door. Before they could even begin to push it open, the residents behind them surged forward, crashing into their backs. The door, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught, collapsed with a resounding crash, the doorframe succumbing to the impact and crashing to the ground. It was a terrifying sight. As the initial trio of men became nothing more than a makeshift mat upon which others fell, Kuro gazed at the three individuals ensnared by the doorframe, their bodies marred with footprints that were painful to behold. This is all due to your mischief. Usurp, seething with fury, bellowed at Kuro. Do not slander me. It was they who crashed into the door, and it was they who trampled upon each other. I did not lend a hand. Kuro radiated an aura of righteous light, and the thought of him being scapegoated was utterly unacceptable. Kuro observed Kuro and Ryan, meticulously comparing their features to those on the bounty notice. After an extensive search, he found no resemblance to the individuals depicted. Clearly, they had never encountered the bounty before. They must be two fledgling scallywags just setting sail. Kuro felt a surge of certainty within, his face once again adorned with an arrogant smile. You two pirates, have you come at Usopp's behest to harm my lady? Kuro exclaimed, brandishing a nearby coat hanger and pointing it at Kuro. Kuro gazed at Kuro, acknowledging his audacity in attempting to frame him even in this critical moment. Cast aside your feigned demeanor, Kuro. Haven't you performed enough? What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Kuro had scarcely finished his words when a flash caught his attention. Kuro swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to his face with his right fist. Ah! Kuro cried out in agony, his body propelled through the air, crashing through the wooden wall as he was sent flying. Chattering incessantly, I possess little patience for such antics. Kuro's expression displayed a hint of impatience. Captain, are you here? After two crew members settled their accounts, they approached, glancing uncertainly at the dilapidated storefront that had transformed into a precarious structure. You two have arrived. Ryan called out from within as he recognized them and gestured for them to enter. Captain, have you encountered Kuro? Indeed, he just flew away not long ago. He flew away? The two were perplexed, but Kaya was agitated. You pirates, if it is treasure you seek, I can provide it. I implore you. Please do not harm the butler, Clabbit. With a dazed expression, Kaya approached Kuro, beseeching him earnestly. Kuro gazed upon the golden-haired maiden before him, then cast a glance at Usopp behind her. You are truly insufferable. How could you marry such a wealthy and beautiful wife? Usopp, fearing for Kaya's safety, positioned himself between Kuro and Kaya. What? Do you intend to protect her? Kuro laughed, teasingly questioning Usopp. Kaya is my dear friend. I vow to protect her for a lifetime since childhood. Usopp's words nearly brought Kaya to tears. Oh, then I shall take your life first. Kuro abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Usopp was instantly drenched in a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Kaya, trembling with trepidation, cowered behind Usopp. Yet, in that instant, Usopp seemed invigorated as if he had been injected with a surge of adrenaline. Despite his quaking form, his gaze radiated unwavering resolve. I am Captain Usopp. I shall not retreat. Kuro did not utter a word, merely gazing at Usopp for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He chuckled softly, acknowledging Usopp's commendable bravery in standing up to protect his beloved even in the face of danger. Kuro retracted his murderous intent, gazing at Usopp with an expression of admiration. Kuro suddenly changed his demeanor, leaving Usopp utterly baffled. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking a life. I merely wish to amuse you, Kuro chuckled, observing Usopp's confusion. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Usopp felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Just then, Kuro's gaze shifted. Kuro, the man with the pronounced bulge on his left cheek, stood defiantly before the gaping hole he had created, his eyes piercing as they locked onto Kuro. To still be standing after being struck by my fist. I must admit I underestimated you. However, I do not recall knowing you. Why do you interfere with my affairs? Kuro seethed, nearly bursting with rage. It has been a year. During this time, I have enjoyed a tranquil life, entrusted with significant responsibilities by my superiors, and received accolades from neighbors. With Miss Yaya treating me as family, my plans have unfolded seamlessly. Yet, out of nowhere, here comes a brat calling me by my old name. Does he not know that name has been retired? The Navy's public execution of Captain Kuro was a sensational event. Upon hearing the denial, the brat lunged forward with a punch. Kuro envisioned his great-grandmother. Had it not been for his ancestors' intervention, he would have followed her into the afterlife. Resolving to eliminate this pirate, Kuro dropped the pretense. He enlarged the hole with a punch and stepped inside, donning his pair of deadly claw gloves. Since you have disrupted my plans, I shall claim your life, Kuro declared, vanishing from his spot, only to reappear above Usopp, claws poised to strike. Die! Just as Kuro was about to land his blow, a spiked club materialized, blocking his claws. Kuro looked up to see Ryan, his fighting spirit ablaze, glaring at him. You are not worthy to be a match for our captain. Allow me to deal with you, Ryan proclaimed, brandishing the spiked club. You invite your own demise. Kuro swiftly retreated, disappearing into thin air once more. Ryan, wielding the club, surveyed his surroundings just as Kuro's claws re-emerged behind him, crossing and slashing wildly. Slash, slash, slash. Dozens of wounds instantly marred Ryan's back. Ugh, brother Ryan, they cried out. In pain, Ryan swiftly turned, swinging the club with tremendous force. But Kuro deftly leaned back to evade and retreated quickly. The clash of assassin against warrior was indeed intriguing. Despite Ryan's wounds, Kuro felt no concern. Such injuries were trivial for him. Did he not see the excitement etched across Ryan's face? Are you hiding from me in fear? If you possess the courage, step forward and face me. As Klo heard Ryan's words, he sprang from the wall, using it as leverage to propel himself swiftly in front of Ryan. A speed that left Usurp utterly bewildered. Upon Klo's arrival, Ryan remained vigilant, thrusting his blade with precision. Seizing the opportune moment, Ryan swiftly moved his feet and delivered a powerful swing. The mace collided with the blade, and Klo felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending both him and his weapon flying. Crash! Klo slammed against the wall before collapsing onto the ground. What immense strength! Klo had misjudged Ryan's capabilities. As he rose, he adjusted his glasses, only to find the lenses shattered. I underestimated you. Now, reveal your name. Remember it well. I am Boscarno Ryan. Very well. The next move is one I can hardly control. Savor it. Ryan shouted death. Upon finishing, Klo's feet moved at an astounding speed, and he vanished in an instant. Ryan, sensing the urgency, gripped the handle of his mace tightly. Suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated through the air as the ground, ceiling, wardrobe, and chandelier were relentlessly slashed. Klo was drawing nearer. An assault was imminent. Clang! The mace before Ryan was struck by Klo's blade, producing a jarring metallic clash, yet Klo's figure remained elusive. Whoosh! Another slicing sound echoed, and Ryan's right arm was wounded, blood immediately streaming down. Whoosh! Ryan's abdomen was struck. Swish! Ryan's thigh was slashed. In mere moments, Ryan's body was riddled with wounds, blood dripping onto the floor. Truly formidable, Klo. To engage in battle with such a powerful adversary is the very essence of my voyage. Ha! Despite being drenched in blood, the battle zeal in Ryan's eyes intensified. Hearing Ryan's words, Kuro's lips curled into a wild grin. Well done, Ryan, a true-born fighter. Just like that scoundrel Baratie. Ryan, still holding his bat defensively in front of him, continued to take blows, yet his gaze remained fixed on a particular spot ahead. In the next instant, Kuro suddenly appeared there, propelling himself off the ground towards Ryan, his claws poised to grasp Ryan's neck, intent on delivering a fatal strike. Found you. At that critical moment, Ryan sprang into action. As Kuro approached, Ryan swung his spiked bat with remarkable speed. The velocity was such that Kuro, suspended in midair, found himself unable to evade, and could only watch helplessly as the bat struck him squarely on the head. The intense pain rendered Kuro unconscious. With a thunderous crash, Kuro's upper body was driven into the wooden floor, his form crumpling limply to the ground. Ha ha ha. I have won this battle, Captain. Ryan gasped, his face pale, as he sat on the ground, smiling at Kuro. I never thought you would lose, Ryan. After all, you are my comrade. Kuro also smiled at Ryan, his words brimming with trust. Brother Ryan is truly formidable. The two crew members, witnessing Ryan's victory, could not contain their exuberant cheers. Kuro stood up and stretched. For the battle had concluded and the supplies had been procured. It was time to continue their voyage. Hey, you two. Bring him out, and let's head back to the ship. Kuro instructed his two subordinates, who happened to be the captains. As they approached, they found Klo's entire head lodged firmly between the wooden planks. After considerable effort, they finally managed to break the planks and extricate him. At that moment, they noticed Klo's head resembled a bloodied gourd, had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest. One might have thought it appropriate to bury him on the spot. Wait a moment. Kaya interjected, blocking the path of the two men. What on earth happened? Why is the butler so formidable, and why did you get into a fight? Hey, Usurp, your girlfriend is now your responsibility. You can explain it to her. We're leaving. Kuro waved dismissively, indicating that women were too troublesome to deal with. All right, Kuro, I'll take care of Kaya. Usurp nodded eagerly, stepping in front of her. Well then, we shall take our leave. Otherwise, the Navy will soon arrive. Kuro assisted the injured Ryan, while his subordinate held on to Klo, and they pushed the door open to exit. Without delving into how Usurp might explain things to Kaya, let us focus on Kuro and his party. Stepping out of the hat shop and onto the street, they were met with an eerie silence, for the bustling thoroughfare was now deserted. Captain, it appears the villagers have retired for the night. They must be hiding out of fear of us plundering their village, one remarked. Oh, is that so? You dare to mock me? You shall meet your demise. Kuro exclaimed dramatically. No, please, Captain, came the fearful reply, followed by a hearty laugh from Kuro. For he was merely jesting. As Kuro and his companions strolled along, exchanging playful banter, they arrived at the dock. Oh, when did our ship transform into the Black Cat vessel? Questioned the two younger members, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion. Kuro gazed at the Black Cat ship before him, exclaiming, Are you both blind? This is the vessel of the Black Cat pirates. Where's our ship? Came the response. It lies behind the Black Cat ship. A thought suddenly struck Kuro, prompting him to hurriedly dash and leap aboard the Black Cat vessel. Let us rewind time slightly. On the Black Cat ship, Zango was convening a meeting with his feline crew. Today, I received a message from Captain Kuro, instructing us to discuss how to proceed with the plan from a year ago. Upon our arrival, I will disembark first to rendezvous with the captain. You all must ensure the ship's safety, understood? Yes, Captain. There's a ship by the shore. What? Zango and his crew rushed to investigate. Ignore it. It's not a treasure ship. Do not disrupt our prior plans, Zango commanded. But Captain, that is the ship of the Wool Pirates. What? Zango exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the Wool Pirates have discovered Captain Kuro's hidden treasure and seek revenge? Let us go take a look. Zango led a group of young cats off the ship, stealthily approaching the vessel. Logically, the Black Cat pirate ship was significantly larger than Kuro's, and with any watchman aboard, they would surely notice. However, the hapless guards had all gone to the storeroom to dine after the arrival of supplies, leaving Zango and his crew to board the ship unimpeded. It was only when they cornered the guards inside that they realized what had transpired. As they were merely expendable, they were swiftly dealt with by Zango's crew. Now, let us return to the present. Upon boarding the vessel, Kuro observed the crew member bound and subjected to a cruel game by a group of kittens. Nearby, the leader of the watch was undergoing a hypnotic interrogation by Zhang. Now, pay close attention to this circle. I will count to 1, 2, and after that, whatever I ask, you shall answer, Zhang declared, shaking the circle in his hand before lowering his hat. What is your purpose in this village, and where is your captain? We are here to replenish our supplies. The captain has also disembarked, came the reply. Zhang contemplated silently, realizing that the Wool Pirate crew's arrival at this village was merely coincidental, intended solely for resupply. Just as Zhang prepared to disembark and rendezvous with Kuro, he turned to find Kuro perched atop a cat, observing him. Do we have this boy on our ship? Why is he standing on a cat? Kuro greeted him with a wave. Hello, you must be a new addition to the crew. I don't believe we've met. Zhang returned the greeting. No, I am the captain of the neighboring ship. My crew is absent, and I came to see if they were here. Oh, I see. So you are searching for your crew members. Truly, you are a diligent captain. Zhang expressed his admiration. Suddenly, he froze. Was not the captain of the neighboring ship Will? How could it be this young lad? At that moment, a voice from below shouted, Hey, Captain, have you found Saul and the others? And Kuro seems to be in dire straits. Zhang quickly glanced down, spotting 2 pirate lackeys supporting a tall man, while another held a bloodied man. The latter appeared somewhat familiar. Wait, Captain Kuro? Zhang was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the situation. Wasn't he summoned to discuss the forthcoming plans? How had it come to this? Oh, I found them. They are currently being subjected to that cruel game aboard this ship, looking quite worse for wear. Kuro exclaimed with a hint of schadenfreude. Yet, witnessing his crew in distress, as captain, he knew he could not remain idle. Kuro's expression shifted as he spoke with gravity. With a swift movement, he teleported to the center of the Black Cat Pirates crew, delivering a punch to each one, rendering them unconscious before swiftly moving to the next. In a flurry, the ship was left with only Zango standing, while the rest of the Black Cats lay defeated. Stretching feels rather good, Kuro remarked, shaking out his joints. Zango, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback. What just happened? Did you annihilate us in mere moments? Kuro continued. Yes, you are Zango. Are you not? Your captain, Kuro, has been defeated by my crew and is now gravely injured. He may not survive. You should bring him aboard to tend to his wounds. Kuro, having finished speaking, turned to untie the crew. What on earth is happening? Nonetheless, Zhang obediently descended the ship, carrying the medical kit. After much effort, Zhang Yao finally managed to staunch Kuro's bleeding and bandaged him up. Turning to Ryan, he inquired, "May I ask what exactly is going on?" Ryan, having dressed his wounds, lingered below without returning to the ship. "Oh, our captain called him by name. And he denied it, even threatening our captain. In response, our captain delivered a punch, and he had the audacity to retaliate, only to be knocked unconscious by my blow." Ryan recounted nonchalantly, a look of disdain on his face. Is it such a grave offense these days to deny one's name? Zhang Yao's face was a canvas of confusion. "Hey, Ryan, bring Kuro up with you. We are about to set sail," Kuro called from aboard the Black Cat ship. Ryan grasped Kuro and leaped aboard, with Zhang Yao following suit. Upon boarding, Zhang Yao observed Kuro admiring the Black Cat ship, exclaiming in wonder that, aside from the cat's head not aligning with his image, everything else was quite fitting. "Indeed, this is splendid. Henceforth, we shall use this vessel. In comparison, the previous ship was far too rudimentary. This one truly befits my status." Kuro was immensely satisfied. He had previously felt that the ship was too small, but lacked the opportunity to change it. Initially, he intended to make do until they reached Logue Town, where he would find a larger vessel, secretly hoping to usurp another pirate crew. However, that was no longer necessary, as their good friends, the Black Cat pirates, had graciously provided them with a ship. Truly, it was a renowned experience from the early days of the Pirate King, and using it brought him immense comfort and joy. With this thought, Kuro approached Zango and patted him on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude for the pirate ship. "Captain, what shall we do with them?" Ryan inquired, pointing at the lifeless body of Kuro and the group of feline henchmen sprawled on the ground. "Oh, them. Kill the males and spare the females," Kuro replied nonchalantly. Ryan glanced at the fallen henchmen and remarked, "There are no females. Then let us eliminate them all." After Kuro finished speaking, Ryan brandished the spiked club, preparing to smash the watermelon. "Hey, wait a moment." Zango hurriedly intervened. "What's the rush? If you're in a hurry, I can let you go first." Ryan, holding the spiked club, glared at Zango. No, no, no. "Captain, could you spare their lives? I assure you I will never appear before you again." Zango waved his hands in protest, addressing Kuro. "Oh, the crimes committed by this wretched cat are another matter. Let us focus on you. You stealthily boarded my precious ship, bound my beloved crew, and subjected them to brutal beatings. Moreover, there were 10 billion berries aboard my vessel, and now only a mere 10 million remain. Where's my money? Where have you hidden it?" Kuro's heart ached with despair, one hand clutching his chest while the other pointed accusingly at Zango. 10 billion berries. Where on earth is that? We scoured the ship and barely uncovered 3 million. What about the remaining 7 million aboard? To accuse us of hiding it is slander. It is an outrageous defamation. Does your ship truly possess 10 billion? Zango stared at Kuro, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Ryan was equally bewildered. Had there truly been such wealth aboard our vessel? How was I not aware of it? The lackeys exchanged glances, astonished that their captain could be so affluent. "Come on, speak up. You stand there gaping without uttering a word. Are you playing the mute?" Ryan chastised, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Zango and demanding to know where their money had vanished. Upon hearing this, Ryan flexed his hands and approached Zango. No, wait a moment. "Captain, we genuinely haven't seen 10 billion. Oh ho, still lying." Ryan struck him with a club. "No, we shall work. We will remain in toil until we repay the 10 billion. Zango, eyeing the menacing club before him, hastily dropped to the ground. "Work? Well, that is indeed a splendid idea," Kuro mused, stroking his chin. "Here's the deal. Select the top 10 skilled individuals from your crew, and the rest can be thrown onto that wretched ship. From now on, you shall serve as apprentice crew members aboard my vessel, performing daily tasks as my beloved crew recuperates. We will discuss wages once Kuro awakens." Kuro decided to retain them for the time being, as previously there had not been a single capable individual aboard the ship. It was utterly useless to be captured while at sea. Zhang Yao promptly agreed, and after selecting the suitable crew members, Ryan discarded the remaining ineffectual ones, returning to rouse the crew member who had been knocked unconscious. "All right, young ones. We are setting sail," exclaimed Ryan. With that, he took the helm while the crew hoisted the sails and weighed anchor. Kuro settled onto a chair on the deck, gazing at the cat perched at the bow of the ship. "Indeed, this does not suit me," he mused. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade, and with a single-handed swing, unleashed a wave of cutting energy that severed the cat's head. "Now it looks much better," he exclaimed. "Such strength. No wonder he could defeat Kuro. Initially, he had contemplated joining forces with Kuro to escape once he regained consciousness, but now that seemed utterly hopeless. I suppose I shall obediently continue working. However, with such a formidable captain, perhaps I may someday ascend to great heights. The day passed in silence as the ship sailed steadily. On the following day, Kuro awoke and sat in his chair, lost in thought. There was an unsettling feeling, as if something significant eluded his memory. What could it be? He pondered, resting his chin on his hand in deep contemplation. Just then, Ryan approached him. Captain, we need to find a cook. We managed to make do before, but ever since we dined at the tavern in Silrub village, our current cook's offerings taste like swill. Silrub village. Oh, Usopp. I completely forgot to bring him aboard. Kuro suddenly realized that he had lost something. He had abandoned Usopp. Alas, at just 18. How could his mind falter so? He had forgotten, despite Usopp's lack of strength, his fortune was undeniable. Bringing him back as a good luck charm would have been splendid. Within the entire pirate realm, only that clown Buggy could rival him. One was the god Usopp, the other the clown king Buggy. Their fortunes were no trifling matter. Sigh, it is too late to go now. Is this truly the course of fate? They stood before me, yet I failed to recall. Since Usopp is no longer an option, I shall not relinquish Miss Robin. Ha ha ha. With thoughts of Robin brightening his mood, Kuro hummed a little tune as he entered the cabin to check on Kuro. That lad had been thoroughly beaten, yet he was recovering quite swiftly, waking up that very night. Upon awakening, he immediately attempted to resist, only for Kuro to deliver a punch that was sufficient to send him back into slumber. Just then, a subordinate from the Zango faction reported that Kuro had awakened. Entering the lounge, Kuro saw Kuro and Zango engaged in conversation. Awake, are you? You really can sleep, having slumbered for a day and a night, Kuro remarked. Sitting on an empty bed. Who do you think is responsible for that? You struck me in the middle of the night, knocking me out cold, Kuro retorted. Yet, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head, Kuro continued. What is your true intention in keeping me here? Intention? Zango interjected. Did he not inform you? He stole 10 billion from me. Do not jest. You know full well that this matter is entirely fabricated. Kuro exclaimed in anger. Oh, so you intend to deny your debts? Kuro's expression shifted, his tone turning icy as he inquired. Hey, Kuro, you cannot defeat him. Captain Kuro. Kuro has only just awakened. His mind has yet to clear. Please do not anger him, Zango hastily urged Kuro. In any case, you both shall work on my ship to repay your debt, 100 million berries per person per year. The underlings will be considered a gift. In 10 years, the debt shall be repaid. Kuro observed the two of them and exclaimed, Hey, what nonsense is this about spending 10 years on a ship? No, it's work. The cleaning duties aboard the vessel fall upon you. This statement provoked a furious reaction from Kuro. While he could begrudgingly accept joining the crew, being relegated to the role of a mere janitor was intolerable. Of course, one could recruit new crew members and then cultivate a network, thereby assigning them the labor. Contemplate that carefully. With that, Kuro departed from the lounge. After Kuro emerged once more, he settled back into his chair, and Ryan approached him. Captain, has that fellow regained consciousness? Yes, the scoundrel has awakened, but he seems intent on shirking responsibility. Captain, why did you choose to spare them? Ryan inquired, somewhat puzzled, as these two individuals seemed rather unremarkable. Because we are short on personnel. We intended merely to disembark for supplies. Yet they allowed themselves to be captured along with the ship. Kuro, rendered speechless by his murderous intent, recalled the assurances given by those braggarts at the ship before his departure, promising that both the vessel and its crew were secure. To his astonishment, they indeed upheld their word, as they were swiftly eliminated, leaving neither ship nor men behind. Alas, if we do not seek out stronger allies, relying solely on ourselves, it seems we shall scarcely navigate the Grand Line, and might very well capsize before even leaving the East Blue. At that juncture, what pretense of piracy could we maintain? Perhaps it would be wiser for you to return with me and take up fishing instead. After Kuro spoke, Ryan fell silent. The captain's words held merit. It was indeed challenging for just the two of them to voyage far. Ryan, do you wish to grow stronger? Kuro suddenly inquired. Of course, Captain. I ventured into the sea precisely for this. Ryan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He was eager to improve. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you the formidable training techniques. Kuro thought for a moment. It was imperative for Ryan to cultivate his formidable presence. Otherwise, in the next encounter with a nimble assassin like CLO, he would merely stand there, enduring blows, which was unacceptable. Furthermore, These individuals were woefully weak. Starting tomorrow, a unified training regimen would commence. I shall devise the training schedule, and you will oversee them. Aye, Captain, Ryan replied. Kuro sat silently in his chair, observing the crew indulging in merriment and libations aboard the ship, revealing a cruel smile. Drink, laugh. Tomorrow, if you do not weep, it shall be considered that I have been lenient. Having formulated the training plan, Kuro rose at dawn the next day and summoned the crew to the deck. Captain, why have you awakened us so early? One crew member complained. Indeed, Captain, this is rather early, isn't it? With a yawn, the crew members appeared drowsy and disoriented. Kuro, without uttering a word, raised a bucket of water from behind him and promptly doused the yawning crew member. Oh, the icy seawater cascaded down, instantly rousing the crew, eliciting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. The surrounding crew were taken aback, rendered speechless by Kuro's actions. Look at you. Where is the essence of a pirate in your demeanor? The crew exchanged glances, questioning their own identities as pirates. Are we not seasoned pirates ourselves? They thought. Yet here they were, losing both ship and dignity in one fell swoop. How utterly shameful, Kuro lamented. The crew lowered their heads in embarrassment. However, this is not entirely your fault. Your previous captain was indeed too weak, unable to care for himself, let alone train you. After Kuro concluded, the crew found his words to be quite reasonable. Such is human nature. Once a scapegoat emerges, people swiftly cast their blame upon him. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall diligently train you all. Are you prepared? We are ready, Captain. Please train us to the fullest, Captain. Let us commence, Captain. Kuro gazed contentedly at the group, sensing that they were not entirely beyond redemption. Ryan, here is today's training regimen. Please lead them in their exercises. Understood. Ryan took the training schedule, perused it briefly, and then commenced the session with the crew. They began with 100 squats for warm-up, followed by a 5-minute respite. Next, they performed 100 push-ups, then rested for 10 minutes, and concluded with 100 crunches before enjoying another 10-minute break. This cycle would repeat 3 times daily. However, after merely completing the first round, several members of the crew collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Captain, I can't go on. Let's call it a day. Captain, I too am at my limit. My hands are cramping. Kuro looked at the 2 individuals attempting to shirk their responsibilities and approached them, lifting them both out of the boat. I believe you can endure, he remarked. What do you say? Yes, indeed. I can still persevere, they exclaimed in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. Absolutely, Captain. Allow me to train. I am eager to begin. With that, the 2 clung tightly to Kuro's arms, unwilling to let go. After all, in this desolate expanse, devoid of any islands, their only fate would be to feed the fish. Kuro had no intention of killing them. Upon witnessing their fervor, he cast them onto the deck, where the 2 immediately commenced their training. Thus, under the formidable presence of Kuro wielding a hefty club in his left hand and a large sword in his right, a group of individuals trained with fervent zeal, none daring to shirk their duties. Days slipped away, and half a month passed. Through this rigorous training regimen, the crew's abilities experienced a significant enhancement. Previously, they were merely cannon fodder in Kuro's eyes, but now they had evolved into a somewhat competent level of cannon fodder. After all, the crew were ordinary individuals, lacking extraordinary talents or physiques, so Kuro found great satisfaction in their progress. At the very least, they could now hold their own against their 2.5-month-ago selves, which was quite commendable. One morning, as Kuro settled into his chair after awakening, Ryan approached him. During this half-month, Ryan had not been idle. In fact, one could say his experience had been rather grueling. To help him grasp the sensation of observation hockey, Kuro had blindfolded Ryan and instructed Ada and Ayer to hurl stones at him. Initially, Ryan endured a harsh ordeal, his body bruised and battered, but after 10 days, he gradually became adept at dodging some of the larger stones. Kuro, feeling that progress was too slow, rolled up his sleeves and decided to take matters into his own hands. He raised his fist and struck Ryan, who was blindfolded, forcing him to evade with all his might. If he failed to dodge, he would simply have to endure the blows. Thus, 5 days passed, and Ryan's body swelled noticeably, resembling a plump figure. However, the results were evident. Out of Kuro's slow 10 punches, Ryan managed to evade 6. Consequently, today he granted Ryan a reprieve, as there was scarcely any unscathed area left on his body to strike. Captain, our provisions aboard the ship are running low. Indeed, I surmised it would be about time. Since we commenced training, everyone's appetite has notably increased. Kuro had always instructed Ryan to keep a vigilant watch over the warehouse, fearing an unexpected shortage of provisions. Are there any villages nearby? We should procure some supplies. The closest one, I believe, is the renowned Baratie, a floating restaurant. We can replenish our stock there. Very well. Let us set sail with the utmost determination to enjoy our lunch at Baratie. Aye, Captain. With the destination confirmed. Ryan directed the crew to manage the sails while he steered the vessel, guiding the pirate ship with precision towards the floating restaurant. Observing the bustling crew, Kuro's mind wandered to the Baratie, a place that had witnessed numerous iconic moments and encountered many illustrious figures, including our dear Jean. Since our parting from the restaurant, everything has revolved around Jean. There are even those who speculate that the leader of the Celestial Dragons, is none other than Jean. But Kuro could not bring himself to agree. Kuro believes that a kin is, in fact, a fragment of Roger's lingering soul, appearing solely to behold the visage of the one who inherits his will. Ahem, let us return to the main topic. Whenever Kuro thinks of the floating restaurant, he is reminded of Sanji and Sara, the twin wings of the king. Alas, if only he could have ventured to the restaurant 2 years earlier. Perhaps he could have lured Sanji away. After all, he is the king's left wing. Speaking of the left wing, where has the right wing, Zoro, disappeared to? I see others encountering Sora on their journeys, yet I have only come across Usopp thus far. How unfortunate that I completely forgot him and failed to bring him aboard. However, according to the background, Zoro was already a renowned bounty hunter in the East Blue before meeting Luffy. Thus, he should have set sail by now. Yet, when I inquired with Ryan and Zango, neither of them had heard of Zoro. How peculiar indeed. Kuro furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "Oh, my Sora, where on earth are you? There stands a dashing young man, eagerly awaiting your encounter." Kuro lay upon the ship, exhaling a series of long sighs. Observing the captain in such a state, Ryan seized the helm and approached him. "Captain, do you harbor some troubling thoughts? You seem rather lackluster today." Ryan pulled up a chair and settled beside Kuro. "I am contemplating a man I have long desired," Kuro confessed. Upon hearing the captain's words, Ryan fell into an unexpected silence, rising silently and departing. Clutching his backside, the captain was quite terrifying, thinking of a man in broad daylight, and to speak of it so audibly. Alas, the heart of a person, perceiving everything through the lens of a cartoon sponge. As Kuluo observed Ryan clutching his posterior, he realized that Ryan was courting disaster. With a swift motion, he pursued him. The 4-cylinder turbocharged engine roared to life, delivering a punch that would bring him to his knees. Kuro unleashed a formidable punch imbued with haki towards Ryan. Upon witnessing the captain's sudden appearance, Ryan exclaimed in alarm, realizing the imminent threat of forceful aggression. "I must evade," he shouted, attempting to rely on his somewhat unreliable observation haki to escape the impending doom of that terrifying blow. However, it was futile. Kuro's punch was executed with such swiftness that it connected with devastating impact. Ryan was struck down, his eyes bulging in shock. "Captain, please cease. I yield. Just be gentle with me," he pleaded, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in agony. He raised his rear in a pitiful posture, closing his eyes as a solitary tear traced down his cheek. "Curse your sixth uncle." Kuro delivered a powerful kick that sent Ryan flying. "I was contemplating the previously mentioned Roronoa Zoro, and I wish to recruit him. Can you not think rationally for once? Kuro's desire to kill leaves me questioning the extent of my blindness that would lead me to contemplate defiling such a grotesque creature as you. Why didn't you speak up sooner, Captain? You startled me. For a moment, I thought you might act on an impulse." Upon hearing that his delicate flower was safe, Ryan promptly rose to his feet, brushing the dirt from his clothes. He had developed a considerable resilience against Kuro's punches, rendering the harm minimal. Kuro did not respond to him, turning back to his chair. Since the discussion turned to the great Sora, it inevitably led to mention of that man, the strongest swordsman in the world, Dracul Mihawk, the Hawkeye of the 7 warlords of the sea. It was he who obliterated the Krieg pirates. That Krieg fellow was quite audacious. Having amassed a lifetime of wealth in the East Blue, he set sail with 5,000 subordinates and 50 pirate ships, brimming with ambition for the Grand Line. However, within mere days, he provoked Hawkeye, who swiftly decimated the majority of his crew, leaving only a solitary ship and a handful of defeated remnants to flee back to the East Blue like a pack of stray dogs. Yet, this man seemed unsatisfied, pursuing Hawkeye in a small boat, only to have his last glimmer of hope severed by a single stroke. According to unverified sources, Krieg's misfortune stemmed from his ship colliding with Hawkeye's vessel while the latter was sleeping, inciting the wrath of the swordsman, who then relentlessly pursued and attacked Krieg. Reflecting on this, Kuro nodded to himself. Surely that was the case. After all, he too possessed a rather formidable temper upon awakening. Should he be roused from a deep slumber by an unwelcome collision, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After basking in the sun on the deck for a while, Kuro stepped out of the cabin and stood beside him. "Captain Kuro, where are we headed now?" Kuro adjusted his glasses and inquired. "To the Baratie," Kuro replied. "Reen just informed me that our supplies are running low, so we need to procure some provisions, and Baratie is conveniently close." Kuro reclined on the deck, shielding his eyes from the sun with one hand, responding in a languid tone. "By the way, Klo, how has your mastery of the imposing presence been progressing lately? Any advancements?" "I haven't quite grasped it yet, but the silent step you taught me has proven quite beneficial. I've already employed it to enhance my stealthy movements," Klo replied, casting a grateful glance at Kuro. A week ago, Klo's injuries had finally healed, and he had removed the bandages from his head, venturing onto the deck in search of an opportunity to escape. In truth, his wounds could have mended in 2 or 3 days. Yet he was persistently preoccupied with thoughts of fleeing. The moment he set his left foot outside the ship, Kuro seized his right foot. The outcome was predictable. Kuro delivered a thorough beating, and Klo found himself back in bed recuperating. It wasn't until today that he had fully recovered. Standing upon the deck, Kuro wielded Ryan's spiked club, observing the crew's training with a benevolent demeanor. "Ryan, aren't you tired of sitting? Would you like to lie down and rest for a while?" Upon hearing Kuro's words, Ryan felt as though a tolling bell had sounded, hastily rising to perform push-ups with fervor. The surrounding crew members, not daring to slack off, began to intensify their training as well. Zango, in particular, was energetically swinging a dumbbell in each hand. Klo found Zango's diligence rather unsettling. This was a fellow who typically found even sitting to be tiresome. Why was he now behaving as if invigorated? In the next moment, Klo realized that a certain individual was concealed amidst the crowd, hoping to sneak a moment of respite while Kuro was unaware. However, Kuro had instantly materialized before him. The crew member, who had been lying down, suddenly beheld a pair of familiar large feet before him. He looked up, and beads of cold sweat instantly broke forth on his forehead. "See, Captain, thank you for your hard work. Please take a moment to rest." With a benevolent demeanor, Kuro swung his spiked club, striking the deck with a resounding thud, causing the crew member to collapse instantly, a fountain of blood erupting from his head. Nearby, Ada and Ayer, ever vigilant, rushed over, each grasped a foot and dragged the unfortunate soul aside, producing hemostatic powder and bandages to commence the dressing. Judging by their deft techniques, it was evident that such occurrences were not unfamiliar to them. Having taken a brief respite, Zhang was caught off guard as Kuro's gaze suddenly shifted towards him. He immediately summoned all his strength, lifting the dumbbells with such vigor that they seemed to blur in his grasp. At that moment, Kuro turned his attention to Kuro. The latter felt a piercing headache and instinctively sought refuge in the cabin. However, after only a couple of steps, he found himself immobilized, a firm hand gripping his shoulder. "Ah, Kuro, it seems your body has made a full recovery, hasn't it?" Kuro flashed a broad, amiable smile. Suddenly, I felt a twinge in the wound atop my head, as if it were reopening. "I must return to the lounge. Reopen my foot. Your injury has long since healed. Since you're here, you might as well start training. Just think, once you enhance your strength and defeat me, you won't need to work anymore." Upon hearing this, Kuro found the reasoning compelling. Indeed, it was quite persuasive. Although he was no match for Kuro at present, he was certain that with diligent practice, he would eventually surpass him. At that time, he could easily vanquish Kuro, and all his troubles would be resolved. Lost in this thought, Kuro couldn't help but smile, filled with hope for revenge. Kuro observed the corners of Klo's mouth twisting into a mischievous grin, and he instinctively sensed that this young lad was up to no good. A smirk crossed his face. The training would thus be intensified. "Let me test your training methods. Remember, I expect nothing less than your utmost prowess." After Klo's agreement, he couldn't help but flaunt his bravado. Yet, once he commenced the training, he found himself yearning to silence the overly confident version of himself from earlier. "I am a firm believer in tailored instruction. Let me witness your finest skills." Upon hearing Kuro's words, Kuro executed the silent steps, momentarily flickering through the air before attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind Kuro. However, as he landed and looked up, he was met with Kuro's beaming smile. followed by a swift and resounding slap. With a dramatic spin of 1,080 degrees, Kuro halted, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You struck me. Do you not understand? A mosquito was upon your face, and I merely dispatched it, Kuro replied casually. This statement ignited Kuro's fury. With newfound determination, he unleashed his ultimate move, vowing that if he did not vanquish Kuro today, he would surely meet his own demise. Kuro furrowed his brows as he observed Kuro jumping about in the air. This fellow was incessantly wreaking havoc on the deck and the ship's sides, even charging towards the mast. At last, Kuro could no longer restrain himself. In an instant, he vanished from his position and reappeared before Kuro. With a swift motion, he delivered yet another slap, effectively dispelling Kuro's frenzy, leaving him clutching his face, consumed by rage. I won't strike your face, but you scoundrel, I'll have your head. Enraged, Kuro launched a frenzied assault on Kuro, yet the only response he received was a calm series of slaps. The sound of slaps echoed like a torrential downpour. Zhang and his companions watched as Kuro lay on the ground, his face swollen like that of a pig, his eyes vacant as if he had been thoroughly defeated. Oh dear, why go to such lengths? Zhang felt a twinge of sympathy for Kuro while also relishing his own good fortune in avoiding the blows. This captain is a demon. What could be resolved with a single punch, he insists on solving with slaps. Moreover, it was evident that each slap was delivered with restraint, likely just to prolong the punishment. Captain, truly a sadist, Ryan couldn't help but mutter softly, prompting Kuro to glance at him. I meant to say, your prowess is quite extraordinary, haha. Humph. Ryan chuckled as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of pride in his own cleverness. Kuro, I assent it about time you got back on your feet? Kuro crouched down and poked the pig's head with his finger, but Klo remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky. Your speed is woefully inadequate, and your death mode leaves you devoid of consciousness, rendering it utterly futile. When faced with someone swifter than you cannot escape. It's akin to standing there and enduring blows. Encounter a foe with formidable defense, and not only will you inflict minimal damage, but you may also find yourself captured and mercilessly beaten. Your technique is nothing short of a suicidal maneuver. Upon hearing Kuro's derision towards his technique, Klo's eyes gradually sharpened, anger returning to his countenance. What do you know, you scoundrel? Don't presume your superiority grants you the right to belittle my skills. Klo, adorned with the pig's head, sat up and shouted a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he could not restrain himself from continuing to yell. Before encountering you, no one has ever withstood my moves. At this proclamation, Ryan silently raised his right hand. Not only had he withstood them, but he had also rendered Klo unconscious with a single strike. Before meeting you, no one could withstand my techniques. Observing Ryan's raised hand, Klo's cheeks twitched momentarily. With a sigh, he added, you now resemble a rat confined within a cage, merely cowering in your nest, too afraid to show yourself. Kuro lowered his gaze, a palpable scorn lacing his tone as he addressed Kuro. You dare to liken me to a mere rat. Was it not true? A year ago, you lamented your disdain for the relentless pursuits of the Navy and bounty hunters, opting for a feigned death and a nameless existence. It was not disdain that drove you, but rather fear, was it not? You have lost the valor to be a pirate, reduced to a creature that merely burrows like a rodent. Zango, standing nearby, lowered the brim of his hat with a knowing gesture. No one understood the Kuro of yesteryear better than he did. In those days, he feared no adversary, exuding an exuberance that was unmistakable. Yet, at some point, Kuro began to shrink back, cloistered away, consumed by planning, devoid of the audacity he once possessed. Kuro found himself unable to counter Kuro's words. Kuro is indeed correct. He is filled with trepidation. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Navy and the incessant harassment from bounty hunters, he fears the day he might meet his demise. Thus, he has resolved to feign his own death and escape. You have defeated me, so whatever you say is true, Kuro laments with a hint of resignation. Indeed, you speak with utmost accuracy. In this world, the victor reigns supreme while the vanquished are cast aside, such is the law of the sea. Your fear stems solely from your own weakness. You are nothing but a complete failure. Kuro's words darkened Kuro's expression. Time and again, he hurled insults, truly believing that he had no temper. You scoundrel! Kuro swiftly retaliated, only to be forcefully pinned to the deck by Kuro, who ruthlessly rubbed him against it. After enduring another brutal beating, Kuro was utterly devoid of anger, lying on the deck with a heart heavy as ash. Kuro laughed as he sat cross-legged beside him. Kuro, Are you familiar with the Grand Line? The Grand Line? That place is a den of devourers. Do you wish to court death? I shall not perish. Why so? Because I shall become more powerful than anyone else. Even the mightiest, Whitebeard, shall fall before me. To sail upon the ocean, I shall be the pinnacle. As Kuro spoke, his eyes brimmed with determination and courage. Kuro, in a daze, gazed up at him, unsure if it was merely an illusion. He suddenly felt that Kuro radiated a divine light in that moment. To dare to confront Whitebeard, you truly are a madman. But how could one know without trying? I refuse to resign myself to an ignoble end in this corner. The formidable beings of this world await my challenge, and these vast seas yearn to echo my name. Kuro's hand extended before Kuro. Follow me, Kuro. Follow the newly risen emperor upon this vast sea. Kuro stood frozen in place, bewildered by Kuro's confident smile. After several moments, as if arriving at a profound resolution, he reached out and firmly grasped Kuro's hand. If you cannot achieve this, then perish, Captain. Kuro's laughter grew even more jubilant as he stood up, lifting Kuro with him. As Kuro gazed upon Kuro's radiant smile, he momentarily envisioned the epic battle against Whitebeard many years hence. How magnificent! Captain, sob, boarding this ship was my wisest decision. Long live the captain. The crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their spirits ignited by Kuro's words. Little ones, to celebrate Kuro's joining, let us hold a grand feast. Agreed. The crew joyfully set about preparing food and drink. In a short while, a veritable mountain of food had amassed on the deck. Kuro raised a barrel of rum. My dear companions, our journey has only just begun. To our dreams, and to the future. Cheers. Cheers, Captain. The clinking of glasses resonated with exuberance. As a grand welcome feast unfolded into the late hours of the night, the crew indulged, swaying unsteadily in their revelry. Kuro reclined on the deck, cradling a barrel of wine as he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Kuro engaged in lively conversation with Ryan over drinks. I look forward to your guidance, Ryan, Kuro said, raising his cup for a toast. And I too hope for your mentorship, Kuro. What's your impression of our captain? Kuro inquired, his eyes clouded with inebriation. A little monster with strength akin to that of a beast, Ryan replied, downing the contents of his barrel in one swift motion. When I first encountered him, he appeared to be nothing more than a harmless youth, ready to set sail for fishing. Yet, should you provoke him, you will soon realize he embodies the grim reaper of lives. Although my purpose at sea is to challenge the powerful, I confess, after spending time with him, I find myself devoid of the courage to confront him. He is a veritable monster, having honed such formidable prowess at such a tender age. Indeed, he is quite the monstrous youth. However, having such a creature as our captain offers a peculiar sense of reliability, Kuro remarked, finishing his drink. But even the most monstrous of youths is still just a child. Having downed a barrel of wine, he is now inebriated. Ha ha ha. Quite right. A little one with little tolerance for alcohol. They chuckled together. As the two conversed, the sounds of revelry filled the air, with dancers swirling among the crew beneath the slowly descending moon as the sun began to rise on a new day. The following morning, Kuro found himself joining the ranks of rigorous training, perhaps spurred by the fervor of yesterday's bravado. The day's regimen was elevated to a new level, with Kuro imparting his authoritative training methods to Kuro. Thus, the crew persisted in their relentless training for an entire week, the provisions dwindling at a visible pace. Finally, after a week had passed, the food had been entirely consumed by this ravenous lot, prompting Ryan to seek Kuro's counsel. Fortunately, the seaside tavern was not far away, otherwise, they would have been left to fish for sustenance. Is there a kind soul willing to share a morsel with me? Oh, spare a thought for this poor wretch. I am on the brink of starvation, and I am but a child. Kuro slumped in his chair, lamenting helplessly to the azure sky and the vast sea. Kuro observed him, adjusting his glasses, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. We shall arrive shortly. Captain, do you see that distant speck? That is the Baratie, the seaside restaurant. You should contemplate what you wish to dine on. Ryan grasped the helm firmly, pointing towards the distant. Excellent. Once we arrive, I intend to devour all the meat in their establishment. Upon hearing that they were nearing their destination, Kuro instantly perked up, dashing to the bow of the ship in anticipation of reaching the restaurant. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. After a while, as the restaurant drew closer, Kuro could no longer contain his eagerness. I shall take the lead. Upon finishing his words, Kuro soared into the sky, gliding gracefully through the air. Hey, the captain is flying. exclaimed the crew, astonished by Kuro's remarkable feat. Is the captain also a devil fruit user? They marveled at his prowess. Indeed, the captain is impressive. Reappearing at Baratie, Kuro stood at the entrance of the restaurant and forcefully pushed the door open. Bang! The door slammed against the wall, capturing the attention of everyone inside the establishment. Though I possess striking good looks, there is truly no need for such intense scrutiny. Kuro suddenly touched the back of his head, a bashful expression adorning his face. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground resonated as everyone was taken aback by Kuro's unexpected shyness. Ha ha ha, welcome, esteemed guest. Patty dashed out from behind the counter, flashing a broad grin as he rubbed his hands together and approached Kuro. Greetings. Kuro gazed at Patty, the reformed chef, who still exuded an air of lewdness. Pray tell, esteemed sir, what would you like to indulge in? Please bring forth all of your signature dishes, and do prepare an abundance of meat. We anticipate the arrival of over 20 guests shortly. Kuro approached an empty table near the door, glanced at the menu only to discard it. Deeming the process of selecting dishes a waste of time, he preferred a comprehensive order instead. Good sir, however, this establishment does not cater to those of limited means. May I inquire if you possess sufficient funds? Heh. Upon hearing such an extensive order, Patty's eyes sparkled with greed, his pupils seemingly filled with gold coins. Naturally, it was a given that a pirate would not be devoid of riches. Kuro spoke nonchalantly. A pirate? You? Indeed. Patty glanced at Kuro's face, then retrieved a stack of bounty notices from his pocket, comparing them one by one with Kuro. This one doesn't match. This one isn't similar. This one resembles. Brother, do take a closer look. The wanted notice clearly states that this individual is a woman. Kuro, seething with anger, pointed vehemently at the gender section of the wanted poster and exclaimed, Then tell me, which one of these is you? Meanwhile, Patty slammed the stack of bounty notices onto the table with considerable force. Kuro pondered as he rubbed his nose, his expression somewhat awkward. I shouldn't be involved in this. You shouldn't be here? Indeed. Then if you claim to be a pirate, be gone. Patty's eyes blazed with fury as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to expel Kuro. Kuro reached out and pressed Patty against the table. Do not be hasty. I have merely just set sail and have yet to establish my reputation. However, rest assured, I am more than capable of covering my meal expenses. Trust me. Trust you? Not a chance. Release me at once. Patty struggled incessantly, yet remained ensnared. At that moment, the venerable Zepp emerged from the kitchen. Have you two had your fill of ruckus? Kuro observed Zepp emerge and raised his hand to release Patty. You rascal. Patty, take this lad's order. Zepp cast a glance at Kuro, prompting Patty to take the order. But boss, he doesn't seem affluent. Take the order. Oh, understood. Patty pouted, grasping the entire menu as he ventured into the kitchen. Heh, old man. Thank you. Humph, foolish little rascal. Zepp snorted, turning to follow him into the back kitchen. After a while, the kitchen resonated with the clattering of spatulas against woks, and a delightful aroma wafted forth. Kuro lay sprawled on the table, inhaling deeply, which only intensified his hunger. Soon, Patty emerged from the kitchen, proudly presenting a large, succulent meat steak. Here it is, braised beef steak. Please enjoy, he said. As soon as Patty placed it down, Kuro swiftly snatched it up, and before Patty could register his astonishment, he devoured the half-meter-sized steak in mere bites. After finishing, he looked up at Patty, inquiring, Is there more? Patty was taken aback, bewildered. Did it vanish the moment I set it down? How did he consume it so swiftly? I barely caught a glimpse. It was delicious, indeed, but far too scant. If only there were 10 more, he would feel satisfied. Noticing Patty's silence, Kuro could not help but savor the lingering taste of the dish. Patty, still in a daze, turned and headed back to the kitchen to seek out Jipu. Boss, this kid is an absolute glutton. The steak disappeared as soon as it was placed down. Are you certain he can pay? If not, we might be at a loss. Patty glanced at Jipu, who erupted in hearty laughter. A hearty appetite is a blessing for a chef. That lad does not seem ordinary. Treating him to a meal is hardly a burden. With that, Jipu gathered the kitchen staff for a meeting. We have a super hungry guest outside. Everyone, bring forth your finest skills. Let us satiate him. Yes, rang out the enthusiastic response. The chefs, invigorated as if electrified, wielded their knives with precision, while the woks clanged rhythmically. Soon, dish after dish emerged from the kitchen, and before long, Kuro's table was laden with a plethora of culinary delights. Kuro raised a beast's leg in his left hand, and held a plate of milk-fried noodles in his right, devouring them with great enthusiasm. The food on the table diminished rapidly, while the kitchen continued to replenish the supply. Kuro was immensely delighted with this meal. He had never experienced such a feast before. In his childhood, his grandfather's culinary skills left much to be desired, often resulting in fish that was merely roasted. And it was a common occurrence for it to be burnt. As he grew older and attempted to cook for himself, he unfortunately discovered a distinct lack of talent, leading to the destruction of 2 kitchens before his grandfather forbade him from cooking altogether. Today, indulging in such delectable dishes brought him to the brink of tears. Indeed, life is best lived when one can savor exquisite food. Just as Kuro was engrossed in his meal, the restaurant door swung open once more. Ryan entered, bending slightly, followed closely by Clow and Zango. "Over here, this way." Kuro, upon noticing their arrival, waved to beckon them over. The trio, upon seeing their captain's gesture, hastened to approach. "Captain, you lack a sense of camaraderie. You should have waited for us before indulging in the delicacies," Ryan remarked as he took a seat beside Kuro and casually tossed a pork knuckle into his mouth. Klo, seated opposite Kuro, poured himself a glass of red wine before selecting a hefty portion of tomahawk steak. Zhang, on the other hand, proudly presented a plate of stir-fried noodles. I could hardly contain my hunger, and with such exquisite food before us, allowing it to cool would be an unforgivable transgression. Kuro was gnawing on a beef shank, relishing the meat as he spoke. This dish is absolutely delightful. Captain, could we possibly consider replacing the cook on board after savoring the meals here? The food on the ship is simply unpalatable. Ryan, his face aglow with happiness from the delectable fare, could not help but suggest a change in the ship's culinary staff. In truth, there was no official cook aboard. The one preparing meals was Soki, the sole member from the former Will pirate crew who could actually produce edible dishes. The others either charred the food to a crisp or set the kitchen ablaze. Only Soki managed to cook the food thoroughly without burning it. Hence he was unanimously appointed as the chef. You have a point. It is essential that we address the matter of changing the cook. After enjoying this, I find the thought of having to eat that again makes me cough. Kuro promptly concurred, stating, however, it is unlikely that these fellows will accompany us. Why is that? Ryan inquired. I have heard that the chefs at Baratie are former pirates who have reformed. If they were to join us, they would not have needed to reform in the first place, Kuro explained to Ryan. In that case, our pirate crew's next objective is to find a master chef and persuade him to join us. The captain is wise. Since you regard my wisdom so highly, you should relinquish that tart to me. Don't be ridiculous, Captain, Zong exclaimed, promptly shoveling the tart into his mouth and nearly choking on it. Ryan, put down that sea beast meat slice. I command you in my capacity as captain. No joking around. Captain, before the allure of food, all is equal. Kuro and Ryan, each grasping one side of a plate, were fiercely vying for a portion of the marine beast's meat slices. Neither was willing to concede to the other. Meanwhile, Kuro discreetly took away a serving of seafood pasta that lay beneath the coveted meat slices. Hey, Kuro, are you out of your mind? Why are you snatching everything? Seeing Klo's sneak attack, Kuro hastily extended a hand to snatch the seafood pasta. An opening. Ryan immediately seized the opportunity to grab a slice of the sea beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. As Kuro observed the sea beast meat being snatched away, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Kuro unexpectedly released his grip on the pasta, causing Kuro to tumble backward due to the sudden loss of support. Witnessing this, Kuro promptly seized a bowl of meat stew and began to consume it with a spoon. How heartless. In pursuit of a single dish, he failed to offer assistance even when the captain fell. Kolo executed a backflip with remarkable agility, stabilizing himself before pointing at the trio. However, they remained utterly unperturbed by his display, observing their indifference, akin to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Kolo chose not to waste further words. He reached for the table, intending to lift it and make his escape. At that moment, a rather disheveled individual with curly brows and unruly yellow hair appeared, pressing a hand firmly against the table while regarding Kolo with a disapproving gaze. Dear patron, he remarked, this is not a place for brawls. Kindly refrain from disrupting the dining experience of others. Kuro raised his head. Oh, Sanji, I am a person who places great importance on dining etiquette, but these 3 rascals have marred my appetite, thus I must seek another place to dine. Kuro, with an air of gentlemanly composure, spoke. Sanji, observing Kuro with greasy hands and a chicken leg dangling from his mouth, felt a twitch in his eyebrows. Enough with the nonsense, you scoundrel. I've been watching you, and you are the one who has been the most voracious. Ha ha ha, have I been found out? Kuro smiled as he wiped his hands with the tablecloth, causing Sanji to feel a surge of irritation. There was little to be done. The food was simply too delicious, yet the service was exasperatingly slow, making it impossible for the four of them to share. Kuro helplessly shrugged his shoulders, while Sanji let out a cold snort before turning and striding into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he walked. Kuro gazed at Sanji as he entered the kitchen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Almost immediately, he plunged into a fierce competition for food with Ryan. Put that down. Ryan, do not make me strike you. Captain, that is mine. Kuro, you are attacking me again. With Sanji's entrance into the kitchen, the four ceased their squabbling and amicably finished their meal. They subsequently ordered an array of dishes for Baratie to deliver to their comrades left aboard the ship. After the meal, Kuro savored a delightful drink. Ryan picked his teeth with chopsticks, and Kuro lit a cigarette. Ah, this is pure bliss. If I could indulge in such exquisite cuisine every day, I would gladly slay Zango. Zango, upon hearing this, felt a sense of offense. Baratie, having delivered the food, cheerfully entered, cradling a treasure chest in his arms. Esteemed guests, do make sure to visit us often, he exclaimed before darting back into the kitchen. At that moment, Sanji approached with a platter, a bottle of red wine resting upon it. This is a gift from our establishment for your patronage. He lifted the wine bottle, pouring a glass for each of the four. Kuro seized his glass and downed it in one go, joking that he had no interest in savoring fine wine. Sanji raised an eyebrow at this. Ah, splendid wine. Though I may not discern its complexities, I recognize its quality. Kuro laughed cheerfully and said, well, Sanji, would you care to join us on our voyage? Your culinary skills are exceptional. Our ship is in dire need of a chef with your talent. Come with us. I'm sorry, but I must decline, Sanji replied without a moment's hesitation. What kind of joke is this? Accompanying you brutes holds no allure for me. Perhaps if it were a group of lovely ladies, I might reconsider. Oh, don't be so quick to refuse. Do you not yearn to witness the vastness of the open sea? And the legendary waters where the ingredients of the east, west, south, and north seas converge, the paradise known as Alelbiaui. Such a marvel is something you cannot encounter here. Kuro's tone was suffused with temptation. Upon hearing this, Sanji took a seat and lit a cigarette. Exhaling a smoke ring, he resolutely declined Kuro's offer, stating, even if I were to set sail, I would not accompany you. Oh, why is that? Kuro looked utterly bewildered. What is the matter with us? A boat full of fine young men. What is there to disdain? I have an aversion to men. After Sanji spoke, his face was etched with sincerity, and he then rose and departed. How could you? You. After listening, Kuro wished to eliminate him. Is he not sincere, even in deception? Men are truly sensitive. Just look at the kitchen of your restaurant. Are there any women there? Calm down. Captain. Ryan restrained the flailing Kuro, taking quite some time to soothe him. Kuro raised his glass with a smile and drank it all in one gulp. Humph. Even if given a chance, he proves to be ineffectual, failing to seize this fortuitous opportunity. Humph, we are leaving. It's not as if he is the only skilled chef available. After Kuro finished the wine, he rose to leave, muttering to himself as he walked. Jipu and Sanji stood at the kitchen door, watching them as I pushed the door open. Sanji, why don't you join them? Jipu inquired. That fellow seems rather capable. After pondering for a moment, Sanji acknowledged that he was indeed an impressive individual, yet he was not meant for him. After all, their captain had no ladies aboard. Upon hearing this, Jipu lifted his leg and gave him a kick with his prosthetic. Humph, you shall regret this later. Will I? Sanji replied with a slight smile. Having feasted and replenished his strength, he felt satisfied. Kuro and his companions commenced their journey anew. Upon returning to the ship, Kuro settled into a chair, contemplating a particular matter. Should he pay a visit to Kokoyashi village, the birthplace of Nami? As an infant, Nami had tragically become an orphan when her homeland was besieged by pirates. Fortunately, she was adopted by Belmere, a member of the Navy, and began her life in Kokoyashi village. However, at the tender age of 10, the village fell victim to an assault by Arlong and his crew, resulting in Belmere's sacrifice as she sought to protect Nami. In a desperate bid to amass 100 million berries to redeem her village, Nami was coerced into joining Arlong's gang as a cartographer, turning into a thief who exclusively targeted pirates. Presently, Nami's whereabouts remain uncertain. She is likely affiliated with some pirate crew, much like Zoro, and should be operating in the East Blue. Yet, Kuro and his companions have yet to encounter her. After much reflection, Kuro resolved to visit the village. That scoundrel Arlong is indeed a formidable adversary, and his underlings have trained long enough. It is time to see if their skills bear fruit. Having made his decision, he informed Ryan of their destination and promptly dozed off in his chair. As night fell, he was roused for dinner. Holding his bowl of food, Kuro found himself unable to swallow a single bite. Alas, the fare was simply unbearable. Soki. After all this time spent cooking, why has there been no improvement whatsoever? Kuro glanced at a green-haired individual who was currently enjoying a meal. Captain, I have made progress. In the past, my cooking was utterly disastrous. But now, isn't it much better? Suashi replied while eating, Indeed, indeed. Is this your excuse for not adding salt to the dish you prepared today? Without hesitation, Kuro revealed the truth, prompting a hearty laugh from the group. After finishing dinner, Kuro lifted some weights for a while before retreating to the captain's quarters to rest. 4 days of sailing passed, and while perusing the newspaper, Kuro heard Ryan calling him. Captain, Captain, we have arrived at Kokosha village. Oh, have we indeed arrived? Kuro set down the paper and stood up. Before him lay the village, devoid of any inhabitants. Where is everyone? Suddenly, 2 fishermen surged from the sea. Delivering seafood? Who are you? Do you not know this is the territory of the Arlong pirates? One of the fishmen, with a head resembling a lanternfish and green skin, shouted at Ryan. The red mermaid beside him also gazed intently. Ryan glanced at them and then back at the captain. Should we eliminate them, Captain? Just defeat them. I have questions for them, Kuro replied. Upon hearing Kuro's response, Ryan swung a powerful punch, landing squarely on the green fishman's face, causing his features to cave in. The red mermaid's eyes widened in shock. To think that anyone would dare to attack a fishman on Arlong pirates' territory. After knocking down the green fishman, Ryan swiftly kicked the stunned red fishman, sending him crashing against the ship, rendering him unconscious. All taken care of, Captain. Kuro clapped his hands in approval and then approached the green fishman, crouching down. Hey, wake up and tell me why there is no one in the village. Kuro approached and delivered 2 swift slaps, rousing the merman from his slumber. You despicable humans! How dare you assault the noble merman? Brother Arlong will have your lives. The merman threatened Kuro. Upon hearing this, Kuro raised his hand and delivered a resounding series of slaps. Zhang Ao, having been summoned, approached and waved an iron ring before the merman's eyes. I will count to 2, and you shall answer our queries. 1, 2. Once Zhang Ao concluded his count, the merman's expression became vacant. Pray tell, why does the village appear deserted? Alas, today is the day we come to collect our dues. They have all hidden away, the green merman replied, his voice muffled. A large handprint visible on one side of his face. Oh, so today is collection day. Where is Aolong? Is Nami here as well? Aolong is at the paradise. And Nami has been away for some time and has yet to return, the green merman answered. Very well, Zhang Ao, your hypnotic skills have indeed become increasingly impressive. Kuro raised his thumb in approval, and Zhang Ao smiled slightly while lowering the brim of his hat. With Nami absent from the island, it seemed prudent to confront Arlong directly at Arlong Park. After all, there was no one waiting for me in Rope Town. After Kuro finished speaking, he began his warm-up exercises. Captain, what should we do with these 2 mermen? Ryan inquired, gesturing toward the 2 unconscious fishmen. Eliminate them. Leaving them alive would only bring further misfortune to ordinary people. Ryan nodded, raising his spiked club and bringing it down forcefully upon the merman's head, sending their souls back to their homeland. The black ship turned around, heading towards Aolong Paradise. During the journey, Kuro suddenly recalled the payment day. Colonel Mouse should also be in this vicinity. This could prove to be intriguing. Kuro displayed a playful smile at the corners of his lips. As the distance was short, the black ship swiftly arrived at the entrance of Aolong Paradise. Kuro gazed at the closed iron gate before him, unsheathing the long blade from his waist and delivering a swift slash. Clang! The iron gate responded with a resounding crack, splitting in 2 and crashing heavily to the ground. What is happening? Who are you? A multitude of fishmen in the swimming pool, upon hearing the sound of the gate's collapse, gathered together, their eyes fixed on the approaching black ship. They swiftly armed themselves, aiming their weapons at the crew of the Kuro pirates. Outside the pool, Rat and Arlong, engaged in a clandestine transaction, were startled by the sudden commotion. Kuro stared at the 2 individuals, raising an eyebrow. Who are you? Do you not realize this is under the jurisdiction of the Navy? Colonel Mouse, upon witnessing Kuro's fierce demeanor, attempted to intimidate him with the mention of the Navy, only to be met with Kuro's hearty laughter. Hey, Mouse, please spare me the jest. The Navy's jurisdiction. Are you suggesting that Arlong is plundering the surrounding villages on the Navy's orders? At Kuro's inquiry, Mouse's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily signaled to Arlong to eliminate Kuro. Receiving the cue, Arlong rose from his seat. "You lowly human. You've come here to smash my door and harass my guests. It seems you are tired of living." With that, Arlong concentrated a droplet of water at the center of his palm. The water droplet shot towards Kuro like a bullet. Without even glancing, Kuro effortlessly shattered the droplet with his sword and turned the tip of his blade toward Arlong and his companions. "Let the battle commence, lads." Kuro let out a mighty roar and was the first to leap from the dark ship. Ryan and Kuro, accompanied by a dozen crew members, followed suit, eagerly descending from the vessel as they charged towards the merman. Kuro charged towards Eren, rushing directly before him and raising his blade to strike. Eren, wielding a hefty saw-like sword, interposed it to block the incoming blow. Clang! The two blades clashed, resonating with a metallic sound. "Quite impressive, Eren." Kuro gazed at Arlong, who had withstood his strike, and couldn't help but praise him. Truly deserving of being the greatest boss in the earlier stages, he excelled even in sheer strength. Arlong, however, cursed inwardly, wondering where this formidable young man had come from. His power was even more terrifying than his own, and a mere casual strike had nearly overwhelmed him. Kuro immediately intensified his force, relentlessly propelling Zhanfeng towards Eren, unable to withstand it any longer. As Zhanfeng was about to graze his neck, Eren swiftly dodged to the side, a slash narrowly missing his serrated nose and striking the merman Yanxiao behind him. Yanxiao was grievously injured on the spot, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. "Yanxiao?" In an instant, Eren's eyes blazed with rage, turning crimson. "You scoundrel! Perish! Shark on darts!" With a powerful thrust of his legs, Eren surged towards Kuro like a torpedo. Kuro raised a foot, his armament hardened. Boom! Kuro delivered a powerful kick to Eren's head, pinning him beneath his foot. Witnessing Eren's plight, the octopus man, Xiao Ba, hastily summoned the sea beast, Moo, with a loud call. Moments later, a creature resembling a cow emerged from the depths of the ocean. With a resounding roar, Moo charged towards Kuro, while Ryan intercepted with a hefty club. "Hey, don't disturb our captain, you scoundrel." With fury ignited by the audacity of a human daring to obstruct him, Moo accelerated, its horns gleaming ominously. Ryan steadied himself, awaiting Moo's approach, then swung his club down upon the beast's head with tremendous force. Thud! A thunderous sound echoed as Ryan's weapon bent under the impact, and Moo collapsed. Its eyes glazing over, a dent forming on its skull, blood oozing from its nostrils and eyes. What? He took down Moo with a single blow? This must be a joke. The fishmen were left in disbelief. How dare they treat one of their own in such a manner? It seemed they too must intervene. Kruby stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Ryan. "We must teach them the meaning of racial superiority," he declared. "Indeed," replied Jiojio, nodding in agreement. "Oh, are you also going to join the fray?" Kruby adjusted his glasses, fixating on the fishman Jiojio. The fishmen took their stances, ready for battle without further ado. Kruby launched a punch towards Ryan, who, with a sinister grin, retaliated with his own fist. Bang! Their fists collided, sending both combatants reeling from the force. "This is how it is. Come, fishmen, let us fight." Ryan, observing his swollen knuckles, embraced the thrill of battle, his eyes turning crimson as he lunged forward, engaging in a fierce brawl. Meanwhile, the clash between Kruby and fishman Jiojio was decidedly one-sided. Jiojio's water bullets could not keep pace with Kruby's silent movements. Seizing the opportunity, Kruby inflicted numerous wounds upon Jiojio. The fishmen of Eren's pirate crew also joined the fray against Kuro's crew, although the fishmen possessed superior physical attributes. After a month of rigorous training, each of Kuro's crew members had significantly enhanced their strength. The battle raged back and forth, and Kuro felt immense satisfaction witnessing his crew's progress. "Now this resembles my crew. Keep pushing forward, and together we shall charge into the Grand Line and boldly traverse the new world." Just as Kuro reveled in his crew's combat, Eren launched a sudden ambush. Shark on gear, Eren spun rapidly, hurtling towards Kuro, jaws wide open to bite. In a moment of carelessness, Kuro was bitten on the calf by Eren, and blood splattered everywhere. Kuro's left fist, imbued with the formidable haki of armament, descended upon Arlong's head with tremendous force. Observing this, Arlong swiftly recoiled, narrowly evading the strike that shattered the pavement beneath him, causing his brows to furrow in concern. "I had been pondering since earlier, is that the haki of armament you possess? With such formidable power, how could you possibly find yourself in this insignificant corner of the East Blue?" Blood trickled from Arlong's mouth as his crimson eyes glared fiercely at Kuro. I was born and raised in the East Blue. Is there a problem with setting sail now? He retorted. Yet here you are, having fled from the Grand Line. Coming here to prey upon the weak? Kuro tore away the tattered cloth from his foot, brandishing a knife with a mocking expression. You are well aware of this. It seems that I truly must end your life. Aaron, filled with a surge of murderous intent, opened his mouth wide and unleashed his limbs, charging towards Kuro. Shark on gear. The same technique. Once employed, it suffices. As Kuro witnessed Aaron charging towards him once more, he positioned his sword at his waist. An overwhelming aura emanating from his being. One sword style, draw and slash. With swift precision, he unsheathed his long blade, unleashing a rapid, surging strike that cleaved through Aaron's nose and chest. A piercing cry escaped Aaron's lips as he suffered a devastating blow, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Once Aaron had fallen, Kuro turned his gaze towards the others in the vicinity. Crocodile was engaged in aiding the crew, surrounding and eliminating the remaining fishmen. Meanwhile, his previous adversary, Jujio, lay in a pool of blood, unconscious and covered in countless knife wounds. As for Ryan, he relentlessly pounded Krokobi's face with unyielding fists, reducing it to a grotesque state. Yet Ryan showed no mercy. It was evident that everyone had indeed grown stronger. In the midst of his elation, Kuro caught sight of the group of rats lurking in the corner and approached them. Captain Mouse, it seems that your backing has been thoroughly defeated by us. Kuro crouched down, gazing at the curled-up figure of Colonel Mouse. Who exactly are you? Colonel Mouse's voice trembled with fear. A pirate, read D. Kuro. A pirate? What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a member of the Navy. I advise you to retreat at once, or I shall not show you mercy. Upon hearing Kuro's declaration of being a pirate, Mouse felt a surge of confidence and couldn't help but threaten him. You want to show me mercy? If the Navy is composed of scoundrels like you, I would not hesitate to topple it. What? Colonel Mouse's pupils dilated in shock, clearly frightened by Kuro's words. Hiss. Kuro uttered no superfluous words as he swiftly severed the head of Colonel Mouse, casting it aside towards the naval soldiers. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he addressed them. Take this rodent's head back to the naval headquarters and recount all the nefarious deeds he has committed over the years. Do you understand? The naval soldiers, intimidated by Kuro's fierce demeanor, nodded hastily in agreement. Kuro observed their perceptiveness and promptly turned to leave, having triumphed over the Arlong pirates and dispatched Captain Mouse. The matters here could be considered satisfactorily concluded. The crew members had significantly enhanced their abilities through this battle, gaining substantial experience. Sanji, come down for a moment. Hypnotize them and inquire about the whereabouts of Arlong's treasure. Since we are here, we cannot depart empty-handed. With Nami absent, we shall take all her riches. Upon hearing the captain's summons, Sanji leaped from the ship, seizing an unconscious fishman to conduct a hypnotic interrogation. After obtaining the necessary information, he called 2 crew members to enter Arlong's small building. Shortly thereafter, Sanji summoned 6 more individuals, and together, they struggled to carry out 4 large chests of treasure. Captain, these 4 chests are exceedingly heavy. They likely contain numerous valuable treasures, Sanji remarked to Kuro. Excellent, let us transfer them all aboard, Kuro replied. After Kuro spoke, he felt a deep admiration for Zhang. Despite never having consumed a devil fruit, he possessed such extraordinary abilities. It was nothing short of genius. Even if his combat prowess was lacking, his unparalleled skills in interrogation alone were formidable. Moreover, the ability to hypnotize and provide buffs to his crew made him the epitome of a high-caliber support character. Kuro stood upon the chair, observing the crew as they busily transported their spoils. Suddenly, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. He swiftly turned his head to discover a strand of blue hair peeking from behind the wall. Blue hair? Nochi? Kuro stood up and curiously walked over. However, eavesdropping is rather an impolite act. Kuro shouted towards the person behind the wall, and Noki emerged from behind it, hands raised high. I mean no harm. I merely heard the sounds of battle and came to investigate, she said, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender, her voice tinged with a hint of timidity. Are you a resident of this place? Kuro feigned ignorance and inquired. Indeed, I am a villager from the nearby Koko West village, Noki quietly replied. Then you shall return and inform the villagers that from this day forth, the evil dragon pirates have been vanquished by me, and I shall henceforth collect the population fees. Kuro feigned ferocity to intimidate Nokigo, yet to his surprise, she remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility. Very well, I shall convey your message upon my return. Aren't you going to resist? Noticing Kuro's perplexed expression, no Kigo let out a soft chuckle. To us, Eren is akin to a demon, having vanquished him. You cannot be all that wicked, can you? Moreover, since the payment is the same, it is more acceptable to you. No Kigo remarked with a smile. It is hardly amusing. Convey to the villagers that I have eradicated Eren and that the navy that sheltered him has met their demise. You are free now. The moment no Kigo heard the word freedom, her countenance shifted from calm to one of profound emotion. She covered her mouth and began to weep uncontrollably. Observing her tears, Kuro remained silent. Let it out. Weep as you wish. After a considerable time, no Kigo's emotions gradually subsided, and she approached Kuro, tears glimmering in her eyes. Bowing deeply to express her gratitude, Kuro waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. As he gazed at the young lady, no Kigao, a sudden thought crossed his mind. My dear miss, are you skilled in the culinary arts? Kuro remarked that no matter how poorly a girl might perform, she should still surpass Suashi. If the ship's cook is not replaced, one might truly feel driven to commit murder. Cooking? Are you hungry? Nuachi exhibited a look of confusion, sensing something peculiar about Kuro. My ship is in need of a capable cook. If you are willing, might you consider joining my crew as the chef? Kuro smiled and extended an invitation. I apologize, but I have a sister who is out, and I must wait for her return. Noki thought for a moment before declining. What a pity. Kuro's face was etched with disappointment. Finding a good cook these days proved exceedingly difficult. Once the crew had finished unloading the spoils, Kuro bid farewell to Noki and set sail aboard the black ship. The scene shifted to the naval headquarters, where a sailor was diligently recording bounties in the communications room when a call from the 16th branch of the East Sea was received. Hello, is this the naval headquarters? Yes, this is the 16th branch of the Navy. We wish to report that a pirate named Reed D. Kuro, leading a group of subordinates, has slain Colonel Mouse. He has even declared his intention to overthrow our navy and has vanquished the so-called invincible dragon pirate crew. Given their threats and the danger they pose, please classify this band of pirates, led by Captain Kuro, as high-value bounty criminals. We are sending a photograph immediately. Understood. The headquarters then received a chilling image of Kuro, wielding a bloodied sword, standing beside the corpse of Arlong, wearing a sinister smile. Listen closely, he is a ruthless pirate. He must be designated as a globally wanted criminal. Regardless of life or death, the young naval soldier, alarmed by the brutality of Kuro, hurried to report the information to Admiral Sengoku. Holding the report, Sengoku commanded his subordinates to investigate and verify the claims. When the investigation results emerged, the collusion between Mouse and Arlong was also exposed. Sengoku, upon reviewing the report, felt an overwhelming urge to personally execute Colonel Mouse, who had abetted the pirates in tormenting the common people for 8 long years. This detestable individual, however, even if Mouse deserved death, he could not perish at the hands of pirates, as it would tarnish the Navy's reputation. Reed D. Kuro, you say? Relay my orders. Classify him as a high-ranking pirate, regardless of life or death. Having spoken, Sengoku entrusted the task to his subordinates. He pinched the bridge of his nose, lamenting the ferocity of contemporary pirates, all thanks to that cursed Roger and his reckless tales of great treasures. Under the glaring sun, the crew aboard the ship endured the sweltering heat as they engaged in weight training. Following their battle with the dragon pirate crew, each member felt a sense of personal growth, further solidifying their resolve to train even harder. In the days that followed, each individual pushed themselves to the limit, increasing their training regimen day by day. Kuro lowered the massive barbell in his hands, gazing at the individual's training before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, a messenger seagull swooped down from the heavens, alighting upon the vessel. Caw! The seagull extracted a newspaper from beneath its wing and held it aloft for all to see. Observing this, Kuro approached and tossed a 500 belly coin to the bird, subsequently accepting the newspaper in return. The seagull, with evident delight, stowed the coin in its chest pocket before flapping its wings and ascending back into the sky. Seated on the ground, Kuro opened the newspaper and began to read. Has turmoil erupted in the North Sea once more? The Vinsmoke family truly cannot remain idle. As Kuro flipped through the pages, several bounty notices suddenly tumbled out from within. He retrieved them, and the first image that caught his eye was that of himself. Captain, I bear good news. What is it? You're wanted. This is your bounty notice. What? Upon hearing that he had been placed on a bounty list, Kuro swiftly materialized beside Kuro, snatching the notice from his hands. There it was, a depiction of Kuro wielding a bloodied blade, standing beside the lifeless form of Arlong. A cold smirk upon his lips. The first line read, "Bounty notice." The second, "Regardless of life or death." The third, "Read D. Kuro." The fourth, "Belly." The fifth, "Issued by the Navy." 41 million? Has the bounty already reached such a staggering height? Kuro was taken aback by the amount. It was truly flattering, surpassing even Luffy's initial bounty. This seems justifiable, considering I dismantled the Arlong pirates and eliminated Captain Mouse. In comparison, my threat level is significantly greater than that of Luffy. Upon reflecting on this, Kuro nodded in agreement, clutching his bounty notice as he couldn't help but share it with the crew. Meanwhile, far away in the village, Nokigao was gazing at Kuro's bounty notice, silently praying for his safe voyage. At the floating restaurant, Patty stood frozen in place, holding the new bounty notice, until the old man Zep approached him. "Hey, what are you dawdling about? Can't you hear the orders?" Zep scolded Patty, who finally snapped back to reality. "Boss, take a look at this," Patty said, handing over Kuro's bounty notice. Zep took it, and after a moment of surprise, he burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, this kid is indeed no ordinary fellow. Boss, is it really possible for someone to have such a high bounty on their first attempt?" Patty was incredulous. The youth hardly seemed to possess such prowess. "Patty, that brat's strength far exceeds what you perceive," Zep remarked, glancing at Sanji, who was busy cooking. "One day, you might regret underestimating him." In Syrup Village, Usopp was boasting about how he had turned down Kuro's request to be his subordinate, claiming Kuro was heartbroken over it. Kaya found his tale utterly amusing. On the shores of Bird Island, an old man sat with a pipe in his mouth, fishing. A messenger gull flew in, dropping off a newspaper before departing. Upon opening it, the old man discovered Kuro's bounty notice. "Humph, this little rascal isn't too shabby. Such a high bounty on his first attempt." He chuckled heartily, though soon his laughter was tinged with tears. Seeing this bounty makes me miss him a bit. He better work hard and not let anyone turn him into cash, that little scoundrel." With that, the old man tucked away the bounty notice and resumed his fishing. The crew aboard the ship continued to discuss the captain's impressive bounty, speculating that his potential was limitless. Kuro continued to peruse the remaining bounty notices, one of which was his own, with a reward that had soared from 16 million berries to 23 million. Ryan was also wanted, his first bounty set at 18 million. Zango, not having participated in the fight, was not featured and thus had no bounty. As Kuro examined these notices, a thought suddenly struck him. "Captain, it seems we still do not have our own Jolly Roger." "Jolly Roger?" "Right. I had always felt something was missing, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it." "Thank you for reminding me today," Kuro replied. Kuro gazed up at the bare mast. Having become so accustomed to commandeering others' pirate ships that he had completely overlooked the necessity of a pirate flag. What design should he create? Kuro suddenly found himself engulfed in a wave of melancholy. While he was adept at physical confrontations, the art of drawing eluded him entirely. After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion, he turned to Kuro for guidance. Noticing the captain's beseeching gaze, Kuro adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. Each pirate flag represents a second life for pirates. Thus, they typically select emblematic elements that symbolize their essence and incorporate them into their designs. "So, Captain, what will you choose to depict?" Kuro inquired, prompting Kuro to delve into deep contemplation. If he were to symbolize himself, the 5-starred red flag would undoubtedly come to mind. Even after traversing through worlds, he could not forsake his identity as a descendant of the Huaxia civilization, a child of Yin and Huang. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not replicate the 5-starred red flag, as he lacked the celestial components. Kuro hesitated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to use the dragon motif for the pirate flag, as the devil fruit he had anticipated was indeed that of a dragon. After discussing with Kuro, Kuro took the initiative to sketch a preliminary design. The dragon skull, with a long blade crossed behind it, was complemented by skeletal arms, and Kuro was thoroughly pleased. Kuro then meticulously refined the dragon's head. Once the final draft was established, Ryan, accompanied by Ada and Air, unfurled a black canvas and began to paint the pirate flag. The trio dedicated an entire afternoon to completing the artwork, and Kuro, brimming with excitement, urged them to hoist it. The flag featured a black background with a golden dragon skull at its center, crossed with a bloodied blade and a skeletal arm behind it. "My comrades, let us celebrate our possession of a pirate flag. A feast is in order." Upon hearing the announcement of a feast, Ryan casually navigated the ship to a nearby island, where everyone disembarked. They ignited a bonfire on the ground, gathered around, feasting and drinking merrily. As their spirits lifted, the group joined in a harmonious rendition of Bink Sake. Kuro, still clutching a barrel of wine, raised it in a toast and laughed heartily after finishing his drink. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Kuro suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself and promptly ventured into the depths of the small island. Upon his return, noticing the absence of the firelight, he hastily unfastened his trousers to let nature take its course. The sound of cascading water echoed around him as he glanced up at the enchanting full moon. A wave of nostalgia washing over him as he thought of his grandfather on Bird Island, wondering how the old man was faring and if he had seen Kuro's bounty notice. Lost in his reverie, his peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual among the bushes, a fruit with a spiral pattern nestled at the center. A spiral pattern? Could it be a devil fruit? Kuro suddenly regained his senses, hastily adjusted his trousers, and extracted it from the thicket. The fruit resembled an overall pineapple shape, adorned with swirling tiger stripes upon its surface, set against a white background, with the calyx exhibiting a subtle resemblance to the character for king. An animal-type fruit. Perhaps a tiger fruit? Under the moonlight, Kuro scrutinized the devil fruit in his possession. It appeared to be the animal-type tiger fruit, yet its color was white. Could it possibly be a mythical Zoan? The mere thought of this potential caused Kuro's pupils to constrict, and his throat tightened. Could it truly be? Was it possible that fate, seeing my lack of a golden finger, had bestowed this upon me? Kuro sat alone in a daze for quite some time, until he heard Ryan's voice behind him. "Captain, where are you? Have you drunk too much and fallen asleep?" "Captain." As Kuro departed, he informed Ryan that he was going to relieve himself. However, as the hours passed, he did not return. The banquet had concluded, and the guests began to tidy up their belongings in preparation for a night aboard the ship, yet the captain remained absent. Growing concerned, Ryan set off in search of him. "Captain, are you nearby?" he called out while walking. Hearing Ryan's voice, Kuro came back to his senses and glanced at the devil fruit in his hand. A resolution formed in his mind. Rather than gamble on whether it was a mythical Zoan type, it would be wiser to cultivate the strength of his crew, especially since another mythical fruit awaited him. "Captain, did you hear me?" "I'm here, Ryan. Is it just you?" Kuro rose to his feet and tucked the devil fruit into his attire, gesturing for Ryan. Upon hearing the captain's voice, Ryan hurriedly approached. "Captain, there you are. I thought you had dozed off somewhere, as you didn't respond to my calls." Seeing that the captain was unharmed, Ryan could not help but exhale in relief. "That little bit of liquor is hardly enough to incapacitate me. And let me tell you, I've released something truly extraordinary this time." Kuro smiled mysteriously, leaving Ryan somewhat bewildered. "Darling, have you found some money?" "It's a secret. I shall reveal it to you once we are aboard the ship." Kuro still had not deciphered the code as he led Ryan towards the ship. The venue for the banquet was nearly engulfed in darkness, with the bonfire dwindling to embers, while everyone waited aboard for the captain's return. "I have returned." Upon his return, Kuro greeted the individual in question. "Captain, it appears you have overindulged and collapsed by the roadside, haven't you? If you can't hold your liquor, perhaps it's best not to push your limits next time." Laughter erupted among the crew as they observed Kuro and Ryan's return, unleashing a torrent of mockery towards the captain. "You rascals, silence yourselves," the captain retorted. "The reason for my delayed return is that I have come into possession of a treasure." Kuro displayed an air of arrogance, his face adorned with an expression that seemed to scream, "Ask me." The crew, however, merely regarded him with skepticism, their expressions betraying their doubts. "Hey, what's with that look?" he exclaimed. "You don't believe I found a treasure?" "Of course, Captain, whatever you say is the truth," they replied, their tone dripping with insincerity. "Indeed, Captain, as long as you're happy." The crew's dismissive attitude left Kuro speechless, and he resolved not to reveal the devil fruit he had discovered. They were unworthy of witnessing such a treasure. Upon boarding the ship with Ryan, Kuro stormed into the cabin in a huff, while the crew erupted in laughter behind him. "Just wait and see, you'll regret this. A bunch of uninsightful fools." Back in the captain's quarters, he retrieved the white tiger fruit and examined it with great care for an extended period, ultimately placing it reluctantly in the corner of his wardrobe, covering it with some of his unused garments. As he lay in bed, Kuro's thoughts drifted to Smoker, the chain-smoking sentinel of Logtown. This man, wielding the powers of the Logia type, had apprehended numerous pirates. Upon his arrival in Logtown, Kuro planned to visit the weapon shop and acquire the sword wielded by the infamous Ghostly Blade. He also aspired to obtain a supreme grade sword when the opportunity arose. His next step would involve traversing Reverse Mountain, ultimately heading to the Grand Line. Should Smoker dare to obstruct his path, Kuro would be sure to teach him a lesson about the power of haki. However, it was quite surprising that he, a Navy officer from the headquarters, lacked the mastery of haki. Kuro, steeped in doubt, suspected that all of this was orchestrated for the young master to set sail, with the Navy feigning retreat. Lost in such thoughts, the effects of alcohol overtook him, and he slumped into slumber. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Kuro rose and stepped outside, performing a series of stretching exercises to invigorate his body. He then commenced his morning training regimen, 10,000 repetitions of weightlifting squats, followed by 10,000 swings of a dumbbell in a slashing motion. He engaged in a session of instruction with Ryan. While it was termed guidance, it was, in essence, a one-sided barrage, previously stated to be aimed at teaching Ryan the application of haki. As Kuro unleashed his haki, he relentlessly struck Ryan with a cool demeanor. Initially, Ryan found himself gaining weight by 2 pounds each day from the punishment. However, during the course of these relentless beatings, Kuro unexpectedly discovered that Ryan had begun to grasp the fundamentals of haki. Although he could not yet achieve full hardening, his muscles had become as solid as stone. This revelation brought immense joy to Ryan. Despite the pain of being struck, his strength was rapidly increasing, leading to a bittersweet experience of suffering intertwined with exhilaration. Thus, every morning after completing his own training, Kuro would proceed to pummel Ryan. "Captain, could you please go a bit easier today? I was spitting blood yesterday," Ryan said, gazing nervously at Kuro's obsidian fists. "Trust me, Ryan, the best medicine is often bitter, yet effective. The reason you're spitting blood is that the strikes are working, clearing out the blockages within your body." Kuro wore the expression of an experienced traditional Chinese physician confronting a grave ailment as he analyzed the situation for Ryan. "Really, Captain?" Ryan inquired, his spirits evidently lifted. "No wonder I have been feeling increasingly better lately." Kuro chuckled. "How could you believe that? It is nothing but a fabrication. You were merely injured by my hand." With a splash of cold reality, Kuro doused Ryan's excitement, accompanied by a sharp jest. After all, Ryan had doubted his claim of having discovered a treasure the previous day. Originally, Kuro intended to gift him the fruit for someone with Ryan's physical prowess. Consuming a Zoan-type fruit would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. Moreover, it could potentially be a mythical beast type, capable of transforming Ryan entirely. However, recalling the disbelief of the group from last night ignited Kuro's frustration. Let us put it on hold for now, until Ryan masters the Busashoka haki. But today, training would be intensified. Kuro directly teleported, delivering a powerful punch to Ryan's abdomen. Ryan's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it not been for his eyelids, his eyeballs might have burst forth. With a grunt, his body hunched over, yet Kuro showed no intention of relenting. The 6-cylinder engine roared to life, unleashing a barrage of blows. Kuro swung his fists, leaving behind afterimages, while the nearby crew members gazed at him in fear. Today, their captain seemed particularly irritable. The force of his punches was so intense that they appeared to create echoes in the air. Perhaps he was still recovering from a hangover. Poor Ryan. He lingered on the brink of consciousness, teetering between dizziness and clarity. One moment, he felt as if he might faint from the pain, only to be jolted back to awareness by another wave of agony. By the time Kuro finally ceased his assault, Ryan lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Ah, how invigorating it is to stretch. After a long day of labor, Master Kuro picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Hey, Ada, fetch a bucket of cold water to rouse him." At once, Ada dashed off to procure the water. Upon his return, he poured 2 buckets over Ryan's face with a splash. Am I in heaven?" Ryan blinked in confusion, staring at the sky. "No, this is hell." The sound of Kuro's voice from behind sent a chill of dread down Ryan's spine, causing him to struggle to rise and flee. However, before he could fully sit up, the effort sent a wave of excruciating pain through his abdomen, as if his muscles were tearing apart. With a groan, he collapsed back to the ground. "Oh, Captain, you really went too far today." Ryan lay there like a lifeless fish, unable even to roll over. "Was it too harsh?" Kuro inquired. "Of course it was. My abdomen feels as though it has been ripped apart." Ryan protested, lifting his head with a feeble struggle. "Good. That's precisely how it should feel. Consider this. Have you ever felt this level of pain after my training sessions in recent days?" Ryan pondered this for a moment and realized he had not. It was usually just a dull ache accompanied by some swelling. No, Captain. Exactly. You must understand, after all these days of training, your muscles have become accustomed to the previous intensity of my strikes. To enhance your muscle strength, I must increase the force and intensity. Everything I do is for your benefit. Kuro approached Ryan, squatting before him, gently patting his abdomen while performing a heart-wrenching act, occasionally shedding a few crocodile tears when the emotions reached a crescendo. Ryan's face flushed with shame at the sight. The captain's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. How could he ever misinterpret the captain's intentions? I am truly a scoundrel. Ryan lowered his head, unable to suppress his self-reflection. As Kuro observed him, a mischievous imp within his heart erupted in laughter. Rest assured, Ryan, he declared, though you may feel immense pain today, I assure you that tomorrow you shall weep. But tears of joy. Tomorrow, you will find delight in the suffering of today. Await the results with anticipation. Kuro patted his shoulder and promptly reassured him. I understand, Captain. I truly appreciate your kindness in not only refraining from anger after my misunderstanding, but also taking the time to explain things to me. Observing Ryan, who, despite having been thoroughly beaten, still displayed gratitude, Kuro felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. It is all part of my duty as a captain. It is what I am meant to do. Thank you, Captain. It is my obligation. After Kuro and Ryan finished their idle chatter, Kuro stood up, feeling a sticky sensation on his skin. He turned and hummed a little tune as he walked into the captain's quarters to take a shower. Ryan gazed at Kuro's retreating figure, his eyes filled with gratitude. However, his body ached terribly. He lay on the ground for a while before struggling to sit up. Once upright, he lifted his shirt, revealing bruises that still emitted warmth. His entire abdomen felt taut, as if the muscles had been forged into a solid iron plate by Kuro's blows. The captain had indeed not deceived him. In such a short span, he could already sense a marked increase in muscle strength. Yet, the pain was excruciating, to the point that even breathing hurt. With a weary expression, Ryan spoke, then rested a bit longer before mustering the strength to rise, slowly making his way back to the cabin to lie on the bed and recuperate. After lunch, Kuro resumed his training regimen with his weighted equipment, repeating the morning's exercises while also incorporating weighted frog jumps to strengthen his leg muscles. As the afternoon waned, Kuro lay exhausted on the deck, admiring the exquisite hues of the evening sky. Kuro suddenly found himself reminiscing about his grandfather. After each workout, his grandfather would always approach him, pipe in hand, and say, "Your physical prowess is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed. If fully harnessed, you would undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself upon these vast seas." In his childhood, Kuro did not fully comprehend the meaning of his grandfather's words. The uniqueness of his physique was not yet apparent, but it became increasingly evident as his training intensified. Kuro gradually became aware of the extraordinary capabilities of his physique. Firstly, the body's remarkable recuperative abilities were evident. The wounds inflicted by Aaron had completely healed after just one night of rest. Secondly, his stamina was unparalleled. Regardless of the intensity of his daily training, as long as he was well fed and enjoyed a good night's sleep, he would awaken rejuvenated, feeling a significant enhancement in his strength. Thus, throughout the years, even as the intensity of his training escalated, Kuro persevered unwaveringly. Kuro longs for power. Without strength in this world, one is akin to an ant on the road, easily crushed with a mere flick of a finger. After years of arduous training, Kuro has recently encountered a plateau. The growth in his abilities post-training has become imperceptibly slight, leading him to believe that his body has acclimated to its current environment. Each battle results in the overwhelming defeat of his foes, often without him exerting his full strength, and the absence of life-threatening tension causes his spirit to languish. Thus, he yearns for a formidable adversary, hoping that a significant injury might shatter his physical limitations. However, powerful opponents are not easily found, especially in the Four Seas. Consequently, Kuro concludes his daily basic training and shifts his focus to honing his crew. Each day, he conducts rigorous Iron Fist training, striving to help each crew member become a great pirate in due course. After guiding his crew through their training, Kuro sought out Kuro, who has now seamlessly merged the void step that Kuro previously taught him with his own silent step. The result is a technique that surpasses the Navy S6 styles in speed and allows for brief moments of flight. Kuro's speed has reached impressive levels, yet his strength remains somewhat lacking. Therefore, Kuro has devised a comprehensive strength training regimen for him. Currently, Kuro is adorned with sandbags, similar to Kuro. He engages in weighted squats, weighted push-ups, and weighted frog jumps. Should he falter, Kuro will impose weighted cross-country runs. Under such extreme training conditions, Kuro's strength has seen remarkable improvement. Captain, I'm coming at you. Let me test your current strength. Kuro spoke as he flexed his wrist. Cat step. Upon witnessing this, Kuro immediately launched his attack, his body appearing to hover just above the ground. In an instant, he moved before Kuro. The 10 blades in his hands crossed in a fierce assault, but Kuro swiftly drew his sword to defend himself. Clang! Kuro's long blade firmly intercepted Kuro's 10 blades. The two weapons grinding against each other, sending sparks flying. Is this all the strength you possess, Kuro? Upon finishing his words, Kuro exerted force through his arm, and Kuro felt a tremendous power surge forth, prompting him to retreat immediately. Kuro wielded his blade with intent, pursuing his opponent relentlessly. Seizing the moment while Klo had yet to regain his footing, he struck down with a swift motion. As the long sword approached, Klo raised his 10 blades in defense. Ding! Oh, have you managed to block it? It appears your recent strength training has yielded commendable results, Klo. Gritting his teeth, Klo struggled to withstand the assault, merely offering a faint smile in response to Kuro's praise, refraining from uttering a word. Well then, I shall amplify my strength. What? After Kuro spoke, Kuro once again felt the weight of the blade and was subsequently hurled away, crashing against the wall. Kuro, your strength is still insufficient. Moving forward, you must primarily focus on strength training while complementing it with increased speed. After sending Kuro flying, Kuro outlined the training direction. I understand, Captain. Kuro replied as he stood up from the corner of the wall. By the way, Kuro, how is your modification of the scythe coming along? I attempted to make alterations, but regardless of the modifications, it always results in mindless attacks devoid of awareness. Kuro adjusted his glasses, a hint of helplessness on his face. Later, I mastered the cat step, and I aim to create a new scythe based on that foundation. Upon hearing Kuro's plan, Kuro nodded, acknowledging that he was on the right path. So, what progress have you made so far? I have a rough prototype ready. Then show me what you have. After Kuro spoke, Kuro's hands fell to his sides, and he subsequently vanished from sight. Whoosh! Clink! The 10 blades struck Kuro's neck in an instant, only to be thwarted by the defense of his armament hockey, before Kuro disappeared once more. Whoosh! Clink! Whoosh! Clink! Each time Kuro materialized, the 10 blades had already launched their attack upon his form. Through Kuro's demonstration, he gained a rudimentary understanding of the newly developed technique, Shushi. The previous iteration of Shushi required a sacrifice of consciousness, allowing the body to enter a state of complete relaxation, thereby enhancing absolute speed. However, the drawbacks were glaring. The mindless assaults led to a loss of focus, resulting in a plethora of futile strikes. This not only squandered stamina but also blurred the line between friend and foe, often leading to self-inflicted harm. In contrast, the newly refined Shushi entirely circumvented these issues. The cat steps compensated for his absolute speed, enabling him to accurately track his targets. This allowed for a more efficient offense against adversaries. The cat steps muted sound, rendering it impossible for foes to anticipate from which direction the attack would come. Coupled with the ability to hover, he could instantaneously position himself before his enemies. Indeed, Kuro, your technique appears to have been developed with remarkable success. Kuro was lavishly praising Klo, to the point that even Klo's typically expressionless face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After a day of rigorous training, the crew gathered on the deck, partaking in a dinner prepared by Soki, which was not only devoid of flavor, but also quite unpalatable. They engaged in lively discussions about their achievements, sharing how they had completed additional sets of training and made breakthroughs in their respective strengths. As they chatted and laughed, time slipped away unnoticed. Once the meal concluded, they returned to their quarters and soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the crew emerged from their cabins, igniting a fire to prepare breakfast before resuming their exercises. They had grown accustomed to this routine, and even a single day without training left them feeling restless. However, a question arose. Where was the captain? It was unusual for him not to be seen early in the morning, as he typically began his dumbbell exercises at dawn. The crew's curiosity deepened as they searched for Kuro, who was, in fact, ensconced in his bed, unwilling to rise for reasons unknown. Kuro lay with his eyes wide open, gazing at the ceiling of the room, unable to find solace in sleep, and when he closed his eyes, he still could not drift off, which caused him great discomfort. "Captain, are you in the room?" he called out. "Huh, what is it?" came the reply. "Captain, Brother Ryan has spotted an island. Ada rushed to Kuro's door. And just as he spoke those words, the door flew open, revealing Kuro, his face alight with excitement. Is that true? If you're deceiving me, you will surely regret it. Despite Kuro's beaming smile, Ada found it rather intimidating. Of course it's true. I would bet Brother Ryan's life on it. If there's any mistake, it's on him, not on me, Ada said, his tone almost pleading, which caused Kuro's lips to twitch. You're quite the loyal friend, Ada? Hee. It should be all right. Brother Ryan seems very familiar with this area, Ada replied, scratching his head awkwardly while explaining with a smile. Kuro nodded. Let us embark together to explore. It would be splendid if there truly exists an island. After drifting on the vessel for so long, I have grown thoroughly weary. Kuro emerged from the room with a sigh, followed closely by Ada. The two made their way out of the cabin and onto the deck, where Kuro leapt to the bow of the ship, intently gazing ahead. Is there truly an island up ahead, Ryan? Kuro turned to gaze at Ryan, who was gripping the helm, and could not help but inquire. Of course there is an island. Ahead lies the town of Rogu, the very place you have longed to visit. Ryan held the helm, occasionally making slight adjustments to ensure the vessel maintained a straight course, thus shielding it from the tumultuous waves. Rogu Town? Are you saying that we are approaching Rogu Town? Indeed, it is just ahead. Kuro, overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the news, miraculously produced a telescope and delightedly gazed through it for an extended period. Finally, the moment has arrived. Once I disembark, I shall make a beeline for the weapons shop, where the third-generation Guetu awaits my arrival. Hearing Ryan mention that ahead lay Rogu Town, Kuro's face illuminated with a blend of joy and excitement. Rogu Town, the birthplace of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, yet simultaneously the site of his execution, a town where piracy was both born and met its demise. As Kuro noticed the commotion at the bow, he emerged from the cabin, his tone laden with complexity. Indeed, this place bore witness to the rise of a monarch, and it was here that the dawn of an era commenced. Kuro's words stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within Kuro. By the way, Ryan, you seem remarkably familiar with this locale. I was born in Rogu Town. The tavern owner often recounts tales of Roger before he sets sail. As Ryan grasped the helm, a flicker of reminiscence crossed his face. In his childhood, when hunger had left him faint, a man adorned with a pirate scarf had offered him a bun. Hey, kid, want to hear the story of the Pirate King? The Pirate King? Yes, the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. He was a hero, yet also a notorious drunkard who frequently dodged his debts. Reflecting on the tavern owner's kindness, Ryan felt his eyes moisten with emotion. Just as he blinked and looked ahead, he realized that everyone, including Kuro, was gazing at him in astonishment. Is something amiss? Why do you all look at me like that? Ryan felt a shiver as he caught their scrutinizing stares. You were born in Rogu Town? Is it truly your hometown? Kuro and Klo inquired simultaneously. Indeed. Did I not mention it to you? Ryan asked, his tone tinged with confusion. No, you have never spoken of it. I assumed you hailed from some fishing village. Speaking of which, although I appointed you as the helmsman, how is it that you appear so well acquainted with these waters? Have you ever served as a navigator? Kuro has harbored this curiosity for quite some time. Ever since Ryan took the helm, he has not once employed a nautical chart. Yet, regardless of their destination, Ryan adeptly navigates the vessel. Initially, Kuro surmised that perhaps Ryan had glimpsed a chart aboard Will's ship, thus memorizing the navigational routes. However, one day, out of sheer intrigue, Kuro inquired with Air, who revealed that no such charts existed. There were no navigators on Will's ship aside from themselves, let alone nautical maps. This revelation left Kuro perpetually fascinated, pondering how Ryan managed such feats. Coincidentally, today, Ryan reminisced about his childhood. Kuro could not help but ask curiously. Upon hearing Kuro's inquiry, Ryan paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. This tale dates back to my childhood. I was an orphan, the kind who had been in an orphanage since infancy, remaining there until I turned 10. At that time, my physique significantly surpassed that of my peers, coupled with an astonishing appetite. The director of the orphanage found it increasingly difficult to sustain me and thus sought out a family willing to adopt me. As he recounted this, Ryan displayed a hint of shyness, while the surrounding crew members began to tease him. Kuro waved his hand, signaling for him to continue. He chuckled. I distinctly remember the couple that came to adopt me. I was incredibly joyous, feeling as though I had found my family. However, upon returning to their home, I soon realized I had been deceived. Shortly after my arrival, I was sold to pirates. Thus, from the age of 10, I grew up aboard a ship, spending my days cleaning the deck and transporting ammunition. Fortunately, the navigator on board took a liking to me and, during our idle moments, imparted some nautical knowledge. Oh. And it was during that time that I also memorized the navigational charts of the East Sea. Kuro nodded. When I turned 15, our pirate crew encountered another formidable band of pirates. The opposing force was overwhelming. With a single blow, they struck down our captain. Fear gripped me, and I took refuge in the control room with the navigator. When the enemy breached our defenses, the navigator, in a desperate bid to save me, cast me into the sea. Fortunately, my swimming skills were commendable, and with the knowledge imparted by the navigator, I managed to survive and return to Rogue Town. Upon my return, I sought out that couple and avenged myself by taking their lives. As Ryan spoke, a fierce glint of vengeance flickered in his eyes. Kuro could discern the profound hatred Ryan harbored for those traffickers. And what transpired thereafter? After my revenge, I stumbled upon some money in their home. With that, I retreated to a secluded corner to live in obscurity. 2 years passed, and I found myself unable to reintegrate into normal life. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, I set sail once more, embracing the vastness of the ocean. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew somber after hearing Ryan's tale of growth. Kuro approached and placed a reassuring hand on Ryan's shoulder. I had no idea your life was so tumultuous, but all that is behind you now. From this moment on, you shall embark on an entirely different journey. I believe that wholeheartedly. Grip the helm tightly. Stay close to me, and together we shall navigate to the ends of this world. Ha ha. Kuro laughed heartily, his confident laughter dispelling the gloom aboard the ship, prompting the crew to join in merriment. You must keep your word, Captain. Ryan gazed at Kuro, harboring a matter he had yet to disclose. After setting sail, he had formed a pirate crew, only to encounter Will and suffer defeat at his hands. During that encounter, his comrades had been slain by Will, leading Ryan to vow vengeance. Yet, fate seemed blind, bestowing upon that wretched devil fruit. This rendered Ryan's quest for retribution seemingly futile, until Kuro descended like a avenging angel, vanquishing Will and thereby fulfilling Ryan's desire for vengeance. Thus, Ryan resolved that as long as Kuro remained loyal, he would dedicate his life to serving as Kuro's crew member. The group shared tales of Rogue Town aboard the ship, and upon raising their eyes, they beheld the familiar sight of their destination drawing near. Ryan maneuvered the black ship to the shore, and Kuro led everyone ashore, standing on the soil of his homeland. Ryan was filled with nostalgia as he gazed upon the well-known streets before him. Kuro, upon seeing this, gave his arm a light pat and, with a smile, strolled into the heart of Rogue Town. Hey, Captain, we've arrived in my territory. Where would you like to go? Allow me to guide you. Ryan, chuckling, hurried after Kuro and began to introduce him to the surrounding architecture. I am in search of a weapon shop, though I am unaware of its name. All I can recall is that the proprietor has a prominent nose and wild hair on either side. Kuro reminisced for a moment, gesturing with his hands to illustrate an explosion at his temples. I recall a weapons shop owned by a man with a bulbous nose somewhere on the commercial street. Follow me. We shall head to the commercial street, Ryan declared, leading the way as Kuro trailed behind him, with Kuro and the others bringing up the rear. After a brief stroll, Ryan guided them to the entrance of a street adorned with a grand sign. Here it is, Captain, he announced. What a colossal shopping mall. Ayer exclaimed in awe at the sight of the bustling shopping district. This place once served as the sole gathering point for pirates traversing the vast Grand Line. Hence it boasted an array of supplies essential for any journey. Ryan proudly introduced the location to the group. Captain, I shall procure some supplies with Zhang and take my leave, Kuro stated. Go ahead. We will regroup at the black ship shortly, Ryan replied with a nod. Watching as Kuro departed with Zhang, realizing that provisions aboard the ship were running low, Ryan addressed Ada and Ayer. You two should accompany them to purchase food. Understood, Brother Ryan, they replied. Here's the plan. You first procure food and water. Then, Soul, you will exchange the bounties for Arlong, and we're on the ship. I believe there is a Navy exchange office nearby. I comprehend, Captain. Soul responded, eager to set off. Each member would receive a bounty of 50,000 berries, allowing them to buy whatever they desired. Let us convene at the black ship afterward. Long live the captain. With their arrival at this vibrant locale, Kuro permitted everyone to explore freely, instructing them to reconvene at the ship once their purchases were complete. After all, they were soon to enter the Grand Line, where battles would likely ensue daily, making this an opportune moment to relax. Ayer and the others decided to follow Soul to exchange the bounties. mindful that a larger sum of money could be advantageous, especially in the event of a robbery. Kuro had no objections to this. After the crew departed, only Ryan remained, following closely behind Kuro as he led the way towards the weapon shop. As Kuro walked along, he marveled at the vibrant scenery flanking the road. Despite having lived in a populous nation in his past life, the level of prosperity here was distinctly unparalleled. Ahead lay the captain. As Ryan strolled, he suddenly spoke up and pointed toward a quaint little shop in the distance. Above the entrance hung a sign featuring two crossed large blades, and through the glass window, one could glimpse an array of long swords elegantly displayed within. As Kuro and Ryan approached the door, Ryan pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon entering the establishment, they were greeted by the sight of the proprietor, whose nose was redolent of alcohol, resting his chin on his hand, dozing off at the counter. It was indeed him, bald in the center, with hair frizzing out on either side, and a nose marked by the effects of his indulgence. Kuro's heart whispered that he had found the enigmatic proprietor of the Blade Merchant. Esteemed owner, he inquired, I wish to purchase a sword. Kuro approached the counter and addressed the proprietor. Ah, welcome. Please take your time to browse, dear guest. We offer a comprehensive selection of weapons, and I am certain you will find something suitable. The shopkeeper, jolted from his reverie, immediately donned a beaming smile upon noticing the visitor. Sir, where can I find the knife priced at 50,000? Kuro remembered that the third-generation ghost cutter had been carelessly tossed into a wooden barrel by the proprietor. However, after searching for a considerable time, he was unable to locate the barrel from his memories. Thus, he inquired aloud. Upon hearing this, the owner, observing Kuro's seemingly respectable demeanor, realized he was merely a destitute individual. With a budget of 50,000, one could only afford a subpar blade. If you were to increase your budget, a finer knife could be procured. Faced with a cash-strapped customer, the owner's tone grew notably frosty. No need. I merely wish to examine the knives priced at 50,000. In that case, you may select from the box behind that shelf. Noting Kuro's insistence, the owner spoke with a frigid demeanor. Upon hearing about the box behind the shelf, Kuro hastily approached. Behind a wooden rack stood a large chest, within which lay a collection of knives, some lacking sheaths, others with broken handles. No wonder they were deemed inferior blades. Reaching the chest, Kuro began his search. This one won't do. The edge is rolled. This one, too, is inadequate. The blade is pitted. This one, Kuro gazed at the knife in his hand, the ebony hilt juxtaposed against the crimson sheath. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of murderous intent surging towards him. Ah, how intriguing. Are you attempting to threaten me? Kuro's expression hardened as he concentrated a formidable aura and launched an attack. Ryan gazed at his captain, puzzled by the sudden fury that emerged amidst the selection of blades. Just as he was contemplating this, the boss approached with a grave demeanor. Esteemed guest, I implore you to relinquish that knife at once, or it may cost you your life. Ryan's face mirrored his confusion upon hearing the boss's urgent warning. However, Kuro was entirely oblivious to any sounds around him. As he focused on his lethal intent, he was abruptly enveloped by a fantastical realm. An ability user? No, it was something else entirely. An arena of murderous intent. Kuro initially believed that a capable individual was plotting against him. However, upon sensing the situation, he realized otherwise. It resembled a scenario his grandfather had once described. The concept of the killing intent space. His grandfather recounted a tale from his youth regarding a swordsman who, upon setting sail, encountered a pirate crew mercilessly slaughtering a merchant ship. Every soul aboard, regardless of age, met a tragic fate. Witnessing such a harrowing spectacle, the swordsman, in a fit of rage, leapt onto the pirate vessel and decimated the pirates, sparing only the captain. People were bewildered. Why spare the captain after annihilating the crew? Later, when someone inquired about this to the swordsman, he replied, to kill him would be too merciful. Instead, I confine him to a realm unseen by you, where I slay him daily. What you observe is merely a remnant of his physical form. With that, the swordsman departed. Subsequently, a renowned swordsman challenged him. According to the challenger, when the swordsman struck, it felt as though he were ensnared in an empty room, perpetually subjected to lethal slashes. Had the swordsman not roused him from this torment, he might have succumbed to madness, if not death. Upon concluding the tale, his grandfather elucidated that the technique employed by the swordsman was known as the killing intent space. This technique projected his murderous intent through his weapon, invading the opponent's mental realm, instilling a profound illusion of being slain. Even if their body remained unscathed, their spirit would perish. The sole remedy was to cultivate a more ferocious killing intent, shattering the confines of that space, vanquishing one's own murderous intent through that of the adversary. Observing the longing expression on Kuro's face, his grandfather chuckled and affectionately patted his head, playfully admonishing, "Boy, such formidable beings are not within your reach at present. Strive to grow stronger, you little rascal." Reflecting on his grandfather's words, Kuro smiled softly. "Little did you know, grandfather, that I would encounter such a scenario as I set sail. Did you intend to extinguish me with your killing intent?" Kuro's lips curled into a smile, as if to say, "Let's give it a try and see if you can accomplish it." As Kuro spoke, his eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, and a blood-red blade materialized in his hand. "After all these years, I have been waiting for a battle like today." As soon as Kuro spoke, a swift slash came hurtling towards him. Kuro swiftly swung his blade, shattering the strike. No sooner had he dismantled the attack from either side than two more blades came soaring towards him. Kuro leaped gracefully, executing a step that defied gravity, evading the onslaught as two streams of sword energy collided with a resounding explosion. Boom! Just above him, another strike descended, and Kuro raised his blade to parry, only to be forcefully sent crashing downwards. Truly formidable! Haha! Without granting Kuro a moment's respite, for streams of sword energy surged forth from all directions. Kuro wielded his blades with both hands, his body spinning at an astonishing speed. One sword style, spiral slash. As he twirled, he unleashed a flurry of blade energy, not only shattering the four incoming strikes, but also cleaving through the surrounding space. Once the sword energy reached a certain altitude, it would erupt in a brilliant explosion, revealing that there were indeed limits to its reach. Kuro gazed at the sight of the explosion, comprehending the boundaries that had been established. Once he discerned the location of his adversary, the task would become significantly more manageable. Kuro leaped into the air, executing a step that defied gravity. The space of murderous intent trembled as if provoked by the assault. Upon witnessing Kuro's approach, it unleashed 10 slashes directly towards him, each infused with a ferocity surpassing the previous by more than a mere fold. One sword style, mountain of corpses, sea of blood. Kuro, enveloped in a dark aura, hardened his weapon with an indomitable will. Gripping his blade with both hands, he raised it high above his head and unleashed a ferocious downward strike. The blade shimmered with a crimson glow, and the ensuing wave of energy surged forth, transforming midair into a bloodthirsty azura. With a menacing snarl, it charged ahead, unleashing a cacophony of fury. The clash resonated with explosive force, engulfing the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a scarlet arc of slashing energy pierced through the haze, racing toward the very edge of space. Boom! The blade's energy collided with the boundary, carving out a wound that emitted a radiant white light, yet astonishingly, it began to mend itself at a visible pace. What an extraordinary phenomenon! It could even self-repair. Kuro felt a sense of difficulty. What he had thought could be shattered unexpectedly demonstrated the ability to self-repair, while he was momentarily stunned. For slashing strikes came rushing towards him once more. Kuro swiftly countered. While Kuro engaged in battle within the realm of murderous intent, Ryan grasped the collar of the shopkeeper, lifting him off the ground, intent on landing a punch. "Explain this to me. Why does our captain not respond no matter how we call him?" Ryan inquired urgently. "Please, calm down. This is not my fault. It is entirely the fault of that cursed blade." The shopkeeper hastily clarified. "What on earth is happening? Speak clearly, or I shall end you." Ryan's face was a mask of fury. It was his responsibility that the captain had fallen silent upon their arrival. "That sword. I acquired it from a grave robber. I have no idea where he procured it. When I bought it, it appeared to be an ordinary knife. But then a fellow returned from the Grand Line came along. He wished to purchase a sword and took a liking to this one. Once he grasped it, he became unresponsive, much like your captain, and shortly thereafter, he lost his life. I initially thought it was merely his own issue. However, every individual who has since grasped that sword has met the same fate, succumbing to silence and death. I had planned to dispose of that wretched sword along with its wooden box, never anticipating that your captain would choose it." Ryan, upon hearing this, was engulfed in panic. "What do you mean? Unable to awaken before perishing? That cannot be. Our captain's strength should not allow for such an end. If our captain dies, you shall accompany him into the afterlife." Ryan's eyes blazed red, fixated on the weapon shopkeeper, who promptly fainted from fear. Ryan released the shopkeeper and turned his gaze to Kuro. "Captain, I have faith that you will awaken." In the peculiar realm, Kuro gasped for breath, surveying the dilapidated surroundings. What could possibly be amiss? This space was riddled with countless wounds. It could certainly be deemed as irreparably damaged. Kuro gripped his blade, deep in contemplation. As he surveyed the surroundings, marked by the scars of his own strikes, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. If this truly were the space of murderous intent spoken of by his grandfather, it should have been shattered by now. After all, the force of the strikes emanating from this realm is decidedly insufficient. Just as Kuro pondered this, another wave of blade energy surged towards him. Yet it was considerably weaker than before, easily dispelled by a mere flick of his wrist. If this is not the space of murderous intent, then what is this place? Why does it bear such a striking resemblance to the murderous intent space described by my grandfather? Kuro shattered the incoming strike while contemplating the matter at hand. Observing the wounds he had inflicted upon the surrounding space, he noted their gradual healing, albeit at a considerably slower pace than before. After some time had passed, the peculiar space ceased its onslaught of attacks. The wounds in the fabric of space no longer mended, and suddenly, the entire expanse began to contract. What on earth is happening? Kuro swiftly wielded his blade to deliver a strike. However, this time, the blow not only failed to take effect, but instead accelerated the rate of spatial contraction. It was over. Kuro looked through the space, which ultimately condensed into a crimson sphere. It then shot into his forehead, and darkness enveloped him. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a pair of blood-red orbs. Hey, Ryan. Why are you staring at me like that? Kuro felt a chill run down his spine. Captain, you're awake. Haha. I told you that you could never be defeated by a mere knife. Seeing Kuro regain consciousness, the towering figure, over 3 meters tall, wept like a child. Hey, why are you crying? Kuro looked bewildered. Captain, you nearly perished just now. What are you talking about? Kuro gazed at Ryan with a perplexed expression. Captain, you should inquire with him. Upon noticing this, Ryan swiftly lifted the shopkeeper, who lay sprawled on the ground. Observing the still dazed proprietor, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. The shopkeeper awoke with a whimper, exclaiming, Please, Captain, let me recount what transpired earlier. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly reiterated his previous account. Oh, so it appears I was nearly led to my demise by you, my dear shopkeeper. Kuro held a knife against the shopkeeper's throat, wearing a smile and speaking softly as if sharing a heart-to-heart. It's all a misunderstanding. I truly intended to dispose of this knife, but I simply forgot. I never imagined you would select this particular one. The shopkeeper, pale with fright, found it unbearable to maintain a gentle tone while the blade was poised at his neck. What good does it do to speak of misunderstandings? What need have we for the Navy, then? What do you desire? The shopkeeper inquired. Compensation. I nearly lost my life. How much? 40 million berries. Then go ahead and kill me. My entire shop is worth less than 40 million. Let us not speak so harshly. It makes us appear as the villains in this tale, when it is evident that the fault lies with you. However, I truly don't possess that much money. Ryan observed as the captain and the shopkeeper engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. 2 unscrupulous merchants colliding. After a while, he noticed the 2 of them embracing like old friends. Ryan understood that an agreement had been reached. The shopkeeper, smiling, turned to enter the back room, soon emerging with a knife case and a briefcase. He handed them to Kuro, who accepted them with one hand, patting the shopkeeper on the shoulder before approaching Ryan to pass the items to him. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, the duo exited the weapon shop. Ryan glanced back and saw the shopkeeper grinning widely. Captain, what did you ultimately negotiate with him? Why does he seem so jubilant? Ryan asked, curiosity tinged in his voice. Oh, it was nothing much, just a knife that he found troublesome and a mere 100,000 berries. That hardly seems a reason for such elation. Perhaps he feels he has made a good deal, considering I initially demanded 40 million, and he has only parted with just over 1 million. As Kuro walked, he replied, Are we not at a loss then? This won't do. I shall return and request more. With that, he turned to head back. Kuro hurriedly grasped him. Why are you in such a rush? Am I at a disadvantage? He might believe he is profiting immensely, yet in reality, he is incurring significant losses. Kuro's face was filled with excitement, as if he had struck gold. I still don't understand, Captain. Let's head out to a quiet place, and I'll explain everything. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Ryan refrained from questioning further and led Kuro towards an underground bar. Meanwhile, Kuro, after purchasing some clothing and necessary items with Zango, arrived at an equipment store filled with an array of peculiar objects, hoping to stumble upon something unique. However, after a thorough search, nothing captivated their interest. and they deliberated on leaving. Just as they reached for the doorknob, intent on exiting, a man with a head of white hair and 2 large cigars clenched between his teeth passed by the entrance. Kuro halted his actions. "What's the matter, Kuro? Did you forget something?" Zango inquired, assuming Kuro had suddenly remembered an item he wished to buy. The individual who had just walked by was Smoker, famously known as the Navy's Mad Dog. Adjusting his glasses, Kuro remarked, and judging by the direction he's heading, it seems he is near the weapon shop where the captain and the others went. "What should we do, Kuro?" Zango asked anxiously. "You first go find the crew on the ship, then return with them to prepare for departure. I will follow him and observe. Even if Smoker encounters the captain, given the captain's strength, he should be safe. However, knowing the captain's temperament, a commotion is inevitable, and it is likely the Navy will dispatch troops to seal the harbor. Once you're on the ship, if you notice the Navy's blockade, take immediate action to secure the harbor. We shall leave as soon as we return." True to his reputation as one of the most astute characters in the tale, Kuro arranged everything within mere moments. After listening to Kuro, Zango hurried off to find the crew, while Kuro discreetly followed behind. Ryan led Kuro to the entrance of the underground bar. Upon seeing the sign that read GOLD, Roger, Kuro recognized the place immediately. As they entered, the establishment was devoid of patrons, save for a little old man behind the bar. With a beanie tossed aside and sunglasses perched on his nose, he was polishing a glass, his gaze lowered as Kuro and Ryan stepped in. "Old man, I'm here for a drink," Ryan declared, exuding familiarity. "Oh, it's you, little rascal. I thought you had set sail. What's this? Afraid and returned?" The old man replied in a casual tone. "Don't talk nonsense, you old coot. I'm here with my captain for a drink, and after that, we're setting off to challenge the Grand Line." Ryan responded with a grin, clearly having a close rapport with the bar owner. "Oh, the captain? Is this the lad?" The old man turned to look at Kuro. "Well then, I look forward to your guidance." Kuro greeted with a smile. "Humph, you haven't matured at all. The Grand Line is fraught with peril. It is not a playground for you. In my opinion, you should train for a few more years," the old man advised. "Absolutely not. Once a decision is made, it shall not be altered. Even amidst overwhelming danger, we shall charge forth and confront it. We will fight until we reach the pinnacle of this world. That is my reason for setting sail." "Ha ha." Kuro laughed heartily, while the old man stared in astonishment at him. "Ha ha ha, what bold words you speak. You impudent little rascal. Ha ha. It has been quite some time since I have heard such refreshing remarks. Come, let me treat you to a drink." The old man, filled with delight, bent down and rummaged through the cupboard. He emerged with a bottle of rum. "Ha ha ha ha, this is truly a cherished treasure of mine." With that, he took a polished glass from the side and poured 3 glasses of the liquor, handing them to Kuro and Ryan. "Now let us raise a toast. May you swiftly conquer the Grand Line, and here's to the eternal Pirate King." The old man lifted his glass, and Kuro and Ryan followed suit. "To the eternal Pirate King," they echoed, laughter filling the air. The 3 clinked their glasses together and drank. As they savored the drink, the old man began recounting tales of Roger's past. Suddenly, Ryan remembered that the captain had yet to mention the matter of the sword. "By the way, Captain, what is the story behind that sword?" Kuro, upon hearing Ryan's inquiry, drained the contents of his glass. "The knife is not merely an instrument of murder. It is, in truth, seeking a worthy counterpart." "Ah, ha ha ha. It was the knife that revealed this to me." After Ku Luo finished speaking, he gently touched his forehead. "The name of the blade is Budu Yushin." As Kuro pulled out the blade, he spoke. The hilt and pommel were adorned, with dragons entwined around the blade. Its scabbard was a deep crimson, featuring a sharkskin grip and a rolled handle. The blade itself was long, with a gentle curve, dual blood grooves, and a cutting edge marked by golden veins resembling lightning, crafted through folding and forging. The hilt was devoid of a through-hole or rivets, equipped with a carp mouth, and both the hilt and scabbard were entwined with dark threads. The blade measured 205 centimeters in length and 1 centimeters in width, with a cutting edge only 0.8 millimeters thick. The hilt was 30 centimeters long and 2.4 centimeters wide, while the scabbard extended to 206 centimeters in length, with an outer width of 2.3 centimeters and an inner width of 2.1 centimeters, belonging to the unparalleled Great Blade of the 12 Crafts. The unmatched Great Blade. Ryan's eyes widened at the mere mention of these words. "Captain, is it truly the kind of unparalleled Great Blade I imagined?" Ryan asked incredulously. "Yes, it is precisely what you envisioned. How is this possible? In a place like this, how could such a superior item exist?" Did not the owner mention that it was sold by a tomb raider? Divine artifacts often remain hidden, and it is likely that no one noticed their true nature. Kuro raised the bottle and poured himself another glass. Speaking of which, the individual the boss mentioned, who returned from the Grand Line, must be a swordsman, as he discerned the extraordinary nature of this blade. However, he overestimated his own prowess. In his attempt to subdue it, he inadvertently awakened the sword, which ultimately led to his demise. Indeed, this blade is truly a cursed weapon. If one possesses insufficient strength, it is wise to prepare for the possibility of being slain by it. Kuro looked at the Budu Yumi in his hand, its blade a deep crimson hue, reflecting a faint, sanguine glow under the light. That realm, Kuro later comprehended, resembled a domain of murderous intent, designed to test every individual who sought this blade. Once consciousness was drawn into that space, those who could not endure would sadly meet their demise. In contrast, Kuro not only withstood the trial, but also shattered that space into fragments. As a result, Budu Yumi acknowledged him as its master, and the trial's essence transformed into a seed that penetrated Kuro's mind, allowing his strength to surpass the barriers that once confined him. Furthermore, he would be able to unleash techniques akin to those of the domain of murderous intent in the future. Ha ha ha, perhaps it was awaiting your arrival, Captain, Ryan exclaimed with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, who knows? Nonetheless, I have finally acquired a formidable weapon. I can now unleash my full power without fear of the blade shattering under the strain. With a joyful exclamation, Kuro finished his drink. And what, pray tell, is the knife within the box, Captain? That very knife was, in fact, my original objective for coming to Rogue Town. Kuro, after finishing his words, opened the box and retrieved the third-generation ghost cutter. The name of the blade, the third-generation ghost cutter, merely denotes a swift sword. What? Is it truly just a swift sword? Upon hearing this, Ryan displayed a countenance of disappointment. After all, with the unparalleled great swift sword preceding it, he had anticipated that this blade would at least be a great swift sword as well. Ha ha ha, what expression is that, Ryan? Do you disdain it? Ha ha, this sword is far from being as simple as you perceive it to be. Upon finishing his words, Kuro withdrew the blade and examined its hilt. This is indeed a cursed sword. A cursed sword? Indeed, if this blade were to encounter its true master, the power it would unleash would rival that of the supreme great sword. Ah, Kuro observed Ryan's astonished expression and thought to himself, aren't you weary? However, he knew that the one awaited was not himself. After uttering this, Kuro sheathed his sword, Goei-che. Now, do you still feel we have suffered a loss? He chuckled. Indeed not, Captain. I can't help but wonder if the weapon shop owner would be infuriated to realize he has carelessly misplaced such a magnificent blade. With that, both of them erupted into laughter. All right, let us finish this drink and seek out Kuro and the others. After all, I have accomplished my initial objective. It is time to embark on the Grand Line. Kuro raised his glass to clink with Ryan's, and after finishing their drinks, the two stood up, bidding farewell to the bar as they stepped outside. Just as they exited, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped them. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Goodness, who is smoking so heavily that it obscures everyone's view? Kuro swiftly covered his mouth and nose, determined to resist the effects of secondhand smoke. Smoker gazed at the man before him, then shifted his attention to the figure of Ryan behind him. What a coincidence indeed. The captain of the Kuro pirate crew, Bloodblade Kuro, and the helmsman, the barbarian Ryan. Is this the title the Navy has bestowed upon me? How utterly mundane. Might I request a more distinguished one? Colonel Smoker? When Kuro heard someone proclaim his illustrious name, he was momentarily perplexed about the identity of the speaker. Upon glancing up, he realized it was none other than Smoker, the disgrace of the natural type. Of course, Kuro replied, once I escort you to Impel Down, you may ponder your title at your leisure. With that, Smoker unleashed a barrage of white blades towards him. Kuro directly activated his observation hockey, tilting his head to the right before striking. Simultaneously, Ryan's massive club descended upon Smoker's head. Die, Navy! Ryan exerted all his strength into the blow. However, Smoker transformed into smoke, rendering Ryan's strike futile. In retaliation, Smoker swiftly unleashed a barrage of blows, sending Ryan flying. Hey, Ryan, didn't I teach you? When facing a Logia user, recklessness is not the answer. One must utilize hockey. Kuro observed Ryan, who lay on the ground, yet continued to impart his teachings. I do remember, but I still cannot master it, Captain. Ryan rose, appearing unscathed. Indeed, after being relentlessly hammered by the captain's haki daily. What harm could a mere strike inflict? That's why I say you lack ambition. It has been so long, and you still haven't grasped haki. Are you being lazy? Not at all. My body is capable of utilizing haki for defense, but I still cannot wield it for offensive strikes. You simply haven't endured enough blows, Ryan. Starting tomorrow, you will double your training. Please, Captain, no? Smoker observed the bickering duo, his head swirling in confusion. Are you two ignoring me? You insolent pirates. Smoker glared furiously at Kuro and Ryan. My apologies, my apologies. We were so engrossed in our conversation that we forgot about you, Colonel Smoker. Kuro awkwardly scratched his head. Damn it. White hurricane. Smoker transformed entirely, becoming a thick plume of smoke that surged towards Kuro. Now, Ryan, keep your eyes wide open. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of haki. Kuro, having completed his preparation, enveloped his hands in hardened haki and lunged towards the thick smoke, simultaneously utilizing his observation haki to pinpoint Smoker's abdomen. There it is. With a single punch, blood was expelled. Kuro struck with a heavy punch, directly hitting Smoker's corporeal form, causing him to hunch over like a large shrimp. With a cough, Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Do you understand now, Ryan? A user of natural abilities, once they become elemental, can only be countered with haki. Of course, there are also elemental weaknesses. For instance, when facing Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, if your hands are drenched in water, you can indeed grasp him. However, Crocodile's powers drain moisture. So if your strength is insufficient, even with your body saturated, you will be unable to strike him and instead risk being desiccated into a lifeless husk. After finishing with Smoker, who lay prostrate, Kuro proceeded to instruct Ryan. Initially, Kuro had no intention of killing him, despite Smoker being a member of the Navy. He is a figure of clear moral distinction. Subsequently, the leadership of the G5 branch revealed itself to be an anomaly within the Navy, resembling pirates more than their own ranks. They acted independently of the Navy headquarters orders and exhibited reprehensible behavior, mercilessly executing those pirates who committed crimes. Overall, they are a truly commendable force dedicated to protecting civilians. I understand, Captain. I will strive to train diligently from now on. Please double my training. I aim to master haki at the earliest opportunity. Upon witnessing his full-force strike fail to inflict any damage on a Logia user, only to see Kuro effortlessly knock him down with a haki-enhanced punch, Ryan's determination surged once more. He hurriedly expressed his resolve to Kuro. Ha, work hard, Ryan. Once you master haki, I shall present you with a surprise. Kuro pretended to be mysterious and said, Yes, Captain. I will certainly do my best. May I inquire about the surprise? No, you may not. Oh. Kuro glanced at Ryan, who was eager to continue his inquiries, and chose to disregard him. Instead, he approached the prone figure of Smoker. By man. As Kuro approached, Smoker transformed his arm into smoke, swirling it menacingly towards Kuro. Kurolo disregarded him entirely, executing a swift step to appear above Smoker's head. With a firm grip, he seized Smoker's head and forcefully slammed him down to the ground. The impact shattered the earth beneath them. You cannot defeat me, Smoker. However, I am quite curious. Zifa, that old man, is renowned for his overwhelming presence. Famously known as Iron Fist Zifa. How is it that you, his disciple, have not learned a single thing? Oh, have you fainted? Kuro had just realized that Smoker had already fainted. Very well, you need not linger by the sidelines any longer, Kuro. Step forward now. After Ku Luo concluded his words, K. Luo emerged from the alley. Indeed, as I had surmised, this fellow is no match for the captain. K. Luo adjusted his glasses. Although Smoker, as a Logia-type user, possesses formidable strength, he is overly reliant on his Devil Fruit powers. Remember, in this world, only one's own strength is truly dependable. Everything else, be it weaponry or Devil Fruit abilities, serves merely as an auxiliary. After Kuro spoke, Ryan and Kuro acknowledged his words. All right, let us depart before the situation escalates and the troublesome Navy encircles us. With that, he led Ryan and Kuro away from the scene, leaving behind a ground strewn with debris and Smoker lying amidst the remnants. Captain, I have dispatched Zango to locate the procurement crew. Once assembled, they will await our return on the ship. Thus, we can proceed directly to the dock to embark. Well done, Kuro. Your arrangements are remarkably organized. After receiving compliments from Kuro, Kuro simply adjusted his glasses and offered a faint smile. Before long, The three of them arrived at the dock, gazing at the crowd awaiting them on the dark vessel. Kuro waved his hand and then boarded the ship. "Captain, are you all right? Did you encounter that mad dog of the Navy?" A throng of crew members surged forward upon his arrival, clamoring with questions for Kuro. "Mad dog of the Navy? Whom are you referring to?" Kuro expressed that he had never heard of such a nickname. The captain mentioned that he was referring to Smoker of the Navy. Zango approached and, upon seeing that Kuro was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. "Smoker, isn't his nickname the Smokeball? When did he acquire the additional moniker of Mad Dog?" Kuro found it somewhat amusing. "Ha ha ha, it initially spread within the Navy, claiming he even confronted his superiors like a mad dog." Upon hearing Zanya's description, Kuro felt it was quite apt. That lad, not to mention his superiors, would dare to challenge even the 7 warlords when in a frenzy. Ha ha ha, such a description truly hits the mark. "All right, my dear crew, before we set sail, I must convene a meeting. This voyage will take us into the Grand Line, where endless perils and formidable foes await us. Therefore, if anyone wishes to decline this journey, you may disembark here, for it was indeed I who coerced you to board in the first place." After Kuro finished speaking, the crew exchanged glances. Yet none paid him any heed, returning to their respective tasks. "Hey, you lot." Kuro wished to express something further. At that moment, Kuro approached. Initially, some might have desired to disembark when you insisted on keeping them aboard, yet after enduring such an extended period of camaraderie and battle, everyone has long since acknowledged you as their captain. Adjusting his glasses, Kuro remarked, "You lot are truly moving. I had intended to set an example by punishing anyone who wished to leave." Upon finishing his statement, a solitary tear, reminiscent of crocodilian sorrow, escaped him. "How outrageous! You scoundrel captain!" The crew roared in unison, their teeth gritted in indignation. "Ha ha ha! Do not take it to heart. Do not take it to heart," he chuckled, laughter echoing through the vessel. Kuro gazed at the crew aboard the ship, a joyful smile gracing his face. "All right, my young ones. Ahead lies the entrance to the Grand Line. Once we venture forth, the foes we encounter will undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. What you must do is train with even greater dedication. Survive. Let us strive together towards that pinnacle of glory. Oh, long live the captain. Captain, we shall surely grow stronger." After Kuro articulated his encouragement and aspirations, the crew erupted in fervor. Kuro gazed upon the jubilant crew members, filled with immense pride. Simultaneously, he harbored great anticipation for the Grand Line. As a new day dawned, Kuro sat at the bow of the ship, while Ryan held the helm. Kuro and Zango directed the crew in their tasks. "Captain, a mountain looms ahead. I see it. That is the Red Line." Kuro gazed excitedly at the towering red mountain before him. "In this direction, can you see the watergate?" "Ryan, there," asked the captain. "We shall navigate this waterway, and the current will propel our vessel forward." "Understood, Captain," Ryan replied, firmly grasping the helm to prevent the turbulent waters from veering the ship off course. Should they stray, they would surely collide with the mountainside, resulting in catastrophe for all aboard. "Kuro, take charge and ensure the sails are furled. From here on, we must rely solely on the current." Kuro called out to the crew, urging them to swiftly stow the sails. "Hold on tight." We entered the waterway. Upon hearing the captain's command, the crew hurriedly clutched the ship's sides. The black ship of Kuro and his companions plunged into the current, unwavering under Ryan's command. It surged straight towards the upside-down mountain. "We are about to take flight, everyone." "Ha ha. Ah. All right, we're diving down now." Kuro clutched the bow of the ship tightly, reporting the conditions ahead as if he were a live commentator. "Wait. Oh no, I almost forgot." During the descent, Kuro spotted a looming dark mountain in the distance. No, it wasn't a mountain, it was Laboon, the whale-awaiting brook. "Ryan, steer to the right. Hurry." Kuro shouted loudly to Ryan. "We're going to collide." "Captain, we're doomed." The crew aboard the ship was terrified. "There's still time. With me at the helm, nothing will go awry." Ryan's muscular arms flexed as he swiftly adjusted the ship's course. "Well done," the crew exclaimed. "You've saved us, brother Ryan." Hearing the captain's praise and the gratitude of his crew, Ryan smiled broadly. "All right, let us avoid this whale and navigate around it." Upon finishing his words, Kuro felt the gaze of another upon him. Kuro tilted his head, following his gaze to see an elderly gentleman with white hair watching them from the lighthouse. "Oh, it is you, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King." Kuro waved and greeted him before urging everyone to depart. "Hey, Klo, have you managed to procure the items I requested?" After the black ship had stabilized, Ryan emerged from the cockpit. "Oh, you mean the log pointer?" "Yes, I acquired it," he replied, producing it from within his garments. "Indeed, this is the object. My mentor in navigation once remarked that the Grand Line differs significantly from the Four Seas, as its magnetic fields abide by their own unique laws. A conventional compass is utterly ineffective here." As he spoke, he retrieved a spinning compass resembling a miniature aircraft from his pocket. Thus, humanity devised the log pointer for navigation. "So, Captain, where shall our maiden voyage take us?" After securing the log pointer, Ryan inquired about their next course. "Let us chart a random route. From there, it's all up to fate as we seek to recruit additional crew members. After all, our vessel is still rather sparsely manned. And we must also make a stop at Water 7 to enlist someone to reconstruct a pirate ship. Given the current state of the black ship, it is only adequate for routine sailing, and encountering a fierce storm could very well lead to our sinking." After Kuro finished speaking, Ryan indicated his understanding and turned to re-enter the control room. "All right, everyone, remain vigilant regarding the surrounding weather. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call for me." "Understood, Captain." "Kuro, I leave the next tasks to you and Ryan. I must retreat to the captain's quarters to ponder some matters." "Very well, Captain." After Kuro finished speaking, he made his way to the captain's cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, he sat on the bed, reflecting on the unfolding narrative. He realized there was nothing particularly advantageous for him to seize. However, in sleepy ancient town, there was a vampire fruit that he could seek out. Once acquired, it could be given to Kuro, and when combined with his stealthy feline movements, the two together could achieve true silence and stealth. Kuro pinned the words vampire and sleeping ancient town on paper. And a 7-star sword, though it holds no value for me now. Had I not encountered the Shikigami earlier, I might have sought it out. But now, it is best left aside. What remains is the fruit I have long desired. The artificial devil fruit, the fish fruit, in the form of the mythical azure dragon. I shall secure this fruit. There is still time. Such a potent fruit, if bestowed upon that little rascal, would be a sheer waste of divine providence. Hence, I must venture to punk hazard. Yet that lies in the new world. So there is no rush. It appears that my primary objective remains finding companions. With this thought, Kuro closed the paper, fatigue enveloping him, and he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, it was dusk. Stepping out of the cabin, he beheld the crew. Some were training while others were maneuvering the ship. "Hey, Soki, have you prepared the meal?" Kuro stood on the deck, gazing at the vibrant green explosion of hair. "Captain," he inquired, "will you ever manage to find a cook? I have truly had enough. Not only is it disrupting my training, but there are certain ingredients I am entirely unfamiliar with, and they simply spoil if left unattended. It is an egregious waste of provisions." Kuro merely wished to inquire about food, yet his query elicited a barrage of complaints from Suashi. "Do you think I am not eager to find something? I am. However, it is simply that nothing has been discovered thus far. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. You must persevere. Once we reach the island, I shall search for a skilled chef." Kuro felt quite helpless. He had genuinely sought out candidates, yet every individual willing to board the vessel was scarce. It was impractical to forcibly bind someone to the ship with a knife, after all, should he succeed in coercing them aboard against their will. Their reluctance would only spell disaster. A single dose of poison could spell doom for the entire crew. Upon hearing Kuro's perfunctory response, Soki was not convinced in the slightest. With a head full of frizzled hair, she marched into the kitchen. How exasperating it all is. At that moment, Ryan approached. "Captain, I have manifested my armament haki," he announced, shaking his wrist. "At last, it has taken form, Ryan. Do demonstrate it for me," Kuro urged. Upon hearing the captain's request for a demonstration, Ryan quickly summoned his strength. Dark energy enveloped his hands before solidifying successfully. Splendid work, Ryan. You have successfully hardened your armament haki. Now, unleash an attack. Let me gauge its power." Kuro felt an overwhelming joy as he witnessed Ryan successfully mastering the technique of armament haki. "All right, Captain," Ryan declared, and with that, he swung his fist forward. Kuro met his opponent's fist with his own, their blows colliding with a resounding impact, the power of their haki reverberating through the air. "Indeed, Ryan, you have made significant strides in your strength," he remarked. "Of course, Captain, even though I must steer the ship daily, I have never neglected my training," Ryan replied, his expression brimming with pride. "Moreover, I have been incrementally intensifying the regimen you devised for me. However," he added, "yet, you still fall short. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Kuro observed Ryan's tail rising with excitement and thought to himself, this won't do. I must temper him. With that, he summoned his strength and delivered a punch that sent Ryan tumbling off the ship. Ha ha ha. Let him cool off in the sea for a while. After swimming for a bit, Ryan was rescued by Ada and Ayer. Captain, swimming in the sea is quite delightful, Ryan exclaimed cheerfully upon his return. Is that so? Do you enjoy swimming? Kuro inquired. Indeed. I've loved it since childhood. Otherwise, how could I have escaped during the ambush? Upon hearing this, Kuro recalled Ryan's tale of how, after his pirate crew was annihilated, he had to leap into the ocean to survive. But what if, in the future, you were unable to swim? Wouldn't that sadden you? Ha ha. How could I ever lose the ability to swim? I'm no landlubber. Oh, that may not be certain. Kuro spoke, turning to Ryan with a smile. What does it mean, Captain? Ryan gazed at Kuro's grin, sensing a hint of mischief. Ha ha ha. Do you remember the surprise I mentioned? I recall you saying that once I mastered hockey, you would present me with a surprise. What is it, Captain? Upon hearing the word surprise, the crew members nearby gathered around, intrigued. Indeed, what is the surprise, Captain? Show us. The captain responded, this surprise is actually related to all of you. How is it connected to us? The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Do you remember the banquet when I excused myself to the restroom and upon my return, I spoke of discovering a treasure? Kuro cast a mysterious glance at the crowd. Is that not a jest, Captain? Indeed, could it not merely be the ramblings of an inebriated mind? The group recalled that after the previous feast, the captain had returned, claiming to have discovered treasure. Yet, who would believe such words? Who would trust the musings of a drunkard? Ha ha ha. Could there truly be treasure? Kuro spoke and then stepped into the cabin, entering the captain's quarters. He moved aside the garments obstructing the wardrobe, revealing the coveted tiger fruit. After securing it, he exited the cabin and returned to the deck, where a throng of onlookers craned their necks, all gazing intently at Kuro. Kuro stepped before his chair and descended upon it, extending the devil fruit in his hand. Behold, he proclaimed, this is the treasure I speak of, the devil fruit. A collective astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, such a treasure existed. Captain, is this truly real? They gasped. You're not deceiving us, are you? Is this genuinely what you discovered? One crew member, still inebriated, had ventured out for a moment, only to return with the very devil fruit in hand. Who would believe such a tale? Kuro stared at the bewildered crowd, bursting into hearty laughter. You doubted me before, didn't you? Now look at you, utterly flabbergasted. Serves you right. Umph, how clever of you to imagine that any ordinary fruit could be carved with such precision. This is indeed a genuine devil fruit. From my observations, it is highly likely to be a Zoan-type, the cat fruit, specifically in the form of a mythical white tiger. Upon hearing Kuro's declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. Even Kuro himself seemed unsettled. Is what you say truly the case, Captain? Kuro pressed eagerly. It is undoubtedly true. Even if it is not a mythical beast, the cat fruit must be within our grasp, came the reply. The nearby crew members, though unfamiliar with the concept of mythical beasts, were nonetheless captivated by the thought of a tiger, a creature of formidable prowess. If a person could harness the strength of a tiger, they would undoubtedly possess immense power. Consequently, the crew was electrified with anticipation. Ryan stood in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. The captain has been gone for some time now, and I went in search of him. Yet, I did not see him return with anything. How could there possibly be a devil fruit? Kuro gazed at the stunned Ryan. Here, it's for you, he said, tossing the fruit over. Ryan fumbled, clutching the fruit to his chest. Huh, it's for me? Are you really giving it to me, Captain? Ryan was completely taken aback, his voice rising with each word. Oh, it's yours, but do keep in mind that once you eat it, you won't be able to swim anymore. Think it through carefully. Kuro wore a teasing expression. Well, why did you give it to me, Captain? Is there something wrong? Don't you want it? I do desire it, but Captain, you haven't consumed it yet. How could I possibly take it first? It is indeed exceedingly rare. The illusory beast species, apart from being unable to elementalize, surpasses the natural type in every aspect. However, I have no need for it. Why is that, Captain? Ryan was utterly perplexed by Kuro's words. If he was so formidable, why did he not require it? Kuro adjusted his glasses and gazed at Kuro. Ha ha ha. In truth, I am not entirely certain whether he is a phantom beast. Moreover, the fruit I desire awaits me in a certain location within the new world. Once we navigate our way to the new world, I shall undoubtedly retrieve it. Kuro confidently declared. So, Ryan, consider whether you wish to consume it. Upon hearing Kuro's suggestion, Ryan glanced at the fruit nestled in his arms. By eating it, I shall enhance my strength, correct, Captain? Indeed, the Zoan-type fruit possesses vast potential for augmenting the consumer's physical capabilities, allowing you to experience a remarkable leap in power. Without hesitation, Ryan seized the fruit and swallowed it whole. Ugh, this is dreadful, he exclaimed. This chapter has more to offer. Dear reader, please turn to the next page for further excitement. Kuro chuckled heartily. It must taste horrendous, akin to excrement, I hear. Observing Ryan struggle to contain his nausea while on the ground, Kuro burst into laughter. After some time, Ryan's expression steadied, and suddenly he began to undergo a transformation. In a brief moment, he morphed into a white tiger nearly 6 meters in length. Roar! A tiger! What a fearsome size! Now, Ryan's power is even more terrifying, the crew members aboard the ship remarked in awe. Hey, Ryan, try your hybrid form. Roar! At the captain's command, the tiger crouched down, gradually reverting to a half-human, half-tiger form, standing over 4 meters tall. Captain, I feel invigorated, Ryan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Haha, indeed. It's the cat fruit, mythical Zoan-type. White tiger form. Correct. The fruit has revealed its nature to me. Ryan, now a tiger human, wagged his tail with glee. Let us find an uninhabited island, Kuro. I wish to test the extent of Ryan's newfound strength. And do showcase your fruit's abilities for me, Ryan. Certainly, Captain, they replied in unison. Following their exchange, Kuro began to search for traces of nearby islands. Kuro surveyed his surroundings, focusing intently on the tiger. Hey, Ryan, can you sense any powers coursing through you? Ryan pondered for a moment before pointing towards the distant horizon of the sea. White tiger roar. A brilliant wave of white light coalesced in Ryan's mouth and then erupted forth. Boom. The ocean erupted in a spectacular explosion. Oh, incredible. Kuro's eyes sparkled with awe, and the crew aboard the ship gasped in astonishment. Can the tiger truly emit light? Ha ha ha. Is there more, Ryan? Indeed, Captain, I have another move, Ryan replied, grasping the spiked club slung over his back. Suddenly, the club began to grow in size, its sharp spikes jutting out menacingly. In no time, it transformed from a 2-meter weapon to an imposing 3-meter-long spiked club, radiating an aura of platinum and white energy, exuding an intimidating presence. Tiger Strike. Ryan swung the massive club, unleashing the dual energies that soared forth, striking down a sea creature that had just surfaced in the distance. Excellent. Once you master this power, the vast ocean will surely have a place for you. Kuro looked at Ryan, increasingly struck by a sense of familiarity reminiscent of a diminutive Kaido, though he remained uncertain about the latter's regenerative capabilities. Fear not, Captain. I shall swiftly master this newfound power and wield it to vanquish all adversaries that stand in our way. Ryan pledged earnestly, thumping his chest. In that case, I shall be relying on you, Kuro replied. Captain, it appears there lies a small island ahead, seemingly devoid of inhabitants, Ada exclaimed as he emerged from the control room. Navigate the ship towards it. I wish to test Ryan's fruit abilities, Kuro commanded. Upon hearing his orders, Ada took hold of the helm while the other crew members adjusted the sails. Ryan, you may first revert from your fruit form and rest. After we disembark, I wish to engage you in a duel to gauge the extent of your enhanced strength. Understood, Ryan replied, instantly returning to his human form. Though his height remained unchanged at approximately 4 meters. It seems the fruit has not only granted you power, but has also transformed your physique. Indeed, Captain, I can feel that my muscles have become significantly more formidable, Ryan declared, flexing his biceps, which were considerably denser than before. The ship sped across the waves, and within minutes, it reached the shores of the island. Kuro and Ryan disembarked and sought an open area. As Ryan activated his fruit abilities, Kuro unsheathed his sword. The Kusanagi. Be cautious, Captain. I have grown considerably stronger, Ryan said, confidence radiating from his expression. You should also exercise caution. My blade possesses the ability to devour souls. You may strike first, Ryan. Without hesitation, Ryan opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of energy. White tiger's roar. The radiant wave of platinum energy surged forth, but Kuro, with a swift horizontal slash, cleaved through the energy wave in an instant. The severed energy fell to the ground, producing a sound akin to ringing metal. Clink, clink, clink. The metallic sounds echoed as Kuro looked down to discover it was interspersed with metallic particles. White Tiger, the sovereign of the West, master of slaughter. Aligned with the element of metal, possesses the ability to manipulate metal? No wonder Ryan's mace has suddenly grown to such a size. Kuro suddenly pondered. If the fruit's ability could cause the spiked club to grow in size, could it also be wielded to diminish the weapons of his adversaries? He decided to let Ryan attempt it after the battle. Ryan, are you ready? I shall unleash my full power, he declared. Then let me witness your prowess, Captain. Kuro immediately ceased holding back, his armament haki enveloping the blade, transforming it into a pitch-black weapon. He propelled himself towards Ryan, wielding the sword with both hands, and struck down with ferocity. Receive my blade. With a swift motion, Ryan raised his spiked club, only to have it severed by the cutting edge of Butogutsun. Had Ryan not evaded in time, this strike would have surely marked his demise. Captain, your blade is utterly fearsome. I never anticipated it would be so sharp. Kuro sensed the disdain emanating from Butogutsun. The enhancement bestowed by the famed blade felt like a celestial gift compared to the past. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Truly remarkable, Butogutsun. Once more, I shall temporarily seal its sharpness. Very well. Ryan raised his hand, commanding the scattered spiked club to reassemble, and charged towards Kuro wielding it. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a furious clash upon the island, their battle wreaking havoc upon the surrounding forest. What a thrill. One sword style, King-S slash. In a moment of exhilaration, Kuro unleashed his ultimate technique, as blood-red flames ignited along the blade of Butogutsun. With a mighty swing, a crimson flame slash hurtled towards Ryan. Unwilling to concede, Ryan retaliated. The spikes on his club surged forth, enveloped in waves of platinum energy. Tiger Strike. The platinum energy slash was equally formidable. Boom. Buzz. Buzz. The two forces collided, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Has Ryan's power truly ascended to such heights? Kuro beamed with joy at witnessing Ryan's exponential growth. After all, a lone warrior, no matter how mighty, would find it difficult to evade demise when besieged. Only through collective strength can they carve out a resounding reputation upon the vast seas. As Kuluo engaged in battle, he conversed effortlessly, whereas Ryan remained tight-lipped, his teeth clenched, for he understood that silence was his only defense against the formidable pressure exerted by Kuluo. The captain's prowess was undeniably terrifying. Despite the vast improvement in his own abilities compared to the past, he still found himself utterly overwhelmed in combat against the captain. It was evident that he was still far from keeping pace with Kuluo. Amidst their intense skirmish, a sudden crack echoed through the air as Ryan's spiked mace shattered once more into two pieces. Kuro swiftly sheathed his blade, a faint strike slicing across Ryan's body, inflicting a wound upon his chest. Captain, you truly are monstrous. Despite my considerable enhancement in strength, I still cannot withstand a single blow from you. Ryan's face bore the marks of defeat as he clutched a fragment of his spiked club, having reverted from his beastly form. Kneeling on one leg, he pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. This cannot be blamed on me. It is the blade, Budu no Tamashii. That is excessively sharp. Although I have restrained part of its ferocity, it is still beyond the capacity of your body to endure. Sighing, he added, the path to reversal is fraught with challenges. Upon finishing his words, the severed piece of the spiked club transformed into metallic particles, returning to his grasp and merging seamlessly with the remaining fragment, thus forging a new spiked club. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Ryan, can your abilities influence the weapons of others during combat? During the previous skirmish, I attempted to affect Budu no Tamashii, but as I sought to diminish its size, I sensed a menacing intent locking onto me, rendering me unable to proceed. Budu no Tamashii possesses a soul. Should you provoke its wrath, it may directly assault your spirit. In such a case, no matter how formidable your physical form, you would be unable to withstand its onslaught. After Kuluo concluded his words, he instructed the crew aboard the ship to cast down the steel-long knife he had previously carried. Ryan, you may attempt to see if you can sway him. Kuro swiftly swung his blade, which was met by Ryan's spiked club. Upon impact, Kuro's longsword shattered into metallic particles. Indeed, it is possible. As long as I can make contact, I can exert influence. After Ryan spoke, he restored the longsword to its original form. Allow me to enhance it with my haki. Then you may attempt it once more. Kuro employed the technique of coating his sword with armament haki, while Ryan endeavored to utilize his devil fruit abilities. The outcome of the experiment revealed that the impact was negligible. After all, once the sword was enveloped in armament haki, it was akin to being sheathed in a protective layer. The devil fruit powers could only exert minimal influence on the blade concealed beneath the haki, thus diminishing their effectiveness compared to before. Considering Ryan's current inexperience with his powers, it is likely that once he truly masters them, even with the armament haki in place, he will be capable of dismantling his adversary's weapons. Upon concluding the test, both Kuro and Ryan felt a sense of satisfaction, one with the potential of the devil fruit abilities, and the other with the significant progress in his strength. Ryan, your primary task moving forward is to master and develop your devil fruit abilities. You must swiftly familiarize yourself with them while maintaining your daily training regimen. Once you can effectively wield armament haki in conjunction with your platinum aura, even my sacred sword, Kusanagi, will not be easily severed. Upon hearing this, Ryan eagerly nodded in agreement, filled with newfound determination. After testing their capabilities, the two returned to the ship. Everyone, to celebrate Ryan's acquisition of the devil fruit, let us commence a feast. Oh, haha. With a command from Kuro, everyone immediately sprang into action, transporting wine and provisions. In no time, a small mountain of food was piled up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially embarked on the Grand Line. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate this new beginning. May we successfully conquer the Grand Line and return alive to our homeland across the seas. Cheers. Cheers to the captain. Kuro, clutching a large barrel of wine, addressed the crew before taking a hearty swig. The sailors raised their cups in unison, partaking in the revelry. After the initial indulgence, the merriment escalated into a delightful exchange of who would pour for whom, accompanied by raucous laughter and song. As the moonlight gradually dimmed, the night unfolded in a tapestry of joy and camaraderie. Upon the break of dawn, Kuro awoke amidst a sea of bodies, cradling the wine barrel. Surveying the scene of men nestled together in slumber, he couldn't help but shiver at the sight. The inebriated were indeed a frightful lot. One sailor was even found gnawing on another in a bizarre embrace. What dreams haunted their slumber? Rising to stretch, he caught sight of Ada and Aer emerging with breakfast. Captain, you're awake. Just in time, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Kuro, after finishing his meal, walked over and picked up a piece of bread to eat. Klo, I have given the devil fruit to Ryan. Will that upset you? Kuro inquired, glancing at Klo, who was dining beside him. I harbor no discontent, Captain. The item was discovered by you, and furthermore, I sense it is ill-suited for me, Klo replied, adjusting his glasses with a nonchalant demeanor, clearly indifferent to the matter. Indeed, it is not suited for you. Your talents align more with speed-type fruits, a notion I find quite intriguing. After Ku Luo finished speaking, K. Luo set aside the food in his hands and gazed at him. It was evident that K. Luo was still quite intrigued by the devil fruit. During the upcoming voyage, I want you to investigate a place known as Sleepy Ancient Town, where a devil fruit resides, which I believe is well suited for you. Keep this information to yourself. It is sufficient for you to know. After Kuro finished speaking, he resumed his battle with breakfast, while Kuro appeared to be deep in thought. Once breakfast was finished, he roused the inebriated crew, and thus began another day of sailing and training. Ryan had already mastered the concept of armament haki, so there was no longer a need for Kuro to administer his affectionate beatings. He simply needed to practice diligently each day. Kuro's techniques had also seen new advancements, eliminating the necessity for Kuro to strategize beside him. The crew members were all making progress, and as the captain, Kuro could not afford to be complacent. Fortuitously, after the last fusion with the space seed of Budu Gitsune, Kuro's strength barrier had been shattered. Kuro's potential has reached its limit, reverting into a state where he must rely on rigorous training to enhance his strength. Consequently, Kuro engages in relentless training each day, striving to extract the last vestiges of energy from his body in exchange for greater power augmentation. Kuro tirelessly pushes the limits of his physical endurance each day, often collapsing onto the ground during training, unable to rise. At such moments, Ada and Aer bring him sustenance, feeding him with care. Once nourished, Kuro's remarkable recuperative abilities begin to manifest. In no time, he regains his strength and resumes his rigorous training. Under this relentless regimen, Kuro's prowess escalates exponentially. Witnessing the captain's unwavering dedication, the crew members are inspired to intensify their own training, often collapsing onto the deck and falling asleep after a long day of exertion. Throughout their journey, the Black Ship encounters several bouts of severe weather, yet thanks to Ryan's commendable navigation skills, they emerge from each ordeal unscathed. After several days of sailing, Kuro and his companions finally behold a small island inhabited by people. Kuro greeted Ryan as he steered the Black Ship closer. Kuro, do you see those individuals up there? Are they each holding a frying pan? As they approached the shore, Kuro observed the island's inhabitants, each clutching a pot, some wielding woks, others holding flat-bottomed pans. Even the children possessed a saucepan. Indeed, Captain, you are not mistaken. Each person is indeed carrying a pot. Kuro adjusted his glasses, feeling a profound curiosity. Where have we arrived? Pot Island. Kuro inquired of Ryan, who admitted his ignorance, stating that the record pointer could only indicate the direction of the island, not its name. Ah, indeed. Since everyone is wielding pots, there must be remarkable chefs on this island. Ha. Observing the crowd, Kuro suddenly realized that the chefs had been located. The Black Ship drew ever closer to Pot Island, and the island's inhabitants soon noticed the approaching vessel. Their curiosity piqued. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed at the pirate flag. They are pirates. The crowd scattered in panic. Some sought refuge in their homes, while others hid within the buildings. Kuro observed an elderly woman moving at an exceedingly slow pace, and in a moment of impulsive decision, he inverted the large pot he was holding and placed it atop his own form. The individuals aboard the vessel fell into a profound silence. Was it truly necessary? Kuro felt the formidable power of the pirate flag for the first time, witnessing the frantic escape of the townsfolk. One could easily imagine the devastation wrought by pirates in their rampages of pillage and destruction. The ominous Black Ship docked, and Kuro and his companions disembarked. Approaching the old woman's pot, Kuro unceremoniously appended both the pot and the woman within it. Please don't kill me. The old woman, her eyes tightly shut, trembled as she pleaded. Observing this scene, Kuro was reminded of his grandmother from a past life, a pang of discomfort tightening in his chest. He could only muster a smile, striving to soften his tone as much as possible. Ha ha ha, dear grandmother, we are not those kind of pirates. Please do not fear. We shall not harm the people of this island. Kuro, having spoken, reached out to pull the elderly lady from the pot. At that moment, a stove came flying through the air. Clang! Ryan effortlessly knocked it away with a wolf fawn club. Who goes there? Emerging was a young man towering over 2 meters, wielding an enormous spatula. You band of pirates, release Grandma Fonglon. The young man shouted loudly, raising his spatula. Under his leadership, the island's residents began to emerge from their homes, each wielding kitchen utensils. Kuro's eyes sparkled with hope as he thought to himself, this is promising. The cooks have found their allies. Everyone, please remain calm. We mean no harm. Kuro stood up hastily to clarify. Do not deceive us, pirates. Surely, you intend for us to lower our guard so that you can launch a surprise attack. Indeed, you despicable pirates must be plotting such treachery. Pirates are capable of anything. A wave of indignation surged among the crowd, their fervor escalating as they prepared to advance. The young leader quickly intervened, recognizing the formidable power of Ryan's earlier strike. Confronting him alone could prove perilous, even if they all charged together. Moreover, the crew aboard the pirate ship had yet to reveal their intentions. Thus, it was imperative to refrain from initiating an assault and instead ascertain their true motives. Pirates, what is it that you truly seek? We harbor no ill will. We merely followed the navigational pointer to this location, intending to replenish our supplies. As soon as Kuro finished speaking, the islanders, their faces contorted with rage, brandished their spatulas, preparing to launch an assault. What on earth was happening? They had merely stated their intentions of bringing supplies, yet it felt as though they were confronting the very embodiment of their deepest vendetta. The crew, witnessing the islanders poised for imminent attack, hastily drew their weapons. A fierce conflict seemed inevitable. Wait a moment. Hey, you, the one in charge, do you have the authority to intervene? Kuro approached the front of the leading youth, gazing down at him. So, are you their captain? Indeed, I am the captain. Let us converse. Have your men sheath their weapons, or we shall consider this an act of war. Kuro spoke coldly, having discerned that the islanders were all exhibiting signs of heightened agitation. Even without uttering a word, they were baring their teeth and bristling with hostility. Given this situation, a different approach to communication was warranted. Upon hearing Kuro's words, the leading youth furrowed his brow. If we lay down our weapons, what will you do? Do you intend to have us surrender unconditionally? Kuro, upon hearing his words, chose not to respond directly. With a mere wave of his hand, The crew stowed away their weapons. He then turned his gaze towards the leading young man. The youth, after a moment's hesitation, called out for everyone to calm down and to first put away their arms. Very well, let us engage in discourse. Why is it that the mention of resupplying materials elicits such a strong reaction from you? Upon Ku Luo's utterance, the islanders were thrown into a flurry of agitation. Previously, a band of pirates had landed upon our shores, ruthlessly slaughtering many of our kin and seizing our provisions and spirits. As they departed, they ominously declared their intention to return for further supplies. Thus, when you spoke of replenishing resources, it elicited such a profound reaction from us. Kuro understood. This was treating oneself as an equal in the act of robbery. We are unlike the pirates of yore. If we truly desired to plunder, the formidable giant behind me alone could annihilate you all. After Kuro spoke, Ryan shook the Wolf Fong Club in his hand. We merely came to procure some supplies, and we are prepared to pay. After Kuro spoke, the leading youth turned to engage in discussion with the residents behind him. Seizing the opportunity while they deliberated, Kuro gently extracted the elderly woman from the pot. Observing her covered in dirt, he crouched down to softly brush off the loose soil. He then began to converse with her, alleviating her anxiety and fear. Witnessing Kuro's gentle demeanor towards the elderly woman, the tension on the leading youth's face noticeably eased. It was evident that Kuro and his companions were markedly different from the pirates they had encountered before. After a while, once the islanders had concluded their discussion, Kuro returned the elderly woman to her community, where a group promptly sheltered her behind them. Now, please share the outcome of your discussion. Kuro glanced at the leading young man and asserted, "We are willing to sell you supplies, but you must guarantee the safety of the inhabitants on our island." Ultimately, the islanders consented to sell their goods to Kuro and his companions, for no one could predict the potential wrath of these pirates should they refuse. "Very well, if we intended to kill, we would not have engaged in this lengthy discussion with you," he continued. "Now, lead us to your finest restaurant, for I am on the brink of starvation and eager to sample your culinary skills." As Kuro strode towards the crowd, the islanders, upon noticing his approach, instinctively parted to create a pathway. They stood in two lines, as if welcoming him in a grand procession. "Follow me," said the leading young man, who, upon hearing Kuro's desire for a meal, took the lead ahead. After a 10-minute walk, Kuro's eyes were greeted by a magnificent restaurant. It was not merely large. It resembled a bustling food market, with numerous chefs busily at work within. Glancing upwards, he noticed an enormous frying pan suspended from the ceiling. "Young man, what is your name?" Kuro suddenly realized that he did not know the name of the young man before him. "Paul Dukas. Then I shall call you Paul," he said. "As you wish," Paul replied indifferently. "What is the name of this small island? Why does everyone carry a pot?" Kuro was somewhat intrigued. "Here, we refer to it as Wiresy Island, also known as the Island of Chefs. Every native born on this island is nurtured in the art of culinary skills from a young age." Upon hearing this, Kuro felt an overwhelming urge to cry, exclaiming, "Finally, this is the place I've longed for." Paul, observing the sorrowful expression on the face of the pirate captain, found himself perplexed. He pondered to himself, "Is this person unwell? I merely mentioned the cultivation of culinary skills from childhood. Why the melancholy?" Just as he was about to tease Kuro, he recalled Ryan's formidable strength and swallowed his words. He chose to ignore Kuro and swiftly pushed the door open, stepping inside. Upon entering the grand hall, he was greeted by a fierce vegetable chopping competition between two chefs. The chef on the left forcefully slammed his knife onto the cutting board, causing the ingredients to leap into the air. With a swift motion, he sliced through them, transforming them into delicate shreds that fell neatly onto the plate. The chef on the right, equally relentless, spun his knife with remarkable speed, turning each ingredient into fine strands as it passed. After they finished, both chefs compared their respective creations, with the left chef's shreds being slightly finer, thus securing victory. Witnessing this display, Kuro could not help but applaud. The surrounding audience turned to him with expressions of disdain, as if to say, "What an idiot." Kuro, bewildered, questioned, "Is there something wrong with my applause? In this place, chopping vegetables is considered a fundamental skill, regardless of one's prowess. It is deemed insignificant. Therefore, the applause was perceived as an annoyance." Sensing Kuro's confusion, Paul approached to provide clarification. "Is this merely a fundamental skill? How astonishing. With such knife skills, how could you not defeat the previous pirates? Does that mean those pirates were exceptionally strong?" Kuro wore a curious expression in his eyes. The knife skills displayed were more than sufficient to deal with the crew aboard his ship. He pondered how they had previously been so severely bullied. It was not a matter of inability. Rather, it stemmed from the peculiar customs of their island, which dictated that kitchen knives were to be used solely for the preparation of food and must never be wielded against another person. Paul did not need to elaborate further. Kuro quickly grasped the reasoning behind the absence of armed islanders. He had initially wondered if there were simply no kitchen knives on the island, only to discover this bizarre regulation. Who established such a rule? Was this not absurd? To possess strength yet stand idly by, enduring blows? This led Paul to share the history of Weirjo Island. Once an uncharted, desolate isle, it became renowned when two celebrated chefs arrived one day, intent on a duel to determine who among them was the true culinary king. They agreed upon 3 contests, the first being knife skills. Since both were masters of the blade, they reached a stalemate. The second contest focused on flavor. They summoned 100 inhabitants from the neighboring islands to taste their dishes and cast votes, resulting in yet another deadlock, 50 to 50. The third contest, however, was one of strength. Navigating the sea in search of rare and delectable ingredients often posed perilous risks, sometimes even leading to death. Thus, the final contest was a test of might. Armed with their kitchen knives, the two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights. Both sustained significant injuries. Yet neither could land a decisive blow. As they both endeavored to exchange wounds, seeking an opening to eliminate the other, a powerful man suddenly emerged, effortlessly shattering their knives with a single stroke. He berated the two for their foolishness, lamenting that they would jeopardize their lives for a mere title of culinary king. He reminded them that a chef's knife is meant to bring joy through food, not to incite violence. After delivering his admonition, he departed, leaving the two warriors on the ground, gazing at the sky, bursting into laughter. From that day forward, the two would-be culinary kings chose to live incognito on the desolate island. Observing their decision to stay, the 100 taste-testing islanders from other lands also resolved to remain. Thus, the two chefs established a culinary academy, teaching the island's residents the art of cooking. In commemoration of their earlier duel, they forged 2 new chef's knives. To prevent any future contests for culinary supremacy, they instituted a strict rule. On this island, a chef's knife could only be used for food preparation and must never be wielded against another. Anyone who violated this rule would be expelled from the island. Thus, through the gradual evolution across generations, the present-day Weirjo Island took shape. In the face of pirate incursions, the island's inhabitants could only defend themselves with kitchen utensils, refraining from wielding knives. After hearing this tale, Kuro stared at Paul in disbelief. Have you lost your senses? When a knife is held to your throat, why adhere to such nonsensical regulations? Moreover, are you truly foolish? If kitchen knives are off limits, what about using a longsword? To possess strength yet stand idle, awaiting death. You do not comprehend, Paul retorted. These regulations bind the people. The islanders are chefs from birth. Regardless of the knife they wield, they cannot harm others. For centuries, the residents have upheld this code. It is sacrosanct. Upon hearing Kuro's derision of their regulations, Paul immediately bristled. Am I mistaken? To stand by and watch friends and family perish before your eyes, adhering to these so-called rules, when you clearly possess the ability to act, is sheer folly. Do you truly wish for the entire island to perish before realizing the gravity of your inaction? Kuro's words struck Paul into silence, prompting memories of the pirate attack and the loss of islanders, including a childhood companion. Observing Paul deep in thought, Kuro paid him no mind and proceeded to various stalls to order food. When Paul finally regained his senses and sought to speak, he realized Kuro had already moved on. Turning around, he found Kuro devouring food with unrestrained enthusiasm. Watching Kuro eat, resembling a famished spirit returned to the mortal realm, Paul swallowed his words and departed. Wow, Captain! This chicken is absolutely delectable. It melts in your mouth, Kuro exclaimed. Indeed, Captain, this fish is delightful. It is devoid of bones, filled solely with meat. The lamb is also exquisitely prepared. This place is simply marvelous. Suwachi, how can you even compare? The food you prepare is likely unfit for the island's dogs, Ada declared, brandishing a hefty bone and directing a tirade at the frizzy-haired Suwachi. Undeterred, Suwachi retaliated, unfit for dogs? It seems you relish it quite well. And the captain enjoys it too. Kuro felt a twinge of offense upon hearing this. If that is the case, I shall cease cooking, he declared, as it already interfered with his daily training. Suwachi, in a fit of frustration, outright refused to continue. If you won't cook, then so be it. Just remember to take the dogs from the island with you. They perform better than you do. Ada passionately showcased the literary flair of Zoan. And Kuro was inclined to accompany Ada and Aer precisely because of their sharp tongues. Their insults were quite foul-mouthed. Observing the heated exchange between Ada and Soashi, Aer discreetly moved all the meat from the table to his own side. Before long, he had consumed half of it. By the time their quarrel concluded, there would likely be little left. Kuro observed the playful antics of the two individuals while indulging in his meal, which could certainly be regarded as a form of entertainment. At that moment, a cacophony of battle erupted from outside the restaurant. Aer, go and investigate the situation, he commanded. Aer promptly seized a piece of pork from the table and ventured outside. Before long, he returned, breathless. Captain, a band of pirates has arrived. And Paolo is currently leading the islanders in their counterattack. Upon hearing this, Kuro was taken aback. Could it be such a coincidence? Another group had arrived, making him feel as though he were a pathfinder. Had a skirmish ensued? Indeed, it had. Paul was presently engaged in a fierce exchange with a dark-skinned pirate, wielding a large shovel. After Aer finished speaking, he commenced gnawing on a pork knuckle. Kuro stroked his chin, deep in thought. Aer, what do you think of the strength of the pirates in the inner seas? They cannot contend with us. And the islanders? They will suffer heavy casualties. Kuro pondered for a moment. Come, Chloe, let us step outside for a while. You all continue your meal. With that, he led Kuro out of the establishment. Upon exiting the restaurant, they beheld a distant clash between two groups of individuals, where an imposing figure, a towering black man wielding a massive axe, was fiercely swinging his weapon. Paul struggled to fend off the assault with a large shovel in hand. Their captain, a rotund man adorned with a pirate hat, was engaged in conversation with a gaunt companion behind him. Kuro observed from a distance, savoring a skewer of takoyaki while chewing thoughtfully. Kuro, did you notice the black man wielding an axe? Indeed, Captain. If I were to engage him in combat, how long do you believe it would take for me to vanquish him? Kuro, holding the skewer of takoyaki, inquired of Kuro. Upon hearing this, Kuro remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses. Ha ha ha, it seems you do not regard him highly, Kuro. Kuro sighed and shook his head as he gazed upon the severely wounded islanders and the struggling Paul. It was indeed foolish to possess the strength to retaliate yet refrain from doing so due to adherence to so-called regulations. You wretched pirates, cease this at once. Paul cried out in anguish as he witnessed his fellow islanders falling one after another. Ha ha ha, cease? What gives you the right to demand that of me? Boys, eliminate them all, commanded the brutish pirate captain, his face twisted in cruelty, prompting his minions to wield their weapons with even greater fervor. I have truly erred. Kuro was right. My Navet in adhering to that damned regulation has brought suffering and death upon the islanders. Paul exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Yet, it seemed all too late. Or perhaps not entirely too late. Here, I found this in the back kitchen of the restaurant. Just as Paul lamented his tears, Kuro approached from behind, holding a large wooden chest. Inside were dozens of chef's knives. Given that you are not entirely beyond redemption, I present these to you. How you choose to wield them is up to you. After tossing the chest to Paul, Kuro stood aside. Thank you, Kuro. Paul exclaimed with surprise as he caught the wooden chest and beheld the knives within, hastily expressing his gratitude to Kuro. Kuro waved his hand dismissively, signaling not to concern ourselves. Paul reached into the box and produced a broadsword, his demeanor transforming entirely. The crowd listened intently. At this juncture, adhering strictly to the rules would only lead to inevitable demise. Thus, he urged them to temporarily set aside regulations and seize the swords, driving the ruthless pirates from their island and safeguarding their homeland. After Paul's declaration, he swung the sword towards the barbaric pirates. Yet none of the remaining islanders dared to approach the box for weapons, exchanging hesitant glances among themselves. Just as uncertainty loomed over the crowd, Grandma Fonlon parted the throng and stepped forward. She approached the large wooden box, her petite frame barely reaching half its height. With a few gestures, the elderly lady bent her legs and leaped onto the box. She rummaged through its contents, searching for a weapon suitable for her. Be careful, dear lady, lest you be cut by the blades within the box, one might caution. After a considerable search, Grandma Fonlon finally unearthed a weapon that suited her, a large cleaver. Can you truly wield that blade, dear grandmother? Kuro gazed at the bone-cutting knife, which was longer than her own height, and spoke with a hint of concern. Humph. You little rascal, do not underestimate this old woman. The weapons of my youth were far grander than this mere knife. Alas, in my old age, I must make do with such a small blade. Grandmother Fanglan spoke of her past with pride, yet her expression turned wistful as she reflected on the present. Kuro listened with a smirk, noting that this old woman was almost rivaling the elderly man from his household, endlessly bragging about her youthful prowess. Normally, Paul adhered strictly to the rules, yet today he seemed inclined to abandon them. Kid, this matter concerns you, does it not? Grandmother Fanglan dragged the handle of her cleaver and cast a glance at Kuro, who merely smiled and scratched his chin in response. Humph, yet you have performed admirably. Long ago, there were those who sought to abolish this rule, but the stubborn old fogies on the island vehemently opposed it. A bunch of relics wielding their seniority to intimidate others. Thankfully, they have all passed on. Otherwise, this situation would have been equally arduous. Grandmother Fanglan's words were startling, and she raised her cleaver towards the islanders behind her. You lot of rascals. I have taken up arms. What are you waiting for? Do you expect me to confront the pirates alone? The islanders exchanged glances, and a short-haired youth emerged from the crowd. Since Grandmother Fanglan has spoken, let us cast aside this rule. With that, the young man rushed to the box and selected a long kitchen knife. One followed another. Seeing this, the others hurried to the box, selecting their weapons while grumbling. Indeed, if they intend to annihilate us, we shall fight back. A chef without a knife is not the same as a chef armed with one. You vile demons, prepare to be dealt with by the chefs. The group, having armed themselves with their familiar kitchen knives, turned towards the battlefield. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. In the hands of the islanders, the kitchen knives came alive, spinning and dancing within their grasp. The pirates, caught off guard, found the blades slicing through their flesh, blood cascading to the ground. In an instant, the cries of the pirates filled the air. Captain, they are too strong. They are entirely different from before. My hand, my leg, my kidney. Under the ferocious assault of the islanders, the pirates crumbled, wailing towards their rotund captain. What in the world is happening? Rob, you scoundrel. Tell me why they have become so formidable. The pirate captain seized a scrawny monkey beside him, gripping its neck and demanding an explanation. Captain, it's the knives. It's all about the knives. They have violated the island's regulations and are attacking with blades. The scrawny monkey, gasping for breath as its face turned purple, managed to utter these two sentences, desperately trying to inhale more air. I care not for regulations. Since you claim this island is easy to conquer, then go and seize it for me, or I shall slay you first. The pirate captain now harbored a singular desire, to eliminate the scrawny monkey before him. This fellow had joined his crew a year prior, securing his position aboard the ship through exceptional culinary skills. Approximately 6 months ago, he began to incessantly proclaim that within his homeland's ancestral hall lay 2 magnificent blades, and that the islanders possessed little strength. Thus, if he were to venture there, the weapons would be his for the taking. Initially, the captain dismissed these tales as mere fantasies, but the incessant repetition by the scrawny monkey gradually swayed his resolve. However, their crew had been relentlessly pursued by the Navy at that time, preventing any opportunity to journey to the island. Recently, the Navy reported that the Kuro pirate crew had entered the Grand Line, prompting nearby naval branches to prepare for an ambush. It was only then that the pursuing Navy relented, granting them the chance to retrieve the coveted blades. Yet, now his crew lay decimated, and the once feeble islanders, upon wielding kitchen knives, transformed astonishingly, revealing formidable swordsmanship. His subordinates were immediately overwhelmed. Captain, I cannot contend with those wielding kitchen knives. If I could, I would not have been driven from this island. The scrawny monkey lamented, his words igniting a furious wrath within the pirate captain. You fool! Are you trying to doom me? Steam erupted from the captain's nostrils as his body surged upward, expanding until he transformed into a colossal wild boar. Captain, no. Please. Die. The boar captain raised his hoof and brought it crashing down upon the scrawny monkey's head, who perished instantly, his brain shattered, without uttering a final word. Oh, a Zoan fruit? A wild boar human? Kuro gazed upon the scene before him, and suddenly his mind drifted to the Wulong Mountain. You wretched islanders, daring to resist the formidable Captain Bull. With a furious charge, the wild boar bull rampaged through, leaving the islanders no chance to evade his wrath. Many were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Grandmother Fanglan had just raised her hand to slay a pirate when Bull's gaze fixated upon her, his powerful limbs propelling him towards her with relentless speed. Seeing this, Paul sprang forward, positioning himself before Grandmother Fanglan. gripping his blade with all his might to withstand the ferocious tusks of the wild boar. A contest of strength ensued between man and beast. You, an ordinary human, cannot hope to match a wielder of fruit powers like me. Humph, you colossal wild boar, to a chef, you are merely a delectable ingredient. You shall pay dearly. Bull lifted his head and flung Paul aside. Paul fell to the ground, skidding for a distance before managing to regain his footing, only to see Bull charging at him once more. I cannot hold him back for long. Grandmother, you must flee. I will be the barrier. Paul shouted as he dashed towards Bull, raising his blade in an attempt to momentarily halt the beast, buying time for Grandmother Fanglan to escape. Thud. The sound of collision echoed as Bull's tusk knocked Paul's sword away, and the boar's snout collided with Paul's chest, a crack resonating through the air. Paul immediately coughed up blood, sent sprawling several meters away. Paul! Grandmother Fanglan cried out in distress. Bull had already begun his advance towards her. Whoosh! Kuro instantaneously teleported between the two individuals, facing the rapidly charging wild boar. A smile graced his face as he flexed his fists, for it had been quite some time since he had encountered a wild boar of such formidable size. Kuro took a step back with his right leg, lowering his center of gravity as the muscles in his right arm began to bulge. Raw strength. Kuro's powerful punch landed squarely on the boar's snout, causing Bull's body to shudder, as if the flesh had all surged towards his neck. The force of the strike reverberated through the surroundings, unleashing a shockwave that sent Bull tumbling through the air, blood trailing in his wake. How audacious for a mere wild boar to exhibit such arrogance. As Bull plummeted to the ground, his body trembled, limbs flailing aimlessly. He had been utterly dazed by Kuro's blow. Observing the creature's pitiful state, Kuro expressed his disdain, saying, Kuro, I entrust him to you. Use him to refine your techniques. At your command, Captain, replied Kuro with a grin, donning his 10 blades and advancing to engage Bull. Kuro turned around to help the frightened Grandma Fanglan to her feet. Are you all right, dear lady? Did you sustain any injuries? No, thanks to you, my little rascal, she replied. Kuro shook his head, chuckling as he brushed off the dust from the old woman's attire. In the distance, Paul struggled to rise to his feet. You are still too weak, Paul. With your current strength, you cannot protect this island, Kuro remarked. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Paul fell silent, his expression grave. He realized he was indeed still too weak. As Kuro observed his expression, he chose to remain silent and turned his gaze towards the battle between Kuro and Bull. At that moment, Bull regained his clarity of mind, transforming into his beastly form, a pig-headed creature wielding a large blade, relentlessly pursuing Kuro. Kuro, with agile evasion, seized every opportunity to launch sneak attacks against Bull. However, Bull, bolstered by the formidable physique of an animal-type ability user, withstood Kuro's assaults without faltering. The 10 blades merely grazed his surface skin, failing to breach the flesh, and coupled with his remarkable regenerative abilities, Bull appeared bloodied yet sustained minimal harm. Aware that his attacks were ineffective, Kuro relentlessly sought weaknesses in Bull's defenses, knowing that a single successful strike could incapacitate the wild boar. A glimmer of red flickered in Kuro's eyes. Bull swung his tusks, yet anxiety gnawed at him. Although he believed he could best Kuro, he was acutely aware of the man's overwhelming strength from afar. A single punch had sent him flying in his beastly form. The thought of such power was daunting. As Bull pondered this, he felt the gravity of the situation weigh heavily upon him, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. Curse that scrawny monkey. Seizing the opportunity during Bull's moment of distraction, Kuro executed a stealthy maneuver. With the grace of a cat, he vanished and reappeared behind the wild boar, unleashing 10 swift slashes. The sound of slicing echoed as Bull's back was carved with 10 deep wounds, exposing bone. Ugh! Ah! Bull let out a pained wail, pivoting to retaliate with his blade, only to find Kuro had already vanished from sight. Damn it! You dare ambush me! The wild boar seethed with rage, feeling dishonored by such underhanded tactics. Ambush? Don't be absurd. You simply cannot catch me. As Kuro's voice echoed, Bull felt a chill in his chest, followed by another 10 slashes erupting upon him. This time, the wounds were graver, one slicing open his abdomen. Blood gushed forth. Overcome by agony, Bull could scarcely muster a cry, clutching his belly as he collapsed to the ground. Kuro reappeared at his side, the 10 blades poised at Bull's neck. Please, spare me. I am willing to surrender, Bull gasped, sensing the specter of death looming. Kuro glanced at Kuro, who merely smirked and made a gesture across his throat. Spare me. Without allowing Bull to finish his plea, Kuro swiftly severed the pig's head. The nearby islanders gasped and quickly shut their eyes. Kuro, your methods are too ruthless. You could have simply ended it cleanly, yet you chose to make it so gruesome, instilling fear in others. Kuro spoke in a relaxed tone, but Kurori paid him no mind. However, you have grown stronger, Kuro, even when faced with this formidable foe, a power-type adversary that you are not accustomed to. You were able to vanquish him with ease. Truly impressive, Kuro. Ha. In response to Kuro's cheerful praise, Kuro's lips curled into a subtle smile as he adjusted his glasses with an air of aloofness before walking away. Ha. Still so prideful, Kuro. Having defeated the wild boar captain, only a handful of lackeys remained, quickly dispatched by the islanders. They bound the remaining foes together with ropes, and then turned their gaze towards Kuro. Why do you look at me? Do you wish to bind me as well? Kuro gazed at them, pondering their ingratitude. They did not wish to harm you. Rather, they were at a loss for how to repay your kindness. After all, without your assistance, our culinary island would likely face annihilation. Granny Fonglan approached, donned in a fresh outfit, and spoke as she walked. There is no need for gratitude. After much contemplation, I have found nothing of value here that warrants my desire. After a moment of contemplation, Kuro decided to abandon his pursuit. The island had already been plundered by other pirates, leaving little to no treasure remaining. Thus, there was nothing of value to seek. Ha, you little rascal. You truly show no mercy, exclaimed Grandma Fonglan. Paul, bring it forth. At her command, Paul stepped forward, cradling a wooden box in his arms. Here you go, young one. Take a look at this. This is the very reason the wild boar pirate crew has come. Upon finishing her words, Paul opened the box, revealing a Japanese chef's knife over a meter in length. Moonslayer. Kuro stared at the knife within the box, momentarily stunned. What on earth am I witnessing? The moon-cutting blade of Iho. Good heavens, whose is this black blade? Is it perhaps wielded by a young man with orange hair? Kuro swiftly inquired, pondering whether he had ventured into the wrong realm. Was this truly the world of the Grim Reaper? The young man with orange hair was, in fact, one of the two chefs who had originally established the island, having forged it anew from fragments of their own blades and a piece of black iron. As she spoke, the elderly woman retrieved the knife from its case. Its name, Kong Zhan, was far removed from your so-called Zhanyu, having remained in the shrine since its successful forging. It had never been inscribed in the blade registry, yet it was undoubtedly on par with the esteemed Great Knife of 21 Crafts. Upon concluding her words, the elderly woman tossed the knife to Kuro. Kuro held the blade in his hand, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the sword. Indeed, it was a formidable weapon. He then began to wield it with vigor. One sword style, horizontal slash. Kuro swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that resembled a crescent moon soaring through the air, striking the desolate mountain atop the small island and cleaving its summit asunder. A magnificent blade indeed. Yet, it holds no utility for me, for I have already acquired my own weapon. Kuro concluded his words and returned the knife to Paul. Take good care of it. With this blade in your possession, your strength will experience a significant enhancement, enabling you to safeguard this island in the future. As Kuro was about to proceed to the dining hall, he was interrupted. Wait a moment. Ha. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, little rascal. Grandmother Fonglan halted Kuro in his tracks, her gaze filled with mirth. Paul, you should accompany him. Accompany me? Are you suggesting that he join me in becoming a pirate, old lady? Kuro displayed a look of confusion, questioning why one would willingly part with another. What is wrong with being a pirate? The man who intervened in the duel between the two chefs was a formidable pirate himself. Without his presence, this small island would not have endured. That is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that if he leaves with me, what will become of the safety of the island's inhabitants? After Kuro spoke, he gazed at Grandma Fonglan. The Navy had previously visited our island, expressing their desire to establish a temporary base here to apprehend the pirates venturing into the Grand Line. However, we had consistently declined their request. Yet, during this period, considering that 3 waves of pirates have already arrived, we can no longer afford to refuse. Therefore, just moments ago, we utilized the transponder snail left by the Navy to establish contact with them, and they assured us that troops would be dispatched to garrison this location. Kuro nodded thoughtfully after listening. He glanced at Paul, acknowledging his competence. Although he had previously acted somewhat rigidly, he ultimately demonstrated an ability to awaken to the situation. However, it remains uncertain how adept he is in the culinary arts. Kuro thoughtfully stroked his chin when Kuro reappeared. Captain, Soki has declared that she will no longer cook. Kuro stated, prompting Kuro to have a sudden epiphany. He realized the predicament they faced aboard the ship. Throughout their journey, he had been troubled daily by the search for a chef, yet now that a chef was ready to join them, he found himself hesitating. Silently chiding himself, he thought, "How foolish, Kuro. Have you forgotten the original intention of setting sail?" With this reflection, Kuro lifted his gaze to Paul. "Hey Paul, getting on my ship isn't so simple. I understand. A formidable warrior like you must have high standards for those who come aboard." Paul replied earnestly, "Though my current strength may not suffice, I will train diligently once I am on the ship." His demeanor was serious, embodying the spirit of a fearless warrior. Kuro, adjusting his glasses, mused to himself, "High standards? I think not. I was forcibly brought aboard, and I've heard that Ryan was threatened to join as well." Kuro observed the shifting expressions of Klo, likely surmising the thoughts that occupied his mind. "Ahem, in truth, I have no particular demands. I merely hope that once aboard my vessel, everyone can unite, grow together, and ascend to greatness as one." In an attempt to mask his inner embarrassment, Kuro coughed discreetly twice. "Yes, I shall certainly strive to do my utmost." Paul replied with unwavering seriousness. "Very well, from now on, you shall serve as the chef aboard my vessel." "Welcome aboard, Paul." Kuro extended his right hand to pat Paul's shoulder, signifying a warm welcome. Kuro beside him also expressed his cordiality. "Well, since Paul has boarded the ship with you, I shall entrust this knife to him." Upon witnessing Kuro's agreement to Paul's request to embark, Grandma Fonglan felt a surge of joy for him. Subsequently, she tossed the knife back into Paul's hands. "Grandma Fonglan, take this knife. Otherwise, it may be confiscated by the Navy when they arrive." Kolo pondered for a moment and indeed found it to be true. "Then Paul, this knife shall be entrusted to you from now on. But it is not a gift to be taken lightly. You must strive to ensure that your name surpasses that of the two chefs who established the island, so that the people of Wire Island will come to regard you as a new legend. Do you understand?" "I understand, Captain." Paul firmly grasped the empty blade and solemnly assured Kolo, "You must put in the effort, Paul. From now on, it all depends on you. Work hard alongside Kolo." Laughter erupted among the surrounding islanders, all of whom felt elated for Paul. "All right, the ship's ceremony has concluded. Let us partake in a meal." Kolo, who just a moment ago was filled with fervor, now innocently expressed his desire to dine. The onlooking islanders collapsed in disbelief. "Be serious, you fool. I was just filled with passion." A chorus of voices erupted, furiously chastising Kolo. "Haha, do not mind it. Do not mind it." Kolo chuckled, shaking his head. For in a certain sense, the captain remained as unreliable as ever. Let us go, let us go." Just as Kolo was about to return to the tavern, Ryan approached, accompanied by Zong, De, Air, and a few others, all of whom waddled like expectant mothers, their bellies swaying as they walked. "Captain, is everything taken care of?" Ryan asked, punctuating his words with a hearty belch. "Indeed, the marauding pirates have mostly been eliminated, and the remaining ones are bound over there." Kolo gestured towards a group of bound pirate minions. "Furthermore, allow me to introduce Paul, who will henceforth serve as the chef aboard our vessel." Kuro pushed Paul forward and introduced him to the crew. "At last, we have a chef aboard. Hooray. We no longer have to endure the swine feed prepared by Soki. Thank you for saving us." Ada, with his belly protruding, approached Paul and shook his hand up and down in gratitude. "Get lost." Soki retaliated with a swift kick, sending Ada flying. Then, she took Paul's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you. Thank you for joining our ship. Thank you for choosing the culinary profession. Thank you. Thank you." Sob, sob, sob. Soki wept uncontrollably, burdened by the grievances she had borne for so long. Everyone criticized her cooking, which was indeed warranted. She herself had often wished to stop cooking. However, each time she voiced her desire, she was met with the captain's heartfelt admonitions. His fists were as heavy as sandbags. Even Ryan struggled to withstand them. How could she endure such punishment? Thus, she continued to cook. Furthermore, the inadequacy of her dishes was not entirely her fault. She had always been one to ignite cannon fire, never having cooked before. Yet, after the captain formed the pirate crew, she was forcibly assigned to the kitchen. Finally, today, a chef had arrived aboard, and it felt as though salvation had come to her. Seeing Soki, with snot and tears streaming down her face, Paul was filled with confusion. "The crew is overly enthusiastic. I am merely here as a chef. Is it really that emotional?" Just as Paul pondered this, Ada, who had been kicked away, returned stealthily behind Soki and executed a surprise attack. "Oh no." Soki shot into the air from the pain. "How dare you ambush me? I shall take your life." Ada blew on his fingers, launching into a verbal barrage directed at Soki. The two soon found themselves in a brawl on the ground, resembling unruly children throwing tantrums. Watching the two, Paul felt a twinge of regret about coming aboard. Ryan, noticing Paul's troubled expression, quickly placed an arm around his shoulder. Don't mind them. They act like this every day. As the captain says, they are just two buddies having a bit of fun. After Ryan spoke, Ayer nodded in agreement. Indeed. My brother and Soki behave like this. They can't go a day without a fight. Don't worry about them. Let me introduce you to the rest of our crew. Honestly, every day is just chaos. When will they learn to be as mature and composed as I am? Kuro shook his head, filled with a sense of disappointment and frustration. Be quiet. It's precisely because of individuals like you that things have come to this. The crew members beside him remarked candidly. I won't pay any attention to you. Kuro prepared to return to the restaurant to continue his meal. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to glance at Ryan's stomach. Hey, Ryan, you did save some meat for me, didn't you? Kuro remarked casually. No, we have consumed everything. It is still insufficient. We have even devoured a considerable amount of the dried meat from the kitchen. Ryan responded with a cheerful smile. Oh, that's wonderful. It was truly well made. Kuro's tone suddenly turned frigid. He pivoted, donned his armament color, and delivered a punch, sending Ryan crashing to the ground. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Ha ha ha. I told you that brother Ryan would inevitably be struck. I had advised him to save some meat. But he refused to heed my words. The minions nearby, witnessing Ryan's unconscious state, laughed with unrestrained glee. Dare you continue laughing? Clang, clang, clang. Each of them bore a large bump on their heads. All collapsed upon the ground. This is the price for not leaving me any food. Kuro exhaled the heat from his fists, his tone somewhat frigid. The islanders stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the scene. First, two crew members were rolling on the ground. And then Captain Kuro delivered a swift reprimand to each of them. Enough of this ruckus, Paul. Showcase your culinary skills and prepare a meal for the captain. Ultimately, it was Kuro who stepped forward to put an end to the farce. All right, Kuro, I shall prepare some food right away, Paul replied. Upon hearing the mention of food, the previously fainted individuals sprang to their feet. Make plenty, we are still hungry. Indeed, we are eager to sample your culinary prowess. Kuro shook his head in exasperation at the antics of these people, feeling even more fatigued than when he had been the captain. Haha, what an amusing bunch you are. Well, since you have vanquished our foes, allow us to prepare this meal in your honor as a token of our gratitude. Granny Fonglan, observing the playful crowd, laughed heartily and instructed the islanders to return home to gather ingredients, preparing a feast to welcome the Kuro pirates. As evening descended, a bonfire illuminated the island. With people gathered around, the ground laden with an array of dishes. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Kuro's mouth to water. It smells divine. Truly, this is the chef's island. Even the scent surpasses that of the meals served at sea restaurants. Now, for the first toast of the evening. Let us raise our glasses to the Kuro pirates, for their arrival has defeated the Boer pirates and saved us. Granny Fonglan lifted her cup in gratitude towards Kuro and his crew. To the Kuro pirates. The islanders echoed, raising their cups in unison. Cheers, everyone. Kuro and the others raised their glasses in unison and drank deeply. This second toast is dedicated to Paul, who has always been the first to charge into battle whenever the enemy strikes. He protected the island of Walezu and its inhabitants, and now, as he joins the Kuro pirate crew, let us wish him safe travels. To Paul, may he find peace. Thank you all. Paul is now weeping uncontrollably, and the islanders are similarly moved to tears. For this third toast, we honor the departed islanders. May their spirits watch over the living, granting them happiness and health. To the departed, we raise our glasses in mourning. As the third glass is drained, the islanders weep openly, and Kuro and his companions remain silent. This is the harsh reality of the world, something one cannot comprehend while watching anime in a past life. The impact of Roger's words becomes truly terrifying only upon arrival here. A single phrase can drive people to madness, recklessly plunging into the sea. Yet after a time at sea, they realize that even survival is a struggle. In moments of desperation, morality fades, and people resort to burning, killing, and pillaging to satiate their hunger. Roger instilled in people a fantasy of treasure, while simultaneously bringing forth the suffering wrought by rampant piracy. Thus, from a young age, Kuro understood a fundamental truth. Weakness is the original sin. It is due to their weakness that his parents met a tragic end, And it is this same weakness that led to the demise of the island's inhabitants. Therefore, to become strong is Kuro's singular conviction, to become stronger than anyone else. To aspire to be the strongest man in the world. Suddenly, a crimson wave of energy enveloped Kuro's body. Buzz. The wave radiated outward, overwhelming the surrounding islanders and crew members with an immense pressure, causing them to faint and lose consciousness. What is this? Conqueror's Haki. Kuro gazed upon the unconscious figures surrounding him, realizing that he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Previously, he had believed that such a feat was beyond his grasp, as he lacked the ambition to reign as a king. Thus, he never pursued it earnestly. However, witnessing the tears of the islanders today stirred within him a profound yearning for strength, igniting a fierce ambition that solidified his convictions. This newfound belief, intertwined with ambition, propelled him to awaken the Conqueror's Haki instantaneously. In that moment, Kuro truly grasped the ticket to the realm of the powerful. Ha ha ha, Emperors of the Sea, await my arrival. For it shall not be long before I, read D, Kuro, ascend to claim your positions. Kuro laughed heartily, his Conqueror's Haki resonating throughout the surroundings. Very well, let us indulge in the feast. After Kuro finished laughing, he quickly began to show off. Jokingly, he remarked that everyone had fainted, and since all the food was his, they should seize the moment to indulge. After a while, they awoke, but it was too late to partake. The use of Conqueror's Haki implies that being associated with you is quite embarrassing. Eventually, Ryan was the first to regain consciousness. He wondered what had just transpired, feeling as though he had been struck by an iron rod, dazed and disoriented. With one hand braced against the ground and the other supporting his head, he swayed unsteadily. Once he regained a bit of clarity, Ryan noticed his captain with a bone in his mouth and a meat chop in hand, staring at him intently. Oh, you're awake. Ryan. Captain, what just happened? Were there enemies? The mere thought of enemies prompted Ryan to spring to his feet, transforming into his beastly form, wielding his spiked club as he scanned the surroundings for threats. Oh dear, there's no need to be alarmed. It was merely the awakening of one of my abilities that caused you all to faint. Kuro crushed the bone in his mouth and swallowed it, then nonchalantly remarked, What? An awakening of abilities? Did it leave us all stunned? Ryan leaped forward, landing before Kuro. Captain, could you teach me this ability? Kuro responded, I cannot impart this knowledge. It is a form of Haki known as Conqueror's Haki, which arises from one's own awakening and is entirely reliant on fate. It cannot be attained through mere effort. To be honest, I myself am unaware of why I was able to awaken it. Upon finishing his words, Kuro looked at Ryan with an expression of envy, lamenting the unfortunate reality that he could not master such prowess. His strength was already formidable, and now he had awakened such an extraordinary ability. How could we possibly keep pace, Captain? Ryan's tone was imbued with a sense of defeat. Is it conceivable that even if I do not awaken the Conqueror's Haki, you still would not be able to catch up? Kuro gently patted Ryan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. I appreciate your kindness, but next time, refrain from comforting others. And please, do not wipe your greasy hands on my clothes after handling the meat. This is not a rag. Ryan's voice rang out, startling those who had fainted, rousing them from their stupor. One by one, they shook their heads, inquiring about the recent events. What happened? Captain, why did I faint? Ada asked as he rose to his feet, looking to Kuro for answers. I'm not quite sure what transpired. It was as if I lost consciousness in an instant. I've just awakened, right, Ryan? Kuro glanced at the captain, signaling him discreetly. Although Ryan was unaware of the captain's reasons for deceiving him, he nodded in agreement. How peculiar that everyone fainted. Fortunately, no enemies attacked us. Otherwise, it could have been a complete disaster. Zhang Ao expressed his relief, proclaiming their good fortune. Indeed, it is fortunate that nothing unexpected occurred. The group regarded their experience as merely an unusual occurrence and resumed their festivities. As the tantalizing aroma of roasted beast meat wafted from the kitchen, Kuro felt a pang of regret. They had been taken in by the spectacle of culinary delight while they had fainted, assuming there would be but a modest spread. Little did they know that the kitchen was preparing a grand feast. Had he known, he would have saved room for more. Patting his round belly, Kuro suddenly had an epiphany. He swiftly found a quiet corner and began training. In his current state, brimming with energy, he could not consume any food. So the solution was simple. He would expend this excess energy. Kuro directly activated the high-speed training mode. The onlookers could not discern his actions. They merely observed a flicker of shadows. After a considerable interval, the sound of a grumbling stomach emanated from within the shadows. Kuro swiftly came to a halt, his physique having noticeably dwindled, with both his cheeks and abdomen appearing sunken. He staggered towards the meat before him, opening his mouth to indulge in a voracious feast. And in a matter of moments, his body began to expand at a visible rate. Onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the transformation just moments ago. He had sported a protruding belly, engaged in exercise, and now returned ravenously to consume food, only to swell once more. "Oh, do not mind my rather peculiar physique," he remarked. However, that very statement only served to heighten their curiosity. The crew, accustomed to such eccentricities, busied themselves by pouring drinks for one another. Thus, the banquet continued unabated until the early hours of the morning. Following the arrangements made by the islanders, they retired to a local inn for rest. It was not until the following morning that Kuro finally awoke. Kuro woke up and washed his face, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He had become even more handsome. With his appearance, even the Empress would surely be captivated. After indulging in his own vanity, Kuro exuded an air of confidence. Upon exiting the room, he noticed Grandma Fonlon sipping tea in the hall. She beckoned him over, asking, "My dear boy, are you ready to set sail once more today?" "Indeed," he replied. "If we do not depart soon, the naval forces may arrive, and at that point, we may find ourselves unable to leave." Kuro sat across from Grandma Fonlon, who poured him a bowl of tea as they engaged in pleasant conversation. "Indeed, have all the necessary supplies been gathered on the ship? Is there anything still lacking?" "No, Grandma," Kuro replied. "Paul is in charge of the provisions, and according to him, there is enough food to last for a month. We are also well stocked in other essentials, having procured a considerable amount in Rocktown." After finishing his words, Kuro took a sip of tea. "Well, that's splendid. Prepare for departure. Grandmother is eagerly waiting to see you make a name for yourself on the vast ocean." "All right, Grandmother. You just focus on taking care of yourself and await our bounty poster here on the island." Kuro finished the tea in his bowl, bid farewell to Grandma Fonlon, and stepped out of the inn, making his way toward the port where the black ship was anchored. Grandma Fonlon stood at the entrance of the inn, watching Kuro's retreating figure. The Conqueror's haki, a power possessed by only one in hundreds of thousands, signifies the potential of a king within each bearer. She was astonished that this mischievous boy possessed such a quality. Grandma Fonlon murmured to herself, realizing that it was she, not Ryan, who had awakened first yesterday. She had overheard the conversation between Kuro and Ryan, and upon hearing it, she was taken aback, having ventured out to sea in her youth. She understood well what the Conqueror's haki represented. When she first encountered this young lad, she merely perceived him as somewhat naive yet formidable, never anticipating that he harbored the potential of a ruler. It seemed that the seas were once again destined for turmoil. With that, Grandma Fonlon turned and re-entered the inn. Kuro, yawning, made his way to the harbor, where the crew aboard the ship, upon seeing their captain, erupted into a frenzy of playful banter. "Ah, is this not our captain who has just awoken? Why is he still so drowsy?" one teased. "Oh, what nonsense. Clearly, he hasn't fully awakened yet," another chimed in. "What do you mean? Could it not be that he is merely sleepwalking?" They laughed heartily. Kuro observed the crowd. "Well, you possess an understanding of the duality of yin and yang, you group of practitioners of these ancient principles." After speaking, he leapt onto the boat. Standing at the bow, he gazed in astonishment at Suashi and Ada, who were busily transferring water buckets onto the vessel. What an unexpected turn of events today. Your brother is collaborating with Suashi in labor. Kuro grasped air on the deck and inquired. "Oh, I see. Today, my brother and Soki were as affectionate as ever. But their exuberance reached an excess, and they accidentally shattered the bucket holding fresh water. This incident directly incited the ire of Brother Kuro, who then instructed Brother Zango to hypnotize the pair into procuring fresh water to bring aboard the ship, resulting in the current situation." After Air finished speaking, Kuro thought to himself, "Well deserved. Letting you two cause a ruckus all day. Kuro truly has a way. Even if he orders them to fetch fresh water, they might still end up fighting along the way. By having Zango hypnotize them, any possibility of conflict is eliminated. Zango, well done. You deserve a commendation." After Kuro finished speaking, he gave Zhang a thumbs up. Zhang, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched the back of his head. In a short while, Ada and Suashi filled the freshwater barrels throughout the entire reservoir. Zhang approached them and waved his hand, instantly breaking their hypnosis. Once awakened, the two of them hurriedly distanced themselves from Zhang, thinking it was terrifying. Previously, hypnosis required the use of props, yet now, With a mere wave of his hand before their eyes, they found themselves utterly bewildered. "All right, my little ones, stow the anchors and hoist the sails. We are setting sail." Oh, as Kuro finished speaking, the crew sprang into action, some pulling up the anchor while others hoisted the sails. Just as they secured the anchor, a cacophony of voices erupted from the port. "Captain Kuro, wait for us. Little Kuro, let us see you off. Paul, do take care. Everyone, make sure to eat well." It turned out that the island's residents had come running, calling out as they approached. "Ha ha ha, everyone, we will take good care of ourselves. You must also prioritize your safety. Farewell, everyone, ha ha ha." The crowd responded with a chorus of sobs. "I will be careful." The Kuro pirates bid farewell to the people of Whale Island, with Paul reduced to tears like a puppy. In a subsequent drunken moment, Kuro reminisced about this event, and Paul confessed that he had intended to laugh at the time. But amidst the laughter, tears began to flow. Later, with the arrival of a ship's doctor, it was revealed that Paul suffered from a condition known as tear incontinence, causing him to weep uncontrollably whenever he became emotionally stirred. Thus, after each encounter with rival pirates, one could always find Paul, drenched in blood, wielding an empty cutlass, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Consequently, when the Kuro pirates were mentioned, it was not Kuro who first came to mind, but rather Paul, who was rumored to laugh while crying each time he vanquished an opponent. In time, he became known as Paul the Crying God. Though that is a tale for another time. The scene shifts back to the ship, where Kuro comforts Paul. There, I understand that farewells can be melancholic. But you've been crying for quite some time. It's time to cease. Look at you. You're on the verge of hyperventilating. Kuro hastily pinched Paul's philtrum. Hey, don't you dare die on me. It's not easy to find a chef on my ship. Bring him back to life. After a frantic attempt at resuscitation, Paul finally exhaled, returning to consciousness. He's alive, Kuro remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he observed Paul's normal breathing. He couldn't help but ponder whether the old lady had sent Paul aboard due to some underlying ailment. I'm fine, Captain. Paul sniffled as he spoke to Kuro, clearly shaken. "All right, you take a moment to rest. I'll check on the rest of the crew to see if they're slacking off," Kuro replied before hastily exiting the cabin. It was no joke. Had he dawdled even slightly, he could have been accused of endangering a crew member's life. It was terrifying. He had never witnessed someone so close to tears. A conversation with the crew was in order. They should not provoke Paul, lest they risk becoming a murderer. Once on deck, Kuro still felt a lingering dread. He had hoped for a skilled cook, but had instead encountered a sobbing soul. "Oh, Captain, is Paul all right?" A doubt inquired upon seeing Kuro emerge from below deck. Seeking news of Paul's condition, Kuro materialized before Ada, swiftly encircling him with an arm beneath his armpit. "Silence. Do not utter the name Paul," he commanded. "Furthermore, gather all the unaffected crew members at once. I am convening a meeting." Upon hearing the captain's orders, Ada hurried off to assemble the crew. Before long, the deck was filled with the assembled sailors. Faced with Kuro's grave demeanor, the crew was left bewildered, uncertain of the circumstances. However, the captain's stern expression suggested that something significant had transpired. Consequently, the crew mirrored his seriousness, some even adopting the countenance of a death squad, as if they were on the precipice of life and death. "Captain, aside from Brother Ryan, who is currently at the helm, and Brother Chloe, who is poring over the nautical charts, the remaining crew is present," Ada reported somberly as he approached Kuro. "Excellent." Kuro maintained a serious demeanor. "Captain, please enlighten us. What momentous event has transpired?" he inquired. "Is it the Navy that has arrived? Are they intent on annihilating us?" He continued, "Should the Navy indeed approach, we fear them not. Even if a general were to confront us, I have faith that the captain would prevail." Kuro then posed a question. "Are we truly preparing to challenge the four emperors?" Kuro wore a perplexed expression. "What is happening? The Navy has arrived? How was I unaware of this? And as for you, heir, I appreciate your unwavering faith in me, yet please refrain from making such grandiose claims on my behalf. Thank you. As for challenging the four emperors, that is a matter for the future. Given the current circumstances, with just the three of us, it is likely that we would not even catch a glimpse of the four emperors, but rather be engulfed by a sea of adversaries. The Navy has come? How was I not informed? Who has seen them?" After Kuro finished his inquiry, he gazed at the crew, who exchanged glances with one another. "Is there nothing, Captain? Then why have you summoned us?" After a prolonged silence, it was Zhang Ao who finally stepped forward to articulate the purpose of their gathering. If there were any schemes afoot, with the Navy involved, I would have already rushed in. Who would remain here to attend a meeting with you? Kuro wished to strike down the one who falsely proclaimed the arrival of the Navy, fabricating a report of military affairs. I summoned you here because there is a matter of great significance that pertains to our future endeavors. Kuro wore an enigmatic expression, and the crew, upon hearing news of significant matters to come, nervously swallowed their apprehensions. Captain, what is this pressing concern? Zanga inquired, either with admiration or composure. Paul, what has befallen him? None of you should provoke him. He is exceedingly sensitive and was nearly reduced to tears just moments ago. Had I not intervened with urgent assistance, we would now be preparing for his farewell ceremony. I harbor grave suspicions that Grandma Fenglan permitted him aboard our vessel merely to prevent his demise on the island. After Kuro concluded his remarks, he bore an expression of profound wisdom, eliciting a murderous intent from the crew. Such a trivial matter had escalated into a grand affair, as if the sky were collapsing. When Ada summoned them, his serious demeanor led the crew to believe that the Kuro pirate crew was facing imminent doom. However, the outcome was merely a warning not to provoke Paul. Captain, are you out of your mind? The crew muttered through gritted teeth. What is with that expression? Do you think I jest? Just moments ago, Paul was on the brink of death, barely revived. The captain is convening a meeting. As the crew departed, they bestowed upon Kuro a parting gesture of disdain. Regardless, I have warned you all. Should any of you incite Paul, you shall bear the consequences yourselves. Kuro, after finishing his words, swiftly entered the control room, eager to convey important news to Ryan. Ryan, I have something of great significance to share regarding the future of our pirate crew. While Ryan was firmly gripping the helm, Kuro suddenly burst in, declaring the urgency of the matter. Upon his arrival and the mention of a pressing issue, Ryan instinctively drew his spiked club and inquired, Captain, what is it? Whom shall we confront? Kuro gazed at the spiked club with a look of curiosity. Where did you procure that? I did not notice it behind you. A thought struck him. Could it be? Kuro spoke. It seems to be you after all, Kuro. As you have grown taller, the space to accommodate things has also expanded. Captain, please cease your flights of fancy. Your thoughts are perilous. Moreover, this is a newly developed ability of my fruit, Ryan declared, as the spiked club disintegrated into a flurry of iron sand, which then coiled around Ryan, forming a suit of armor. When there is no immediate threat, I can utilize it as armor, and in the face of an adversary, it transforms back into a weapon. Upon finishing his explanation, the armor reverted to the spiked club. By the power of the armor amalgamation, let us engage in battle. Kuro was utterly astonished. This ability evoked the images of numerous heroic figures in his mind: Flame Dragon Knight, Kamen Rider, and Iron Man. Ryan, is it possible for your power to envelop your entire being? Kuro's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he gazed at Ryan. It is indeed possible, but it requires a sufficient amount of metal, and it must be utilized solely by myself. It cannot be applied onto another. After speaking, Ryan picked up a nearby hammer, which he too disassembled into granules, and then reassembled into a pair of gauntlets. Oh, please wait for me. Kuro rushed to his captain's quarters, where he retrieved paper and pen to illustrate a depiction of a robot. He then returned to the control room. Ryan, take a look at this. Can it be created? Ryan accepted the drawing, examined it for a moment, and then unleashed his abilities. The gauntlets and armor disintegrated into particles, which then reassembled, resulting in the completion of a humanoid figure made of steel, standing at a height of approximately 1.5 meters. Yes, this is it. This is the one. Kuro's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he exclaimed, It truly is you, iron-armored little treasure. Had I known this fruit was so extraordinary, I would have consumed it myself. However, Ryan expressed his confusion. But Captain, it seems rather useless. It cannot move. True. In its current diminutive form, it offers little utility. Yet, imagine if it were to grow to 10 or even 20 meters. Moreover, you would possess the ability to control its movements. Just envision yourself piloting a 20-meter mech, capable of striking down any adversary at will. Ryan's understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, as long as the metal was sufficient, it could expand to any desired size. The thought of transforming into a colossal giant and effortlessly defeating an enemy with a single blow quickened his breath. I comprehend now, Captain. I will delve deeper into this and ensure I achieve the colossal form you described, Ryan declared with fervor, thumping his chest and promising Kuro. Very well. I eagerly await your results. However, do not neglect your training in the art of dominance. Remember, the fruit is merely an aid. True strength is ultimately reliant on one's own capabilities. I understand, Captain, Ryan replied before disregarding Kuro and retreating into the storage room to seek scrap metal. Initially, he had thought it was merely a Zoan type, but he was astonished to discover it also possessed characteristics of a paramecia. The mythical Zoan truly is the most formidable of all devil fruits, Kuro mused as he observed Ryan's retreating figure. Ha ha ha, Mecha White Tiger, unite. Kuro skipped merrily towards the throne upon his deck. As Kuro settled down, Paul approached with his swollen eyes. Paul, are you all right? I am feeling much better, Captain, he replied, taking a deep breath. Oh, you must learn to manage your emotions, otherwise it can be quite perilous. I understand, Captain, he said, inhaling again. Now, what brings you to me? Seeing that Paul had managed to control his emotions, Kuro let out a sigh of relief and then inquired about the purpose of his visit. What shall we have for lunch? Paul asked, pulling out a pen and paper. Observing Paul's demeanor, reminiscent of a restaurant employee taking orders, Kuro felt a twinge of amusement. Paul, did you always look like a worker from a young age? Indeed, I began taking orders at the restaurant when I was little. And only later did I start to learn how to cook, Paul replied, looking at Kuro, awaiting his order. Ah, Paul, let me explain something to you. On the ship, there is no need to place an order, as the ingredients are limited, and we cannot ascertain the quantity of food available. Therefore, it is entirely up to you to manage. Just make the arrangements and come to me when the food runs low. After Kuro spoke, he patted Paul on the shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed his belief in Paul's abilities. Upon witnessing such unwavering confidence from the captain, Paul's eyes began to well with tears once more. Stop it. If you cry again, I will throw you overboard. This is never-ending, exclaimed Kuro. What is this? Even kind words make you weep. I will not cry, Captain. I understand what needs to be done now. I shall go prepare the meal, Paul declared, dashing into the kitchen. However, keen-eyed Kuro caught sight of the tears that had trickled down the corner of Paul's eye at the moment he turned away. Deep well of ice. Kuro's resentment towards Grandma Fonglan deepened. Achoo. I wonder who is behind me calling me an old hag. Sigh. I wonder if Paul has overcome his tendency to cry. I recall the last time he wept was when he was 13. Surely he must be fine now. Grandma Fonglan sipped her tea, observing the Navy personnel bustling about on the island, reminiscing about the weepy Paul. Hey, Captain. Paul says the meal is ready. We can eat now. Suwashi shouted from the kitchen doorway. All right, I understand. I'll inform everyone that dinner is served. Kuro, upon finishing his words, swiftly dashed into the kitchen, not daring to waste a single moment, for if he lagged even slightly, the meal would vanish before him. Upon entering the kitchen, he beheld a roasted pig adorning the dining table, and without hesitation, he lunged towards it. However, Kuro swiftly executed a graceful cat-like maneuver, seizing the roasted pig before him. This simply will not do. Captain, you cannot claim the entire roast for yourself, Kuro remarked, adjusting his spectacles as he regarded Kuro. Am I truly that kind of person? I merely intended to sample the dish for everyone's sake. After all, it is my first time tasting Paul's cooking. What if it is overly salty? Kuro opened his mouth to argue in vain. Cooley paid him no heed and simply carried the roasted pig out. How disrespectful. The moral fabric of society has deteriorated. Even the captain is no longer afforded special treatment. Kuro followed behind, incessantly murmuring. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a throng of people, their mouths watering, fixated intently on the roasted pig. The dark passage of Kuro was perilous, as these ravenous wolves were on the verge of transformation. In this critical moment, Kuro unleashed his conqueror's haki. Buzz. The crew aboard the ship, their eyes glazed, collapsed onto the deck. Dare to challenge me. I shall annihilate you all. Kuro unsteadily carried away the roasted pig from the ground, intending to devour it alone, when Ryan emerged from the storeroom. Captain, I knew it was you, he remarked. Do you believe I have awakened again? Ryan immediately unveiled Kuro's nefarious nature. All right, I shall grant you a pig's leg, but this matter must remain confidential. 2 legs, and they must be the hind ones, Kuro replied. You are quite greedy, Ryan. Have you forgotten the pain I inflicted upon you? Do you truly believe I can withstand it now? Ultimately, Kuro conceded to give him 2 hind legs, as Ryan had indeed become quite resilient. Just as the roasted pig was about to enter his mouth, Kuro rose from the ground, observing the division of spoils between the captain and Ryan. A furrow appeared on his forehead. I sensed something amiss last time when I inexplicably fainted. Given your tempers, if you two had been knocked out for no reason, you would have erupted in anger, rather than calmly indulging in food. I had my suspicions that one of you was to blame, and here we are again. Speak. Who is responsible? Klo's forehead throbbed with anger, clearly agitated. After all, the last time he had been inexplicably stunned, his head had plunged directly into a bowl of vegetables. Had there been less soup, he might have met his end. Just thinking about it was enough to infuriate him. It was him. The newly awakened ability of his devil fruit. Kuro pointed at Ryan without hesitation. How reprehensible your actions are, Captain. Ryan's desire to stab Kuro ignited anew. Just admit it. After all, you have erred. However, I believe Kuro will forgive you, for a true comrade acknowledges their mistakes and strives for redemption. Kuro was savoring roasted pig while admonishing Ryan. What are you changing? It wasn't me, Kuro. It was the captain who awakened a new ability. Ryan unflinchingly unveiled the truth. What a joke. I haven't consumed a devil fruit. It's you who has, thus granting you your powers. I haven't. You are framing me. Kuro observed the two engaging in a verbal spar while swiftly devouring the roasted pig. He soon realized they were employing a tactic of delay. In a flash, he appeared above them, delivering a punch to each. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Kuro and Ryan bore two large lumps atop their heads. Oh, Kuro, have you mastered the art of armament hockey? Humph, I grasped it just a couple of days ago. Otherwise, how could I have slain that wild boar? Impressive. Have you also begun to understand observation hockey? Of course, otherwise, how could I have evaded the boar's attacks? Kuro wore a proud expression. Excellent. Ryan, go and rouse everyone. It is time for the feast. Don't change the subject. Ryan ignored Kuro entirely, calling out to gather the others despite the lump on his head. Why do we feel dizzy again? Captain, are we under a curse? A curse? What shall we do? All right, quiet down, air. How do you always manage to steer the conversation to places I never expect? Kuro observed how air would abruptly change the topic and leave mid-conversation, leaving him exasperated. The curse had dissipated, for it was, in truth, the manifestation of Ryan's fruit ability. In the end, Kuro still sought to deceive Ryan. Do not heed the captain's words. It was, in fact, the captain who awakened the conqueror's hockey, which left you all dazed. Ryan insisted that he could not bear the blame for this. Conqueror's hockey? What is that? Is it true, Captain? Upon hearing the mention of Conqueror's hockey, Paul emerged from the kitchen. Have you truly awakened Conqueror's hockey, Captain? Exclaimed a disbelieving Paul, repeating the question in astonishment. Yes, I awakened it while on the island. Ha ha ha. Kuro, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, nodded in acknowledgement. The Conqueror's hockey, a power that could only be awakened by those with the potential to become kings, is an ability possessed by merely 1 in a million. Upon hearing Paul's words, the crew gazed at Kuro with wide eyes. What? 1 in a million? The potential of a king? As these phrases echoed, the crew members stared at Kuro, astonished. Although the captain was undeniably formidable, they had not anticipated him to be this powerful. A talent so rare, 1 in a million, how strong could he possibly be? Captain, you are astonishing. The crew members eagerly gathered around, keen to discern what set Kuro apart from them. They poked and prodded, finding no discernible differences. Could it be? Suddenly, air glanced downward at Kuro's lower body, extending a hand of mischief. Get away from me. Kuro observed as A2 reached out, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the sea. Seeking death, A2. Kuro roared aboard the ship. Before long, air emerged from the sea. His eyes glazed over. Ada, filled with concern for his brother, used an iron hook to fish air out by his rear and tossed him onto the deck, quickly expelling the water from his stomach. After a considerable time, air finally regained consciousness. Oh, everyone is here. Have we eaten yet? His first words upon awakening were inquiring if everyone had died. Hey, have you lost your memory, Air? Brother. Ada, witnessing Air's seemingly dazed state, embraced him tightly and wept openly. No, I'm just afraid the captain will hit me again, Air whispered softly against Ada's neck. Cut it out, you startled me. Ada retorted, tossing him aside. Observing the commotion among the group, it was Kuro who ultimately took charge. All right, enough of the antics. Given the captain's formidable abilities, our task is to strive to keep pace with him as we embark on the journey toward greatness. Indeed, our captain is destined to occupy one of the 4 emperors' thrones, and our duty is to shield him from the rabble seeking to challenge him. Absolutely. The captain will surely become one of the 4 emperors. After Kuro's declaration, Ryan also voiced his determination to be the sentinel behind Kuro, driving away the challengers. Ha ha ha. Since we're all in such high spirits, Let us commence the feast. Oh. Kuro observed the crew, bursting into hearty laughter. Each vessel upon the vast ocean harbors its own tale, yet the narrative of his ship has only just begun. Paul, witnessing the exuberant throng, with reddened eyes dashed into the kitchen to prepare a feast. As the evening unfolded, a banquet commenced, with a multitude of revelers swaying under the influence of libations. Kuro, clutching a nautical chart, engaged in discourse with Kuro. Captain, during my time on the island, I inquired with Grandma Fonlon, and she too had never heard of a place called Sleepy Ancient Town. This cannot be. The information I have received is undeniably accurate. Sleepy Ancient Town. Kuro took the nautical chart, observing the various markings, yet Sleepy Ancient Town was conspicuously absent. This only left one possibility. The town must be concealed. After making this assertion, Kuro pointed to a location on the chart marked with a question mark. This particular area, as recounted by Grandma Fonlon, was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and buffeted by fierce winds, occasionally inhabited by sea creatures of monstrous proportions. Ordinary pirate ships could not venture into these treacherous waters, hence it was dubbed the Land of Seals. If Sleepy Ancient Town indeed existed, this would be the most plausible location. Reflecting on the narrative, Kuro recalled that even in the game, its precise location was never disclosed, only that it was referred to as Sleepy Ancient Town. However, the game's backdrop was undeniably one of overcast skies, coupled with its isolation, making it highly likely that this was the very place. It seemed prudent to designate this as the primary target. After Kuro finished speaking, he tossed the nautical chart to Kuro. Kuro received it and circled the area of the sealed land with a red pin. Well, we are still quite far from there. Let's continue to gather information along the way. Perhaps someone might know something. Kuro nodded, took the chart, and departed. Gazing at the round moon in the sky, Kuro raised a barrel of wine and a toast. Ah, it is astonishing how far I have come. I once thought I would never even leave the East Sea. Who would have imagined that I would reach the Grand Line? I wonder how my grandfather is doing lately, and if he has seen my bounty notice. Kuro murmured to himself and took a sip of his drink. He found himself missing that old man a bit, wondering if he ever had a bounty as high as his. Perhaps he hadn't even ventured beyond the East Sea before retreating into obscurity. Kuro muttered to himself as he recalled the old man by the shores of Donghai Huanyao Island, who was incessantly sneezing. Surely, that scoundrel must be speaking ill of me again. I wonder where he is sailing to now? Ever since the last bounty, there has been no news. Could it be that he has fallen victim to a formidable pirate? It is indeed a cause for concern, that young lad. The sight of the full moon inevitably stirs feelings of longing for family. As time gradually slips away, the morning of the following day arrives. Kuro rose from his slumber, washed his face, and warmed up. He then commenced his daily training regimen. While immersed in his exercises, he noticed Paul standing at the kitchen doorway. Hey, Paul, would you care to join us for a workout? Zhang Ao called out, inviting him to partake in the training session. Sure, I'll be right there. Paul replied as he removed his apron and made his way to join Zhang Ao and the others, seizing a barbell to begin his squats. Kuro glanced over, noting the impressive physique of those who had evidently committed to rigorous training for years, far surpassing the newly arrived Zhang Ao. He then redirected his focus, resuming his own training regimen. Upon the completion of his physical exercises, Kuro settled cross-legged at the bow of the ship, with Budayumi resting upon his lap, engaging in a mental communion with the blade. The spatial seed that had previously penetrated his brow had vanished, eluding his efforts to locate it. No matter how intently he closed his eyes, it was not until Kuro awakened his conqueror's haki on the island that the vibrant red space resurfaced within his mind. Consequently, Kuro discovered he could traverse the crimson realm of Budayumi at will through sheer thought. It seems this space thrives by absorbing my conqueror's haki. No wonder it only manifested after my awakening. However, as this red dimension evolved, it simultaneously enhanced my conqueror's haki. This effectively granted me an automatic means of cultivating my haki, a rather extraordinary ability, indeed. Kuro gazed around the space, which, as before, appeared diminished in size. It seemed he had exhausted its energy previously, and its current dimensions were sustained by the absorption of his own conqueror's haki. Moreover, he discovered that this space could draw enemies within, continuously unleashing slashes to assail them, akin to the space of murderous intent. Even in the absence of foes, he could manipulate the slashes to strike at himself, honing his combat abilities. This blade had become his greatest asset. With a deep breath, he initiated the process. A fleeting thought sparked, and blood-red slashes began to emanate from the surroundings, advancing towards Kuro. In a flash of crimson light, his sword, the Budo Gitsun, materialized in his grasp. Kuro leapt to engage the slashes in combat. Clang, boom, ding, boom. The slashes relentlessly aimed at Kuro, who met them with his blade. Ow! The toll on his conqueror's haki was quite severe. Emerging from the crimson space, Kuro collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though he had been entirely drained. It was his own fault for indulging so recklessly within that realm, only halting when the entire space began to tremble. Once he withdrew, he felt utterly depleted, with his conqueror's haki nearly exhausted. Seeing the captain sprawled on the ground, Ada hurried over, carrying a plate of meat. "Captain, quickly! This is the freshly prepared meat from Paul," he exclaimed, attempting to feed Kuro. Normally, consuming the meat would restore Kuro's strength, but this time, to everyone's surprise, he began to doze off mid-bite. What was happening? Had Paul drugged him? Ada's face displayed confusion, but upon realizing that the captain was merely asleep, he shrugged it off, taking the unfinished meat back to the kitchen. Kuro awoke after a lengthy afternoon slumber, only to find his head throbbing painfully. Kuro clutched his head and rolled on the ground. This space could no longer be entered. It offered little assistance for his growth and strength and was excessively draining. Kuro held his head for a considerable time before he finally felt somewhat better. He immediately resolved to forego entering the Crimson Realm and instead rely solely on cultivating the Conqueror's haki. Shaking his head, Kuro rose to his feet and observed that everyone was enjoying their meal. "You all are dining without calling for me," he exclaimed, promptly teleporting to the table and stuffing food into his mouth. "We did call, but you didn't wake up." Ryan, having nearly finished his meal, clapped his hands and gazed at Kuro with admiration. "Captain, it's the first time I've seen you sleep for such an extended period. Did you have insomnia last night?" "No. I merely encountered a setback during my training, but that has been resolved." "That's good to hear." After finishing his meal, Kuro returned to the captain's quarters and fell asleep once more. The following day, while Kuro was immersed in a dream, a loud crash echoed through the room. What was that sound? Kuro swiftly exited the cabin, and upon reaching the deck, he beheld a naval warship launching an assault against them. "Captain, you're awake," Kuro remarked, standing behind him and adjusting his glasses. "What is the situation? Why wasn't TI summoned?" "The Navy appeared unexpectedly. We didn't have the time to alert you before they unleashed a cannonball upon us. Fortunately, Ryan promptly utilized his powers to shatter the projectile." "Unexpected appearance?" Kuro drew forth the Budo Yumi, advancing towards the ship's side, his gaze fixed upon the naval vessel. "Attention, this is Major One speaking. Kuro pirate crew, surrender at once and lay down your arms. I repeat, this is Major One. Kuro pirate crew, surrender immediately." A sudden transmission crackled through the naval ship, demanding Kuro and his crew's capitulation. What audacity! Is the Major truly so brazen? Let us approach. I yearn to witness the prowess of a Major from the Grand Line. Upon Kuro's words, Ryan proceeded to steer the vessel towards the warship. "I shall go ahead." Kuro, stepping lightly upon the void, soared towards the warship with the Butsuno Mitama in hand. "Attack! Bring it down with cannon fire!" Two shells thundered towards Kuro. A horizontal slash ensued. Kuro sliced through two cannonballs effortlessly with a horizontal strike, subsequently landing gracefully upon the ship. "Bloodblade Kuro, are you willingly walking into a trap? Allow me to personally escort you to impel down." Kuroli paid no heed, as he gazed upon the Brigadier General standing approximately 3 meters away. Wielding a blade made from the fabric of divine spirits, he charged forward with a fierce strike. Clash! The Brigadier General, Juan, met the attack with a colossal axe. Upon their initial contact, the axe was effortlessly severed, leaving the man gravely wounded by Kuroli's relentless assault. Such prowess, and yet he dares to pursue me. Subsequently, Kuroli unleashed a torrent of fury aboard the warship, dispatching one naval soldier after another with each precise stroke of his blade. "Ah, a devil. This man is nothing short of a demon." Kuro was drenched in the blood of Navy soldiers, and one soldier, utterly terrified, continuously inched away towards the ship's railing. "Demons? Have I wronged you? Why do you bombard me?" Kuro's demeanor was frigid as he seized the soldier by the head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Approaching Brigadier Juan, he grasped his neck and hoisted him off the ground. "Tell me, how did you locate us? Are there other naval forces nearby?" Juan, unable to utter a word due to the pressure on his throat, could only nod in response. Subsequently, Kuro cast him onto the deck. "I demand to know who else is in the vicinity." As soon as Kuro raised the question, he sensed an impending attack from behind. He swiftly turned to defend himself. Clang, 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 clang. In a flurry of 5 strikes, Kuro successfully parried them all. Who are you? Kuro observed the crimson-haired Navy officer before him, who wielded a colossal sword, and inquired with curiosity, a vice admiral from the Navy, Kai. To have sent a vice admiral to apprehend me truly signifies your high regard for my capabilities. Kuro silently nodded, realizing the Navy held him in high regard. Enough with the idle chatter. Pirate Kuro, your sins are egregious, and today marks the day of your reckoning. With that, Rear Admiral Kao charged at Kuro, brandishing his great sword. You are still unworthy. Kuro lunged forward to engage in combat, the sound of clashing metal resonating in the air. The two combatants continuously shifted their stances, each seeking to exploit the other's vulnerabilities. With a resounding clang, the General of the Sea swung his massive sword horizontally, aiming to cleave Kuro in two. Kuro wielded the Butler, delivering a decisive strike from above that sent Admiral Shichibukai hurtling away. The impact caused the entire warship to tremble violently as he crashed against the hull. Rising to his feet, supporting himself with the colossal sword, he acknowledged, I admit I underestimated you, but today, you shall meet your end. Shattered waves, Admiral Shichibukai declared, as his great sword unleashed a spiraling torrent of blue energy, hurtling towards Kuro. One sword style, King's Slash. The blade of Butler ignited with a crimson blaze, and with both hands firmly gripping the sword, Kuro executed a fierce downward strike. A wave of blood-red flames surged towards Shichibukai. Boom, boom, buzzing. The blood-red flames shattered the blue cyclone, roaring onward toward the Admiral. Not good, block it. Admiral Shichibukai exclaimed as he beheld the oncoming sword energy, swiftly rotating his blade to shield himself. The crimson flames collided with the sword's surface, forcing Shichibukai back and scattering wood shavings across the deck. Boom! The great sword shattered into pieces. Ugh! Admiral Shichibukai coughed up blood as the searing flames severed his left hand. In that final moment, had he not managed to deflect some of the fiery assault with his sword, it would have been his chest that bore the brunt of the blow. Consequently, Admiral Shichibukai was propelled backward, crashing into the sea. Kuro, panting heavily aboard the warship, found the exertion from this strike to be quite taxing. Kuro suddenly sensed someone tapping him. As he turned around, a newsbird darted away, a camera dangling from its chest. Could it be Morgan's newsbird? Kuro wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it. He gazed at the dismembered naval ships, remnants of the Navy he had just vanquished, and the anguished cries echoing from the deck. What business do you have with me? He exclaimed, before stepping into the void and returning to the black ship. Upon landing on the vessel, Ryan and the others swiftly surrounded him. Kuro surveyed the vicinity, pondering whether any other warships remained. It was improbable that only a single ship had set sail with a vice admiral and a brigadier general aboard. After Kuro finished speaking, Klo took Zhang and went to the bow to search for the ship. Ryan hastened to set sail and depart from this location. A brigadier general and a major general have joined forces. I suspect the Navy intends to encircle us. We must leave these waters immediately. Ryan also called out to Ada and Ayer to hoist the sails and navigate the vessel. What on earth is happening? Why have we suddenly attracted the Navy's attention? As soon as Kuro's words fell, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 cannonballs hurtling towards them. With a swift turn, he delivered a decisive slash. Kuro drew his blade, unleashing a circular strike that radiated outward. Boom, boom, boom. It shattered 2 cannonballs, while a third hurtled toward the black ship. With a fierce cry, Ryan brandished his spiked club, delivering a powerful blow that obliterated the remaining projectile. Captain, 3 naval warships are approaching our position, Kuro reported upon his return. 3. They intend to eradicate us completely. Can you ascertain their numbers? Kuro was deeply moved. Has the Warring States period descended into madness? Sending 4 warships to annihilate oneself. Each vessel carried the same number of crew members as the previous one. Kuro's expression was grave as he responded, clearly indicating the dire nature of the situation. Kuro burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, my little ones. This marks the first time our pirate crew has been pursued by the Navy since we set sail, and Navy sent 4 warships right at us. Tell me, are you afraid? Don't jest, Captain. How could we possibly be frightened by such a meager force? Indeed, Captain. This is the moment we have awaited to test our training. Let us set forth, Captain. Upon hearing Kuro's inquiry, the crew responded with cheerful grins. Fear was an alien concept. After such prolonged training, today was the culmination of their efforts. Excellent. Ryan, take the one on the left with Ada and Air. Kuroyu, Zango, and Paolo will handle the one on the right with 5 others. The rest will accompany me to the largest vessel in the center. Understood, Captain. All hands were set into motion. This battle would be the inaugural display of the Kuro pirate crew's ferocity. Attack. As the 3 ships drew near, Kuro boldly unsheathed his sword, the Budo Yagakoro, and charged forth. Following closely behind were a dozen crew members who rushed onto the plank. Kuro's group headed for the right vessel, while Paolo, wielding a massive sword with a sinister grin, shed tears of excitement. Ryan transformed midair, landing with a wolf's mace to crush a Navy soldier. Soon after, Ada and Air arrived, each wielding steel blades, their teamwork seamless and flawless. Ryan targeted the ship occupied by Vice Admiral Kauhai, and with Kauhai dispatched into the sea by Kuro, only a handful of minions remained aboard, none capable of standing against them. Kuro entrusted Ryan with the task of swiftly eliminating the foot soldiers aboard the vessel before aiding Klo. Activating his fruit-based abilities, Ryan was enveloped in swirling metallic particles, rendering the Navy's blades ineffective against him. A wielder of powers, this fellow possesses abilities. We must procure sea stone at once. Just as a soldier prepared to descend to retrieve the sea stone, Ryan's power ensnared him, resulting in his demise. Haha. This presents a perfect opportunity to test my new capabilities. Mecha fusion. With Ryan's power, the swords and blades scattered across the ground, along with the ship's steel, transformed into metallic particles, coiling around him. In a flash of golden light, a 10-meter steel tiger materialized. With a single swipe, it cleaved the warship in 2. Flee. We stand no chance against him. The remaining naval soldiers leapt into the sea one after another. Ha ha ha, truly formidable, Ryan. As Kuro witnessed the emergence of the Iron Tiger, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is it. Indeed, it possesses that essence. Boom. Pirate Kuro. Perish. On the vessel, a naval rear admiral, also a formidable ability user of the superpower type, wielded the shovel fruit, granting him the power to transform parts of his body into a shovel. As he observed Kuro approaching the mechanized tiger, he sensed an opportunity and transformed his right hand into a massive shovel, launching a swift assault towards Kuro. The speed was so great that it produced a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Whoosh. Clash. Oh. Do you truly believe that by diverting my gaze for just a moment, you could successfully ambush me? Kuro gazed coldly at the shovel-wielding major. Cursed pirate. The major had initially believed he had successfully launched a surprise attack against Kuro, only to be met with a resounding clash of metal. It was then he realized that Kuro had deftly withstood his strike with haki. You dealt me a blow. I shall return the favor with a slash. One sword style. Draw and cut. A single slash from Kuro cut through, causing a bloom of crimson to erupt from the shovel's front. Ah! The shovel quickly retreated, pressing a hand against the wound. Kuro rose to pursue, unleashing a flurry of strikes as Vice Admiral Shovel countered with his weapon. Impressive haki. This shovel is remarkably sturdy. The disdainful pirate declared, do not underestimate the Navy. With that, the Vice Admiral activated his ability, causing the entire shovel to glow a fiery red, exuding an ominous heat. Searing heat. Obliteration. He then swung the shovel towards Kuro with tremendous force. One sword style, mountain of corpses, sea of blood. Kuro directly employed the hardened armament haki, enveloping the blade in a shroud of dark energy. With both hands gripping the sword and raised high above his head, he unleashed a formidable strike from above. The blade shimmered with a crimson light as it cleaved through the air, transforming into a bloodthirsty azura. With claws bared, it let out a frenzied howl, charging forth with a fearsome visage. The ground trembled with a series of thunderous crashes. Oh! The strike sent the shovel-wielding general hurtling through the air, inflicting a grievous wound that laid bare the bone beneath his chest. He collapsed, unconscious, blood pooling around him. Pathetic, even less formidable than that previous foe. Upon finishing his words, Kuro led his crew into a ruthless slaughter. Follow the captain. Kill. As the shovel fell, the morale of the Navy plummeted to an all-time low. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of the Kuro pirates, the battle became utterly one-sided. Major Nama, what shall we do? The Navy soldiers aboard the ship to the left, witnessing the massacre on the other 2 vessels, were paralyzed by fear. One soldier, wielding a spiked club, trembled as he posed the question to Major Nama. Do not be afraid, for justice is invincible. The Navy shall not be defeated. Major Nama responded with righteous fervor, his tone resolute. Indeed, with Major Nama here, victory is assured. Inspired by Major Nama, the surrounding Navy soldiers regained their composure, each gripping their weapons tightly, glaring fiercely at the Kuro pirates. Oh, what a steadfast Navy officer. Kuro, adorned with his 10 blades, adjusted his glasses with a gentle touch. He regarded the major before him with disdain. Oomph, words are futile. 100 plans Kuro. Prepare to die. In an instant, Major Nama transformed into a centaur. Oh, a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. With his hooves raised high, Major Nama charged fiercely at Kuro, who deftly employed the cat step to evade the attack. Boom. The hoof struck the deck, creating 2 massive holes. Kuro reappeared behind Nama. His armament hockey hardened, the 10 blades glinting ominously. Got you. Slash, slash, slash. With that, Kuro pierced through the back of Major Nama, creating a gaping wound. Damn pirates. Major Nama swiftly spun around, delivering a powerful kick toward Kuro. Caught off guard, Kuro crossed his 10 blades to brace against the blow. Boom. Kuro was unceremoniously thrust into the ship's hold. Admiral Nama was formidable, invincible. Initially, the morale of the naval soldiers had plummeted due to the injuries sustained by Admiral Nama. However, this single kick reignited their spirits, prompting them to roar and charge towards Paul and Zhang-ao. Zhang-ao, is Kuro going to be all right? Paul inquired while fending off the advancing soldiers. He will be fine. Kuro has yet to unleash his full potential, Zhang-ao replied, deftly slicing through a soldier's neck with his iron ring. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable, Admiral Nama. Kuro emerged from the hold, veins bulging on his forehead. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, he proclaimed, given your formidable prowess, allow me to unveil my recently perfected ultimate move. Sword dance. In an instant, Kuro vanished from sight. Swish, swish, swish. An anguished cry erupted as 3 deep gashes suddenly appeared across Admiral Nama's chest. Before he could react, 3 more slashes marred his arm, shoulder, and visage. Taking a deep breath, Kuro materialized above Admiral Nama. His glasses glinted ominously, his tone frigid and composed. Gazing down at Nama, as if he were already a fallen foe. With a swift motion, his left hand's 10 blades cut across Admiral Nama's neck. Splatter. Blood gushed forth. Admiral Nama fell in battle. Victory belonged to Kuro. Kuro was truly magnificent. The crew of Kuro erupted in cheers, and Paul exchanged a knowing smile with Zango. Upon witnessing the demise of Rear Admiral Nama, the naval soldiers laid down their arms and surrendered. Thus, the assault by the Navy, which included 2 vice-admirals, 1 rear admiral, and 1 brigadier general, was declared a failure against the Kuro pirate crew. 2 vice-admirals and 1 brigadier general were gravely wounded and captured, while 1 rear admiral perished in battle. A total of 107 naval soldiers lost their lives, and 53 were taken prisoner. The Kuro pirates sustained injuries to 3 of their members gravely, while 7 others suffered minor wounds, with no fatalities reported. The Kuro pirate crew, following this battle, revealed their true ferocity. After the conflict concluded, the captured Navy personnel were bound together by the crew with ropes. Kuro took a chair from the ship's cabin and placed it on the deck. Sitting in the chair, he gazed at the bound Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral, might I inquire why your forces have united to besiege our pirate crew? Kuro displayed a look of bewilderment, having just entered the Grand Line. He was met with such an extravagant welcome ceremony. Surely this must be a jest. Humph, I have nothing to discuss with pirates. With a disdainful snort, he closed his eyes. Oh, how spirited. Upon hearing such a resolute response from Cowhide, Kuro raised an eyebrow. He promptly delivered a punch to Cowhide's head, rendering him unconscious. And what of you, General Shovel? He turned to the bloodied figure of General Shovel. I confess, it is because you killed a naval colonel in the East Sea, bringing disgrace upon the Navy. Thus, Admiral Sengoku has commanded that you be eradicated before you become an even greater threat. Consequently, our division received orders to pursue you. Without a hint of hesitation, General Shovel divulged everything. Damn that rat. Even in death, he seeks to repulse me. After listening to the reasons provided by the general, Kuro felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting the hasty decision to execute Colonel Mouse. He should have prolonged the torment before delivering the final blow. It appears that the Navy soldiers he spared did not convey the truth to the headquarters. Kuro spared the minions beneath the rat, allowing them to report the transgressions committed by Colonel Rat to the headquarters. It appears that they have not been forthcoming with the Navy headquarters. Now, General Shovel, what do you propose I should do with you? Kuro gazed coldly at General Shovel. I hope you can set us free, General Shovel uttered, managing a smile that, due to the agony of his wounds, appeared grotesque. Releasing you is not out of the question. Kuro gazed at the shovel-wielding major for an extended moment before uttering a single phrase. Is it true? Are you genuinely willing to release me? The major, taken aback by Kuro's unexpected compliance, inquired with elation. Of course, but the power of choice does not reside in my hands. Surely, you possess a transponder snail that can connect you with the Navy? What do you need a transponder snail for? The major, upon hearing Kuro's request for the creature, instinctively recoiled in refusal. You must understand, you are currently a captive, and there is no room for negotiation. After Kuro finished speaking, he seized a dagger and plunged it into the thigh of the shovel-wielding man. There's a telephone bug in the rear pocket. Upon hearing this, Ada approached the man, turned him over, and began rummaging through his rear pocket. Found it, Captain. Ada extracted a telephone bug with a wild hairstyle and round glasses. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. He handed it to Kuro. It's actually Sengoku's telephone bug. It seems the order indeed came directly from him. After Kuro finished speaking, he picked up the transponder snail and dialed. The line rang, and soon it was connected with a crisp click. The voice of Sengoku came through immediately. Hello, Vice Admiral Kuro, what is the status? Has the Kuro pirate crew been eliminated? Listen carefully, every single member aboard their ship must be brought back. The transponder snail bore a serious expression, revealing Sengoku's earnest concern regarding the annihilation of the Kuro pirate crew. The encirclement was exceedingly successful, Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Kuro sustained severe injuries. Vice Admiral Shovel is gravely wounded, Major Nama has perished, and Commodore 1 is also critically injured. Aside from 3 heavily injured members, there were no fatalities among the Kuro pirate crew. In this battle, the Kuro pirate crew emerged victorious. Kuro addressed the telephone bug in a tone devoid of inflection. This is Reed D. Kuro. The expression of the Sengoku telephone bug visibly darkened at an alarming pace. Indeed, it is I. I never anticipated that a person of your immense responsibilities would still hold me in such regard. I am truly taken aback, Marshal Sengoku. Kuro held the phone bug, a sense of profound satisfaction enveloping him. And what of Kauhai? Severely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. The phone bug fell silent. As Kauhai's critical condition took Sengoku by surprise, he had not anticipated that Kuro, a pirate who had only just set sail, possessed such formidable strength. There is still a shovel-wielding Vice Admiral awake. Would you care to converse with him? Upon completing his statement, Kuro announced that he would immediately seek assistance from Sengoku. Marshal, I am Vice Admiral Kaimo, and we have suffered defeat. State your demands, Kuro, Sengoku replied in a somber tone. Haha, conversing with an intelligent individual truly saves time. I wish to join the 7 warlords. Kuro presented his demands. This is impossible, as the 7 warlords are already at full capacity. The world government would never consent to an additional position. Sengoku, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed the notion, remarking on the audacity of a pirate like Kuro to even entertain such thoughts about joining the 7 warlords. This matter is beyond my consideration, Marshal Sengoku. By the way, we currently have over 50 naval soldiers as guests here. Upon concluding his statement, Kuro waved his hand, issuing a command. A 2, stationed beside the naval soldiers, advanced and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the group. Despicable pirates. Cease your actions at once. Do not continue the assault. The naval soldiers cried out in agony as they endured the merciless beating. Sengoku, listening to the cacophony of wails emanating from the transponder snail, was consumed by fury. Kuro, are you declaring war against the Navy? The transponder snail relayed a chilling inquiry, laced with anger. Certainly not. I merely wish to inform you that they are quite comfortable in my care. Should you wish to retrieve them, do remember to bring gifts. Without gifts, I shall bury them all. The intent to kill emanating from Kuro was unmistakably conveyed to Sengoku. You scoundrel! Sengoku growled, falling silent thereafter, while Kuro chose to disregard him. After a brief pause, Sengoku spoke again. Regarding the matter of the 7 warlords, I cannot make a unilateral decision. I must consult the 5 elders. Sengoku, after all, had yielded, for Kuro's location was too distant from the Navy headquarters, and even with Kizuru's intervention, it would be too late to save anyone. Of course, let me see. He continued. It is currently 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and by 1:30, I expect to hear good news. Otherwise, for every 10 minutes that pass, a Navy soldier shall be cast into the embrace of the sea. Kuro swiftly ended the call, exclaiming in frustration, "What a scoundrel!" With a thunderous crash, Sengoku's fist shattered the desk. The naval officers stationed outside rushed in with concern. "What is it, Admiral?" "It's nothing. Summon Vice Admiral Tsuru. I have matters to discuss with her." "Understood." The soldiers saluted promptly before hastily exiting to locate Vice Admiral Tsuru. Phew, the naval admiral is indeed a formidable presence. Kuro casually tossed the telephone bug aside, leaning back against the chair. "Captain, do you think the Navy will consent to our joining the 7 warlords?" "I am uncertain. However, even if they decline, we stand to lose nothing. I merely wish to ascertain who precisely issued the orders for our encirclement." Kuro regarded Kuro beside him with indifference. "All right, everyone, let us transport these individuals onto our vessel and promptly inform Ryan that we shall be departing from this location. Although we are quite distant from the naval headquarters, they will be unable to mount a rescue in time. However, other naval branches may still reach us. We must leave swiftly to avoid encirclement. Furthermore, ensure that all valuable items aboard the warship are taken with us, for they are entirely our spoils of war." "Understood, Captain." Kuro adjusted his glasses and turned to organize the crew's actions. Kuro gazed at the dilapidated warship, yet his mind wandered to another matter. His aspiration to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea was not a mere whim. Given his current predicament, the elimination of a mere Captain Mouse had already summoned 4 warships in pursuit. If he were to kill these 2 vice admirals and the entire contingent of Marines, he would find himself with little choice but to prepare for the relentless pursuit of an admiral. With his present capabilities, facing an admiral would only lead to his inevitable defeat. Thus, he found himself at a crossroads. One path led to servitude under one of the 4 emperors, becoming a subordinate aboard their vessels and existing under their protection, a prospect that utterly contradicted his original purpose for venturing into the seas. Hence, that avenue was promptly dismissed. The alternative route involved becoming one of the 7 warlords. Should he attain that status, the existing bounty upon his head would be revoked, and the world government would cease to pursue him for his past transgressions. This scenario was particularly suited to the current circumstances of Kuro's pirate crew. If successful, the Marines would no longer dispatch forces to hunt him down, granting him the precious time he desperately needed for development. His crew had laid a solid foundation, and given sufficient time, each member's strength could experience rapid growth. Fortunately, the current fleet admiral was Sengoku and not a Kainu. Had it been a Kainu, discussions would have been futile, as he would have undoubtedly sent troops to hunt him down without hesitation. Kuro secretly rejoiced. "Captain, I have discovered a treasure in the storeroom of the cabin." Ayer hurried over, carrying 2 boxes. "Oh, what treasure?" Upon hearing the mention of a treasure, Kuro's interest was piqued. "A devil fruit." "What?" Kuro doubted his own hearing. How could there be a devil fruit aboard a warship? Ayer, without offering an explanation, simply opened the leftmost box, revealing a fruit entirely enveloped in black, adorned with crimson patterns. Kuro observed a note within and reached out to retrieve it. The note read, "Animal-type dog fruit. Mastiff form. How fortunate you are to possess such a devil fruit." After reading the note, Kuro couldn't help but express his astonishment at the audacity of this scoundrel, who managed to find a devil fruit. How utterly unreasonable. Upon hearing the captain's praise, Ayer shyly scratched his head. "This chapter isn't over yet. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content." "I am not complimenting you, you rascal." "Well, since it was you who found it, it rightfully belongs to you. Make sure to put it to good use, understood?" Ayer was taken aback when the captain declared it was for him. "Captain, it would be a waste for me to consume the devil fruit. Please give it to Brother Kuro." He hurriedly declined and intended to pass the fruit to Kuro. "Haha. Just eat it, Ayer. The captain is correct. What you have obtained is yours." Kuro looked at the offered devil fruit and pushed it back. "You should eat it. Kuro, I will arrange for another fruit for him." Upon hearing the insistence from both the captain and Brother Kuro, Ayer no longer hesitated. He picked up the Inu no Mi and bit into it. Ugh, ugh, ugh. How revolting. Despite having previously inquired with Brother Ryan about the taste of a devil fruit, who had remarked that eating one would make you wish for death, Ayer was still unprepared for such a dreadful flavor. It was not only the shock of the smell but also the assault on his palate that left him reeling. Ryan felt as though his entire being had gone numb. He collapsed to the ground, retching, yet nothing came up. As he heaved, Ayer's hands transformed into robust canine paws. His body morphed into that of a dog, covered in black fur. Ultimately, his head became that of a Tibetan mastiff. Woof. The entire canine form stretched over 3 meters as it lunged towards Kuro. Ha ha ha. This is quite the spectacle, you rascal. Kuro smiled as he playfully delivered a light punch to air, sending him flying. You would do well to exercise some self-control, air. Upon finishing his words, Kuro's body trembled and contracted, ultimately transforming into a beastly form approximately 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. Ah, Captain, I merely wish to express my gratitude. Why did you strike me? The canine creature, air, gently caressed his swollen right cheek with his right paw, his expression imbued with melancholy. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall strike you again. No more words. Captain, air quickly covered his mouth with his paw, shaking his canine head. Let us cease this commotion. Since the left chest contains the devil fruit, what then lies within the chest on the right? Kuro opened the box on the right, only to discover it was empty, save for a piece of paper that bore the words animal-type muma fruit, black horse form. What is the muma fruit? Kuro was somewhat perplexed. The contents of the box, which had been securely locked, had vanished. The fruits within must have been consumed by that Major Nama. For during our confrontation, he utilized his power to transform, and upon metamorphosis, he became a centaur. Kuro took the paper, glanced at it, and then remarked, "No wonder they have disappeared." Kuro nodded, realizing the situation. It was no wonder that only a piece of paper remained after opening it. To acquire a devil fruit was indeed an unexpected delight, yet he found himself yearning for another, a sign of his own greed. Reflecting on this, Kuro couldn't help but mock himself for his insatiable appetite. Captain, only these 2 rear admirals are left. The other Navy personnel have been tossed onto our ship. Zhang Yao and Soki approached, pointing at the 2 rear admirals on the ground. Then let us hoist them aboard as well. Kuro, having finished speaking, waved his hand. And Ryan approached the rear admiral, while Zhang Yao made his way toward the major general. You band of pirates, where do you intend to take us? The Navy headquarters will undoubtedly dispatch an admiral to rescue us. Release us at once. Otherwise, when the admiral arrives, you shall all meet your demise. Ryan, initially intent on dragging the rear admiral, who lay unconscious, and throwing him onto the black ship, was taken aback when the man suddenly regained consciousness and began to threaten him incessantly. Frustrated by the incessant taunts, Ryan produced a spiked club and struck the rear admiral on the head with a swift blow. You woke up too soon. You ought to catch a bit more rest. True to his reputation as a tough man, the rear admiral did not utter a single groan of pain, merely rolling his eyes back before losing consciousness once more. Kuro shook his head, pondering why one could not simply remain calm. After Ryan's strike, it seemed the rear admiral's head had endured at least 3 blows. Indeed, the rear admiral was remarkably resilient. Despite receiving such a beating, his skull remained intact. Captain, everything is taken care of. Let us depart, Kuro stated as he approached. Very well, let us go, came the reply. Kuro and Klo leapt onto the black ship. Standing at the bow, they gazed upon the 4 warships, lamenting their inability to utilize them or convert them into currency. Alas, I cannot abide waste. After all, my grandfather instilled in me the notion that wastefulness is a shameful act from a young age. Kuro murmured, drawing forth the Buddha Yujin and hardening the blade with his haki. One sword style. A ferocious aura erupted, enveloping the blade of Buddha Yujin. With both hands gripping the sword, Kuro raised it backward, mimicking a baseball batter's stance. Destruction. The blade released a resonant hum, followed by an explosive roar as the sword energy surged forth, forming a crimson shockwave in midair, spiraling directly towards the naval warship. Thud, 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 boom. The shockwave first swept over the ship to the left, which suddenly appeared to be struck by some immense force, splitting in 2 as it shattered apart. Flames erupted, dense smoke billowed, and the sound of explosions echoed. Soon after, all 4 warships were engulfed by the shockwave. The vessels shattered into fragments, with debris scattered across the sea. Remnants of their destruction. Ah, if one cannot attain something, one must obliterate it. Truly a profound adage. Once the chaos subsided, Kuro sheathed his sword, joyfully leaping off the bow and striding onto the deck. Let us set sail and depart from this place. Upon hearing this, Ryan entered the control room, while Ada and Soki gathered the crew to prepare for departure. In no time, the black ship began to move. As it sailed, the idle crew members congregated on the deck, observing the bound naval officers. Ah, just 10 more minutes, Vice Admiral Shovel. Do you suppose Admiral Sengoku will seek out the Gorosei on your behalf, perhaps persuading them to allow me to join the Shichibukai? Glancing at Kuro's pocket watch, he noted that only 10 minutes remained until the appointed hour. With a casual demeanor, Kuro asked Admiral Shovel, "Surely, he will not abandon us. Marshal Sengoku will come to our aid." Admiral Shovel's hands were tightly bound by sea-stone handcuffs. Despite feeling utterly drained, he struggled to crawl in front of Kuro, responding with unwavering conviction. He firmly believed that Marshal Sengoku would surely rescue them. "Let us pray." After Kuro finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested in his chair. Having endured 2 consecutive battles against naval vice-admirals, despite emerging victorious, the toll on Kuro's stamina was considerable. This was largely attributable to his formidable recuperative abilities. Otherwise, enduring 2 such encounters would have been a daunting challenge. Had his energy been depleted during the skirmishes, he would likely not be resting aboard the Black Ship now, but rather aboard a warship en route to impel down. After approximately 3 minutes of rest, Kuro was approached by Paul, who was holding a pot of savory meat sauce pasta. "Captain, the noodles are ready. It is time to dine." Kuro swiftly opened his eyes, having already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Grasping a pair of chopsticks, he began to showcase his culinary prowess with the pot. Delicious. Paul, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. You truly embody the spirit of the island guardian of chefs. "Ah, Captain, you flatter me," Paul replied with a chuckle, his demeanor radiating joy. "Really, it's exquisite. If only there were some meat legs to accompany it," Kuro remarked. "Very well, Captain. I shall prepare them immediately. Please hold on for a moment. Would you prefer them braised or barbecued?" "Without a doubt, barbecued. The meat you grill is the epitome of true barbecue. Others merely cook it through." Amidst Kuro's effusive praise, Paul, with a spring in his step and a beaming smile, hurried into the kitchen to prepare the barbecued meat legs. Bring. Oh, the telephone snail is ringing." Click. Kuro answered the phone bug, and on the other end, the voice of Sengoku resonated. "Hello. Welcome to the Kuro Pirates consultation line. We are here to serve you with utmost dedication." Kuro savored his meat sauce pasta, his words muffled yet imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing Kuro's voice, the phone bug of Admiral Sengoku was instantly enveloped in a cloud of exasperation. "What nonsense are you spewing, you reckless pirate?" he exclaimed, laughter laced with incredulity. "Do not mind Admiral Sengoku," Kuro interjected nonchalantly. The phone bug bellowed at Kuro, the force of his voice prompting Kuro to hastily cover one ear with his hand. "Listen, read Kuro. Regarding your desire to join the 7 warlords, the Baratie have outright rejected your application. The rationale is clear. Your current reputation falls short. They do not wish to enlist a fledgling to intimidate the pirates of the Grand Line. Most critically, they believe you lack the requisite strength to become a warlord." Sengoku's phone bug bore a grave expression, shifting the blame entirely onto the Baratie, asserting that their refusal was the sole reason for the failure of this endeavor, with the Navy bearing no responsibility. "Ah, it appears there are no gifts forthcoming. Now, bid farewell to Vice Admiral Shovel and Admiral Sengoku." Upon finishing his words, Kuro suddenly transformed Era's hand into a claw, advancing towards the Vice Admiral Shovel, prepared to escort him on his final journey. "No. Wait. Hold on. Marshal, help. Sengoku. Save me." Vice Admiral Shovel cried out in desperation as he witnessed Era approaching. The nearby naval soldiers, upon seeing Era wield his powers with the intent to eliminate Shovel, were gripped by fear, with some timid sailors weeping and pleading for assistance. "Stop, Kuro. This matter is a decision made by the 5 elders. It does not concern the Navy." Hearing the cries for help, Sengoku quickly interjected to halt the proceedings. "It seems my message was insufficiently clear, Marshal Sengoku," Kuro replied. "Before you now lie 2 choices. First, bestow upon me the title of Warlord of the Sea, and I shall return these delightful sailors to you. Second, I will return them, albeit in the form of corpses." Sengoku, gazing at the icy words emanating from the phone bug, felt a chill pierce through him, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. "Are you not afraid that I will dispatch an admiral to hunt you down, Kuro?" Sengoku's face flushed crimson, his veins bulging, eyes wide with rage, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. "Ha ha ha ha, Marshal Sengoku, the brilliant strategist. Do you take me for a fool? Even if I were to release these sailors alive, would you not still send an admiral after me? In the eyes of the Navy, I am already regarded as a formidable threat." Upon Ku Luo's conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the warring states. Kuro's assertion holds true. Following this battle, The threat posed by the Kuro pirate crew has escalated in the eyes of Sengoku. Having ventured into the seas for less than 4 months, he has already slain a Navy colonel, vanquished 2 vice admirals, and taken captive sailors from 4 naval ships. Were this the feat of a renowned pirate? No one would be astonished, as their prowess is evident and well-established. However, Kuro is merely a fledgling, freshly embarked on his maritime journey. Yet he has triumphed over 2 vice admirals. What lies ahead? If he continues to mature, it is likely that even admirals will find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. Sengoku harbors no desire for another Roger to emerge upon these waters. Thus, from the outset, he had no intention of sparing the Kuro pirate crew. Summoning Vice Admiral Tsuru was imperative to devise a strategy. Upon her arrival and comprehension of the latent peril posed by the Kuro pirate crew, Tsuru proposed a tactic of delay. Sengoku intended to keep Kuro placated by conveying that the Navy headquarters bore no objections to his desire to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet the Gorosei were in disagreement. Should Kuro have grievances, he could address them with the Gorosei directly. The Navy needed to be extricated from the equation to prevent Kuro from retaliating against Navy personnel in a fit of anger. The rationale for the Gorosei's disapproval could rest on his lack of influence. Despite his evident strength, he is still unknown on the vast seas. Without recognition, he cannot intimidate other pirates, thus complicating his aspirations to join the 7 warlords. Each warlord is a figure of renown, possessing the stature or might necessary to instill fear in others. Additionally, they would persuade Kuro to wait a couple of days while the Navy sought to negotiate with the Gorosei regarding his inclusion. Simultaneously, Admiral Kizaru would be dispatched at the swiftest pace to the waters currently occupied by Kuro and his crew, aiming to locate and annihilate them without delay. In truth, this was not the Navy's inaugural implementation of such a plan. A prior case resonated closely with the Kuro pirate crew, involving a pirate crew that had been at sea for 2.5 years, who similarly took hostages, demanding legal rights to plunder or else they would execute the captives. The Navy employed this very strategy, successfully obliterating the pirate crew while rescuing every hostage unscathed. Sengoku mused. Could it be that he intends to employ a delaying tactic to hold me back, only to dispatch Admiral Kizaru to deal with us afterward? Certainly not. The primary reason lies with the Gorosei, who deem Kuro's strength insufficient, hence their refusal. Sengoku scoffed quietly, pondering how this young man could perceive my intentions to send Kizaru. Yet, the presence of Admiral Kizaru matters not. Whether he can best me or not, can he truly escape? Moreover, I can assure that none of the Navy personnel visiting me shall emerge alive. Kuro directly addressed the general, asserting that if a formidable commander were dispatched, he would not hesitate to flee if defeated. However, he declared that before retreating, all the captured Navy personnel must perish. Furthermore, he expressed unwavering confidence in his capabilities, believing that regardless of which of the 4 emperors he aligned himself with, he would be held in high regard. He vowed that his foremost action would be to launch relentless assaults on all your Navy branches, as he firmly believed in his own strength. Kuro, in a fit of defiance, declared, "Isn't it true that your Navy has refused to comply? No matter, once I have dealt with this group of captives, I shall seek refuge with the 4 emperors. After all, I have no ambition to become the pirate king. Those unshot fear not those in shoes. Especially since I currently hold a number of naval captives in my grasp. If things come to a head, we can part ways amicably. Should you dispatch an admiral to pursue me, I shall align myself with the eldest of the 4 emperors, and with his backing, I shall return to dismantle your naval branch. Unless you assign an admiral to guard each naval branch, I shall lay waste to each one I encounter. There will be casualties. Moreover, given the present circumstances in the New World, can you truly spare an admiral to oversee the first half of the Grand Line? I have read in the newspapers that Kaido has been causing quite a stir lately in the New World. For reasons unknown, he has been engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard at Wano Island. The conflict has persisted for nearly half a month, with both sides continuously sending reinforcements, creating an atmosphere akin to a fight to the death. This has placed the Navy headquarters on high alert, leading them to dispatch troops to blockade the surrounding seas. Admiral Akainu has been monitoring the area around Wano Island to prevent the clash between the 2 emperors from affecting the neighboring nations. At the same time, they are poised to seize any opportunity. Should either Whitebeard or Kaido suffer defeat, the Navy will strike in the name of justice to eliminate the pirates. Consequently, only Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora remain at the Navy headquarters, while Fujitora must remain to protect the base, leaving only Kizaru, the idler of the fleet. However, Kizaru has long served the celestial dragons and remains in Mariehua. Even if he were dispatched to apprehend me, his presence would be temporary, as the Gorosei would soon summon him back. When that time comes, with no admirals in sight, I shall fear no one. Kuro seized this opportunity to confront Sengoku. Otherwise, he would have already triumphed over the navy and fled. His negotiations to join the Shichibukai arise from the knowledge that this is the opportune moment. Opportunities such as this are fleeting. You scoundrel! Sengoku erupted in fury at the blatant threat embedded in Kuro's words. Pirate Kuro, is it merely the Shichibukai you seek to join? Baba Hina, who had been deep in contemplation, opened her eyes and calmly inquired of Kuro. Oh, Baba Hina. Ha 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 indeed. I merely wish to join the Shichibukai and contribute to the peace of the Grand Line. Kurihiko shamelessly declared, very well. We shall reach out to the 5 elders again and provide you with a final response by tomorrow. Remember this. I do not wish for any harm to come to the Navy soldiers. Otherwise, even if the Admiral is preoccupied, I will pursue you. After Elder Crane concluded her remarks, she promptly hung up the phone. Sengoku gazed intently at Vice Admiral Crane. Little Crane, why did you agree to contact the 5 elders? I should have warned you about the dangers he poses, Sengoku expressed, puzzled. Do you possess a better alternative? The battle at Kijia Island has escalated to dire extremes. Just half an hour ago, Akaina relayed news of Navy soldiers spotting the vanguard ship of the Big Mom pirates in the vicinity of the blocked seas. It is feared that Charlotte Linlin may also enter this fray. Should she join, the destruction of all islands near Kijia will be inevitable. With her arms crossed, Elder Crane fixed her gaze on Sengoku. Moreover, to anticipate any interference from red-haired Shanks, Garp departed from Navy headquarters 3 days ago to surveil the territory of the red-haired pirates. As for Kizaru, I have communicated with the 5 elders, and they have indicated that the celestial dragons only trust Kizaru to safeguard their safety. Thus, he is not permitted to leave. Consequently, the only one available to assist Akainu is Kazan, stationed at headquarters. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Crane's analysis, Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation. If Akiji heads to Kijia Island for support, then you and I will be left to defend Navy headquarters, rendering us incapable of dealing with this rogue, correct? After speaking, Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly vexed by the complexities of the situation. Indeed, given that brat's strength, even with the likes of the spider and the flying squirrel, it is unlikely they could subdue him. Thus, we must acquiesce to his demands for the time being. After all, he holds the lives of dozens of Navy soldiers in his grasp. I do not believe he merely desires to become a warlord of the sea. It would not be too late to apprehend him should he take any actions that threaten the Navy. Elder Crane observed Sengoku, who remained silent, engaged in an internal struggle. However, the warlords of the sea are already at full capacity. Will the world government consent? Ultimately, Sengoku yielded to the circumstances. It was evident that if they did not comply with Kurihiko's demands, the lives of numerous Navy soldiers would be forfeited. Furthermore, should Kurihiko descend into madness, the Navy branches in the first half of the Grand Line would face annihilation, as no one could spare the resources to confront Kurihiko, whose power could obliterate Navy strongholds. Thus, agreement was the only path forward. Let us reach out to the 5 elders and seek their counsel. If they can mobilize Kizaru, then we need not be ensnared in further dilemmas, Vice Admiral Crane proposed after a moment of contemplation. It must be done this way. After the conversation with Sengoku, he retrieved the din mushi belonging to the 5 elders. The phone rang, and after a brief pause, it connected. Hello? Is this Sengoku? What is the matter? One of the 5 elders inquired. A pirate has seized 2 Marine Vice Admirals and demands to join the Shichibukai, Sengoku stated succinctly. What nonsense, Sengoku. The Shichibukai cannot be granted membership simply because a pirate threatens the Marines. The 5 elder reprimanded. I am fully aware of that, but currently, there is no one at Marine headquarters capable of apprehending him, Sengoku replied, his tone laced with resignation. Kaido and Whitebeard are clashing on Onigashima, while Akainu is dispatched to protect the kingdoms on nearby islands and monitor the outcome of the battle. However, I just received word from Akainu that Charlotte Linlin's lead ship has appeared, seemingly intending to join the fray, prompting a request for assistance. Since Garp is preoccupied with Shanks, I can only send Akiji. Alternatively, you may dispatch Kizaru to support Akainu, and I will send Akiji to apprehend that rascal. Sengoku laid the options before the 5 elders, allowing them to decide whether to admit Kuro to the Shichibukai or send Kizaru for support. What is that rascal's strength? After a moment of silence, The elder with a bushy beard queried through the den mushi. Above the rank of vice admiral, yet below that of admiral, Sengoku pondered before responding. Another silence ensued. Since the Shichibukai roster is currently full, we can offer him a position as a reserve Shichibukai. Reserve Shichibukai? Indeed. The world government will suspend his bounty and will cease pursuing him for past crimes, provided he refrains from acts of piracy. Furthermore, he will not be permitted to establish his own territory, but he must be available whenever the world government requires his assistance. After deliberation among the 5 of them, it was decided that Kizuru could not be dispatched, as the ongoing conflict outside demanded the protection of the celestial dragons. Thus, the conclusion reached was to prepare for a reserve Shichibukai status. They would agree to halt his bounty and cease the hunt, but if he engaged in private plundering, the Marines would be authorized to apprehend him. He would be allowed to traverse the Grand Line, but could not claim any territory. Should the world government require his services, he must be present. Upon hearing this, Sengoku internally criticized the 5 elders for their duplicitous nature, offering merely a fade of safety from pursuit, while imposing numerous restrictions. They were more sinister than the pirates themselves. Just as Sengoku finished his mental lament, the 5 elders abruptly terminated the call. Sengoku turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had her arms crossed and was resting her chin on her hands. I estimate that rascal will decline the offer and may even resort to eliminating Kaido and Kaimo. Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment before uttering these words. Indeed, that young man is no fool. Upon hearing such conditions, he would surely suspect that we are attempting to deceive him. Sengoku's expression turned grave. The accursed Gorosei, why would anyone desire to join the 7 warlords? It boils down to 2 fundamental reasons: the ability to plunder freely and to possess their own territory. If you dismiss both of these points, what incentive remains for him to be a warlord? Being a pirate would be far more advantageous. As Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru contemplated how to approach Kuro, they were deep in thought. Kuro has fallen into a deep, carefree slumber. After Granny Crane concluded her phone call, Paul emerged from the kitchen with his signature roasted meat leg, emanating an enticing aroma. The naval captives on deck, having endured hunger throughout the day, could not help but drool at the sight. "Captain, the barbecue meat leg you've ordered is ready," Paul announced as he presented the dish to Kuro, who promptly discarded the plate, seizing the meat leg with his right hand and voraciously tearing into it. "Oh, how delicious. This must be a delicacy reserved for the gods. Paul, your culinary skills are truly unparalleled. They are simply extraordinary. From this moment on, I shall bestow upon you the title of culinary god." Kuro chewed on the meat, tears glistening in his eyes, his left thumb raised in approval. "Oh, come now. Captain, you simply adore exaggeration. It cannot possibly be that delicious," Paul remarked, beginning to squirm restlessly. "Nonsense. It is not exaggerated in the slightest. Once you have tasted the dishes prepared by Soki for a while, you shall come to understand that my words are entirely truthful." Soki, yawning nearby, felt as though he had been stabbed in the kidney upon hearing Kuro's statement. What a painful sentiment. If the food is good, just say it is good. Why must you use me as an example? "Captain, are you truly unconcerned that the Navy headquarters might dispatch an admiral to capture us?" Observing Kuro's untroubled enjoyment of his meal, Kuro's curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What is there to fear? If I cannot best the admiral, I shall simply flee." "It is not as if I cannot escape. Flee. And what of us?" "Well, you shall just await your demise. None of you can outrun an admiral." Kuro expressed nonchalance, declaring that he would flee. Upon hearing this, Kuro's expression darkened. "Please, take me seriously, Captain. Are you jesting, Captain?" Kuro and the crew were instantly taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. They had anticipated some hidden ace up the captain's sleeve, only to discover that his only plan was to escape. "Rest assured, even if you all meet your demise, I shall remain unscathed. Furthermore, I promise to burn paper offerings for you, ensuring you have wealth to spend in the afterlife." Kuro laughed heartily after finishing his words, realizing that he was indeed overly conscientious, even contemplating the affairs of the crew after their departure. The crew, upon hearing this, all gaped in astonishment, ready to unleash their ire upon him. "What nonsense is this? Ha ha ha. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Rest assured, the Navy headquarters will not dispatch an admiral." Kuro laughed heartily before continuing to feast on the roasted leg of meat, speaking between bites. "Why are you so certain, Captain?" "Do not jest, you scoundrel of a pirate. The Navy headquarters will undoubtedly dispatch an admiral to rescue us. Indeed, the Marshal would never abandon us." Kuro remarked with curiosity. However, before Kuro could respond, the Navy soldiers interjected. What do you mean they won't descend an admiral? What do you mean we should remain at ease? It seems to me you are merely enjoying your last meal. They continued, when the admiral arrives. He will undoubtedly inflict grievous wounds upon you and confine you within impelled down. This is due to the fact that a monumental battle is currently raging in the New World, rendering the admirals completely unavailable. Kuro did not mind the soldiers' rebuttals. For who would engage in trivial discourse with those who might soon face death? A great war? Captain, are you referring to Kaido and Whitebeard? Kuro immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, you are quite astute, Kuro. Ha. Kuro praised with a tone of admiration. Indeed, Kuro is the second most intelligent character in the entire book, understanding everything with just a hint. However, what does the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard have to do with the Navy, Captain? Kuro was still perplexed. In their fierce battle, the Navy would undoubtedly dispatch an admiral, both to ensure the safety of the surrounding islands and to seize the opportunity that might arise. Seize the opportunity? Indeed. For regardless of which of these two titans emerges victorious, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, the Navy would have the chance to capture them all in one fell swoop, even if they could not achieve total annihilation. Eliminating one of the four emperors would be an immense triumph for the Navy. However, I do not believe that Whitebeard and Kaido will truly determine a winner. This grand confrontation will likely culminate in nothing more than a damp squib. While indulging in meat, Kuro elaborated on his analysis for Kuro. What of the remaining two commanders under the captain? Will they not come here? They are unable to escape. One must guard Mariewa and cannot venture out, while the other is stationed at Marin Fandu, ever ready to set sail for support. Kuro eagerly gnawed on a bone, sharpening his teeth as he responded to Kuro's inquiries. Moreover, even if Kaido and Whitebeard were to engage in a fierce battle for half a month, it is implausible that they would allow the Navy to observe passively without taking action. I believe the reason they have disregarded the Navy is that they are not yet finished with their duel. Once they have exhausted their energies, they will undoubtedly unite to assault the Navy. After all, in a clash of emperors, how could one allow a mere audience to witness such a spectacle for half a month without collecting an admission fee? At that point, the Navy is likely to be caught off guard, suffering significant losses. If the reinforcements from the Navy headquarters are not timely, it will not be the pirates that the Navy will need to collect the dead from, but rather the Navy itself. After Kolo and Klo finished their conversation, they found themselves still unsated despite having gnawed on the bones. Master Paul, might you be able to prepare some more meat? I expressed my lingering hunger. Paul promptly acquiesced and retreated into the kitchen once more. Observing Klo deep in thought, Kolo chose to disregard him, intending merely to lean back in his chair for a brief respite, only to succumb to slumber. Before long, he was snoring softly. Bro. HM? The pimple on Kuro's nose burst with a sharp crack. I find myself in a rather foul mood, Sengoku. I hope you can deliver some good news. I was in a deep slumber when a phone call jolted me awake. Even without the morning grumpiness, I am now seething with anger. My lord. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The ensuing content is even more thrilling. The 5 elders have granted your request to join the 7 warlords. With a single sentence, Sengoku extinguished Kuro's fury. The matter is settled. Oh, they have agreed? When shall the news be announced to the outside world? Kuro feigned nonchalance as he inquired. If you are in agreement, then it shall be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Am I in agreement? What does that mean? He coughed lightly before continuing. Well, the positions of the 7 warlords are already filled. If you wish to join, you can only be a substitute warlord. Substitute warlord? What is that? Kuro did not comprehend the situation. He had never heard of such a faction in his previous life. Given that the positions within the 7 warlords were already filled, he could only serve as an alternate. Should a vacancy arise among the warlords, he would be promoted directly. Oh, what distinguishes the two? He inquired. Due to his status as a substitute, he would lack certain privileges enjoyed by the 7 warlords, such as, apart from the suspension of bounties and the pardon of crimes, all other privileges are unavailable to you. After Sengoku's declaration, silence enveloped the world. 10 minutes passed before Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Hey, Kuro, are you listening? Yes. Let us commence the battle, Navy. I shall seek a prime location to inter these valiant Navy soldiers, while also affording you a moment to notify the Navy branches that I am on my way. After Kuro spoke, he directly drew out the Budu Yuan. Being abruptly awakened from a sound sleep was already infuriating enough. Ultimately, after a lengthy explanation, All he conveyed was that he could become one of the 7 warlords, but the quota was full, so he would have to wait as a substitute until a vacancy arose. Of course, being a substitute was not a concern. Kuro merely sought a period of stable development. However, such an insult was intolerable. To grant him merely a pardon for his crimes while withholding all other privileges was utterly outrageous. What use was the pardon to him? As he pondered this, a small flame of anger ignited within Kuro, surging higher. How could they not regard him as a pirate? There were certain things he could forego, but some things simply could not be denied. Calm down, Pirate Kuro, he reminded himself. I understand this is an affront to you, but this is the decision of the 5 elders. We are merely relaying it. Hearing Kuro draw his sword and declare war, Sengoku hastily attempted to placate him. Is this an insult? This is provocation. Sengoku, the crux of this matter lies within your navy. The reason I killed Colonel Mouse was entirely due to his indulgence of Arlong's massacre of humanity. Yet, you still have the audacity to send people after me. Even when pursued, I spared the majority of your navy. I was merciful. The navy captives on the deck, listening to Kuro's accusations, began to murmur among themselves. You killed Colonel Mouse. That is a crime. The dignity of the navy will not allow anyone to trample upon it. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, responding to Kuro with unwavering authority. To hell with your dignity. What honor does your navy possess? As the enforcers of the sea, you act as a shield for pirates, condoning their pillaging and slaughter, all for your own gain. Is this your notion of dignity, Sengoku? Honor indeed. Kuro unleashed his full might, ready to unleash a torrent of wrath upon the entire Wano family, were it not for the fear of account suspension. Is this what you, the navy, claim to be justice? You incessantly proclaim your mission to shield the populace from the scourge of pirates, and yet this is how you choose to protect them? You, the navy, are utterly contemptible, embodying hypocrisy and duplicity. Such scoundrels cannot possibly exist within your ranks. Admiral Cao shouted vehemently in protest. Impossible? Every member aboard my vessel can attest to the truth. If you doubt us, it matters not. I shall spare a few lives, allowing you to journey to Cocoa West Village and inquire about the heinous crimes committed by that rat. Kuro placed the blade against his neck and spoke with a certain nonchalance. Vice Admiral Kuroha glanced at the sacred cloth around his neck, then tilted his head to gaze at Kuro, wearing an expression of disdain. Could one truly call themselves a vice admiral if they were afraid of death? Kuro looked at the sternness etched upon his face and thought to himself, goodness, this fellow is truly resolute. Is he attempting to play the martyr's role? To have me slay him, thus granting him the noble title of a heroic sacrifice? I refuse to entertain such notions. I have resolved to eliminate them all, leaving you alive to proclaim to the world that you begged for mercy, thus ensuring your survival. How utterly repugnant. Just as the malevolent thoughts swirled within Kuro's mind, the voice of Sengoku echoed from the Den Mushi. Even if there are missteps within the navy, those are matters for the navy to resolve. It is not for a pirate such as yourself to meddle. Sengoku truly upheld his doctrine of sovereign justice, his tone rife with the arrogance of authority. Who claims I am a pirate? Have I ever acknowledged such a label? I am merely a good-hearted youth, acting in defense of justice. It is you who slander me by labeling me a pirate. Kuro began to speak nonsense. Is it customary for your navy to slander the virtuous? Kuro began to don his hat. Enough. Read Kuro, put away your nonsensical antics. While the notion of being a candidate for the 7 warlords may seem excessive, it is a decision made by the 5 elders, and we have no authority to alter it. Admiral Tsuru, observing the increasingly wayward conversation between Kuro and Sengoku, swiftly redirected the topic back to the matter of the prospective 7 warlords. So, is this the Navy's final word on the subject, Granny Tsuru? After Kuro questioned him, he positioned the blade against the throat of the shovel-wielding general. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate this coward, devoid of any dignity. The general, terrified, began to plead for mercy. Very well, we cannot alter the matter of the prospective 7 warlords. However, you may propose one additional request, provided it is not excessive. The wise old woman stated calmly. It was then Kuro fell into silence, uncertain of what he truly desired. I wish for a Logia-type Devil Fruit, he finally declared. Kuro directly made an audacious demand. Stop dreaming. There are hardly any Logia-type Devil Fruits, even within the Navy headquarters. Do you truly believe they would be offered to fund a pirate? Upon hearing Kuro's request, Granny Crane, usually so composed, found herself feeling quite irritable. How dare you speak so boldly? You might as well aspire to be the fleet admiral yourself. How despicable. The Navy captives aboard the ship gazed at Kuro with expressions that suggested they thought he was out of his mind. Even the crew members felt that their captain was lost in a delusion. What kind of nonsense is this? You demand an exorbitant price, yet expect to be met with compliance. Do you think you can negotiate? Kuro spoke in a rather mercenary tone. Do you really want an animal-type devil fruit? Granny Crane, your price is far too low. Such a thing is hardly even fit for a dog. It has no potential for development whatsoever. Upon hearing Kuro's remarks, Ryan and Ah-Er felt insulted, particularly Ah-Er, who exclaimed, "Why mention dogs? Dogs are so adorable." "This is the only option. If you don't want it, then withdraw your request," Granny Crane threatened directly. All right, I'll take the animal type. But I want to choose it myself. If you happen to give me a mouse fruit, I would be at a tremendous loss. Fine, someone will contact you shortly. Now, you should release Cowhide and the others, she added. Why the rush, Granny Crane? They haven't even had enough time on my ship yet. Wait until tomorrow when the world government announces my appointment as a warlord, and then you can send someone to retrieve them along with the devil fruit. Very well. Let it be so. After a round of bargaining, Vice Admiral Crane ended the call. Humph, truly a troublesome little brat, she muttered with a cold snort. Report. Enter. Report. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We just received word from Admiral Akainu's ship that Charlotte Linlin has launched a sudden attack on the Admiral's naval vessel. Fortunately, Admiral Akainu reacted swiftly, and there have been no significant casualties. He is currently leading his subordinates to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, our surveillance ships near Zakiya Island have reported that the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates have called a ceasefire, effectively ending the war, and are now encircling our forces. The Navy intelligence officer entered, delivering alarming news. What? Charlotte Linlin attacked Akainu? Whitebeard and Kaido have joined forces to encircle us. Sengoku could no longer remain seated. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. The three emperors had conspired together, luring the admiral into a trap, and everything was as Kuro had predicted. Sengoku, inform the Gorosei to dispatch Kizaru immediately to provide support. If we delay any longer, we might be left to collect Akainu's remains. After hearing the intelligence, Granny Crane made her decision promptly. Little Crane, go notify Kazan and arrange for the warships. We must set sail immediately. Let us hope Akainu can hold out until Kizaru arrives. Sengoku was also quick to act, dialing the Gorosei snail phone while coordinating a rescue mission. I'm on it right away, said Little Crane before turning to leave the conference room. Brew, 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 the snail phone rang. What is it, Sengoku? The Gorosei wondered, bemused by Sengoku's unusual flurry of calls. Quickly informed Kizaru to head to Zakiya Island for support. Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom have joined forces to besiege Akainu. Sengoku bellowed into the snail phone. What a joke. How could those three possibly collaborate? The five elders expressed their disbelief, suggesting that the alliance of the three emperors was an overestimation of a single individual, Akainu. The precise reasons for their concerns remain unclear, however. It is evident that Akainu has already engaged in combat with Big Mom. Whitebeard and Kaido are swiftly encircling the area. We must dispatch Kizaru immediately. Otherwise, Akainu's life may be in jeopardy. We are aware. Kizaru will be on his way without delay. The five elders ended the call and promptly instructed Kizaru to provide support for Akainu. Sengoku hurriedly donned his cloak and exited the conference room. Granny Tsuru stepped out and first contacted Kazan via Den Den Mushi, informing him of Akainu's peril and urging him to mobilize the naval ships to stand by at the port. She then notified the Vice Admiral of the Navy Supplies Department, instructing him to coordinate with Kuro and provide a list of ordinary Zoan-type Devil Fruits. Given the current turmoil in the New World, it is imperative that the first half of the paradise remains undisturbed. We must swiftly resolve the matter with Kuro to prevent him from causing chaos. Just as Granny Tsuru finished her notifications, Sengoku caught up with her. Little Crane, how is Kazan prepared? Kazan is already on standby at the port. We can head there directly. What about Kizaru? I have informed the five elders, and they have agreed to arrange for Kizaru's deployment. We hope it is not too late. As they conversed, they made their way toward the port. Did you inform the five elders that Kuro agreed to become a candidate for the Shichibukai? Oh dear, I forgot. Once we board the warship, please remind the five elders to issue a statement to prevent that young man from causing a ruckus in paradise. Understood. I will notify them as soon as we board. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the port of Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It appears that significant events have transpired concerning Akainu. Kazan observed Sengoku and Granny Tsuru dashing towards the ship and remarked, I am uncertain as to why Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom have allied themselves. They are currently besieging Akainu. We must hurry there at once. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Kazan promptly arranged for soldiers to set sail. The 5 elders, with Kazan's agreement, consented to the request for a substitute warlord of the sea, albeit with the condition of providing a devil fruit. As the warships commenced their journey, Sengoku retrieved a Den Mushi to communicate with the 5 elders. Very well. A single devil fruit shall suffice, the 5 elders affirmed. However, they insisted on not providing one of great power, suggesting a common fruit instead. Wait. I recall that Vegapunk possesses a failed artificial fruit, interjected the bespectacled elder. Indeed, there existed such a fruit, which Vegapunk claimed could lead to immediate death upon consumption, or at the very least, would not grant any abilities. Thus, it was discarded at Punk Hazard as a failed specimen. Let us offer him that. But do not disclose its failure. Merely state it was developed by Vegapunk based on Kaido's research. Given its potential danger, eliminating him in this manner would not be amiss. Agreement echoed among the elders as they collectively resolved to use the failed devil fruit to eliminate Kuro. Unbeknownst to them, this decision would inadvertently grant Kuro a direct path to ascendancy, significantly expediting his first step toward becoming one of the 4 emperors. Very well, Sengoku. You shall oversee the situation at Zia Island. We will handle the matter of Reed Kuro, the 5 elders concluded, abruptly terminating the call. I hope you do not provoke any significant issues, Sengoku murmured, lowering his voice before stowing away the Den Mushi. He began to collaborate with Granny Tsuru to analyze the circumstances surrounding Zia Island. At this juncture, it is pertinent to interject about the conflict at Zia Island. What prompted the fierce battle between Whitebeard and Kaido? The fault lies solely with the inebriated Kaido, who, in his drunken stupor, transformed into his beast form and soared into the skies atop clouds. As fate would have it, he lost consciousness mid-flight. Coincidentally, while the Whitebeard pirates were stationed at Zia Island, Kaido's descent was nothing short of catastrophic, as he landed heavily, killing 2 of Whitebeard's crew on impact. This provoked Whitebeard, who bellowed, "You dare kill my son? I shall have your head." Wielding his massive blade, he struck at the drunken Kaido's, awakening him with a thunderous blow. Groggy yet enraged, Kaido retaliated with a fierce counterattack. Thus commenced the battle between the 2 emperors. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves unable to intervene, merely standing by as spectators on the outskirts of Zakia Island. Thus, the 2 adversaries clashed for 3 consecutive days. As Kaido's trusted lieutenant, Jean contemplated that it was time for the captain to awaken from his intoxication and decided to venture out. There was a shipment of sea stone that required Kaido's approval for delivery to Wano. However, upon nearing Zakia Island, he beheld his captain engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. Surrounded by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, he promptly resolved to return home to summon reinforcements as his captain was under siege. Subsequently, the beast pirates arrived with great fervor, intent on rescuing their captain. In truth, I suspect their aim was merely to engage in a brawl out of boredom. The 2 sides clashed, and as the skirmish escalated, so did their tempers, leading to a protracted conflict that lasted for half a month, with reinforcements continually pouring in. In reality, both sides' captains had grown weary of the fighting. Once Kaido sobered up, he lost interest in the fray. Though he was tough, Whitebeard's strikes inflicted considerable pain on his insides. Since he had suffered no significant losses, he pondered the futility of continuing the fight, especially since he could not defeat Whitebeard. Likewise, Whitebeard was disinclined to persist. Kaido's remarkable regenerative abilities rendered him nearly indestructible. Even if Whitebeard managed to inflict internal injuries, Kaido would not perish. He was akin to an unkillable cockroach. The effort seemed futile, and prolonged use of his abilities only exacerbated his previous wounds. Yet, the crew members were relentless. Both sides were composed of emperors, and the one to retreat would be deemed disgraceful. Thus, the deadlock persisted. At this critical juncture, Admiral Akainu arrived with his forces, first securing the waters surrounding Zakia Island, then dispatching reconnaissance ships to monitor the ongoing conflict between Whitebeard and Kaido. This development prompted both Kaido and Whitebeard to sense an opportunity to cease hostilities. Consequently, under the ceasefire agreement brokered by their respective first mates, Ardere Marco and Jean, they decided to orchestrate a grand ruse. While feigning continued combat, both sides sent their crew members, including fishmen, to monitor Akainu's fleet, preparing to seize an opportunity against him. However, at that moment, Big Mom made her entrance. Upon receiving reports from her eldest son concerning the prolonged battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, she surmised that they must have discovered some valuable treasure, prompting her to seek a share of the spoils. Yet, as she approached the nearby island, her advance guard urgently signaled for help, having come under attack from Akainu. Infuriated by this unforeseen loss of a ship, Big Mom retaliated against Akainu's fleet. Observing this from the sea, the fishmen hastily informed the captains of the developments. Upon receiving this news, both factions immediately ceased their hostilities, turned their vessels, and began to converge upon Akainu. Ultimately, the scenario transformed into a siege of the Admiral by 3 emperors, just as Sengoku and his forces rushed to render assistance. Kuro received a call from the 5 Elder Stars. Moshi Moshi, who is calling for me? The phone snail, confiscated aboard the warship, rang. Kuro picked it up and connected the call. Are you Reed Kuro? Inquired the 5 Elder Stars. Indeed, and who might you be? Replied Kuro. We are the 5 Elder Stars. Kuro raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of surprise. How could they possibly contact me? Oh, I wonder what the world government requires of me. Since you have agreed to join the position of a candidate for the Warlords of the Sea, henceforth, any matters can be communicated directly with us, bypassing Sengoku. Very well, I understand. After the 5 elders spoke, Kuro acknowledged. Sengoku remarked, you desire a devil fruit. Do you not? Indeed, Sengoku stated, grant me a natural-type devil fruit to compensate for my lack of territory. Stop spouting nonsense. You scoundrel. Sengoku will only concede to provide you with a Zoan-type. Why do you even ask when you already know? The 5 elder stars of the world government spoke with disdain. Humph, since you have agreed to join the ranks of the prospective 7 warlords, you are now one of us. A mere Zoan-type devil fruit is hardly a worthy gift, as it would be a disgrace to the world government. However, we possess a unique fruit, developed by Vegapunk based on Kaido of the Beasts, which has been carefully preserved in Punk Hazard. We now bestow it upon you. With this fruit, your strength will undoubtedly advance further, allowing you to better instill fear in the pirates of the Grand Line. Upon hearing this news, Kuro's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. It was indeed the one. The artificial mythical beast, the fish fruit, in its dragon form. He could hardly believe that the 5 elders would bestow upon him such a fruit. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment. I recall that this fruit was publicly declared a failure by Vegapunk, deemed too dangerous for consumption, and subsequently discarded in Punk Hazard. How could the 5 elders speak of it with such reverence? It seemed they were attempting to deceive me, using a failed experiment to ensnare me. Little did they know, Vegapunk, that traitor, had misled them all. This fruit was indeed a success. This brilliant mind had managed to create an artificial devil fruit, and a mythical one at that. Is it truly so? Ha ha. I am deeply grateful to you, esteemed 5 elders. I shall make the utmost use of this fruit and strive to repay your kindness in the future. Kuro made a clever remark. Well, put in your utmost effort, and tomorrow's newspaper will herald your ascension as a candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea. Soon enough, someone will deliver the fruits of your labor. Very well, esteemed Gorosei, he added. After ending the call, Kuro hurriedly grabbed a bottle of wine to rinse his mouth. Those 5 old dogs, just wait for my rise. I shall bring chaos to your lives and vex you endlessly. Captain, is this matter settled then? Ryan inquired from the side. Indeed, from now on we shall be known as the 7 warlords. Our forthcoming voyage will be free from disturbances. Our next course of action is to leverage this title to seek out allies while wholeheartedly strengthening our own prowess. The 7 warlords are merely a stepping stone beneath our feet. Let us tread upon it and ascend step by step towards the pinnacle. Ha ha. Aye, Captain. So impressive. Captain. Kuro laughed heartily, while Kuro adjusted his glasses with a cloth. Also wearing a faint smile, the surrounding crew members joined in the merriment. However, the captured Navy personnel could not share in the joy, their faces etched with despair. This fellow has truly become one of the 7 warlords, rendering our quest for vengeance futile. As they recalled their fallen comrades, a palpable sense of anger and helplessness washed over them. You scoundrel! Even if you have ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords, I shall relentlessly pursue you. The stubbornness of Kuro remained unyielding. Kuro crouched down, gently patting the shoulder of Kai-Hai. I am aware of your desire to avenge the fallen Navy by eliminating me. Yet I too wish to eradicate you to prevent future troubles. So strive hard. I have high hopes for you. With that, he dismissed him and sought out Zhang Ao. Damn pirate. I shall not let you escape. This left Kai-Hai in a state of anguish, lingering in place, ignoring the sounds behind him. Kuro approached Zhang Ao and pulled him into the cabin to conspire about a matter. "Captain, what do you require of me?" Zhang Ao inquired. "Zhang Ao, how has your recent practice of hypnosis been progressing? Have you made any further breakthroughs?" Kuro inquired stealthily. "Captain, just tell me whom you wish to hypnotize. If we could put all the captives aboard into a trance, allowing them to forget everything that has transpired on our ship, would that be possible?" Upon hearing the captain's plan, Zango adjusted his hat. "No problem, I can certainly accomplish that," Zango confidently affirmed, and Kuro's face lit up with excitement. "It's all thanks to you, Zango. Would you like a devil fruit? I can find one for you." Kuro had little to say, so he directly inquired what Zhang Ao desired, promising to procure it for him. "No need, Captain. I have no fondness for combat. Receiving a devil fruit would be a waste on me." After contemplating, Zhang Ao declined the captain's generous offer, confessing that his true passion lay in dancing, leaving battles to others. "Very well, it seems there is nothing suited for you at present. Should I come across something more fitting in the future, I shall certainly acquire it for you." Even if Zhang Ao refused, Kuro silently vowed to find him something appropriate. "All right, Captain, I shall go and put them to sleep now. Off you go." Zhang Ao adjusted his hat and proceeded to address the Navy captive. "Hey, what are you planning to do? Do not be afraid. Once I snap my fingers, you will completely forget everything that has transpired aboard this ship and will slumber for 3 days." Having said this, Zhang Ao snapped his fingers in front of the Navy soldier. Snap! The soldier immediately lost consciousness, while Ada beside him doused him with a bucket of water. The Navy soldier was jolted awake by the cold water. Staring blankly at Ada, "Huh? Why am I on a pirate ship? Who are you? Have we been captured?" he inquired, bewildered. The captain had succeeded. "I saw it." Kuro truly felt that bringing Zhang Ao aboard was indeed a wise decision. "All right, you may continue to sleep. A good slumber will resolve everything." With a resounding thud, the naval soldiers succumbed once more. Under Zhang Ao's hypnotic influence, every soldier, including Vice Admiral Shovel, fell prey to the enchantment. Only the tenacious rascal, Kurohai, remained unaffected by the hypnosis. Aside from him, a multitude lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Kurohai, his eyes ablaze with frustration, lamented, "Captain, this fellow possesses an exceptionally resilient will. My hypnosis has no effect on him." After an extended attempt to hypnotize Kurohai, Zhang Ao reluctantly declared his failure. This individual was remarkably single-minded, imbued with a strong sense of conviction and formidable mental fortitude, rendering him immune to Zhang Ao's attempts at hypnosis. With no other option, Zhang Ao had to report his failure to Kuro. "Resilient mental fortitude, you say? If I were to shatter his mental strength, would you then be able to hypnotize him?" Kuro stroked his chin, pondering a thought. "Captain, if you were to obliterate his mental faculties, he would become a complete imbecile. However, what if we merely inflicted some harm upon his psyche? That could work. If we only weaken his mental strength, he would not descend into idiocy." "Allowing me the opportunity to hypnotize him," Zhang Ao exclaimed with a tone of delight. It was evident that Zhang Ao felt quite frustrated by his inability to hypnotize Kurohai. But upon hearing Kuro's plan, a glimmer of hope for success appeared in his eyes. "Let us give it a try, Kurohai. You must endure a little while longer. The discomfort will soon fade." As Kuro drew forth the Budu Yumi, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Welcome to the slaughter space." The tip of his blade was aimed directly at the center of Rear Admiral Kai's brow, and without hesitation, Kuro unleashed the power of the Budu Yumi. In an instant, the blade radiated a brilliant crimson light, overwhelming Kai's senses, prompting him to swiftly shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself enveloped in a crimson expanse. "Where am I? What trickery is this, you wretched pirate?" Rear Admiral Kai bellowed within the confines of the space. "Welcome to the slaughter space. Here, enjoy your time." Rear Admiral Kai. As Kuro's voice faded, a crimson blade of energy struck Commander Kurohai. Ack. Commander Kurohai felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. A wound appearing, yet no blood flowed from it. What on earth is happening? A second attack came forth, but this time Commander Kurohai was prepared, ready to utilize his haki for defense. Suddenly, he realized it was gone. He could no longer sense his haki. What? Ack! In his moment of confusion, the second blade of energy cleaved through his leg, again leaving only a wound without blood. Following this, 3 more blades struck at the limbs of Commander Kurohai, inflicting such agony that he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing Kurohai's collapse, Kuro unceremoniously cast him out of the slaughtering space. Once expelled, Commander Kurohai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes glazing over as he fainted to the ground. Kuro gazed at the fallen vice admiral on the ground and suddenly conceived a bold idea. Zhang, could you transform him into one of us? The captain inquired. What do you mean? Hypnotize him. Make him believe he is an undercover agent we have placed within the Navy. Is that feasible? Zhang stroked his striped beard thoughtfully. Absolutely. All right, Ada. Douse him with water to wake him up. Upon hearing the captain's command, Ada seized a bucket and splashed water upon the vice admiral. But the cold water failed to rouse him. Keep pouring until he awakens. Ada promptly fetched water from the sea, returning with the bucket in hand. Splash. More water. Splash. Again. After 4 buckets had been poured, the vice admiral emerged, coughing and clutching his head, looking utterly despondent. Zhang approached, grasping the vice admiral's head to direct his gaze toward his finger. After 3 counts, you will become our undercover agent. 1, 2, 3. Snap. With a sharp clap. Zhang fingers echoed, causing the vice admiral to faint once more. Kuro and Zango gazed intently at Cowhigh, while Ada stood nearby, holding a water bucket. Shall we splash him? The captain inquired. Indeed. With a swift motion, a bucket of water was thrown, and Cowhigh gradually opened his eyes. Oh, my head aches terribly. Why are you all staring at me? Cowhigh, the lieutenant general, looked utterly perplexed. Captain, we have succeeded. Indeed, this method has proven effective. Zango exclaimed excitedly, leaping into a mechanical dance. Kuro was elated, realizing that the space of the Buddha Yujin could be utilized in such a manner. This implied that, in the future, if there were formidable adversaries to subdue, such a tactic could be employed. Captain, why does my head ache so terribly? Shouldn't I be at the Navy branch? How did I end up back on the ship? Have I been discovered? Kuro hastily inquired, pressing for an explanation regarding his return to the pirate vessel. No. You haven't been discovered. You were dispatched under the orders of Sengoku to engage us, the captain replied. Impossible, Captain. I would never do that. I, Kuro, would never betray my comrades. Of course, I trust you implicitly. You would never forsake your companions, and I have faith in your character. Upon hearing the captain's declaration of his mission to suppress his pirate crew, Kuro was overwhelmed with emotion. It's inconceivable. I am not the type to stab my comrades in the back. Fortunately, the captain had faith in him, but why did he feel such rage? So, you secretly informed me before your departure, and we orchestrated this charade of a feigned defeat together? A feigned defeat? Kuro echoed. Indeed, you pretended to be captured by me, serving as leverage for negotiations with the Navy, thereby facilitating our entry into the Shichibukai. Did we succeed? Yes, we did. Just now, the Gorosei called, agreeing to our induction into the Shichibukai, all thanks to you, Kuro. As he spoke, Kuro shed 2 drops of devilish tears. It was my duty, Captain. As long as my comrades are safe, I would do anything, though it is a pity for those fallen soldiers. They died without understanding the reason. But what can be done? Such is the life of a pirate, Kuro lamented. You've sacrificed so much, Kuro. For our pirate crew, you severed your own arm. Claiming such a grievous injury would convince the Navy of your sincerity. That is of little consequence, Captain. A mere arm, indeed. Rest assured, as long as I am here. Any threat the Navy poses to our Kuro pirates must pass through me first. Kuro. Captain. The two embraced and wept aboard the ship, enacting a scene reminiscent of a melodramatic idol drama. Ryan and Kuro exchanged glances, both shivering in response. This Navy fellow is truly unfortunate. He has been grievously injured by the captain, and yet must serve him, Ryan whispered to Kuro. It seems the captain has an uncanny ability for fabrication. His lies flow effortlessly, Kuro responded, adjusting his glasses. Therefore, it is advisable to avoid provoking the captain in the future, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise. Kuro felt that he had wept enough, so he ceased his tears and gently patted Chihai's back, encouraging him to be strong. Chihai promptly agreed. Well then, to celebrate the return of our dear brother Chihai, let us commence the feast. Young ones. Splendid, Captain. I shall prepare the food at once, Captain. Upon hearing of the banquet, Paul hurriedly exclaimed, Go forth, Paul, and unleash your full prowess, allowing these wayward souls to savor your culinary artistry. Kuro immersed himself too deeply into the festivities. As the evening progressed, the banquet erupted into jubilant revelry. Ada and Suashi, intoxicated, found themselves embroiled in a brawl, while Aer and the crew cheered them on. Zhangao kept company with Paul, engaging in spirited conversation over drinks. Ryan, in a competition of libations with Chihai, ultimately led both to a state of inebriation, collapsing to the ground. By the end of the night, apart from Kuro and Klo, not a single soul remained sober. "Captain, what inspired you to hypnotize Chihai and enlist him as our informant?" Klo inquired, swirling his glass of red wine, his tone laced with confusion. "I suddenly recalled an individual who had embedded a confidant within the Navy, tasked with gathering intelligence while simultaneously safeguarding against any threats posed by the Navy towards him." Kuro placed the bottle of red wine down, his thoughts drifting to that flamboyant flamingo. Perhaps it is for the best to have an informant within the Navy, to prevent a recurrence of such a passive predicament. After speaking, Kuro filled his glass to the brim. Indeed, in retrospect, it was quite astonishing how suddenly 4 naval warships emerged to besiege us. No one would have believed that the Navy would mobilize such a formidable force against us, considering we are merely a fledgling pirate crew setting sail for the first time. Kuro spoke and took a hearty sip of red wine. "However, the outcome was favorable, Captain. You not only led us to a resounding victory over the Navy, but also captured 2 vice admirals along with a contingent of naval soldiers. In the past, such an achievement would have been beyond my wildest dreams. Therefore, I raise this glass in your honor, Captain." Kuro lifted his wine glass in salute to Kuro, who reciprocated with the bottle of red wine. After their glasses clinked, both erupted into hearty laughter before downing the contents of their cups. Indeed, the results were commendable. I have ascended to the rank of Shichibukai, which affords our pirate crew a period of stability for growth. Truly, we need not fret over the Navy any longer. However, it is now the pirates who regard us with clenched teeth. But what of it? I harbor no fear of either pirates or the Navy. Yet, your development still requires time. Otherwise, I would not have accepted this position as Shichibukai. Kuro spoke fearlessly, shattering the wine bottle in his hand. "I commend you, Captain, for enduring such profound humiliation on our behalf." Crow's glasses glinted in the light, his tone somewhat somber. Humiliation is hardly the term. After all, how many pirates yearn for this privilege yet remain deprived? I merely perceive myself as feeble, resorting to hostages to intimidate the Navy. Moreover, I find myself unable to extract greater advantages during negotiations. This sense of inadequacy is profoundly irksome. After Kuro finished speaking, he hurried to the plate in search of food. The serene moonlight illuminated Kuro's face, which bore a pensive expression. Indeed, he felt inadequate. Had it not been for seizing the opportunity presented by the War of the Dual Emperors, our group might have been utterly annihilated by now. Adjusting his glasses, Kuro observed Kuro eating. He then stood up and returned to his quarters. Once Kuro finished his meal and turned around, he found Kuro had already left. He shook his head and casually wiped his greasy hands on Soki's clothing before heading towards the captain's quarters to rest. The night passed without incident. Upon rising the next morning, Kuro completed his morning routine and settled into a chair on the deck. A news bird approached, and Kuro rummaged through his pocket, producing a coin which he tossed to it. The news bird grasped the coin and stowed it in its pouch, tilting its head to retrieve a newspaper from its chest and handing it to Kuro before taking flight. "Now, let me see where my warlord is." Kuro opened the newspaper, and the first page boldly proclaimed, "Great turmoil. The Big Mom pirates have appeared in the waters of Zijia Island." Oh, has Big Mom made her way there as well? It seems something significant must have transpired to gather all the emperors. As he continued, he turned to the second page, which reported that Jincheng Island had fallen victim to a pirate assault, with the entire island vanishing, suspected to be the work of the infamous pirate, Don Quixote Shiki. Don Quixote Shiki? Indeed, that scoundrel is currently traversing the world, relocating islands for his plan to annihilate the East Blue in 2 years' time. Kuro eagerly anticipates the chance to encounter him, yearning to witness firsthand the formidable prowess of a legendary pirate. Moreover, the float fruit possessed by the Golden Lion is exceptionally powerful, regrettably. He lacks the means to seize a devil fruit. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly strive to obtain the float fruit. With a chuckle, he dismisses such unrealistic notions and turns to the third page. A new addition to the supernovas. Bloodblade Kuro defeated a Navy captain on his maiden voyage. Oh, was that captured by that news bird from back then? Kuro gazed at the photograph on the newspaper, capturing the precise moment he had sent Cowhide flying with a single strike, the image depicting Cowhide's severed hands soaring through the air. Bloodblade Kuro, that damn name, lacked any semblance of grandeur. Kuro turned to the final page of the newspaper, where it proclaimed Pirate Kuro's self-nomination for the position of a candidate for the Warlords of the Sea. Beneath this declaration were the rules for candidates and a call for great pirates to step forward and nominate themselves. Blast! Is this some sort of jest? Just moments ago, I was hailed as a supernova, and now I am being urged to nominate myself as a mere candidate for the Warlords. How will my fellow pirates perceive me? To elevate the prestige of the Warlords, they tread upon my reputation. Others will see that even a supernova pirate, upon self-nomination, can only aspire to be a candidate. I will undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among my peers. Just as Kuro wallowed in his discontent over the tarnishing of his reputation, Paul approached with breakfast in hand. Captain, here is the yogurt bread you ordered yesterday, and this cup contains freshly squeezed apple juice, Paul said, placing the food on the table before him. Oh, I have no appetite. Captain, I fear I am destined to become a laughingstock henceforth. Kuro said listlessly. What is it, Captain? Has something happened? Well, take a look for yourself. Kuro passed the newspaper to him, instructing him to turn directly to pages 3 and 4. Upon hearing this, Paul swiftly flipped to the third page, where the headline read Supernova Bloodblade Kuro. Captain, isn't this incredibly impressive? He remarked, continuing to the next page. The article detailed how pirate Kuro had self-nominated for the position of a candidate for the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Oh, I see you are concerned that as a supernova pirate, your self-nomination might invite ridicule from other pirates, correct, Captain? Indeed, how will my peers perceive this? Do I not care for my reputation? He responded with a chuckle. You are overthinking it, Captain. Look at this photograph, Paul said, presenting an image of Kuro launching a powerful attack on the Sea King. This photograph symbolizes your strength. Without such prowess, even if you were to self-nominate for the 7 Warlords, I doubt the world government would pay you any heed. Therefore, as for the mockery from other pirates, simply eliminate whoever dares to mock you. After listening to Paul, Kuro looked at him in astonishment. You make a valid point. You truly are a genius. Upon hearing the captain's praise, Paul smiled broadly, his eyes nearly disappearing. Oh, it's nothing really. I merely offer psychological guidance to the island's inhabitants during my free time. You also provide soul-soothing advice. Indeed, soul-soothing advice is still advice, Paul replied, leaving Kuro in a state of shock. After a moment of contemplation, Kuro finally gathered his thoughts. He then hummed a cheerful tune while enjoying yogurt bread, glancing at other news stories in the newspaper. Whenever he felt thirsty, he took a sip of freshly squeezed apple juice, feeling utterly content. It was evident that Paul's soul-soothing advice was particularly effective. An hour passed, and the crew gradually began to awaken. Captain, you're up so early. Well, of course. Unlike you, I don't indulge in drinking contests that leave us both worse for wear. Upon finishing his words, Kuro smiled bashfully while scratching his head, then proceeded into the cockpit. Kai-hi, you're up as well. You must refrain from drinking so excessively next time, as it causes me great concern. Noticing Kai-hi staggering as he emerged from the cabin, Kuro expressed his worry immediately. I apologize for causing you trouble, Captain. I got carried away with joy yesterday and inadvertently overindulged. Kai-hi, with one arm bandaged and the other cradling his head, spoke with an air of embarrassment. Drinking in moderation is acceptable, but overindulgence can harm your health. You must be cautious in the future. I understand, Captain. Observing the captain's sympathetic demeanor towards his subordinate, Ryan found the situation absurd. Just a day prior, they had slain dozens aboard that ship and severed a man's hand, yet now they behaved as if they were bonded by brotherhood, as close as kin. It was utterly ludicrous. Captain, where are we headed today? Kuro approached with a question. And where is Ryan? Please summon him. Upon finishing his words, Kuro summoned Klo to call for Ryan. Shortly thereafter, Ryan emerged from the control room. Captain, did you call for me? Indeed. Have we finalized our next voyage? Yes. During our last visit to Paul's homeland, we have accumulated sufficient magnetic energy for the next island. Very well. Let us proceed towards the next island without concern for evading the Navy. Let us sail freely, for we are now among the 7 Warlords of the sea. Kuro spoke as he picked up the newspaper to show them. Is it true, Captain? Indeed, it states here that I've self-nominated to become a candidate for the Shichibukai. We have only just entered the Grand Line, and already our captain is set to become one of the Shichibukai. Following you has undoubtedly been my wisest decision. I feel the same way. Upon hearing the news of the captain's ascension to the Shichibukai, the crew gathered around, filled with excitement. The Shichibukai, a symbol of immense power. Without sufficient strength, the world government would never acknowledge you. Who would have thought that our pirate crew, having just arrived in the Grand Line, would see our captain rise to such heights? Each face beamed with pride, laughter erupted, and joy danced in the air. All right. Our achievements today are largely thanks to our good brother, Kauhai. Without him, we could never have attained the status of Shichibukai. Let us express our gratitude for Kauhai's contributions. Thank you, Kauhai, for your efforts. Kauhai, overwhelmed with emotion, could barely hold back his tears as he realized the captain attributed the greatest credit to him. I am truly touched. Kuro approached, gently patting his back in a gesture of comfort. The depth of his emotions was profound. And when the day came for him to awaken to the truth, he would yearn for death itself. I can almost envision the scene where, upon breaking free from the hypnosis, he succumbs to his rage. Ryan sidled up to Kuro and whispered, "Indeed, Captain's strategy is ruthlessly cunning. Not only is it cruel, but it strikes at the very heart, a veritable assassination of spirit." Kuro adjusted his glasses and replied softly. The crew gazed at Chihai, reflecting, "Yes, we must thank Chihai. Had he not come to face his demise, we could not leverage him as a bargaining chip for the 7 warlords." Yet, the crew silently vowed never to provoke the captain. Otherwise, being captured would render them in a state far worse than death. "Hey, Zhang, does your hypnosis ever wear off?" Paul inquired. "It did before, but not anymore." Zhang replied, "Oh, why is that?" The captain, employing an unknown method, had shattered his mental faculties to the brink of idiocy, erasing much of his memory. Under my hypnosis, I then fabricated new memories for him, convincing him entirely that he was an undercover agent for the Navy. As Zhang finished speaking, he adjusted his hat, and Paul gazed at him with admiration. "Now, my young comrades, heed my words. Although we are now 7 warlords, let us not be arrogant. In the eyes of the admirals and the 4 emperors, we are but slightly larger ants. Our next course of action is to embrace the title of 7 warlords and diligently cultivate our strength. Remember, the 7 warlords is not the end. It is merely a stepping stone, a platform upon which we ascend towards greatness. So, my friends, let us strive onward." Upon finishing his words, the crew ignited with fervor, each member ablaze with a flicker of flames. They were all set alight. Kuro gazed upon the burning figures around him, contemplating how to harness this fervent energy effectively. As he pondered what to ignite, he noticed his companion, Kawaii, whose eyes also shimmered with flames of determination. "Kawaii, how proficient have you become in the Marine 6 styles?" he inquired. "Captain, I have mastered the Marine 6 styles. Do you have any queries?" Kawaii replied confidently. "Splendid. Would you be willing to instruct our comrades in the Marine 6 styles?" Kuro asked. "Absolutely, Captain. It is my duty to enhance the strength of my fellow crew members," Kawaii exclaimed. With that, Kuro organized the crew to follow Kawaii's lead in learning the Marine 6 styles. It must be said, Kawaii's teaching was exceptional. He began by elucidating the overarching concepts of the 6 styles, before meticulously demonstrating each technique's movements and the requisite force involved. Under Kawaii's guidance, the crew gradually developed a comprehensive understanding of the 6 styles. However, most of the crew members struggled to master even a single technique. Nevertheless, Kawaii exhibited remarkable patience, repeatedly instructing them with unwavering dedication. As time flowed gently alongside Kawaii's lessons, 2 days slipped by. Ryan was at the helm, guiding the ship, while Kawaii instructed the crew on the deck. Meanwhile, Kuro stood alone at the bow, wielding a colossal barbell, eyes closed, practicing his swordsmanship. "Captain, there is a small island 10 miles ahead," Ryan's voice suddenly echoed from above. "Steer the ship closer. We shall take a moment to rest. Paul, assess our food supplies, and let us disembark to procure provisions," Kuro commanded. As Kuro brandished the barbell, he began to make arrangements. "I understand, Captain. I will promptly head to the storeroom to take inventory," Paul replied, stepping into the storeroom. "Oh no, Zhang, what has become of the hypnotized Navy soldiers? They won't have succumbed to sleep, will they?" Suddenly recalling the soldiers lying in the storeroom, Kuro realized they had not eaten for nearly 3 days. They cannot be allowed to perish from hunger. "Rest assured, Captain, Paul has it in mind. Just yesterday, we fed that group of soldiers rice water." Zhang thought to himself, "By the time you remember, they may have already perished. Well, that is a relief. After all, the 5 elders are scheduled to send someone to collect them in a couple of days. If it turns into a body retrieval, that would not bode well." Hearing that Paul and the others had made all the necessary arrangements, Kuro no longer pondered the matter and continued to wield his knife with closed eyes. After a while, he heard the sound of the ship approaching the shore. Thud! The anchor was cast into the sea. "Captain, we may disembark," Ryan announced as he emerged from the cockpit. "Ah, we have arrived." Kuro opened his eyes and beheld a black ship anchored at the harbor, surrounded by numerous pirate vessels. "Is this a pirate isle? Why are there so many pirate ships docked here?" Kuro was somewhat perplexed. It was all too blatant. Captain, the crew aboard the surrounding vessels seems rather unfriendly towards us. After Kuro spoke, he observed the remaining personnel on the pirate ships, each pair of eyes brimming with hostility. No need to pay them any mind. Ryan, you remain here to keep watch over the naval soldiers on our ship. If any of the surrounding pirates dare to make a move, eliminate them all. Understood, Captain. In Kuro's demeanor, a palpable aura of murderous intent was unmistakably evident. After speaking, he disembarked with Kuro and Paolo, followed closely by Air, Suashi, and several crew members. At the port, there existed a market for provisions, bustling with pirates engaged in the transportation of goods. Upon disembarking, Kuro and his companions made their way to this location. Captain, Suashi and I shall explore this market to see if there are any ingredients we need to procure. Go ahead, but exercise caution. For some reason, it feels as though they are regarding me as an intruder. Stay safe. I understand. With that, Paolo led Suashi into the vibrant marketplace. Kuro observed that as Paul entered the market for provisions, the surrounding pirates and vendors would steal glances at the two of them, only to quickly avert their eyes and feign nonchalance. It was but a fleeting moment, yet Kuro caught sight of it. Captain, yes, I noticed. It seems this little island does not extend a warm welcome to individuals like us. Kuro observed the individuals on the island with an impassive expression. You first take them to procure the necessities for the ship, while keeping a vigilant eye on those around you. Once again, I reiterate, should anyone dare to act against us, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood? Kuro nodded, leading the crew to gather supplies. Only Air remained standing behind Kuro. Come, Air. Accompany me as we uncover the secrets that this island conceals. Aye, Captain. After finishing his words, Kuro took Air and proceeded towards the heart of the island. They traversed through the bustling marketplace filled with ingredients, eventually arriving at a quaint little town. Before them stood houses constructed from meticulously stacked stones. Various vendors had set up their stalls in front of the homes, selling an array of fruits, garments, and delectable snacks. As Kuro and his companions strolled along, they occasionally indulged in roadside delicacies. Despite the monetary exchange, the glances from the vendors were rife with suspicion. Captain, this place feels rather peculiar. The people at the market merely eyed us discreetly, yet here, the locals regard us as if we were intruders. Air whispered from behind Kuro. Who knows? Perhaps they believe I have invaded their hearts. After all, it is only natural for them to want to gaze upon such a handsome figure as myself. Kuro replied with a smirk. How revolting, Captain. Yet I must admit, there is a certain truth to your words. Air retorted, momentarily taken aback by Kuro's boastfulness. However, recalling the captain's earlier display of strength, he swiftly altered his tone, driven by a primal instinct for survival. You were but a step away from death. Ah, Captain, you remain ever the jester. Air chuckled. As their conversation meandered, they eventually arrived before a grand edifice constructed from massive stone blocks. Air glanced at the sign adorning the structure. Captain, it reads auction house. Shall we venture inside? Absolutely. I sense that treasures await us within. Kuro responded eagerly. Then let us proceed, Air declared as he pushed open the heavy iron door, and the two entered. Upon crossing the threshold of the auction house, they were greeted by a dimly lit corridor, the walls illuminated by flickering torches. Not far ahead, a curtain swayed gently, light spilling through its crevices. Captain, the situation ahead is unclear. Allow me to lead the way. Should we encounter danger, you must flee at once. Enough of your nonsense. With me here, no peril shall befall us. Kuro ignored the theatrics of the overly dramatic Air and proceeded forward. Hey, the captain said I would clear the way. Why are you not hurrying? Air trotted to the entrance, lifted the curtain, revealing a grand auction stage. On the platform stood a voluptuous beauty, microphone in hand. Welcome to the new auction house. I am your host, Chi-Chi. Hello, everyone. Upon finishing her introduction, Chi-Chi gestured a heart sign to the audience below. I love you, Chi-Chi. How much for you, Chi-Chi? Come away with me, Chi-Chi. I will steal our captain's treasure to support you. The men in the crowd, upon catching sight of Chi-Chi, howled like infatuated dogs, prompting Kuro to shake his head in dismay at the display of their ignorance. Captain, something seems amiss with the woman on stage. Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? Kuro was quite taken aback by Air's surprising perceptiveness. She detected an intriguing scent emanating from her. After making her observation, Air pointed to her own canine nose. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Diligently cultivate your canine fruit, and henceforth, The task of discerning sense among people shall be entrusted to you. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the captivating content. No one, it seems, can evade the prowess of my keen nose. Kuro did not utter a word. He merely caressed Air's dog head. Subsequently, he sought out a corner to settle in, gazing at the auction items displayed on the stage. The very first item for bid was a remarkable blade, the 50 work function. Its blade bore the elegant ripple pattern of water waves, while the edge featured a chaotic small T-shaped design, complemented by a sleek black handle. Truly an invaluable tool for conquering the seas. On the stage, Kiki lifted a black katana from the table, unsheathed it, and introduced it to the audience. The starting price is 500,000 berries. What are you all waiting for? Let your bids flow, Kiki exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance at the crowd below. 500,000. I bid 500,000. 570,000. 700,000. No one can compete with me. This is for Kiki. 800,000. You paupers still dare to call her Kiki. Captain, should we place a bid as well? Do you have any money? No. I didn't bring any since I'm not buying anything. Neither do I. So what can we purchase? Air pondered momentarily. How about I go up and snatch it back? Bravo. Air, you are increasingly embodying the spirit of a pirate. Hee, then I shall ascend, Captain. Stay put. You have no use for a sword. What would you snatch? Moreover, we have a ghost chopper aboard that no one uses. Bringing this back would only add to the clutter. That's a fair point. As Kuro and Air exchanged banter, the blade was eventually sold for 2 million berries. The bidder was an elderly pirate whose trembling gait caught Kuro's attention. Truly, age has its own vigor. After Kiki's enthusiastic praise, the elderly lecher paid and, still quaking, descended from the stage with the sword. Thank you, dear brother, for your bid. You have set a splendid tone for today's auction. Love you. Upon hearing this, the old pirate trembled with excitement, alarming the surrounding crew members, who swiftly assisted him back to his seat. Next up was the second item of the evening, the treasure map of the notorious pirate, Goad. 50 years ago, Goad had plundered a celestial gold transport ship, inciting the wrath of the celestial dragons, who promptly dispatched a naval admiral to confront him. It is said that the two sides clashed for 7 days and nights, culminating in the admiral slaying Goad. Yet, the treasure remained elusive. Only under the duress of the Navy's brutal interrogation did the crew divulge that, prior to the admiral's arrival, Goad had hidden the treasure, along with the celestial gold. The location was known solely to the first mate, who had fled at the onset of the war. This treasure map is now presented for auction by the descendant of that very first mate. Its authenticity is assured. The starting bid is set at 10 million berries. Let the bidding commence. As the host, Chi-Chi, concluded her speech, the audience erupted in fervent excitement. The legendary heavenly gold, a tribute from the allied nations to the celestial dragons, was said to contain even the fabled devil fruits. Hold on a moment, Chi-Chi. If this treasure map is indeed authentic, why did the first mate not retrieve it? A dark-skinned pirate in the crowd boldly inquired. That is an excellent question, Chi-Chi replied. We at the auction house have pondered this matter as well. The individual who brought the item for auction stated that the first mate fled under the captain's orders. During the plundering of the heavenly gold, both the captain and he sustained grave injuries at the hands of the celestial dragon's guards. To prevent their hard-won treasure from falling into the hands of the Navy, Goad instructed the first mate to escape with the treasure map. Tragically, the first mate succumbed to his injuries after handing the map to his wife, and it was only recently that she entrusted the map to their child. As Chi-Chi finished speaking, the pirates nodded in understanding, many visibly moved, with a few even shedding tears. Captain, this is truly poignant. Goad, in a selfless act, chose to remain and confront the admiral, allowing the first mate a chance to survive. What remarkable loyalty! Air Guzzi, deeply touched, wept unabashedly and vowed to avenge Goad. Observing Air Guzzi's emotional display, Kuro wore an expression resembling that of a man grappling with constipation. You actually believe this? Do you possess any reasoning skills? Oh, it appears you do not. Do you have any common sense? Oh, that seems absent too. Realizing the absurdity of the situation and glancing at the other pirates, all of whom appeared deeply moved, Kuro suddenly understood. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not choose the life of a pirate. This realization alleviated his earlier discomfort, as if a blockage had been cleared. It seems I have inadvertently insulted myself. Captain, the treasure map must be genuine. We should seize the opportunity and claim it for ourselves. With it, we shall amass great wealth. Ere Guzzi, having wiped his nose, prepared to rush the stage in pursuit of the treasure map, Kuro effortlessly pressed him back into his seat, jesting that among 10 such items, 8 were counterfeit, and the remaining 2 were his own creations. To covet such trinkets was utterly disgraceful. Ergo, do not be hasty. Consider that the second item up for bid is a treasure map. Is it not likely that the subsequent offerings will be even more splendid? If you act now, you would merely startle the prey. Indeed, Captain, I nearly jeopardized our grand endeavor. Fear not, let us remain patient. We shall wait until all the items are presented, and then we will ensnare him in one fell swoop. In the shadows, Kuro and his companion conspired quietly, while the pirates below were nearing madness. 11 million berries. 12 million. 13 million. The treasure map shall belong to the Black Dog Pirates. A pirate adorned with a black dog-headed hat stood up, glaring menacingly, his voice laced with intimidation. 15 million. Others may fear you, Black Dog, but the Hungry Wolf Pirates do not. The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates rose, disdain evident on his face as he addressed the Black Dog. Are you looking for a fight? If so, let us fight. I fear you not. As the tension escalated between the two factions, the host, Kiki, hurriedly intervened. Gentlemen, might I implore you to pause? Please do not engage in conflict here, otherwise I shall face reprimand. Kiki's voice resonated with a plea as she stood on stage. We shall not fight. We are, after all, good friends. Indeed, indeed, we are not adversaries, but rather brothers of different fathers and mothers. Upon hearing Kiki's words, the two men, besotted, promptly embraced each other, presenting the facade of devoted brothers. Kuro observed Kiki on the stage. It seemed she was a user of a devil fruit, likely possessing powers of seduction. Upon hearing her words, Kuro felt a surge of certainty that this individual possessed extraordinary abilities, further affirming his suspicions. Very well, everyone, let us continue, but please maintain decorum and refrain from fighting. No problem, replied Chi-Chi, to which the crowd responded with starry-eyed enthusiasm. Let us start the bidding at 15 million from Brother Hungry Wolf. Is there anyone willing to offer more? I bid 20 million, 25 million. Ultimately, the treasure map was sold for a staggering 33 million to a rotund pirate. A clear embodiment of foolishness with wealth. As he approached the stage, he took Chi-Chi's small hand and playfully squeezed it for a good 10 minutes before reluctantly parting with his money to claim the treasure map and return to his seat. The surrounding pirates regarded him with expressions of envy and resentment. What are you staring at? If you had the money, you could do the same, but alas, you do not. The hefty pirate boasted arrogantly. Infuriated, the other pirates were eager to confront him, but Chi-Chi quickly intervened. She then signaled for backstage personnel to bring out a hand truck, upon which lay an elderly man with white hair. Our third item for auction is this venerable gentleman. Chi-Chi, the host, announced as she approached the old man. Upon hearing the introduction, the white-haired elder displayed no reaction, merely turning over to embrace his wine gourd and continuing to slumber. His snores echoed loudly in the hall. Chi-Chi, what about this old man? Haha. Do not underestimate this esteemed gentleman. He is a renowned healer from Grasswood Island. Recently, he indulged in the divine wine of Wine God Island without the means to pay. Thus finding himself here, Chi-Chi explained, chuckling at the irony of a legendary healer succumbing to intoxication and ultimately selling himself. Is he truly a healer? He appears even less impressive than the previous old pirate. Kuro gazed at the elderly man peacefully slumbering atop the pushcart, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was intriguing. Even in repose, he emanated an aura of formidable power. Mr. Huaz, wake up, Mr. Huaz. Chi-Chi, the host, crouched beside him, persistently calling his name. Yet the old man remained unresponsive, his snores echoing loudly, showing no inclination to awaken. Chi-Chi, perhaps we should move on to another lot. This old man is rather difficult to rouse. Indeed, indeed. Let us disregard him for now and proceed with something else. The audience unanimously urged Chi-Chi to shift to another item. After appraising the sleeping elder, she nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall move on to a different lot. With a wave of her hand, the staff backstage gently removed the old man. Subsequently, they presented a transparent box containing a single devil fruit. This was the piece de resistance of the auction, the devil fruit. Chi-Chi opened the box and held the fruit in her palm. The devil fruit. Is this truly the devil fruit? Sell it to me. I want it. What kind of fruit is this, Chi-Chi? The moment the devil fruit was unveiled, the pirates erupted in chaos. Two attempted to storm the stage only to be swiftly dispatched by a swordsman from backstage. The swordsman, having dealt with the intruders. Surveyed the pirates below with a frigid expression. This is an auction house under the auspices of the Don Quixote family. Are you certain you wish to attempt a heist? His tone was icy, and the pirates below fell silent. Oh, I initially thought robbery was unseemly, but if you claim to represent the Don Quixote family, I feel no burden at all. A few pirates, unaware of the Don Quixote family's reputation, contemplated charging forward, but were hastily restrained by their companions, fearful of the repercussions. Captain, what is the Don Quixote family? Are they formidable? Air inquired softly. Like me, they are one of the 7 warlords. Kuro expressed indifferently. So, you possess strength comparable to that of the captain? It seems a confrontation is the only way to ascertain. Kuro glanced towards the auction stage and scoffed. Let the auction proceed. Those unafraid of peril may take their chances. The swordsman let out a disdainful grunt, then moved to stand beside Kiki, fixating his gaze on the audience below. Now, that was merely a brief interlude. It is only natural for everyone to feel excitement upon witnessing something extraordinary. Allow me to introduce this particular devil fruit. Coincidentally, this fruit was discovered by our search team on Grasswood Island. After comparing it with the devil fruit encyclopedia, we have determined it to be the paramecia type, the drug fruit. According to the encyclopedia, upon consumption, the user can imbue encountered objects with medicinal properties, making it an essential tool for any ship's doctor. Thus, let the auction commence, with a starting bid of 100 million berries. Upon Kiki's declaration, the pirates began to shout their bids. 110 million, 130 million, 180 million. Under the swordsman's imposing presence, each pirate bid fervently, none daring to utter any frivolous remarks. 250 million. Kuro raised his hand and spoke. Captain, don't we lack funds? Air glanced at the captain as he called out a price, quietly expressing his curiosity. Are you just playing around? Is it permissible? Of course, came the reply. Staying idle is rather dull. Calling out prices could add some excitement. 300 million. Kuro indifferently concluded his remarks, prompting Air, brimming with excitement, to rise and call out a bid. Are you foolish? I bid 250 million. So why are you shouting 300 million? You must wait for others to finish before you raise your offer. Oh, I understand now. Air hastily replied. Okay, I've got it. Very well. This charming young man has bid 300 million. Does anyone wish to offer a higher amount? Upon finishing her statement, Chi-Chi activated her enchanting ability, and a throng of admirers instantly gazed at her with hearts in their eyes. 310 million. Chi-Chi, I adore you. 320 million. 320 million. 340 million. Come away with me, Chi-Chi. 400 million. Air, realizing he was being outbid, immediately raised his offer, glancing at Kuro afterwards. Captain, this time it's all good, right? Yes, continue bidding. They offered 410 million. 500 million. Upon hearing he had been surpassed, Air swiftly rounded up his bid. The other pirates, upon hearing 500 million, ceased their bidding. A mere auxiliary fruit was hardly worth more than that. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? Chi-Chi, the host, still hoped to entice a big spender. Yet after activating her ability, no one responded. Then, 500 million going once. 500 million going twice. 500 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this charming young man for successfully acquiring this devil fruit. Chi-Chi, the host, flashed a sweet smile at Air, who completely disregarded her and turned to Kuro to boast. Captain, I won it. I won it. Indeed, you were marvelous. I will bring you along to the next auction as well. Kuro gently patted the dog's head, his expression one of fondness. Whose dog is this, so cherished and adored? The host, Chi-Chi, beckoned the young gentleman to come up and make a payment. Upon hearing her invitation, Kuro rose, stepping confidently up the stairs towards the stage, with Air following closely behind, exuding a clever demeanor. Once on stage, Chi-Chi approached him, inquiring, May I ask how you would like to make your payment? As she posed the question, she activated her fruit abilities, attempting to enchant Kuro. Sensing her intention to bewitch him, Kuro raised his head, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. A resonant hum filled the air, reverberating through the auction house. The overwhelming aura of his power enveloped the entire venue. Chi-Chi, the host, was the first to succumb, collapsing instantly, her eyes glazing over, foam escaping her lips. Following suit, all the pirates in the auction hall fell victim, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. A swordsman beside Chi-Chi, on the brink of fainting, inflicted a wound upon his own thigh with his blade. the pain momentarily grounding him in reality. Oh, resorting to self-harm, are we? True ruthlessness lies in being harsh on oneself, Aer remarked, impressed by the swordsman's actions. Who are you? The swordsman inquired, half kneeling on the ground, his blade propped against the floor, struggling to comprehend the identity of Kuro. We? Kuro replied. We are members of the 1st Division under the Whitebeard banner, and our captain's name is Marco. Remember that, Marco. Before Kuro could finish speaking, the swordsman collapsed, his eyes glazing over. Alas, he was simply unable to endure any longer. He fainted at once, leaving one to wonder if he had even heard the words spoken. Kuro shook his head, a look of regret upon his face. Captain, shall we commence? Let us begin. Move everything of value to him. Upon Kuro's conclusion, Aer swiftly tore down the curtain on the stage, tying it at both ends to fashion a makeshift bundle. Descending from the stage, they commenced their pillaging. Kuro looked at Aer with a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his dog was truly exceptional, having even bested the gold-toothed pirate. Witnessing Aer's remarkable capabilities, Kuro confidently approached the medicinal fruit. Just as he picked it up, a voice resonated from behind. That little brat, put my devil fruit down. An elderly man with white hair emerged from the shadows. Oh, old man, you've finally awakened, haven't you? Kuro gazed at the old man, thinking to himself, indeed. You are here for that devil fruit. Humph, that is none of your concern. Quickly return my devil fruit to me. After speaking, the old man approached Kuro. Yours? No, this is my devil fruit. Allow me to introduce it to you. The Paramecia-type devil fruit, the drug fruit. Kuro held the drug fruit, addressing the old man with white hair. Nonsense. This belongs to me. I acquired it a decade ago. If it weren't for my revelries on Divine Wine Island, I wouldn't have allowed these scoundrels to pilfer it. The old man was nearly beside himself with rage. This fruit had been securely hidden in his apothecary for almost 10 years without incident. Yet, just a month prior, a group of individuals had arrived, carrying an injured man with a stab wound, pleading for his medical assistance. Adhering to his Hippocratic oath, he devoted 3 days to healing the man. During their conversation, he learned they hailed from Divine Wine Island, attacked by pirates while transporting a shipment of divine liquor, resulting in severe injuries. To express their gratitude for his care, they invited him to Divine Wine Island to partake in their divine spirits. Initially, the old man intended to decline, but the allure of the divine liquor proved too tempting, and he acquiesced. Upon arriving at Divine Wine Island and tasting the divine liquor, he succumbed to its exquisite flavor, leading him to indulge excessively and become intoxicated for 3 continuous days. Upon regaining consciousness, he was confronted by the tavern owner demanding payment. It was then he realized the individuals who had brought him there were not actually from Divine Wine Island. Believing he had merely been tricked into drinking, he sought to settle the score. However, upon inquiring about the price, he discovered the divine liquor cost 10 million berries per jug, and having consumed 10 jugs, he owed an astronomical sum of 1 billion berries. Realizing that even selling himself would not suffice to cover the debt, he promptly escaped through a window that very night. After a treacherous journey back to Herb Island, he arrived home only to find his apothecary ransacked. Alarmed, he rushed inside and opened the box containing the devil fruit, only to find it empty. No fruit, not even a blade of grass remained. Enraged, the old man nearly collapsed from the shock. He spent the next fortnight recuperating in bed. Just a few days ago, a band of pirates seeking medical attention brought news of an upcoming auction at Bounty Island, where a devil fruit, purported to be the drug fruit, would be sold. Upon hearing this news, he hastily sailed to the location, intending to infiltrate the auction and reclaim his fruit. However, upon arrival, he learned of the Don Quixote family's involvement and hesitated, opting to blend in and observe who would purchase his drug fruit, planning to reclaim it afterward. As he waited backstage, fatigue overcame him, and he dozed off until Kuro unleashed his conqueror's haki, rousing him from his slumber. No, old fool. Allow me to clarify. This fruit is mine, purchased from the auction. Its previous ownership is of no concern to me. Do you understand? Nonsense. This is my property. Reclaiming it is merely restoring it to its rightful owner. Absurd. You were robbed. Go seek the thief, not me. Impudent brat. The old man Huasi, with his hardened fists infused with the power of armament haki, charged directly at Kuro with unrestrained aggression. Do you think I fear you, you old scoundrel? Kuro also fortified his armament with color. He struck with a mighty punch. Buzz boom. As their fists collided, a resounding roar erupted, followed by a shockwave. and sparks flew from the point of impact. You lack strength, old man. Boom. Kuro flashed a grin, his right fist striking with formidable force, propelling the old man Hua's away. The elderly figure soared through the air, performing a series of somersaults before landing gracefully on the ground. That brat possesses quite a punch. There is no denying the vigor of youth. Prepare to receive another blow. The old man Hua's launched himself into the air, executing a backflip. His right leg enveloped in hardened hockey. With the weight of a mountain, he descended fiercely towards Kuro, delivering a full-powered strike. Kuro clenched his fist at his waist, gathering strength, and in an instant, his entire right arm swelled to more than double its size. Careful, old man, you might break a bone. Boom. Kuro swiftly unleashed a powerful right punch, producing a resounding sound that pierced the air. The atmosphere trembled with a low hum, followed by a series of explosive echoes. Upon impact, an audible blast resonated, and a shockwave surged outward, scattering sparks in every direction. Yet, the old man could not endure even 10 seconds. He was propelled backward, his body crashing against the pillars of the auction house, shattering 3 of them before he was ultimately embedded into the wall. Coughing violently, he remarked, "That rascal is formidable." With considerable effort, he pried himself from the wall. Upon landing, he expelled a copious amount of blood. Well, at least I haven't been robbed by anyone else, he thought. You little brat. The elder Huasi glared at Kuro with wide eyes. Child, reveal your true name, so I may know whose hands I have met my demise. Whitebeard. He replied, Do not speak to me of Whitebeard's crew. If an ordinary member possessed such strength, he would have already claimed the title of Pirate King. Before Kuro could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him and loudly inquired, Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. As it becomes even more thrilling, the newly appointed Shichibukai, Reed D. Kuro, also known as Bloodblade Kuro. Kuro smiled broadly and then revealed his true name. Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled. I do not die in vain. The 7 warlords are worthy of my fate. I entrust the drug fruit to you, hoping you will find someone deserving of it. With a smile, the old man finished speaking and closed his eyes, awaiting the fatal blow from Kuro. Kuro observed the elderly man, who lay with his eyes closed, awaiting his demise. He casually touched his nose and tossed the medicinal fruit into the man's lap. What do you mean, you little brat? Aren't you going to kill me? The old man, Huaz, looked puzzled as he caught the fruit. Did I ever say I would kill you? It was your unwarranted attack on me that prompted my retaliation. However, old man. Would you care to accompany me in seeking vengeance for your stolen home? What do you mean? Are you planning to confront the flamingo? It is not I who seeks trouble with him. Rather, do you truly believe that after witnessing the chaos I've wrought upon his auction house, he would simply let me go? Kuro, with a tone laced with temptation, presented the old man with a compelling rationale. Indeed, that's the truth. Since you choose not to slay me, count me in. I have endured many years without suffering a loss. Yet, he found himself entangled in a predicament that tarnished his reputation. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. As the old man recounted the tale of his home being pillaged, a palpable fury marred his expression, indicating that he had likely suffered a considerable embarrassment on the island of the wine god. However, let it be clear that I will not be joining your pirate crew. This fruit shall remain with me for now. Once I have avenged myself, I shall return it to you and take my leave. No problem. Kuro's heart expressed that once one boards a ship, disembarking becomes a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens. While Kuro and the old man Huaz were engaged in a skirmish, our dear heir had already swept through the entire gathering of pirates. Anything of value was deftly stripped away. The most unfortunate among them was the corpulent pirate, who found himself reduced to naught but a leopard print thong, adorned with lace and mesh. Captain, I have successfully procured the Peak Mountain Blade and the treasure map. Ensuring that none of their valuables remain, Heir declared, burdened with a package resembling a small mountain, as he patted his chest in assurance and grinned at Kuro. Splendid work. Heir, by the way, allow me to introduce you to Old Man Huaz, who will henceforth serve as our ship's doctor. Just temporarily. Greetings, Old Man Huaz. I am a crew member aboard this vessel. You may call me Heir. Heir, good to meet you. Kuro chuckled. Old Man Huaz regarded the earnest Heir with a sense of warmth, thinking to himself that this lad truly understood propriety, unlike the scoundrel Kuro, who seemed oblivious to the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Heir, what is that large bundle upon your back? Old Man Huaz inquired kindly. Oh, these are the spoils I just collected. Is that so? You are quite capable. managing to acquire such a bounty. Old man Hua smiled and praised Air. It's nothing much. Had their clothes held any value, I would have stripped them of their undergarments as well. Air replied with a rebellious glint in his eye. Really? You are quite impressive, Air. Old man Hua's, surprisingly, was effusive in his praise, causing Kuro to roll his eyes in disbelief. Not at all. I merely follow the captain's orders. Whatever he instructs, I comply. All of this is thanks to the captain's guidance. You should refrain from emulating him too closely. There is little good to be learned from him, and you may easily fall astray. Kuro was bewildered, his head filled with question marks. What on earth is this? Do you even wish to listen to yourself, old man? Kuro observed the two of them engaged in lively conversation, exuding an air of filial piety and virtuous companionship. He shut his eyes, signaling his aversion to witnessing such a distasteful scene. Kuro closed his eyes, shook his head, and then leaped down from the auction stage. Making his way down the corridor towards the exit, it was time to seek out Kuro and the others. The captain has arrived. Humph. Old Master Huaz let out a disdainful grunt, casting not a glance at Kuro, then swiftly surpassed him as he proceeded forward, causing Kuro's eyes to twitch incessantly. What's the matter, old man? Have I rendered you speechless with a single punch? All you can do is grunt. Humph. That is merely my catchphrase. The old man retorted with a touch of pride before coldly moving ahead. What a peculiar transformation. Just moments ago, he seemed honored to perish at my hands. And now he has devolved into this grumbling specter. At his age, has he yet to overcome the tempest of his midlife crisis? As Kuro lingered behind, he silently extended his middle finger towards the back of the old man, whilst thinking it inappropriate. He retracted it. Then, reconsidering, he raised two middle fingers instead, feeling that this gesture was more suitable. Unbeknownst to him, the old gentleman remained oblivious to the salutation from behind as he briskly approached the iron gate. Pushing it open and stepping outside, Air followed closely, burdened with a hefty load that ultimately obstructed the entire entrance. Despite his persistent tugging, the package only became more ensnared. Captain, I'm stuck. Could you give it a push from the inside? What? A kick? Very well. Boom. Kuro lifted his leg and executed a precise kick, sending the burden, along with the door frame, soaring into the air. Air, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying. Subsequently, he collided with the oblivious Elder Huas, and together they were propelled 50 meters away by the burden. This burden, how utterly unfriendly to strike others. Kuro feigned annoyance as he lamented about the burden. You scoundrel! You deliberately kicked this burden onto me. Do not accuse me unjustly. It was Aer who urged me to kick it. I merely fulfilled his request. Captain, I only asked you to give it a nudge, not to send it flying. The three engaged in a fierce quarrel on the street, each wearing a countenance that proclaimed, Today, I shall vanquish you. At that moment, Kuro and Ada approached. Captain, how are you faring in this affair? Have you acquired anything of value? Kuro heard a voice behind him and turned to see Klo. The contents within were rather ordinary. The people, in particular, left much to be desired. For instance, certain elderly comrades, who had just moments ago expressed, I acknowledge you, young one, would abruptly turn away and resort to mere grunts. Kuro curled his lips, nearly pointing directly at the face of Master Huasi. Enraged, the old gentleman was about to rush forward to spar with Kuro, but Aer quickly intervened. Calm down. Master Huasi, you cannot possibly match the captain. Rushing in now would only result in your own defeat. Master Huasi looked at Aer in silence, expressing his gratitude, yet questioning the necessity of such a loud reminder. Do I not care for my dignity? He then turned to Kuro, inquiring, Captain, may I ask who this is? This gentleman is an aspiring ship's doctor, Aer replied. Bear in mind, he is somewhat in his twilight years, so let us avoid provoking him unnecessarily. After Kuro introduced himself, he couldn't resist throwing a jab. This provoked the elderly Huas, who gritted his teeth in response. Greetings, Mr. Huas. Welcome aboard. I am a crew member of this vessel. You may call me Kuro. Hello, Kuro. What a polite young man you are, so unlike certain captains. Kuro, upon hearing the words of the venerable Master Huas, scoffed disdainfully. By the way, Klo, have you procured everything needed for the ship? Indeed, Captain, Klo replied, adjusting his glasses with a composed demeanor. The apples and oranges are quite satisfactory. I have purchased several large boxes, which have already been delivered aboard. Additionally, the fresh water has also been replenished and transported to the vessel. Kuro continued. Did you encounter any difficulties while shopping? When Kuro spoke of troubles, his tone was somewhat frigid. As we first entered the shopping street, Both the vendors and the residents regarded us with a hint of hostility. Later, while purchasing fresh water at the waterhouse, I inquired about the situation. It appeared that due to your recent elevation to the position of a Shichibukai, they assumed we had come to apprehend the pirates residing here. This was the reason the pirates cast us disdainful glances. Upon hearing Kuro's explanation, it became clear to me that they viewed us as Shichibukai seeking to capture pirates for personal glory. I then understood why the island's inhabitants regarded us with the eyes of invaders. After all, they rely on commerce with the pirates for their livelihoods. If all the pirates were to be taken away, it would be akin to severing their means of survival. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Kuro nodded in agreement, affirming this notion. I then asked if Paul and Soki had encountered any trouble. No, everything is fine. After we purchased the water, we returned to the ship with them. When we waited for what felt like an eternity for you and Air to return, I decided to disembark and search for you. Kuro nodded in acknowledgement. Well, since the ingredients and supplies have been replenished, let us take our leave, lest the island's inhabitants continue to gaze at us with their watchful eyes. Indeed, after Ku Luo finished speaking, Adai approached Air, intending to assist his younger brother in tidying up the burden on the ground. However, no matter what he did, he could not manage to remove the door frame. Kuro swiftly drew his blade, cleaving the door frame in twain. Let us proceed. Kuro sheathed his sword, and the group made their way toward the harbor. The residents, witnessing their departing figures, collectively exhaled in relief, having anticipated a fierce battle that, to their surprise, did not transpire. As they traversed the bustling commercial street and arrived at the food market, they noted a significant reduction in the number of pirates present, though Kuro paid it little mind. Upon exiting the market, they were suddenly met by a radiant wave of platinum light. Was it a tiger's glare? Kuro furrowed his brow as the cloth spirit emerged in his hand. With a decisive strike, the crimson blade clashed against the platinum wave. The metallic particles within the luminous wave collided with the blade, igniting a cascade of sparks. In a flash of red light, the platinum barrier was shattered. As Kuro prepared to inquire about the situation, he caught sight of two pirate ships attacking the black vessel beside the harbor. Ryan and Kuro were embroiled in battle against the two pirate crews. An ambush. Kuro's gaze sharpened as he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself towards the harbor. Seeking death. How dare they attack us? Air discarded his burdens, transforming into his beastly form, wielding a peak mountain, and surged forth behind Kuro. Kuro donned the 10 blades with both hands and adjusted his glasses, having just reported to the captain that all was well. He found himself confronted with the audacity of pirates assaulting the black ship. Was this not a slap in the face? He swiftly executed a series of nimble steps, launching himself into the air, and then vanished from sight. Kuro soared into the sky before diving downwards, hurtling towards the crimson pirate ship engaged in battle with Ryan. As he ascended, he fortified his body with haki and raised his blade skyward. With a fierce swing, he brought the sword crashing down upon the pirate captain, who was clashing with Ryan. Clang. Bang. The red captain, having just been repelled by Ryan's strike, instinctively attempted to parry Kuro's incoming attack, underestimating the razor-sharp edge of the kusanagi. In an instant, both the captain and his blade were cleaved in twain by Kuro. With a final, pained gasp, the crimson captain succumbed to his fate. Kuro landed on the ship, and no sooner had he steadied himself than 3 pirates rushed towards him, shouting for vengeance on behalf of their captain. Kuro did not even cast a glance, effortlessly unleashing 3 swift slashes that swiftly dispatched 3 pirate henchmen. He then turned to Ryan. Ryan, what is happening? Captain, I am just as perplexed. Moments ago, Kuro mentioned he would seek you out, and as he disembarked, these 2 pirate ships approached from the sea. Upon arriving alongside our vessel, they began to shout loudly, inquiring if we were the new warlords of the sea. Paul responded affirmatively, and they immediately commenced their bombardment on us. Had it not been for Cowhai's quick reflexes, our black ship would have been reduced to mere fragments. Ryan, too, was bewildered, having been on board indulging in the snacks purchased by Soki and the others when these 2 ruffians squeezed alongside the black ship, questioning if they were indeed the warlords of the sea. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, they opened fire without hesitation. Fortunately, the seasoned old Navy man, Cowhai, discerned their malicious intent and promptly shattered the incoming cannonballs with a single stroke of his blade. Otherwise, upon the captain's return, I would have had no explanation to offer. They must be annihilated. Leave none alive. Kuro's eyes gleamed with a sanguine light, as if to say, you wish to tread upon my reputation? That hinges on whether you possess the requisite strength. At this moment, Air had also arrived. leaping onto the ship and swiftly dispatching a pirate lackey with a single strike. He then extended his claws, crushing another lackey's skull, before deftly disemboweling yet another pirate. Hell. Empowered by the abilities of the Zoan fruit, Aer's strength surged to extraordinary heights. Perish, you wretched scum. How dare you challenge the Kuro pirate crew? You are merely offering gifts to the king of hell, eager to meet your demise. As Aer spat venomous taunts, he unleashed a brutal slaughter upon the red pirate crew. Meanwhile, on the adjacent green pirate ship, a similar scene of carnage unfolded. The captain of the green pirates and the fierce Kawai clashed with their blades. Despite having lost a hand, Kawai's ferocity in battle remained undiminished. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Kawai seized an opening in the captain's defense, executing a devastating strike, the Sea Shatter Slash. A spiraling blue-white arc surged towards the green captain. With gritted teeth, the green captain summoned all his strength to parry the attack, barely managing to withstand it, gasping for breath. His body was drenched in blood. Wounds inflicted by Kawai's sword aura. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief for surviving, a chilling voice pierced through the air behind him. Remember, before engaging in battle with others in your next life, truly assess your own capabilities. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. He felt a sudden chill at his neck, and before he could utter a response, his voice was silenced. Clutching his throat, blood gushed through his fingers as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Kuro wore a cold expression, shaking off the blood from his right hand's 10 blades. Adjusting his glasses with his left palm. As he took a step forward, the enemies could scarcely pinpoint his location, wherever Kuro appeared. It often signified the end for a pirate. As Kuro reaped the remaining lives aboard the ship, Kawai felt a wave of trepidation. Kuro's slaughter resembled a cat playing with its prey, toying before delivering the fatal blow, purely for amusement. With the last pirate falling to the deck, it had been painted crimson with blood. Kuro sat atop 3 corpses, blood trickling down the 10 blades, emanating an aura of death. Kawai swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming fear. The Kuro pirate crew was truly formidable. Did you see that bespectacled figure? One cannot even discern how he strikes. On the docks, other pirate crews observed, whispering amongst themselves. Hearing their discussions, Kuro turned his gaze towards the pirate who had spoken. Upon meeting Kuro's eyes, the pirate was so frightened that he immediately raised his hands in surrender, signaling his lack of ill intent. No wonder he is one of the 7 warlords. With such strength, I would surely meet my end. A bearded pirate, upon witnessing the fierce battle waged by Kuro and his crew, expressed his sentiments with a heavy heart. Crew, come forth and clear the battlefield. Let us transfer all that is valuable aboard our ship. After the slaughter had concluded, Kuro, having given orders to the crew on the black ship, leaped down from the crimson pirate vessel. Observing Kuro, armed with a blade and advancing towards them with a chilling demeanor, the onlookers exclaimed, "Lord Kuro, we bear no ill intentions. Please do not strike us." They added, "Indeed, we merely emerged to investigate the commotion, devoid of any malice." The surrounding pirates, perspiration dripping from their brows, waved their hands in a gesture of peace. "Hey, does anyone possess a fully charged log pose?" They called out. "We wish to set sail, yet our log pose lacks sufficient magnetic charge. If anyone has one to spare, please lend it to us." Kuro had just heard from Ryan that the magnetic compass was not fully charged, preventing them from proceeding to the next island. Thus, he thought of acquiring one from the pirates who were observing the battle nearby. "Lord Kuro, I have one. I arrived the day before yesterday." So it was fully charged yesterday. A pirate of average stature emerged from the crowd, clutching a log pose. "Thank you. Consider this gold bar as your reward. And do purchase another log pose," Kuro said as he accepted the log pose and handed the pirate a small gold ingot. "Oh no, Lord Kuro. The log pose is a gift for you." The pirate hastily declined. "What is due must be given. That is my principle," Kuro insisted, firmly placing the gold ingot into the pirate's hands. "By the way, is there a shipwright on this island?" Kuro inquired. "No, this island is merely a stop for resupplying. We will depart by tomorrow, so there are no shipwrights here. However, there is a fisherman shipwright on the next island. You might seek him out, but be cautious, as he has a rather foul temper," the pirate replied while holding the gold ingot. "All right, thank you." With that, Kuro made his way back to the black ship and tossed the log pose to Ryan upon his return. "How are things coming along?" Kuro asked. "Captain, we found a total of 20 million berries aboard the 2 ships. I checked their bounty notices. Captain Red has a bounty of 17 million berries, and Captain Green has a bounty of 16 million, Zhang Ao said. handing the bounty notices to Kuro, who examined them. Take their heads and find an opportunity to exchange them for the bounty with the Navy, Kuro instructed. Understood, Zhang replied as he headed off to attend to the task. Ryan, how's the black ship holding up? Kuro asked. Captain, you're back. The situation is not too good. Although Kuro blasted the cannonballs on the way, the shockwaves from the explosion still damaged the ship's hull, Ryan lamented, regretting his failure to safeguard the vessel. I just inquired. There are no shipwrights on this island. But there is a fisherman's shipwright on the next one. Can the black ship still endure? Kuro asked. It can. I salvaged quite a number of planks from those 2 pirate ships and nailed them to the hull. It should suffice to carry us to the next island. Ryan assured him. Then let us set sail swiftly to the next island in search of the fisherman's shipwright and see if repairs are feasible. If not, we may have no choice but to seize another vessel, Kuro concluded. Upon concluding his thoughts, Kuro suddenly recalled the 4 warships he had obliterated. Alas, how impulsive of him. He could have spared at least one for future use. Should he place a call to the elders? His little brother's vessel is in disrepair. Wouldn't it be fitting for the elder to extend some assistance? Yet, on another note, why has the promised devil fruit not yet arrived? As Kuro wandered through his musings, Ada, burdened with the large package discarded by Aer, guided the elderly Mr. Huaz into the dark ship. The crew members, occupied with their tasks, glanced up only to see a stranger boarding, mistakenly believing another pirate raid was underway. They all drew their weapons, directing their gaze towards Mr. Huaz. Stand down. Lower your weapons. This is our new ship's doctor, not an enemy. Did you not see him come aboard with me? Ada urged as he set down the hefty package and stepped forward to reassure the crew. His voice interrupted Kuro's reverie. Ah, indeed. Allow me to introduce you. This is our newly appointed ship's doctor, Mr. Huaz. Kuro, upon seeing the 2 individuals surrounded by the crew, hastily made the introductions. Ah, it turns out you are companions. Welcome, welcome. Ada, why didn't you mention this sooner? I was just busy nailing the boards, he replied, startled as he looked up. I thought we had yet another enemy. The crew, while expressing their mild reproach toward Ada, welcomed the esteemed Huasi Lao Yi into their fold. Thank you, everyone. Should you feel unwell in any way, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I possess considerable knowledge in the realm of medicine. Huasi Lao Yi remarked with a warm smile, bowing slightly to the crew. You are most dependable, old sir, exclaimed Aer, the simple-minded fellow, who rushed over to offer his support upon seeing Huasi Lao Yi aboard. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Ryan, the helmsman and navigator of this vessel. If you require anything, feel free to speak up, he said, lowering his gaze to Huasi Lao Yi while thumping his chest confidently. Greetings. You, my tall friend, appear to be quite a formidable individual, Huasi Lao Yi replied kindly, patting Ryan's arm affectionately. Old sir, I am the cook. Whatever you desire to eat, just let me know, and I will prepare it, chimed in Paul, who soon joined the gathering before dashing off to the kitchen. After Paul's departure, Aer took it upon himself to introduce Huasi Lao Yi to the remaining crew members. All right, everyone, stow the anchor and raise the sails. We are ready to set sail. Aye, Captain. With a commanding voice, Kuro instructed the crew to spring into action. Those tasked with retrieving the anchors diligently went about their work, while others hoisted the sails, and those without specific duties busied themselves patching the deck. Ryan, set the course. We are embarking. Aye, Captain. Ryan grasped the helm, attentively observing the navigational indicators as he expertly guided the vessel into the open sea. Kuro stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the descending sun, lost in his thoughts. Captain, are we having a banquet tonight? Paul approached Kuro from behind, quietly inquiring about his intentions. Of course. Hey, everyone. How about we host a feast this evening to welcome Lord Huasi? Upon hearing Paul's voice, Kuro turned, laughing heartily, and extended the invitation to the bustling crew. Fantastic, Captain. I adore banquets. They adore me. Ha ha ha. The crew erupted with excitement at the mention of a feast. Let us welcome Lord Huasi. Let the festivities commence. Kuro continued. Now, my dear old man, let us raise a glass together. Ha ha ha. When it comes to drinking, I bow to no one. The old man chuckled. As the news of the banquet spread across the ship, everyone's eyes sparkled with joy, and they danced with exhilaration. Ryan embraced Lord Huasi, challenging him to a drinking contest, and the old man met him with fearless enthusiasm. He, everyone. The banquet is on. As night fell, the crew gathered on the deck of the dark ship. Aer and Suashi busied themselves in the kitchen, serving dishes. Before long, a small mountain of food was piled in the center of the deck. Kuro, holding a barrel of red wine, stood beside the mound. Everyone, today, We have a new addition to our ship. He is none other than our esteemed Lord Huasi. Kuro, having spoken, pulled the old gentleman closer. Let us raise our glasses in unison to welcome his arrival. Cheers. Ha ha ha. Welcome, Lord Huasi. Hee, bottoms up. Hey, you scoundrel Ada, that's my drink. Are you looking for a fight? Foolish Suashi, if you claim it's yours, then it must be. The crew members all lifted their glasses, laughing heartily as they drained their drinks, while Ada and Suashi, the two merry adversaries, continued their squabble over the ownership of a single cup. Enough of this, you two. Bang, bang. Kuro landed a punch on each of them, sending Ada and Suashi crashing to the ground, their heads swelling. Ha ha ha, for the 280th brawl. The victor is Kuro. Seeing Ada and Suashi fall, a yellow-haired crew member retrieved a notebook from behind and drew a line under a character, announcing with laughter that once again, Kuro had triumphed over the duo. These two fools, with plenty of rum available, must insist on fighting over nothing. Ayer looked disdainfully at the fallen pair when suddenly, a sinister hand snatched a plate of meat from in front of him. Woof. Kai-hai, you thief. I'll bite you to death. Upon witnessing his meat being stolen, Ayer transformed into a canine, lunging towards Kai-hai's head. Kai-hai, seeing the dog-headed assault, hardened his defenses. Clang. Woe is me, Ayer's bite met with a metallic sound. The pain forced him to release his grip, covering his mouth with his hand, nearly shattering his canine teeth. Woe is me, Kai-hai, you despicable wretch. Ha ha ha. After all this time I've been teaching you, you still can't master the hardening technique. Can't blame me for that. MMM. This meat is truly delightful. Kai-hai deliberately placed the meat before Ayer, teasing him like a dog. You scoundrel. Infuriated by Kai-hai's mockery, Ayer stood up to seize someone else's meat. Humph, if I can't beat you, surely I can best others. Ayer rushed towards the other crew members, causing a ruckus. Ha ha. Come, let me refill your glass, old gentleman. Ryan, holding a large wine barrel, filled Lord Huasi's cup to the brim. He then filled his own goblet. Here, old gentleman. Finish this glass, and there is another waiting. Let us drink. Ha ha ha, cheers. I must say, this wine is exquisite, Kuro. The two raised their glasses together, clinking them before downing the contents with hearty laughter. Ryan continued to hold the barrel high, refilling their cups. Tonight, old gentleman, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated, not returning until drunk. We must indulge to the fullest, Kuro. The two individuals raised their glasses, clinked them together, parted their lips, and drained their drinks. Sitting on the Kuro chair, I observed the two individuals engaging in a drinking contest, feeling a sudden twinge in my stomach. How can these two consume so much? They have already downed 2 large barrels of wine and continue to drink. Watching them made Kuro's brows furrow in dismay. It was quite excessive, especially considering they had consumed nothing but alcohol. Humph, 2 fools, destined for alcohol poisoning. As Kuro raised a barrel of fruit wine and took a hearty gulp, she exclaimed, Ah, this fruit wine is simply delightful, akin to sipping on pure juice. Had I known it would be this enjoyable, I should have urged Kuroto to procure some. Kuro savored the fruit wine, a look of pure bliss adorning his face. The next island should have it as well. I shall find an opportunity to inform Kuro to stock up. Captain, did you call for me? Kuro, engaged in merry revelry with Paul, upon hearing the captain's voice behind him, raised his glass in a toast with Paul before approaching. Oh, I was merely saying that this fruit wine is exceptionally delightful. I thought to mention it to you, so when you next replenish our supplies, do consider purchasing more. Captain, do you have a penchant for such beverages? Haha, it seems you truly have a taste akin to that of a child. Kuro expressed his delight for the fruit wine, eliciting a hearty laugh from Chloe. Delicious is delicious. Do not concern yourself with my preferences. Remember to procure more next time. Certainly, I shall remember and bring you more to place in the captain's quarters, Kuro replied. Thank you ever so much. Feeling somewhat bashful at being labeled as having a child's taste, Kuro changed the subject. By the way, Chloe, how much money do we currently possess on the ship? We have approximately 100 million berries in cash, but when considering other items, the total is likely less than 1 billion berries, Chloe responded. Speaking of which, I must commend Ayer. In the burden he brought back, I roughly calculated it to be around 800 million. Captain, did you loot that auction house? How else could we have amassed such wealth? Chloe jested, bursting into laughter at his own quip. Indeed, we did raid that auction house. Ha ha. Kuro replied nonchalantly to Chloe. Captain, did you truly plunder that auction house? Indeed. Otherwise, how could there be such a fortune? Ayer has spared not even a single gold tooth from a pirate. Ha ha ha. The captain added, I've heard from the island's inhabitants that it belonged to one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. In an instant, Klo sobered up, realizing that they had indeed accomplished something significant this time. I am well aware. Had it not been his, I would not have taken it. Are you afraid? Kuro tilted his head, gazing at Kuro with a disdainful glint in his slightly intoxicated eyes. Aha, I am not afraid. Merely deeming it unnecessary to provoke such a formidable adversary. Kuro, upon meeting Kuro's gaze and hearing his inquiry, suddenly chuckled and adjusted his glasses. A formidable adversary, indeed. He is undeniably powerful. However, this time, it was not I who instigated the confrontation, but rather he who sought to provoke me. His subordinates attempted to ensnare me with their allure, only to inadvertently awaken my conqueror's haki, rendering them all unconscious. Adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned, I instructed Air to seize all that was valuable. Haha. Kuro laughed heartily, then drained the barrel of its contents before hurling it with great force, shattering it into pieces. What if Don Quixote da Flamingo were to arrive? It would matter not, for I possess the strength to vanquish him, as I am Reed Kuro. Ha ha ha. Kuro stood up, laughing heartily towards the heavens, a surge of crimson energy erupting from him, piercing through the clouds above. His conqueror's haki had reached a breakthrough. Prior to arriving at the island, with the aid of Buddha-Yuhuan, Kuro's conqueror's haki had already grown to a critical point. However, he had yet to find an opportunity to transcend that limit. Upon consuming a barrel of fruity wine, Kuro became intoxicated. Under the influence of alcohol, he entered a state of exhilaration, only to hear Kuro mention that Don Quixote da Flamingo was a formidable adversary. Kuro's temper flared suddenly. After all, he was no pushover himself. They were both warlords of the sea, so who would back down? Fueled by both anger and the effects of alcohol, Kuro's conqueror's haki surged forth, breaking through his own limitations. Here we go again. Captain, can you handle it? Haha. Under the overwhelming influence of Kuro's haki, everyone, except for Ryan and Old Man Huasi, fell victim to its might. The only reason the 3 of them remained conscious was due to Kuro's refined ability to control a portion of his advanced haki. Otherwise, they would have perished. Hey, you just used Conqueror's haki, didn't you? Old Man Huasi, noticing Kuro's unleashed power, immediately set aside his drink and inquired eagerly. TCH, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Kuro let out a hiccup and promptly succumbed to slumber. Hey, youngster, is that the Conqueror's haki you wield? Old Master Harsey, upon witnessing Kuro collapse, hurried over and shook him, hoping to rouse him and inquire about his use of the Conqueror's haki. Ha ha ha, do not bother shaking him, Old Master Harsey. The captain has succumbed to intoxication. Such is the captain, unable to hold his liquor, yet still enamored with it. As he often puts it, he is both inexperienced and enjoys the thrill of the chase, haha. Observing that Kuro remained unresponsive despite Old Master Harsey's persistent shaking, Ryan and Klo swiftly intervened. Aren't you too curious? He knocked out all the crew members in one go. Oh, you mean that? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the captain did employ the Conqueror's haki, as he himself admitted. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious to its nature. Yet, every time he uses the Conqueror's haki, we should all have fainted. It appears that this time, the captain is truly inebriated beyond measure. Only the 3 of us remain conscious. Ha ha ha. Noticing the puzzled expression on Old Master Harsey's face, Ryan kindly elucidated, while also taking a jab at Kuro. This lad actually possesses the Conqueror's haki. A rarity indeed. Old Master Harsey gazed in astonishment at Kuro, who was snoring in his sleep. Not only does the captain possess the Conqueror's haki, but his strength is beyond reproach. Despite our time at sea, I have yet to witness the captain unleash his full power. I once contemplated testing the limits of his strength, but he remarked that unleashing one's full power equates to risking one's life, which dissuaded me from pursuing that thought. Ryan appeared to recall something, scratching his head with a goofy grin. All right, Ryan, let us carry the captain into his quarters. I doubt he will awaken any time soon. I shall go and rouse the unconscious crew. Very well. Klo responded before departing to awaken the dazed crew members, while Ryan scooped up Kuro in a princess carry. Proceeding into the captain's quarters, only Old Master Harsey remained, lost in contemplation on the ground. Ha ha ha, Roger, did you see that? My captain wields the Conqueror's haki. I no longer need to fear you. Whoa. The elder Huasi, amidst laughter, suddenly found himself in tears, wandering despondently into the cabin. Upon returning after escorting Kolo, Ryan noticed the elder's absence on the deck but thought little of it, assuming he had retired to the lounge for a nap after indulging in drink. He then pulled Chloe along with Paul, who had just been roused from sleep, and the three commenced a drinking contest. Entering the captain's quarters, Hwasi beheld Kuro, who was snoring soundly, and memories of 26 years prior reverberated in his mind, a time when the new world was fresh and vibrant. At that juncture, Hwasi was in his early 20s, having assembled a group of medical personnel to form a pirate crew, rather than a band of marauders. They functioned more as a peacekeeping force. They never engaged in combat. They only intervened to aid grievously wounded pirates in distress, though they were not indiscriminate do-gooders. After rendering assistance, they would claim a quarter of the treasures aboard, earning them a modest reputation on the seas. However, a singular battle 26 years ago irrevocably altered their fate. One morning, as was his custom, Hwasi finished his meal and cast his fishing line from the deck, only to be interrupted by the ship's navigator reporting sounds of battle in the distance. The intensity of the commotion suggested a considerable skirmish, and the crew, sensing the prospect of fortune, hastily instructed the helmsman to steer the ship closer. Just as their small vessel breached the periphery of the conflict, a sudden wave of sword energy severed their mast. Looking up, they beheld two figures at the heart of the turmoil, each wielding a blade enveloped in conqueror's haki, radiating dark crimson lightning. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes distorting the very fabric of space itself. The clash of their haki not only shook the air but also obliterated the marine life beneath them, leaving a grim tableau of fish carcasses upon the surface. One of the women aboard the rescue ship fainted at the sight, and, in an instant, the residual waves of their haki engulfed their small craft. The mere aftershock rendered the entire rescue crew unconscious, and though Hwasi felt the overwhelming force of the haki shake him to his core, he steeled himself for the sake of his crew, summoning the will to navigate the ship away from the peril. Yet, before they could set sail, the resounding cry of Roger pierced the air, followed by a cataclysmic slash of his blade. The sky was torn asunder, clouds spiraled upwards, the ocean was cleaved, and the waters flowed backwards, as if the very heavens and earth were wounded by Roger's strike. Dear reader, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn the page to continue your journey, for what lies ahead is even more exhilarating. Without giving Hwasi a moment to react, Roger's strike shattered their small vessel, annihilating the rescuers, the pirate crew. Only Hwasi survived, clinging to a piece of driftwood, uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. He was eventually rescued by a fishing boat. Upon awakening, he found himself haunted by dreams of that earth-shattering blow and the fierce clash of conqueror's haki between the two men, like a relentless specter devouring his spirit each day. He was terrified. Roger's blow had obliterated him entirely, compelling him to flee from the new world to a small island in paradise. For 26 years, he lived by healing others, gradually regaining his composure and relinquishing his desire to set sail. He merely wished to live peacefully as a doctor on the island, even choosing not to consume the devil fruit he stumbled upon while gathering herbs. Instead, he stored it away, admiring it daily. This tranquility was disrupted when he was deceived, followed by his awakening in an auction house under Kuro's conqueror's haki, which he initially mistook for a mere echo of his past battle. His fury was born from a profound fear, culminating in his defeat at Kuro's hands. In that moment, Hwasi yearned for death, exhausted and longing for an end, at least with a warlord to see him off. To his surprise, Kuro had no intention of killing him. Rather, he lured Hwasi into seeking vengeance against Doflamingo, despite Hwasi's feeling that such retribution was impossible. Yet, considering that Doflamingo was also a warlord, he deemed the pursuit worthwhile and accepted Kuro's invitation aboard his ship. Aside from the captain, the crew members were amiable, evoking memories of his former companions. One night, as they indulged in drinks, Kuro suddenly succumbed to drunken antics, shattering a barrel. Just as Hwasi was about to admonish him, a familiar and terrifying sensation enveloped him once more. It was Conqueror's haki. This young man possessed Conqueror's haki. A bittersweet smile crept upon Hwasi's lips as he mused. If only you had been born 30 years earlier, under your leadership, my crew might not have met such a tragic fate. The memories of his fallen comrades brought tears to his eyes. Roger, my current captain, also wields Conqueror's haki. He can stand against you now. I no longer need to fear you, he lamented, weeping as he released the burdens of the years. Initially, his tears flowed quietly, but soon they escalated into loud sobs, culminating in a heart-wrenching wail that roused Kuro from his slumber. Sitting up, still dazed from intoxication, Kuro regarded the weeping Hwasi with a perplexed expression. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the old man careening out of the cabin. Kuro shook his head, reclined, and then turned over to continue sleeping. What is happening? An enemy attack? The old man burst out of the cabin and collided directly with Air, who had just snatched a pig's leg and was savoring it. The impact sent Air flying. In midair, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" before plummeting into the sea. As the water engulfed him, this ability user found himself powerless, reduced to merely gulping down seawater. Not good, little brother. I'm coming. Initially, Ada laughed heartily upon seeing his brother fall into the ocean, but Swaxy interjected, "Ability users can't swim, right?" Suddenly, Ada realized that his brother, now an ability user, would be repelled by the sea and unable to swim. Indeed, when he looked down, Air was drinking the ocean's brine. Without delay, he leaped into the water to rescue Air. Yet, after struggling for a while, he couldn't bring Air back up alone and resurfaced to call for help. "Help! I can't pull him up by myself." Just as he finished speaking, Swaxy and Paul jumped in, and together they managed to haul Air onto the deck. Lying there, Air clutched his swollen belly, rolling his eyes. Old Master Huaz quickly rushed over to administer first aid, and Air, with pursed lips, erupted into a fountain of seawater. After a prolonged bout of coughing, he finally expelled the salt water from his system and lay on the deck, gasping for breath. "Air, are you all right?" "I'm still alive." Air appeared utterly deflated, revealing the toll the seawater had taken on him. After all, the sea is the sole nemesis of the devil fruit. Any fruit meets its demise upon contact with seawater. "I'm sorry, Air. It's my fault for knocking you into the sea." "It's fine, haha. But why did you fly out?" Air chuckled weakly, then posed the most pressing question. "I was knocked out by that rascal Kuro. I was worried he might cause a scene after drinking too much, so I went to check on him, only to find him in a drunken frenzy. And he punched me away. Then I crashed into you. Thankfully, you weren't harmed." The old man spun a tale with ease, leaving poor Kuro to bear the unjust stigma of being a troublesome drunk. The series of events dampened everyone's spirits for continuing the feast, so they all retreated to their cabins to rest. The next morning, Kuro awoke, his mind rebooting. Last night, he dreamt that some scoundrel was lamenting his supposed death, weeping endlessly. It seemed he needed to be cautious. Such dreams were hardly auspicious. After finishing his superstitious mumblings, Kuro rose to brush his teeth and wash his face. With a towel in hand, he wiped his face while stepping out of the captain's quarters, arriving on the deck where the crew gazed at him. "What are you all staring at? Have I dazzled you once again?" "Ha ha." Kuro confidently struck a pose, then revealed a broad smile. "Captain, do you recall what transpired last night?" Air approached, gazing up at Kuro. "Last night? Let me ponder. Ah, yes, we hosted a banquet, and I indulged in the delightful fruit wine, which was exquisite. I even mentioned to Kuro that we should purchase more next time. Then, I seem to remember having had a bit too much to drink. I was rather upset by something Kuro said. After that, well," Kuro contemplated thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "Ah, could it be that I have once again unleashed my conqueror's haki? At last, you've remembered, Captain. Ha ha ha, my sincerest apologies. It appears my conqueror's haki advanced last night, which is why it manifested. However, it was indeed my fault for incapacitating you all, and for that, I extend my heartfelt apologies." Kuro thought back to the previous night when he had advanced his conqueror's haki and unleashed it once more. "Captain, if you can't hold your liquor, it's best not to drink at all. Otherwise, getting intoxicated and resorting to violence is rather unbecoming." "Me? Resorting to violence when inebriated? That is inconceivable. I have always maintained excellent decorum when it comes to drinking. When I overindulge, I simply succumb to slumber." A's remark left Kuro momentarily speechless. "Ever since my youth, whenever I drank too much, I would just fall asleep. I have never once heard my grandfather accuse me of striking anyone. He would often jest that I slept like a dead pig, unresponsive to any attempts to rouse me. Of course, it was you, last night. Old Master Huaz thought you had drunk too much and came to check on you, offering a hangover remedy. However, you ended up sending him flying out of the cabin with a single punch. Had I not intervened on behalf of the old man, he would have tumbled into the water last night." A gazed at Kuro with a look of utter embarrassment, recounting his misdeeds. Sending the old man flying? Kuro turned to gaze at the venerable Mr. Huasi, who was enjoying his breakfast. "Did you enter my captain's quarters last night?" "Indeed. I intended to express my concern for you, but alas, you were inebriated and promptly delivered a punch to me." "Oh, it was you." As Kuro observed Mr. Huasi's physique, a sudden realization dawned upon him. It all clicked into place. "By heavens, it was you. While I was peacefully asleep, you were weeping at my bedside, rousing me from my slumber. It was indeed you, which is why I sent you flying with that punch." Kuro suddenly recalled that it was this old man who, in the dead of night, lamented so sorrowfully that he disturbed my sleep, leading me to have nightmares, and ultimately waking me up. What a lamentation. After Kuro finished speaking, a group of people turned their gazes towards the old master Huas. I certainly did not. You were merely trying to deflect. You wished to conceal the fact that you were intoxicated and acting foolishly. Nonsense. I never act irrationally when inebriated. How would you know if you were drunk? It's in my bloodline. You can pass it on to your grandfather. The surrounding crew members, witnessing the imminent clash between the two, hurriedly intervened to separate them. Old dang, you are undoubtedly deranged. How dare you weep at another's bedside at such an hour, and still refuse to admit it? I deny it vehemently. I only wish to fulfill my duty as the ship's doctor, concerned for your well-being. Stop your nonsense. You are the one who is unwell. A physician who cannot heal themselves is indeed afflicted. I am not. It is you who is unwell. As a doctor, I hereby declare you to be ill. Ryan restrained Kuro while Air faced off against the old master, leading to a verbal exchange that lasted nearly 30 minutes, during which they thoroughly explored the human anatomy and the entirety of their familial female lineage. To summarize, their insults rendered them both less than clean. Ultimately, in a moment of insufficient retort from the old master, Kuro seized the opportunity and delivered a greeting steeped in matriarchal lineage, decisively besting his opponent. Post-battle, Kuro remarked that had he not feared the old master might perish from anger, thus tarnishing his own reputation as a ship's doctor, he could have concluded the matter in 3 minutes. Ah, what a delightful friendly match to start the day. Paul, please prepare me a fried egg sandwich and a glass of orange juice. Thank you. Certainly, Captain, I will have that ready shortly. Upon hearing the captain's order, Paul hurried to the kitchen to prepare. Humph, old master, I advise you not to enter my captain's quarters next time, otherwise, you may find yourself entering upright and exiting horizontally. Next time, if you invite me, I shall not attend. That would be for the best. Humph. Soon. Paul emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray. Captain, here is your fried egg sandwich with added bacon, and this is the orange juice you requested. Please enjoy. Thank you. Paul, you always put so much heart into your cooking. Each dish carries a taste of love. Oh, come now, Captain. You flatter me too much. With a chuckle, Paul, ever bashful in the face of praise, scampered away. Kuro enjoyed his breakfast while gazing at the vast sea. He pondered why the morning news bird had not arrived today, as he was eager to learn about the situation on Shichibukai Island. Kuro suddenly recalled the battle at Zikia Island, pondering who among the 3 emperors emerged victorious. And what of my devil fruit? I hope the messenger has betrayed me. If that were the case, I would go to Mariewa and ensure his demise. Just as Kuro finished his breakfast and sat idly in his chair, the news bird arrived. Oh, what brings you here so late today? Kuro inquired, hearing his words. The news bird retrieved a writing board from its bag. Today's news is of considerable significance, hence the delay in printing. After completing the writing, the news bird presented it to Kuro. Ah, I see. Quickly, bring me a copy so I may discern the gravity of the news. Kuro spoke as he produced a 500 berry coin and tossed it to the newsbird. The newsbird caught it with its wings and inspected it. Given the significance of the news, the price had increased to 1,000 berry per copy. After completing the article, the bird presented it to Kuro. Are you certain you are not merely taking advantage of the situation? Did you perceive my curiosity and consequently double the price? Kuro gazed skeptically at the newsbird. Caw, 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 it exclaimed. I cannot comprehend your words. Upon hearing Kuro's remark, the newsbird squawked furiously. The essence of journalism is not the mere sale of news, but the noble pursuit of unveiling the truth. As the newsbird penned its thoughts while calling out, it presented its work to Kuro. Upon reading it, Kuro felt a sudden surge of respect. You, my friend, I trust not a single word. Perhaps if it were free, I might believe. Upon finishing his words, Kuro began to take flight in a huff, resembling an agitated bird. Kuro hastily intercepted it, then produced a 500 berry coin and offered it. The newsbird, in a huff, accepted the coin and stashed it in its chest pouch, subsequently tossing a newspaper at Kuro before taking flight, squawking as it ascended. Captain, although I do not comprehend the language of birds, I surmise it is undoubtedly cursing, remarked Air from the side. It matters not, regardless of the vitriol. I remain impervious to any offense, Kuro replied. Kuro has completely given up. All right, let me see what significant news you have. It will cost me an additional 500 berries, I presume. Kuro took a seat once more, unfolding the newspaper. The headline on the front page boldly proclaimed, "The 3 sovereigns gather at Shichibukai Island, yet it proves to be a deceptive trap." Kuro looked down and remarked that the battle between the two emperors was merely bait to ensnare the formidable Admiral Akinu, who indeed took the bait. Subsequently, Big Mom made her entrance, and the three emperors surrounded the Admiral, inflicting grievous injuries upon him. Fortunately, Kizaru arrived just in time, risking his life to rescue Akainu from the clutches of the three emperors. Soon after, Sengoku and Kuzan joined the fray, resulting in an intense 3v3 clash between the men, ultimately ending in a stalemate as both sides withdrew. Big Mom's arrival was unexpected, yet I knew that with the temperaments of Whitebeard and Kaido, it was impossible for Akainu to merely watch from the sidelines. Haha, a world where only Akainu is injured has come to fruition, but this fellow is remarkably resilient. Despite being besieged by the three emperors, he merely sustained severe injuries without succumbing. Beyond mere resilience, could it be the fabric of fate? Is the narrative not permitted to let Akainu perish? Thus, he survives. It leaves one pondering. Then, the second chapter unfolded, revealing a toxic gas leak incident at Punk Hazard. The island's inhabitants perished, and the Navy announced a complete lockdown of the island. Upon reading this news, Kuro's pupils constricted as he thought, damn it. Why did it leak now, of all times? My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following events are even more thrilling. Although he was aware that this incident occurred 2 years prior to Luffy's voyage due to that fool Caesar's experimental blunder, leading to the gas leak, it had never been reported until now. Kuro forgot about this matter and paid it no heed. Little did he anticipate that when the 5 elders agreed to provide him with the artificial fruit, he would inadvertently disclose it. Caesar, you had better ensure that the fruit does not fall into anyone else's hands. Otherwise, the very first thing I shall do upon reaching the island is to end your life. Even if Doflamingo attempts to intervene, I will still execute you. Kaido will not be able to protect you. Mark my words. Kuro, in a fit of anger, smashed the table before him. The captain was once again indulging in drunken antics. It's nothing at all. I merely stated that I had indulged too much. Upon witnessing Kuro's violent outburst, Air's whispered murmurs caught his attention, prompting her to swiftly change the subject in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Kuro is currently preoccupied, his mind consumed with thoughts of where that coveted fruit might be. Is it possible that someone else has devoured it? At that moment, a telephone snail in Kuro's pocket began to ring. Buzzing incessantly, it finally clicked as he answered. Hello, who is this? This is one of the Gorosei. May I inquire about your current whereabouts? Upon the sea, Kuro replied. I am inquiring about your precise location. We have dispatched someone to deliver the devil fruit to you, but they are unable to locate you. Kuro was taken aback upon hearing the 5 elders mention the gift of the devil fruit. Ryan, please inform them of our current location. Kuro tossed the telephone bug to Ryan, who then spoke the location into the device. Kuro sat silently, lost in thought. Captain, I have informed them, Ryan said, handing over the transponder snail. All right, we have your location. Stay there, someone will come for you shortly. With that, the 5 elders ended the call. Kuro remained alone, staring blankly at the transponder snail. Was the devil fruit mentioned by the 5 elders truly the one from Punk Hazard? If not, could it be that that fool Vegapunk had developed more than one? That couldn't be right. Wasn't it stated that only one fruit could be produced, and they had publicly declared their failure and ceased further attempts? If that were the case, how did they retrieve it after the reports of the gas leak from Punk Hazard? Kuro, in his perplexity, could not fathom whether this fruit was indeed a man-made mythical beast type, a matter that significantly pertains to his future. As his mind raced at full throttle, deeply engrossed in thought, a majestic bird soared from the distant sea, clutching a box in its talons. The bird, with remarkable speed, descended toward the black ship. Whoosh! Upon reaching the vessel, the bird transformed mid-air into a figure clad in a crisp white suit and adorned with a mask. Might I inquire, which one of you is Mr. Kuro? The voice emanating from behind the mask belonged to a man, who immediately sought to identify Kuro. I am he. And may I ask, who are you? What is your affiliation? Kuro stepped forward and inquired of the man in the white mask. What news do you bring? I have no information to divulge, the man replied coldly. This is a devil fruit from Lord Gorosei, which I am to deliver to you. With that, he casually tossed a box into Kuro's hands. Wait a moment, may I ask from where you have come? I have no information to share. Open it and take a look. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hold on, let me examine it first. Kuro, after finishing his words, opened the box, revealing a fruit resembling an apple. The fruit was adorned in shades of blue and purple, with circles embellishing its surface. It was indeed identical to the one depicted in the animated series. I have but one question for you. Once you answer, you may depart. Did you arrive here from Punk Hazard? After Kuro asked his question, he gazed into the eyes of the man in the white mask. When he mentioned Punk Hazard, the man's eyes flickered momentarily. Indeed, upon finishing his words, the masked figure transformed into a white-headed eagle and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. After the departure of the masked man, Kuro held the devil fruit in his hands as the crew gathered around him. Captain, is this the devil fruit the world government spoke of? Captain, what kind of fruit is this? Captain, will you consume it? Kuro listened to the crew's animated chatter, feeling somewhat bewildered himself. Initially, he had thought that the fruit was beyond his reach, resigning himself to the idea of waiting for Caesar's escape before attempting to acquire it. To his astonishment, it was delivered to him in the next moment. However, he remained uncertain if it was indeed the one he desired. At that moment, he yearned deeply for a golden touch, even if it were merely the ability to discern the nature of the object. Ah, this must be the very fruit spoken of by the 5 elders. The specifics would only be revealed once I partake of it. Kuro gazed at the devil fruit in his hand and said, Ryan, I must entrust you with a matter of great importance. Should I encounter any misfortune after consuming this fruit, the pirate crew shall fall into your capable hands. With your fruit abilities, combined with the training methods I have imparted, 3 years will suffice for you to carve your name upon these seas. Ryan's expression turned solemn. Captain, do you imply that this fruit may harbor some peril? Indeed, it is fraught with issues. This fruit is man-made, and the trader has publicly declared it a failure. Do you not perceive the potential danger? Then, Captain, perhaps you should refrain from consuming it? Yet I find myself unable to resist. Having acquired it, I feel an overwhelming discomfort if I do not partake. Enough of this indecision, Ryan. Remember my words. I shall, Captain. I will safeguard the reputation of the Kuro pirate crew. Observing the serious and earnest demeanor of Ryan, Kuro nodded with assurance. He then opened his mouth and consumed the devil fruit. What is it, Captain? Is it poisonous? Not at all. I anticipated a foul taste. Yet it is surprisingly akin to an apple. Kuro swiftly consumed the entire fruit, eagerly awaiting the manifestation of its powers. Yet, an unsettling silence prevailed. Why was there no response? Surely, the Gorosei would not resort to deceiving me with mere apples. As soon as Kuro uttered those words, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, subsequently dispersing to every corner of his being. From Kuro's hands, his palms began to swell and transform, instantaneously becoming dragon claws. His form continuously elongated and expanded, ultimately morphing into that of a dragon. His head throbbed and distorted, culminating in the emergence of a dragon's visage. Roar! Kuro felt a surge of power coursing through his entire being, and he could not help but unleash a mighty roar, akin to a dragon's cry. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his lower body transformed into a magnificent dragon's tail. The crew beheld in astonishment as their captain metamorphosed into a colossal dragon. Measuring 100 meters in length, adorned with crimson scales and crowned with golden horns, soaring gracefully through the air. The Tempest! A roar erupted from Kuro, a manifestation of the overwhelming power that surged within him. In an instant, he conjured a tempest in the sky, ruthlessly sweeping away the surrounding waters. Captain, this is astonishing. The captain has truly transformed into a formidable beast. A cacophony of exclamations followed. Fiery heavens! Kuro did not heed the cries of the crew at this moment. All he yearned for was to unleash the power within him. Soon, a fiery orb materialized in his mouth, steadily growing in size as it gathered intensity. When it reached its zenith, he expelled it towards the distant sea. The air vibrated with a thunderous roar. The pillar of fire plunged into the ocean, resulting in a tremendous explosion that carved a massive cavity in the water. At the bottom of this chasm, the earth was scorched into molten rock, surrounded by vaporized water, which had evaporated due to the intense heat. Subsequently, seawater surged into the void, echoing with yet another resounding crash. This is precisely the way. Kuro let out a hearty laugh, his claws summoning flames into a billowing cloud. Grasping the fiery mist, the entire dragon began to ascend into the sky. Cuckoo. I knew I had placed my bet wisely. Kuro frolicked in the sky, swiftly familiarizing himself with the fruit's abilities based on the techniques developed by Teacher Kai. Thunder roared. Crackle. A bolt of lightning was grasped in Kuro's hand and hurled towards the sea. Boom. The ocean erupted with a deafening blast. and a multitude of steaming fish floated to the surface, among them a sea creature adorned with a bull's head. Ha ha ha, is this the power of Teacher Kai? Truly formidable. Having played enough, Kuro began to attempt the transformation into a hybrid form. As the entirety of his dragon body gradually compressed, Kuro could distinctly feel the rapid enhancement of his physical strength. After half an hour had passed, Kuro finally completed the metamorphosis from beast form to hybrid form. The creature, a beastly form of Kuro, stands majestically upon the black vessel, towering at 8 meters, adorned with 2 golden dragon horns atop its head. Its body is clad in crimson dragon scales, with muscles rippling across its frame. Its 8-pack abs are as solid as mountain peaks, while a colossal red dragon tail thrashes behind, striking the deck with resounding cracks. A tattered cloth wraps around its waist, and its lower limbs end in formidable dragon claws that have gouged 10 deep holes into the deck. A palpable sense of power permeates its entire being. Kuro stood upon the deck, while the crew gazed up at him in awe. "Captain, this is truly remarkable," they exclaimed. "Captain, is this the devil fruit you have long desired?" "Indeed, it is the fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, in the form of a divine dragon." Hearing the crew's inquiries, Kuro responded with a smile. However, as Kuro had yet to fully master the powers of his beastly form, an outburst of energy ensued, causing the black ship to sway violently. "Captain, control your powers, or the ship will capsize." Upon hearing this, Kuro hastily relinquished his powers, reverting to his human form. With a series of transformations, Kuro gradually diminished in stature, settling at approximately 6 meters. "Captain, you've grown by more than 2 meters in an instant, while I have only increased by a little over 1 meter after consuming the fruit." Ryan, standing just above 5 meters, gazed up at Kuro. "There is no remedy for this. My beast form is inherently larger than yours, thus I am destined to be taller." Kuro gently patted Ryan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "You will continue to grow taller in the future. With the development and fusion of your devil fruit abilities, I believe you can reach even greater heights." "Indeed," Ryan replied. "Ever since I consumed the fruit, I have grown over 1 meter. By the way, Captain, my beast form has now reached 20 meters. After boasting, he recalled Kuro's nearly 100-meter dragon form and fell silent, closing his mouth. "All right, Ryan, you are still young. Both your height and beast form will continue to grow. However, the black ship can hardly accommodate us any longer. It seems that our quest to find the Fishman shipwright will indeed require us to invest in constructing a new vessel. Otherwise, as we gradually grow, we may find ourselves without even a place to sleep. I certainly do not wish to spend my nights lying on the deck." Initially, Kuro was not in a hurry regarding the ship replacement, thinking that he needed to save more money to purchase a larger one. However, after consuming the devil fruit, both his height and weight had increased dramatically, rendering the original captain's quarters uninhabitable. It appeared that tonight would have to be spent on the deck. "Captain, I wholeheartedly agree. You have no idea. When I recently entered the cockpit, I had to bend down to fit, unable to stand upright at all. Furthermore, I have refrained from making any sudden movements during my training, as exerting too much force would cause the entire black ship to sway." Kuro proposed to change the ship, and Ryan eagerly expressed his agreement, subsequently venting his frustrations about the challenges he had encountered recently. "Me too. The beds in our crew's lounge can hardly accommodate me. I now have to combine 2 beds just to find rest." Upon hearing Ryan's grievances, Ayer hastily shared his own troubles, yet he appeared more boastful than burdened. "So, Ryan, let us strive with all our might towards the next island. Once we arrive, we shall change the ship." At the captain's command, Ryan nodded with a smile and then bent down to enter the cockpit. "All right, my friends, to celebrate my newfound strength, we shall feast on seafood at noon." "Splendid, Captain. We shall indulge in the delights of seafood once again." After Kuro spoke, Paul and his crew set sail in a small boat. They skillfully ensnared the formidable Minotaur Sea King with a rope and drew it alongside the vessel, where Kuro grasped the line to hoist it aboard. "Captain, how would you like to prepare this Sea King?" Paul inquired, patting the creature's robust body and seeking Kuro's counsel. "Half grilled and half braised. I have a hearty appetite today, so do not skimp on the spices," Kuro replied. "Understood, Captain. I shall prepare it at once," Paul declared, drawing his cleaver and executing a decisive vertical chop that cleaved the creature in 2. He then darted between the 2 halves, brandishing his blade as he deftly separated the flesh from the bones, discarding the innards until the task was complete. Subsequently, Paul retrieved a massive pot from the kitchen, beckoning Soki and Air to assist him in placing the chunks of meat within. I haven't seen this pot before. Is it a new acquisition? Paul asked. Indeed, Captain. I found it on Pledge Island, came the reply. With that, Paul lifted the sizable pot and carried it into the kitchen. Moments later, the aroma of Zoan-type wafted through the air. After a while, Paul emerged from the kitchen, holding 4 3-meter-long steel rods. Captain, the meat is simmering and will require some time to cook. In the meantime, let us set up the grill and commence the barbecuing. Very well, Kuro responded. For steel pipes were arranged in a cross pattern, firmly embedded into the deck. Then, the ribs of a sea creature were extracted, threaded through the meat, and laid atop the steel pipes. Paul produced a piece of fireproof cloth, placing it beneath the barbecue grill, and then retrieved a box filled with large chunks of charcoal, which he set upon the fireproof cloth. Captain, ignite the fire. Very well. A warm breeze. Kuro opened his mouth and exhaled a small jet of flame, which instantly ignited the charcoal. Meanwhile, Paul stood nearby, rotating the chunks of meat while sprinkling his secret seasoning. Kuro and the crew stood nearby, drooling at the delicious aroma wafting through the air. This is simply delectable, Captain, they exclaimed, slurping in anticipation. Indeed, the meat from the Sea King paired with Paolo's secret seasoning is truly exquisite, they continued, savoring the flavor. The real credit goes to Paolo's exceptional culinary skills. I could relish this seasoning on its own, they declared, slurping once more. You all exaggerate. I merely brought out the natural flavors of the Sea King's meat. Paolo humbly replied, while the ravenous crew praised his talent, causing him to shyly scratch his head. After approximately 30 minutes, Paolo and Air emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot. Captain, the braised meat is ready, though the roasted meat will take a bit longer. Let's start with the braised dish, Paolo announced. Excellent. Please find me a basin. The previous bowls are insufficient, the captain replied. Paolo retrieved a basin measuring half a meter, skillfully scooping a piece of meat from the pot with a ladle and placing it inside before handing it to Kuro, then distributing portions to Ryan. Once the crew had their servings, only a layer of broth remained in the pot. Paolo promptly added raw meat chunks, lifting the pot back into the kitchen to continue cooking. After stewing the meat, Paolo emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a towel. Paolo, we have been waiting for you, the captain called out. I'm here, Captain, Paolo responded, quickening his pace. Crew, today I have acquired an extraordinarily powerful fruit. Its abilities have exponentially enhanced my strength. So let us celebrate. Wow. Congratulations, Captain, on obtaining the devil fruit. The crew cheered. Captain, you are one step closer to achieving your goal, they exclaimed. Captain, this time, you are just like me, a landlubber, Ryan laughed, raising his goblet in joy. As the crew joined in the merriment, Kuro lifting a barrel and calling for a toast. Crew, let us raise our glasses. Cheers, they shouted in unison. Kolo laughed heartily alongside his companions, raising his cup in celebration, and subsequently lifted a barrel of wine, draining it effortlessly, given his current tolerance. Consuming an entire barrel posed no challenge whatsoever. After finishing his drink, Kolo impaled a chunk of meat with a stick and took a generous bite. Oh, how delightful was the flavor! Kuro relished the exquisite flavors of the food before him, his face radiating satisfaction, as though he were in paradise. Captain, the taste of the Sea King's meat is simply divine. Could you perhaps slay a few more next time? While others flee at the sight of Sea Kings. You seem to have developed quite the appetite for them. What is this? Do you regard me as a mere fisherman? I recall that before you embraced the life of a pirate, you were indeed a fisherman, Captain. Kuro's actions came to a halt as he beheld the grim smile of Air. Air, do indulge yourself. Once you are satiated, I shall dispatch you. For I am in the mood for dog meat. Ha ha ha. Captain, you are truly humorous. Air replied, hastily lifting his plate and making a dash, lest he fall victim to the captain's wrath. Air has always had a penchant for seeking trouble. Each beating he receives is a result of his own loose tongue. Yet he never seems to learn from his missteps. You only know part of the story, remarked Ross mysteriously, piquing the curiosity of his companions surrounding him. Is there some hidden truth behind this? Could it be that Air is a masochist? They all gazed in astonishment at Air in the distance, leaving him utterly perplexed. No. In truth, Air is striving to grow stronger. Stronger? Indeed. After stealthily glancing at Ryan, who was engaged in a drinking contest with Kuro, Ross beckoned the crew to gather around. Let me tell you. The reason Brother Ryan has made such rapid progress in his abilities is due to the daily beatings he endures. Is that really true? I overheard it with Air. How could it be false? Ross felt a tinge of irritation at the crew's skepticism. Little did they know, these two fools had only grasped part of the truth. Ryan's actual words were, "Captain, is there no method to experience hockey aside from being beaten by you every day?" Kuro, "Indeed, yet other methods are far too slow." Ryan, "Even though my strength increases daily, the pain is unbearable." In the end, these two fools only grasped the essence of the conversation, leaving behind, "Captain, you strike me every day, and my strength grows." Ross, fearing he might be struck down by Kuro, has refrained from provoking him, unlike Air, who, being illiterate, has no knowledge of how to write the character for death. Thus, he strides boldly down the path of self-destruction daily. While the others ponder whether to adopt this method to enhance their strength, Paul approaches, brandishing roasted meat. "Captain, the barbecue is ready for consumption." Upon hearing of the meat, everyone instantly cast aside their previous conversation, flocking eagerly for a taste. "Give me a piece, Paul. I want some too. I arrived first." "Be quiet. What a sight you all are, scrambling like this, utterly lacking in decorum." The crew, upon hearing Kuro's admonition, felt their cheeks flush. Kuro sighed and walked towards Paul. "The barbecue is ready. The captain shall partake first." After Kuro finished speaking, he seized the roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth, causing an uproar among the crew. "Damn, Captain! Spit out the meat. Return the roast to me." The crew lunged towards Kuro, yet were unable to even grasp his waist. Paul observed the chaotic scene with a look of exasperation on his face. "There's plenty more on the rack, so cease your scrambling." Upon hearing that more roasted meat was available, the crew immediately surrounded him, eagerly awaiting their share. Paul unsheathed his empty blade and deftly sliced the meat into numerous pieces. Then turned to the crew and instructed, "Raise your utensils." The crew promptly lifted their cutlery. "Count off." Paul utilized the back of his empty blade to distribute the roasted meat among them. Once everyone had received their portion, he sliced a large piece from the rack and handed it to Kuro. "Please enjoy, my companions." Paul sheathed his empty blade and addressed the crew. "Let us commence." The crew, having been unable to contain their anticipation, hastily shoved the roasted meat into their mouths. "Ouch, it's scorching. Take your time. It has just finished cooking and is undoubtedly very hot." As they grasped the meat, some were burned and flustered, prompting Paul to quickly offer damp towels for them to cool their hands. He then approached the remaining pieces of meat to tend to them. The meal lasted 2 hours, and the majority of an entire sea king was consumed by Kuro. Paul, not wishing to waste the leftover bones, simmered them into a pot of soup for everyone to enjoy. Kuro sat upon the deck, his back resting against the mast, clutching a sea creature's horn in his hand, using it to dislodge remnants from his teeth. The barbecue feast he had just enjoyed could be aptly described in 2 words, utterly delightful, or, in 4 words, exceedingly delightful indeed. Kuro's expression radiated sheer contentment. "Captain, what do you mean by that?" "It means I feel splendid, utterly at ease." After Kuro spoke, he gently patted Air's dog head. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze suddenly swept across the sea, caressing Kuro's face, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He promptly lay down on the deck and fell asleep. The crew, upon noticing their captain's slumber, cautiously retreated to a safe distance, for they wished to avoid suffering a punch from Captain Kuro, which would leave a mark on their faces for 3 days, much like old Master Huasi. As time gradually passed, Kuro eventually awoke, opening his eyes to behold the luminous moon hanging in the sky. "Ah, what a thoroughly restful slumber this has been." Kuro stretched languidly on the deck, contemplating his current configuration. With weapons acquired and the most formidable fruits consumed, he likened himself to a sapling planted in fertile, nutrient-rich soil. Given ample time to grow, he would surely flourish into a towering tree that could obscure the sun. Well, perhaps it's time to sleep again. Upon awakening, a new day awaits. Kuro rolled over and resumed snoring. The following morning, a sudden downpour began. What an early start to the day, plunging me into a cold shower. Kuro, sleeping on the deck, sprang up with a start, his remarkable agility causing the black ship to sway violently. "An earthquake! Rise quickly! Earthquake, my foot! We're at sea. That must be a tsunami. Hurry and flee." It wasn't until the crew, in a state of panic, scrambled out of the cabin that they realized it was merely the captain's antics. "Captain, I implore you to exercise caution. Your sudden movements had us believing a tsunami was upon us," shouted the anxious blonde crew member. "Ah, my sincerest apologies. The sudden downpour startled me awake, and I instinctively jumped up. I'm still getting accustomed to controlling the strength of this body, haha." Kuro wore an expression of regret, sheepishly scratching his head. "Well, since everyone is awake, let us partake in breakfast," he declared. "I shall prepare it at once, Captain." Shortly thereafter, Paul had breakfast ready. After the meal, everyone found themselves languidly seated upon the deck, lost in thought. Due to the damage sustained by the black ship, it could no longer endure the rigors of their daily training, leaving the group in a state of idleness. Ryan, when shall we arrive at the island? Kuro, in a moment of ennui, inquired. Captain, it should be soon. After all, we have been sailing for 3 days now, and we ought to have arrived. Ryan sat cross-legged in the cockpit, deftly maneuvering the ship's helm. Alas, with no training and no battles to engage in, this is exceedingly dull. I feel as though my body is on the verge of rusting. Captain, why not take a dip in the ocean for some exercise? Sure. Come join me in the water. As Kuro was about to drag Air into the sea, Air clung tightly to the mast in fear. Haha, Air is at it again, the captain exclaimed. Look, there's a small island ahead. Just as Kuro was about to seize Air for their mutual demise, their savior Ryan made his entrance. Where is he? I can't see him. Kuro relinquished his playful antics with Air and hastily made his way to the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. However, as soon as he stood at the ship's prow, a resounding crack echoed from the black vessel. Captain, Captain, Captain. All right, it's my fault, Kuro exclaimed, startled, and hurried back to the deck, narrowly escaping disaster. Kuro approached, holding a telescope, and handed it to Kuro. After fumbling with the lens for a moment, Kuro finally managed to focus it. Oh, I see. Goodness, there are numerous ships docked at the port, he exclaimed. Listen up, everyone. We have promising news. Our ship has prospects. When we reach the port, we shall seize whichever vessel catches our fancy. Kuro announced that the zero-cost purchase is about to commence, urging everyone to be prepared and to select the vessel they wish to acquire. As the island drew nearer, the passengers aboard the ship began to discern the true nature of the island, which resembled a turtle shell, comprised of half rocky terrain and half lush forest. The port was situated on the rocky side, bustling with an array of incoming and outgoing ships. Above the harbor, numerous signs of shipbuilding yards were prominently displayed, and several docks were occupied by pirate ships. It was evident that this locale served as yet another gathering place for pirates. Ryan, why is it that our journey leads us to islands predominantly associated with pirate activities? Are there no islands inhabited by common folk? Each time I encounter these pirates, a sense of compulsion to seize arises within me, which is decidedly undesirable. Kuro, while uttering words of discontent, could not conceal the malevolent grin that adorned his face as he rubbed his hands together in glee. It was akin to a besotted fool fixating on a captivating beauty. Captain, that vessel over there appears quite splendid, he remarked. Which ship do you mean? The captain inquired. The one draped in crimson. It seems to complement you splendidly, Kuro replied. Kuro looked in the direction indicated by Air's finger and beheld a vessel of deep crimson hue, adorned with accents of gilded embellishments. You've truly surprised me this time, demonstrating a semblance of human endeavor, he remarked with newfound admiration. Kuro observed a vessel that indeed seemed suitable for him, its hue resembling his beastly form. He promptly made up his mind to seize it. Surely, such a ship was destined to complement his own. With a silent nod of affirmation, he thought to himself that it must be so. However, as he approached the harbor, Kuro realized the ship was rather diminutive, only slightly larger than the black ship. Capturing it would be futile. It was simply too small. Captain, I notice there are no larger vessels along the shore, he remarked. Indeed, who among ordinary folk stands at 6 or 7 meters tall? Individuals of Kuro and Ryan's stature require custom-built ships, came the reply. Very well. Let a few remain behind to guard the ship, while the rest of us disembark to locate the fisherman shipwright mentioned by that pirate. A group of individuals exchanged glances, then began to engage in a game of guessing. In the end, the victor was none other than Ergo. Captain, I have triumphed. Ha, I finally won. Woe is me. Air dashed about excitedly like an exuberant husky. Splendid. Since you have emerged victorious, you shall remain to guard the ship while the rest accompany me, Kuro instructed. But Captain, I was the one who won. Indeed, and thus you shall stay behind, came the response. After Kuro finished speaking, Ergo immediately refused to comply. Every time they played rock, paper, scissors, he would invariably lose, and just when he finally secured a victory, this was the outcome. Captain, you are being deceitful. I could never agree to this. Oh, may I inquire, Ergo, if you possess any ingenious solutions? Dear Master, this chapter continues further. Please turn to the next page for a more thrilling narrative. Without a moment's hesitation, Aer unleashed his abilities, summoning a black Tibetan mastiff that materialized before the onlookers. The formidable creature then dashed toward the bow, leaping gracefully before plunging into the port and vanishing from sight. The remaining crew turned to gaze at Kuro, who wore an expression of admiration. Ergo has certainly matured. He now understands that reasoning with me is futile. Given this, you shall remain to oversee the ship. Captain, what is it? Your brother has fled, and as the elder sibling, I must certainly shoulder his debts. It shall be you. After Kuro finished speaking, he leaped from the black ship and landed on the dock, followed closely by the crowd. Fear not, Ada. I shall diligently watch over the new ship for you, he chuckled. Suashi, positioned at the rear of the throng, playfully patted Ada on the shoulder and kindly remarked. Upon hearing Suashi's words, Ada felt a surge of irritation, ready to retaliate with a scathing remark, when suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him. Captain, Suashi has volunteered to stay with me and watch over the ship. Captain, I am truly moved. Suashi is such a loyal friend, truly worthy of being my dear brother. Ada, visibly touched, covered Suashi's mouth with his left hand while his right hand tightened around Suashi's neck, silencing him completely. Is that so? Then I entrust the black ship to the two of you. Woo-woo. Captain, Suashi assures you not to worry, as long as he is here. The ship will be safe. Captain, you may go. Kuro did not turn back, after listening. He waved his hand and led his crew into the port to search for the dog. On the previous island, the dog had gone missing. While aboard the ship, the crew did not perceive Turtle Island as particularly large, but upon disembarking, Kuro and his companions were taken aback by the small island before them. The port boasted a row of grand shipyards, with Kuro counting no fewer than 10, coupled with a few scattered boat repair shops. The impression it left on them was simply astounding. This dock is utterly immense. It appears remarkably impressive, Kuro remarked. Indeed, Captain, there are an abundance of ships here. Which one shall we seize? What do you mean by seize? That is simply a purchase at zero cost. Do you not understand? It is utterly uncivilized. Hearing these brash men speak of seizing left Kuro feeling quite weary. Ryan, do you think that ship is sufficiently large? I believe that ship's captain is of mediocre skill. He wouldn't withstand 3 of your strikes. That one is acceptable, though its color is unappealing and unpleasant shade of brown. That is true. Just as Kuro and Ryan were deliberating which vessel to acquire, they were approached by a man wearing a top hat. Esteemed guests, greetings. I am Bibo from the Fry shipyard. How may I assist you today? Bibo removed his hat and placed it over his heart, offering an elegant bow before replacing it atop his head. Hello. I am their captain. You may call me Kuro. We have come to purchase a sizable ship. Oh. Pray tell, how large of a vessel do you require? The larger, the better. Have you seen our physiques? We seek a ship spacious enough for us to run freely across the deck. After Kolo finished speaking, he gestured to indicate his physique in comparison to Ryan's. Upon hearing Kolo's request, Bibo's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking this was a significant client indeed, and he must do everything to retain them. An unproblematic guest. Please, come this way, and let us discuss further. After Bibo made an inviting gesture, he stepped ahead to lead the group. Everyone looked to Kolo, who signaled for them to follow. As they walked, Bibo introduced the surrounding architecture and the shipbuilding craftsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Fry shipyard. Wow, it's so vast. Captain, this place exudes strength. Before them stood a colossal shipbuilding facility, surrounded by pristine sailboats, including a naval warship. Upon seeing the warship, Kolo suddenly recalled something. Hey, Klo, are there still a group of naval prisoners aboard? Captain, I almost forgot about that. After handing it over to Zango and the others, I haven't thought about it since. Kuro and Klo exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing they had forgotten the captives. Hey, Zhangao, are the Navy still alive? Quite well, in fact. I've even been experimenting with hypnotizing them, just like our crew, Zhangao replied dismissively. With a sigh of relief, Kuro glanced at Kauhai, who wore an expression of indifference. Kuro's heart mused that if they were all transformed into pirates, Sengoku would undoubtedly set sail tomorrow to apprehend them. It would be wise to abandon such thoughts. Later, when you return to the ship, please use the transponder snail to communicate with Sengoku, requesting that he send someone to escort the Marines away. I fear that if they remain here any longer, I may forget them altogether. As Kuro concluded his words, Zhangao nodded in agreement. Babwa, drenched in sweat as he listened to their conversation, was bewildered by the peculiar company he had attracted. On board, a group of Navy captives was still being held, and the bespectacled man, with a heart-shaped emblem, even sought to transform Navy soldiers into pirates. Good heavens, what sort of guests have I invited? Well then, Mr. Babwa, let us continue our discussion regarding the purchase of a ship. Ah, yes, please follow me, Babwa responded, regaining his composure at Kuro's voice as he led them into the Fry shipyard. Upon entering, Kuro observed a cadre of workers diligently constructing a cargo ship. 3 craftsmen were hammering nails into the white hull, while others busily transported planks of wood. The atmosphere was bustling with energy, and 5 or 6 individuals were seen planing the boards, likely preparing for the deck. The workers merely glanced up at Kuro and his party before returning to their tasks. Master Kuliai, this guest wishes to order a ship, Babwa called out loudly beneath the newly assembled vessel's framework. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall black merman leapt down from the ship's skeleton. Babwa, what is it that you require? If someone wants a ship, you should simply converse with them. Is it necessary to summon me? Are you unaware of how busy I am? The merman shouted as he landed, yet Babwa remained unfazed, as if such outbursts were commonplace. This is Mr. Kuro. He has come to seek your services for a ship. Mr. Kuro, this is Master Kuliai, the finest shipbuilder on this island. Babwa introduced the two. Ah, greetings, Master Kuliai. I have heard of your esteemed reputation on the previous island, Kuro replied with a grin. They told me that if I sought a ship, you were the one to approach. Kuro gazed at Master Kuliai before him, extending his hand with a smile, only to have Master Kuliai glance at him and dismiss him entirely. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Simply tell me what kind of vessel you desire. Kuro raised his head and exclaimed loudly, I desire a grand vessel. Kuro's temper flared up, exclaiming, Is shouting all you can do? I can be even louder. I can hear you, came the retort. What are you yelling about? I speak at this volume. So do I. The exchange escalated, their voices growing increasingly thunderous. Eventually, Kuro unleashed his fruit abilities, emitting a resounding dragon's roar. The sound waves transformed into a colossal sonic wave, propelling Master Kuliai away. The guest hastily attempted to intervene, as the vessel teetered on the brink of disarray. Under the assault of Kuro's sonic attack, the freshly constructed boat frame trembled violently, appearing on the verge of collapse. Bibo quickly covered his ears and approached Kuro, pleading for him to cease. Kuro did not pay attention, and in the end, it was Ryan who approached, covering Kuro's mouth with his hand, preventing the others from being overwhelmed. You little rascal, are you here to provoke me? The voice ceased, and Master Kuliai hurried back, wielding a hefty iron hammer, directed at Kuro. You were the one who failed to communicate properly. Kuro drew forth the Buddha Guardian. Both of you, please maintain your composure. Mr. Kuro, do not take offense. Our esteemed Master Kuliai, being a red-tailed catfish man, possesses a naturally loud voice. He did not intend to raise his voice at you. Upon witnessing Kuro unsheathing his blade, Bibo hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. If a fight were to ensue, regardless of the outcome, the shipyard would undoubtedly suffer damage. Oh, is that so? Bibo, do not obstruct me. I am determined to strike this scoundrel down. Upon hearing Bibo's words, Kuro was about to offer an apology when he noticed Master Kuliai approaching with a hammer in hand. Master Kuliai, please remain calm. If a fight ensues, the shipyard will undoubtedly be affected, and there are vessels awaiting delivery. It was only after Bibo's desperate intervention that Master Kuliai relinquished his intention to continue striking Kuro. I apologize, Master Kuliai. I mistakenly thought you were deliberately shouting at me, which is why I raised my voice. I am truly sorry. Kuro, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his nose and then offered an apology to Master Kuliai. Upon hearing Kuro's apology, Master Kuliai remained silent, merely letting out a cold grunt. All right, Mr. Kuro, you may now state your requests. Oh, well, I require a large vessel, as my crew members are quite hefty, and the new ship must possess excellent load-bearing capacity, for we need to engage in training aboard. Additionally, I require a spacious helm, considering our helmsman is notably tall, along with several crew lounges to ensure ample accommodation for all crew members. Most importantly, I desire a viewing deck, where we can observe the crew's training and enjoy the scenery during our leisure time. The kitchen must also be expansive, allowing our chef to showcase his culinary prowess. Upon hearing Kuro mention him, Paul felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. Old Master Huaz, noticing this, quickly retrieved medication for him to take. During their time on the ship, Old Master Huaz had conducted health checks for everyone, and all were found in good health, except for Paul, whose tendency to shed tears was indeed a challenge. Paul accepted the medicine and hastily consumed it, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Lastly, regarding materials, I hope to use precious atom wood for the ship's frame, thus eliminating the need for frequent replacements. Upon hearing that he could make requests, Kuro hastily enumerated everything that came to mind. Humph, constructing a large vessel poses no challenge. All that is required is to locate a colossal tree to serve as the ship's keel. As for the weight-bearing capacity, that can be easily addressed by crafting a broad and sturdy hull to enhance the vessel's stability. However, you must utilize the precious adamant wood for the ship's materials. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are suggesting, young one? Master Kuro began attentively listening to Kuro's requests, yet ultimately, this demand was rather excessive. Baoshu, the finest material for shipbuilding, is unparalleled. In my lifetime, I have encountered merely a single piece, and it was not particularly large, only sufficient for constructing a medium-sized sailing vessel. I certainly comprehend that Baoshu, being the most resilient timber, significantly enhances the durability and stability of a ship. I have done my research, you know. Kuro expressed that he has indeed perused numerous plot summaries, and he is familiar with the concept of the atom tree. Thus, you should comprehend the rarity of such a resource, as well as the constraints surrounding the materials. Presently, there exists no atom tree that would enable you to construct a grand vessel. Master Kirai exclaimed in frustration. Well, I cannot say for certain. Alas, are there truly no grand trees left? What a pity. Humph, regardless, I shall utilize the finest timber to construct a magnificent vessel for you. As for the precious tree of Adam, you may forget about it. Very well, let it be settled. Master Kirai, upon hearing Kuro's demands regarding shipbuilding, departed in a fit of anger. His temperament indeed mirrors that of the pirate's description, quite formidable. After Kirai's exit, Kuro muttered to himself, Very well, Mr. Kuro. Let us discuss the expenses of shipbuilding. At that moment, Babwa approached with a calculator in hand. All right, please calculate the costs. Kuro nonchalantly remarked, Please hold on. After finishing his statement, Bibo unleashed a furious assault on the calculator. Kuro and his companions observed Bibo, who appeared to be an entirely different man compared to the courteous gentleman they had encountered earlier. Hey, Captain, is this fellow really worth such madness over the accounts? One asked. I am uncertain, but after witnessing his prolonged calculations, my only concern now is whether our funds are sufficient. Once Kuro and Ryan concluded their conversation, Bibo ceased his calculations as well. He then placed the calculator before Kuro and his group, stating, Mr. Kuro, I have arrived at the total, 530 million berries. Upon hearing this, Kuro responded, Oh, splendid. That is quite reasonable and acceptable. Kuro stated that the price is acceptable. Klo, you and Zango shall go aboard to retrieve the funds, and kindly inform the Navy to come here for the pickup. Very well, Captain. After Kuro finished speaking, Klo adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement, then proceeded with Zhangao towards the ship. Mr. Kuro, as the construction of the ship will take some time, you may wish to find a hotel in the nearby residential area to stay in until the new vessel is completed. Babwa kindly suggested upon seeing Klo go for the money. Will it take a long time? At the earliest, it will require at least half a month, provided the entire factory's craftsmen focus solely on this one ship. In that case, Babwa, do you accept old ships? We wish to sell our current vessel to you. We do accept them, but the price may not be that high, Mr. Kuro. That's fine. Paolo, please take Babwa to our ship to collect the money and let him have a look at the black ship to provide a price. Additionally, inform Klo and the others to bring all the money down and meet us in the residential area. We will be resting here for a while. Upon hearing Kulo's instructions, Paolo nodded and departed with Babwa towards the black ship. Shall we go? Certainly, Captain. Under Kulo's guidance, the group traversed the shipyard, walking towards the residential area. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the commercial street, where the locals were astonished by the height of Kuro and Ryan. Hey, young man over there, would you like to try some fresh berries? They are quite delightful. The yellow vegetables are excellent as well. Would you care for some? As Kuro and his companions approached the street corner, the vendors by the roadside eagerly presented their fresh fruits and vegetables for sale. As Kuro gazed upon the fresh fruits and vegetables, he decided to purchase some, intending to prepare a meal once Paul returned. Meanwhile, a tall and handsome fellow approached, inquiring about Kuro's marital status. Infuriated by the question, Kuro momentarily stood in stunned silence before erupting in rage, delivering a powerful blow that sent the man flying. Yet, that was not sufficient. He unsheathed his weapon, determined to pursue and exact vengeance. Ryan, however, burst into laughter, swiftly intervening to restrain Kuro. Captain, let it go. A good beating will suffice. There's no need to kill him. Ryan's boisterous laughter only fueled Kuro's ire further. If you intend to stop me, then I shall turn my fury towards you. Perish, you scoundrel. Ha ha. Captain, how do I look now? Don't you dare run, you rascal. Kuro unleashed a punch towards Ryan. Yet the young lad deftly evaded it. Subsequently, Ryan turned and fled, mocking Kuro as he sprinted away. Kuro directly pursued with his blade in hand. The captain was clearly infuriated this time. Indeed, who could have anticipated that a robust man would be the one to engage in flirtation? The laughter was uncontrollable. As one exclaimed, I can hardly take it anymore. My stomach aches from laughter. Witnessing Kuro chase after Ryan, the crew could no longer contain themselves, collapsing onto the ground in tears of mirth. Old Master Huasi laughed so hard that he clutched his belly, overwhelmed by the joy of witnessing the young man's embarrassment. Ryan, halt at once and allow me a single blow, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, do not blame me for wielding my blade. Captain, let us negotiate. Can we not avoid this confrontation? Absolutely not. Perish, you scoundrel. Kuro swiftly caught up with Ryan and, channeling his haki, delivered a powerful punch to Ryan's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. Captain, your punches still pack quite the punch, he exclaimed with laughter. Get up quickly, stop pretending. I didn't even use my full strength. It hardly matters to you. Ha ha ha, you caught me, Captain, Ryan replied, rising to his feet and rubbing his head with a hearty laugh. Well then, let us find an inn to stay at. All right, Captain, he chuckled. You're laughing at me for using my full strength, aren't you? All right, I'll stop laughing. Kuro observed Ryan, who covered his mouth with his hand, a frown appearing on his forehead, yet he chose to disregard him. After some inquiries, the two arrived at the largest inn on Turtle Island, the Inn of Days. Though its meaning eluded them, exuded an air of profound mystery. Kolo nodded appreciatively and stepped inside. Behind the front desk stood a plump matron who, upon noticing Kolo and Ryan, hurried over. Greetings. He. Welcome to the Day-to-Day Inn. I am Mrs. Lingling, the manager. How may I assist you? She chirped with a smile. Hello, Mrs. Lingling. We are constructing a new ship at the shipyard and anticipate staying here for a while, likely with around 30 individuals. We were wondering if you have any accommodations available for us, Kolo explained. Mrs. Lingling beamed as she listened, and Kolo then proceeded to express his specific request. Would you happen to have any small courtyards, similar to villas? That would be splendid. That is exactly what I am looking for. Upon hearing the news, Kuro could hardly contain his joy. The quaint courtyard was perfectly suited for himself and his crew. However, he expressed a desire for a more spacious dwelling. Considering both he and his companion were rather tall, that poses no issue. Please, follow me, Mrs. Lingling responded with a playful giggle. She then proceeded to retrieve a set of keys from the front desk and led Kuro and his companions through the inn, eventually arriving at the rear, where a forest awaited. After a brief 2-minute walk, a 3-story villa unveiled itself before Kuro and Ryan. This is the place. It used to be the site of our inn, but with the recent opening of the harbor, we managed to earn some funds to construct a new establishment in front, she explained, her laughter punctuating her words. This villa consists of 3 floors, with each level accommodating approximately 15 individuals. The first floor boasts 4 spacious rooms, perfectly suitable for you robust gentlemen. Are you satisfied? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Kuro and Ryan exchanged glances, both brimming with contentment. The serene environment promised tranquility, free from disturbances, and the ample rooms allowed for comfortable living, even affording each of them their own quarters. We are exceedingly pleased, Mrs. Lingling. We shall rent this place. Additionally, as we intend to exercise daily, is there any open space available where we can move freely without concern for damage or interruptions? Indeed, if you follow this path northward, you will discover a rocky clearing, an abandoned quarry that remains undisturbed. It shall serve as your training ground, Mrs. Lingling indicated, gesturing towards a small path winding through the forest. Understood, Mrs. Lingling. The shipyard informed me that my vessel will take approximately 2 weeks to complete. I will remit payment for half a month in advance. Should there be any delays, I will provide additional funds accordingly. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, she replied, her smile unwavering. Very well. Ryan, please fetch the crew and settle the payment with Mrs. Lingling, Kuro instructed. Aye, Captain. Come along, Mrs. Lingling, Ryan responded, leading her to gather the sailors. Kuro stepped into the villa alone, pushing open the door to find the interior impeccably clean. A clear indication that diligent upkeep was a daily ritual. Kuro found the spacious room mentioned by Madame Lingling. Upon entering, he roughly estimated that the height of the room was around 10 meters, allowing him to bounce effortlessly within it. He pushed open the window, revealing a picturesque forest outside. As he gazed at the scenery beyond the ship, Kuro began to formulate his plans for the days ahead. During this half-month on the island, not only was it a period for shipbuilding, but also a time for comprehensive training for the crew. Kuro intended to ensure that all the crew members aboard mastered the art of hockey within this time frame. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of gaining firm control over the powers bestowed upon him by the Devil Fruit, determined to prevent any recurrence of uncontrollable strength. As for Ryan, he realized it had been a while since they last practiced together. An opportunity to assess his current capabilities was warranted. Lastly, there was Chloe, whose growth and strength had been somewhat sluggish. Despite the passage of time, there had been no progress in locating the sleepy ancient town. It seemed a visit to the place of sealing was inevitable. Sighing, Kuro acknowledged that there could be no relaxation, with just over a year remaining. Everything in the vast sea would be thrown into disarray, leading to a complete reshuffling. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge, both a calamity and a rebirth. Thankfully, his aspirations had never been to become the Pirate King, so he mused that Luffy would likely not seek him out. However, if he did come, well, Kuro chuckled to himself. He would not hesitate to play the role of the esteemed teacher Kai in advance. Amused by this thought, Kuro found it rather humorous. Was he not, in many ways, the youthful teacher Kai himself? Sharing the same fruit and commanding a crew of the same Zoan type. He wondered if teacher Kai would forcibly recruit him onto his ship should they meet. Just as Kuro was lost in his musings, Ryan returned with Chloe and the others. Captain, where are you? We're back. Ryan's loud voice echoed from outside before he even entered the room. Ah, brother too, you've returned. Weren't you in quite a hurry? What brings you back? Kuro stood at the doorway, gazing at Air, whose face was etched with fear. Yet he was firmly grasped by Ryan, leaving him no escape. Ha, Captain, you have no idea. Just as I stepped out of Madame Lingling's inn, I sensed someone watching me from behind. Upon turning around, I discovered this fellow hiding behind a tree. The funniest part was that the tree was not even as thick as his leg. I promptly seized him, and all the way here, he was pleading with me not to present him before you, terrified that you would beat him to a pulp. Ryan couldn't contain his laughter, as this fellow always finds himself in such ridiculous predicaments. Air, how would you prefer Paul to prepare you? Braised or steamed, perhaps? Captain, may I choose not to be turned into a dish? I assure you, I am quite unpalatable. Woe is me, Captain. Upon hearing Kuro's words about being made into a meal, Air clung to Kuro's leg and began to weep. Air, listen well, every soul faces this fate. You merely find yourself ahead of the curve. Fear not, my cloth spirit is exceedingly sharp, and I assure you, the pain will be minimal. Kuro gripped the Budu Yushin and rubbed it against Air's neck, causing him to tremble in fear. All right, Captain, cease the jesting. I have something to discuss with you. Hearing that Kuro had something significant to discuss, Kuro observed the grave expression on Kuro's face and realized the matter was serious. He swiftly kicked aside the creature at his feet, leading Kuro into the living room. Once seated on the sofa, Kuro gestured for Kuro to proceed. Captain, I contacted Sengoku via Den Mushi, and he has agreed to dispatch a warship to retrieve us. However, immediately after our conversation, the Gorosei called. The Gorosei? What do they want with me? They have tasked us with eliminating a group of pirates. Upon hearing the request from the five elders, Kuro raised an eyebrow and fell into deep contemplation. Who could this individual be? And why must we intervene? Lion Burley, a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user with the ability of the Lion Fruit, has a bounty of 120 million berries and is currently located not far from us on Beast Island. As for the reason behind our involvement, the five elders conveyed that our current reputation is insufficient. We require a formidable battle to instill fear in the pirates and affirm our standing. Upon hearing Chloe's words, Kuro could not contain his laughter, bursting into a hearty guffaw. To utter such a rationale, the five elders truly lack intellect. I am already one of the 7 warlords. Do I still need to prove myself through battle? After finishing his laughter, Kuro looked sharply at Chloe, sensing that the five elders had become rather muddled. Their true intentions lie beyond mere indulgence. They are actually eager to ascertain whether I have consumed that particular fruit. Simultaneously, they wish to discern the success of Vegapunk's artificial fruits, while also gauging the extent of my capabilities. Inform the 5 elders tomorrow that our ship has sustained damage and is currently in the shipyard undergoing construction of a new vessel, which will take half a month. We shall address this matter once the ship is completed. After Kuro finished his laughter, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. 5 elders, are you not eager to uncover the powers of the fruit? Fear not, for I shall exert every effort to present you with a grand spectacle. However, since I am extending my efforts, might I expect some compensation in return? Without such incentives, I hardly have the time to cater to your whims. Very well, Captain. Tomorrow, I shall reach out to the 5 elders. As for the black ship, Bibo has offered a bid of 50 million. You may decide, after all. The black ship was your creation. Understood, Captain. Have all the items been unloaded from the ship? And has Mrs. Ling Ling received her funds? Some items have been unloaded. Belly and the provisions have been taken care of, but the rest remains on the ship. As for Mrs. Ling Ling, she has received 50,000 belly. Very well. After concluding discussions with Kuro, the two made their way to the courtyard, where the crew was merrily drinking and chatting. Upon seeing the captain emerge, they raised their glasses in unison, inviting Kuro to join them for a drink. Kuro approached the area where the casks of wine were stacked, seized a barrel of fruit wine, and punctured a hole in it. Come, my little ones, let us raise a toast first. Cheers to the captain. Kuro lifted the barrel and drank nearly half of its contents in one go. Today, our objective is to unwind and indulge in some well-deserved rest. Starting tomorrow, I shall commence a rigorous training regimen for all of you that will last a fortnight. Throughout these 2 weeks, I expect you to master the art of armament hockey, even if it is merely for basic defense. Can you accomplish this? Absolutely, Captain. We shall strive to meet your expectations, came the enthusiastic reply. Haha. I have already mastered armament hockey, Captain. May I be excused from training? Air chimed in, tail raised in pride. Ever since the last incident involving a meat theft, where he was thoroughly chastised by Cowhigh, Air had been resolute in his determination to learn armament hockey. He envisioned a future where he could bite Cowhigh fiercely, avenging the near loss of his tooth. Reflecting on that moment still caused Air a twinge of discomfort in his jaw. Since that day, Air had relentlessly sought out Ryan, requesting his guidance in mastering armament hockey. Drawing upon the foundation laid by Kuro's teachings and the recent insights from Cowhigh, Air persevered until, after just a couple of days, he successfully achieved the hardening aspect of armament hockey. Amusingly, the area he had hardened was none other than his tooth. Thus, when Kuro announced the special training for armament hockey, Air eagerly displayed his large, blackened tooth to everyone, reveling in his newfound prowess. All right, close your mouth. We acknowledge your mastery of armament hockey, Kuro interrupted. However, it is insufficient. You have only one tooth exhibiting armament hockey, and you are still incapable of utilizing it to grasp a Logia user. Therefore, you too shall undergo special training, as will Ryan. Upon hearing his name mentioned by the captain, Ryan swiftly turned his gaze towards him. For the next fortnight, you will be training with me. I intend to assess the extent of your recent progress, Kuro stated firmly. Understood, Captain. I promise to provide you with a delightful surprise. After Kuro spoke, Ryan immediately assured him, his face radiating confidence. All right, I shall finish this barrel of wine and then retire to my chamber. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our grueling training. Brothers, indulge in today's revelry to the fullest. After Kuro finished the barrel of fruit wine, he ventured into the room and reclined upon the bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The crew, indulging in their final day of revelry, eagerly pulled Paul along to prepare an abundance of food, engaging in a wild spree of indulgence. The following morning, Kuro opened his eyes, stretching his joints and muscles before stepping out of the room, observing the crew members sprawled haphazardly across the yard in sleep. Kuro entered the kitchen and retrieved 2 iron basins. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of striking roused everyone from their slumber. He chuckled, Congratulations, everyone. The life of hell has arrived. Kuro revealed a sinister smile upon his face, urging the crew to set forth to the abandoned quarry, ready to commence their training. Upon their arrival at the quarry, Kuro surveyed the surrounding flatlands, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This place was indeed perfect. All right. Let us divide into groups. Ryan and I shall form one team. Chloe and Old Master Hua shall be another, while Air and Paul comprise yet another. As for the rest, this shall be under the charge of Chihai. Chihai, remember this. As long as you don't train them to death, push them to their limits. Aim to have them master the armed color within a week. Rest assured, Captain. Some training methods cannot be fully executed aboard the ship, but here it's different. I can double their training regimen. With that, Chihai and his companion exchanged mischievous grins, causing the surrounding crew members to break into a cold sweat, their bodies trembling in fear. Very well, let us commence without wasting another moment. Ryan, come here. I'm on my way, Captain. Kuro led Ryan deeper into the forest. After approximately 10 minutes, Kuro surveyed the clearing ahead and nodded in satisfaction. Ryan, have you not always yearned to witness the full extent of my power? Today, I shall grant you that glimpse. A friendly warning, however, give it your all, or you may find yourself vanquished by me. As Kuro spoke, he transformed into a beastly form. You all perceive my swordsmanship as my greatest asset, my most formidable strength, do you not? In truth, my physical prowess is equally as formidable as my swordplay. Now fully transformed, Kuro moved his neck from side to side, his gaze fixed intently upon Ryan. Observing the captain activating his abilities, Ryan hastened to employ his own powers, initiating his own transformation. Deep within the forest, a crimson dragon man and a platinum tiger man stood opposite each other, both unarmed and devoid of weapons. Heh, let the enjoyment begin, Ryan. Upon concluding his words, Kuro swiftly leapt into the air, instantly appearing before Ryan. Before Ryan could react, Kuro's fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, penetrating the entirety of his torso. Ugh! Ryan let out a pained groan just as Kuro followed up with an uppercut that sent him soaring. Hey, Ryan, if this is the extent of your strength, you might as well go fight Crocodile. Staying here will only result in further beatings, Kuro remarked coldly, observing Ryan as he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Captain. Your strength is truly formidable. Yet, I reiterate, I set sail to battle against the mighty. So let us engage in combat, Captain, Ryan exclaimed, his aura transforming into something ferocious. His fangs sharpened, his eyes turned a blood-red hue, and claws elongated. Tiger strike. Ryan bent his legs and, like a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage, sprang forward with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, his right hand, enveloped in haki, clawed towards Kuro's heart. Now this is more like it. Dragon fist. Kuro's right fist surged forward, unleashing a sonic boom akin to a dragon's roar, colliding directly with the tiger's claw. Boom. The two exclaimed in unison. Following this, the clash of haki triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Ryan soared from the thick smoke, regaining his composure as his abilities activated. A radiant platinum light enveloping him, encasing his arms in a layer of indomitable armor. Captain, receive this blow. Ryan swiftly swung his arms, targeting Kuro, who met him head-on. Clang. Boom boom boom. Bang. Clang. Ryan's fist struck Kuro's, producing a resonant metallic sound. What followed was a rapid exchange of punches, the fists moving too swiftly to be seen, only the sounds of their collisions echoing through the air. Yet, on occasion, Ryan found himself unable to react in time to Kuro's speed, resulting in Kuro's fist landing squarely on his body. White Tiger's roar. Realizing his fists were ineffective, Ryan gathered a surge of platinum light in his mouth, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Kuro's head. The fire of Brahma. Kuro observed Ryan gathering energy in his mouth, preparing to unleash a wave of light. Without hesitation, he concentrated flames within his own mouth and subsequently unleashed a column of fire. The two attacks collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion as flames engulfed the surrounding forest, instantly shrouding the area in thick smoke and causing a sudden spike in temperature. Captain, I shall wield the Wolf Fang Club, he declared. Come forth. Tiger strike. In Ryan's hand, metallic particles coalesced into a Wolf Fang Club, which he then swung, delivering a dazzling platinum strike. With every ounce of his strength, he unleashed the blow. Upon witnessing the scene, Kuro's hands became enveloped in hardened armament, taking on a hue of black and crimson. His right arm curved, swelling to twice its size. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking fiercely at Ryan. The blow connected directly with the platinum strike. Sparks flew amidst a crackling sound, yet the layer of armament remained unshattered, instead being propelled forward by Kuro. With a resounding crash, he shattered the strike with a single blow. In an instant, Ryan retaliated with a powerful swing. Kuro raised his left arm to defend, and once again, sparks erupted as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Boom. Bang. The clash intensified. Ryan, is this all you have? You must unleash your true strength. Defeat me. With a battle cry, Ryan gripped his Wolf Fang Club tightly and began to swing it rapidly. With each motion, a wave of platinum strikes surged towards Kuro. Now, that's the spirit. Ryan, 6-cylinder machine. Thousand-armed dragon fist. Kuro executed a Tai Chi opening stance with his hands, followed by a thunderous roar as his fists moved with such velocity that they left behind ghostly afterimages. Resembling a thousand-armed arrowhead, crashing towards the platinum strikes. Boom. Buzz. Bang. Thud. The moment Kuro's fists met each platinum strike, they detonated with explosive force. Those that did not shatter were sent careening away, resulting in explosions throughout the surrounding forest. Soon, thick smoke billowed upwards, enveloping the figures of both combatants. Yet the sounds of clashing metal and explosions still resonated through the haze. Gradually, as the clouds of smoke dissipated around Kuro, his form emerged. Entirely shrouded in a coat of armament haki, gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling a steel behemoth. Ryan, let us grow even stronger. Kuro observed Ryan, who was gasping for breath, and with a mighty roar, sprang into action. Upon witnessing Kuro's charge, Ryan hastily brandished his bat to confront him. In a swift motion, Kuro unleashed a powerful left fist, sending the wolf's fang club soaring through the air. Then, with his right hand, he threw a series of thunderous punches, each one more ferocious than the last, relentlessly assaulting Ryan's head. Ryan was utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Kuro gathered his strength, delivering a final thunderous punch that sent Ryan's head crashing to the ground. Instantly, the earth fissured in a web-like pattern centered around Ryan. With a resounding boom, the ground shattered into fragments, splintering apart. Gasp. Ryan emitted a cry of agony, followed by a spurt of blood, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Kuro observed Ryan, who lay on the ground with his eyes glazed over, and let out a sigh before relinquishing his abilities, reverting to his human form. You still lack strength, Ryan, he remarked, lifting Ryan and making his way toward the quarry. At the quarry, the gathered crew members were unnerved by the sounds of explosions and crashes emanating from the forest, accompanied by Ryan's anguished cries, causing them to tremble in fear. One could only imagine the torment Ryan was enduring within the woods. Consequently, the crew members, no longer daring to slack off, remained utterly focused, intently listening as Kuro shared insights on the application of haki. Air, gripped by trepidation, found himself unable to absorb Paul's teachings on haki's utilization, contemplating whether to flee, fearing that he might be next after Ryan's fall. Meanwhile, Kuro, under the guidance of the venerable Master Hwaz, absorbed the teachings with great enthusiasm, as the old man also imparted knowledge about the application of both haki and kenbunchaku to the strong. After all, he was a seasoned pirate with decades of experience, possessing knowledge far superior to that of the novices. Under Master Hwaz's tutelage, Kuro's understanding of haki advanced significantly, while he also discovered a new direction for developing his kenbunchaku abilities. Just as the group was deeply engrossed in their lessons, Kuro emerged from the forest, gripping Ryan by the neck. Hey, Master Hwaz, please attend to Ryan. He may be on the brink of death. After Kuro finished speaking, he hurled Ryan beside old Master Hwaz. Hey, what on earth transpired inside? How did he sustain such grievous injuries? Witnessing Ryan, whose eyes were glazed and whose mouth was incessantly coughing up blood, old Master Hwaz was bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be special training? How could he be on the brink of death? It was indeed training, combat training. Perhaps he simply couldn't withstand it. Kuro swiftly seized a bucket of water, deftly removed the lid with his hand, and downed its contents in one breath. Afterwards, he spoke with a hint of urgency. Do not ponder any further, old man. Hasten to take him for treatment, for if we delay any longer, Ryan may truly perish. Kuro observed the elderly Mr. Hwaz still in a state of shock and kindly reminded him, indeed, hasten to treat him. Kuro, assist me in lifting him and transporting him to the villa. And you, my friend, we shall discuss your fate upon my return. Mr. Hwaz promptly called upon Kuro, and together they carried Ryan away towards the villa. As they departed, Kuro turned to the astonished crew members. Why do you gaze at me so? Do you also wish to undergo my special training? Oh no, they quickly responded. Under the guidance of our esteemed brother Kauhai, we are training quite well, so we shan't trouble you, Captain. Upon hearing Kuro's offer of specialized training, the crew hastily declined, joking that even Brother Ryan, with his robust physique, could not withstand the captain's regimen and had collapsed, awaiting rescue. If it were them, they would surely ascend to the heavenly realms. Kuro's gaze was devoid of emotion as he regarded the crowd, remaining silent, yet the crew could still sense a palpable malevolence emanating from him. Humph, among you, the last one to master the armament haki. I shall personally provide specialized training to ensure a solid foundation in the hardening technique. Upon finishing his words, Kuro seemed to have sounded a death knell in the ears of the assembly. Subsequently, they all engaged fervently in training, immediately forming pairs and sparring with one another. Humans are but wretched creatures. Without confrontation, they remain idle. It is only through some measure of coercion that you truly awaken your zeal. A bunch of restless souls. After Kuro spoke, he took another bucket of water and drank it down. Upon hearing Kuro mention that the last person to master the armament haki would undergo special training, Aer felt a sense of relief within himself. After all, he had already mastered the armament haki, so he certainly was not the last one. Just as Aer was secretly rejoicing, Kuro noticed him. Aer, you have 2 days. If you cannot wield the armament haki with both hands, I will assist you in training your abdominal armament haki, just like Ryan. Kuro's voice was cold as he spoke, leaving Aer in a state of stunned disbelief. This was in stark contrast to the earlier assertion that he was the last to master the color of armament. Yet, observing the captain's serious expression, Aer realized that any attempt to refute him would likely result in rigorous training. Understood, Captain, Aer hastily replied, quickly attempting to apply the color of armament to his hands. Seeing everyone else training with fervor, Kuro knew he could not afford to be idle. He rose and made his way to the villa to fetch some items. Upon returning, he found Ryan bandaged like a dumpling, which elicited a slight chuckle from him. Captain, you're back, Ryan exclaimed. Old Master Huaz's medical skills are indeed remarkable. He has brought me back to consciousness in such a short time. Yes, I returned to retrieve a few things. However, Ryan, you must improve your resilience. I barely used 80% of my strength. Kuro approached and patted Ryan's bandaged armor, then remarked, you certainly have the audacity to speak. You reckless lad, do you wish to end his life? I just examined Ryan and discovered that his skull is fractured. Had you exerted your full strength, he would be dead by now. Upon hearing Kuro's reproach regarding Ryan's inability to withstand blows, Old Master Heisei bellowed, I strike with restraint. Furthermore, if he cannot genuinely feel the disparity in strength, how will he ever strive to surpass his limits? Old Master Heisei acknowledged Kuro's words. Yet he still felt that Kuro's approach was excessively harsh. Ryan, as I mentioned before I indulged in the fruit, I have laid the finest foundation for you. If you train diligently according to my instructions, within 3 years, you shall undoubtedly make a name for yourself upon these vast seas. However, this is contingent upon your own unwavering effort. To be frank, I am not entirely satisfied with your performance in this battle. Despite the fact that you have adequately developed both your physical strength and the abilities granted by the fruit, it is still insufficient. With your potential, you could certainly advance further. After Kuro spoke, Ryan's eyes were filled with determination. Captain, rest assured, I will dedicate myself to rigorous training. Within 3 years, I shall make a name for myself upon these vast seas, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, I believe in you. After Kuro finished speaking, he sought out Klo, leaving Old Master Huaz to attend to Ryan. Ryan, strive hard. After all, you are accompanied by a captain resembling a monster, he remarked. I will do my best, Master Huaz. Unbeknownst to Kuro, their conversation continued. After a lengthy search, Kuro finally discovered Klo in the warehouse located in the backyard. Captain, what do you require of me? Klo inquired. I recall that aboard the naval vessel, we confiscated a batch of sea prism stone handcuffs. Is that correct? Indeed. There are a few. What is it, Captain? Please bring me 2. I have a use for them. Certainly. Upon concluding his words, Kuro stepped out of the villa and proceeded towards the black ship to retrieve the sea stone handcuffs. Kuro sat in the courtyard, eyes closed in meditation, attuning himself to the expansion of his conqueror's haki bestowed by the crimson space. He inhaled deeply. The moment was approaching. Today, he would spar with Ryan, and he could sense his conqueror's haki stirring within him. At this pace, he believed he would soon wield this formidable power against his adversaries. After Kuro spoke, he began to ponder the advanced techniques of haki. He recalled his childhood inquiries to his grandfather about the flowing cherry, yet his grandfather had no knowledge of its application. Thus, he was compelled to relentlessly train in the mastery of haki's wrapping and external manifestation. As a result, he had enveloped his entire being in haki. Yet he found himself stagnating at this juncture, unable to progress further. Flowing cherry, haki. Kuro contemplated these 2 forces. The armament haki, if interpreted through the lens of my homeland, could be likened to a form of hard qigong, ultimately rendering one impervious to blades and bullets. In contrast, could the flowing sakura be perceived as a manifestation of internal energy? Ha ha ha, that might be an exaggeration. However, there exists a concept akin to it, known as penetrating force. This so-called penetrating force allows one to subtly apply energy to the surface of an opponent's body, thereby infiltrating their interior and causing damage to their internal structures, such as bones, blood, tendons, and organs. If armament haki is akin to a solid stone, then flowing sakura resembles flowing water. One serves to withstand and strike, while the other seeks to penetrate, as water can indeed wear away stone. Kuro spoke, picking up a stone and placing it on the ground. With his right hand enveloped in haki, he approached the stone, allowing the haki to permeate, first activating it, and then letting it flow into the stone. Kuro closed his eyes, allowing his entire body to relax as he slowed his breathing, pressing his fist against the stone to sense the release of his armament. Remarkably, while Kuro's right hand remained still, the stone was gradually pushed away. Alas, it still seemed to be an external application, unable to penetrate. Yet, the theory ought to be sound, to infuse the armament into the enemy's interior for internal destruction. But how does one achieve that penetration? Kuro sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought as he gazed at the stone before him. "What are you doing, my boy? You've been sitting there for quite some time," inquired the elderly Mr. Hua, emerging from the house with a curious expression. "By the way, old man, do you understand the concept of flowing cherry blossoms?" Hearing the voice of the venerable Mr. Hua's, Kuro turned to look at him, suddenly realizing that the old gentleman might indeed possess knowledge of it. With a face full of surprise, Kuro inquired, "Luiying? What is that?" After pondering Kuro's question for a moment, the old man responded, "Luiying is an advanced technique of the armament haki, designed to inflict damage from within the enemy, particularly effective against those with tough hides." "How impressive!" Mr. Huaz exclaimed, visibly astonished by Kuro's description. "Young man, could you teach me this Luiying?" "Old man, if I were capable of Luiying, do you think I would be here asking if you understand it?" "Ah, that is a valid point. Well then, take your time to research it. I shall not disturb you any longer. Ha ha ha." Observing Kuro's expression of exasperation, Mr. Huaz awkwardly chuckled and retreated into the house. "I shall take it slow. I grasp the theory now. The next step is practical application. For the next several days, I will focus on mastering the armament haki Luiying, striving to learn and command it proficiently." After encouraging himself, Kuro stood up and returned to the villa. At that moment, Kuro came back holding the Hailu stone handcuffs. "Captain, here are the Hailu stone handcuffs you requested," Kuro said, presenting the handcuffs to Kuro. Kuro took the sea prism stone handcuffs and immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. However, in terms of its impact on himself, it was entirely negligible. This shouldn't be the case. Can one truly capture a person with abilities using such a modest level of restraint? As he touched the sea prism stone, a look of confusion and perplexity spread across Kuro's face. "Captain, is there an issue with these sea prism stone handcuffs?" Kuro gazed at the captain, holding the handcuffs in a daze, pondering if something was amiss. "Oh no, there's nothing wrong. Ha ha ha." With a smile, Kuro drew out the Budayumi, the blade glinting as it effortlessly severed the sea prism stone handcuffs in two. He then fastened one half onto his wrist. "Captain, what are you doing? Quickly take that off, or you will lose your abilities," Kuro urged, noticing the cuffs on his hand. "Ah, I intend to use this to train myself, to acclimate to the sensation of the sea prism stone, thereby preventing future ambushes from causing harm." Kuro raised his left wrist, showcasing the handcuffs that adorned it. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I felt that this restraint did not significantly affect me. A sense of weakness lingered, but it was not overwhelming. In fact, I found that I was still able to wield my abilities. Kuro spoke as his right hand activated its power, and suddenly, dragon scales enveloped his entire arm. "This is impossible, Captain." Kuro, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned, muttering in disbelief. "How on earth did you manage that?" Even the mightiest of warriors cannot wield their abilities when shackled by sea stone. The elderly Huaz beside Kuro also gazed at Kuro's display of power in utter astonishment. When an ability user is bound by sea stone, they become utterly weakened. While some strong individuals might resist, Kuro's situation defied all logic. Not only did he appear unaffected, but he was also able to utilize his powers directly, which fundamentally contradicted the sea stone's suppressive effect on devil fruit users. I cannot fathom it. I initially wished only to experience the influence of sea stone on myself. Yet, upon grasping it, I discovered it was not as severe as I had imagined. At first, I believe my robust physique and strength shielded me from its effects, but it seems that is not the case. Furthermore, it is worth noting that my left hand, shackled as it is, remains incapable of utilizing its abilities. Kuro attempted once more to harness his abilities through his left hand, only to discover an utter lack of response. Could it be that the low concentration of sea prism stone within the handcuffs merely affected his left hand, leaving the rest of his body unscathed? Old Master Wasi pondered this notion before sharing his insights, while Kuro silently contemplated the possibilities. Why not test it to find out? He suggested. Come, Ryan. Let us conduct a small experiment. What shall we do, Captain? Fear not. Take a deep breath. It will be over shortly. Ha. Kuro laughed wickedly as he seized another handcuff, gently pulling Ryan's hand and fastening it in place. Captain, I feel so weak and powerless, Ryan exclaimed anxiously to Kuro, his limbs trembling. What about your abilities? Can you not summon them? I can't, Captain. It feels as if I possess no powers at all. Ryan struggled in vain, his face turning crimson from the effort, yet he could not manifest his abilities. It seems the issue lies either with you, Captain, or perhaps with the fruit itself, Kuro remarked coolly, adjusting his glasses. After Kuro's statement, the group fell into deep contemplation. If it is indeed one of these two scenarios, I personally lean towards the fruit being the problem. After all, this fruit has been a deception from the very beginning. Its true wonders are known only to Dr. Vegapunk. Nonetheless, this might prove advantageous. Freed from the sea's constraints, a devil fruit user becomes invincible. Ha. Kolo laughed heartily, and Ryan and Old Master Huaz were equally delighted for him. Captain, if there is nothing else to attend to, could you please unlock these handcuffs for me? I feel that they are hindering the recovery of my wounds, Ryan said weakly to Kolo once he had finished laughing. My apologies, I completely forgot about you. Allow me to assist you at once. After Kuro spoke, he swiftly drew his sword, shattering the handcuffs which then fell to the ground. Very well. Take your time to recover. I shall proceed to the quarry to hone my mastery of armament hockey. As Kuro spoke, he playfully patted Ryan's chest, causing Ryan to spew blood once more. Infuriated, Old Master Harsey expelled him from the premises. How outrageous. What a demeanor. I had merely assisted Ryan in expelling his stagnant blood. Not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he also cast me out. Humph. He truly is an incompetent physician. Emerging from the villa, Kuro's face was etched with defiance as he muttered to himself while traversing the forest path. Intent on finding the route to the quarry, he sought to engage in seclusion to cultivate the armament hockey. However, upon exiting the villa, he chanced upon a fork in the path and, mistaking it for the way to the quarry, ventured down it, unaware that it led elsewhere. Wait, does the previous path require a turn? After delving into the woods, Kuro soon sensed something amiss. The straight path he expected suddenly presented an abrupt right angle. Could I have taken a wrong turn? No way. Ha. Surely this is the correct route. Upon encountering the sharp turn, Kuro's initial reaction was, have I taken a wrong turn? His second thought was, no, I must have simply overlooked this before, and with renewed confidence, he proceeded to navigate the bend. However, he soon found himself lost. This predicament was, in part, his own fault. After barely traversing 1,000 meters past the turn, he reached a dead end. Why not turn back? You might ask. Absolutely not. I am resolute. I shall forge through the thicket. Surely, if I push through, I will reach my destination. With the determination to press onward despite the darkness ahead, Kuro plunged into the dense underbrush. The deeper he ventured, the thicker the trees became, and visibility diminished. With no other options, Kuro unsheathed his weapon, the Buddha Yuhuan, and began to clear a path. I refuse to yield. Today, I shall either carve a way through or transform and fly out. There will be no retreat. Kuro resolutely concluded his statement and resumed his role as a lumberjack. After half an hour of relentless effort, Kolo successfully forged an exit from the thicket. As he emerged from the forest, a serene lake unfolded before his eyes. A flock of white birds, drinking at the water's edge, took flight in fright upon spotting Kolo. Approaching the lake, he splashed water on his face. This is indeed a splendid place, perfect for solitary cultivation of the flowing sakura. In truth, my purpose for venturing here was precisely to avoid the path leading to the quarry. Indeed, how could I possibly lose my way? How amusing. In an effort to alleviate his embarrassment, Kuro found himself engaging in a solitary and awkward chuckle. As he squatted by the lakeside, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a pair of eyes peering at him from the opposite grove. The moment their gazes met, the the figure swiftly turned and fled. Kuro swiftly pursued the shadow, sensing something amiss. The moment the figure caught sight of him, it fled with malicious intent. "Once I catch up to you, you shall face dire consequences," Kuro declared, determination fueling his chase. The shadow darted ahead, its agility almost supernatural. Even as Kuro wielded his cloth-covered blade to clear a path through the trees, he found himself unable to close the distance. "What sorcery is this? It moves with such finesse," he thought, as the figure vanished with a couple of leaps. Were it not for the fear of the island's inhabitants confronting him, he would have cleaved through every tree in his path. After 10 minutes of relentless pursuit, Kuro found himself utterly frustrated, having not laid a finger on his elusive quarry. Suddenly, a stone wall loomed before him, and the shadow slipped into it, disappearing from sight. As Kuro stepped before the stone wall, he soon realized that it was no mere wall. It was, in fact, a severed mountain. He was utterly astonished. What a formidable strike it was. Not only had it cleaved the entire peak in two, but it had also shattered the very rock itself. Truly remarkable. The mountain, although ancient, bore a remarkably clean cut where it had been severed, evoking Kuro's deep admiration. If it were left to him, he might shatter the mountain. Yet achieving such a precise cut in a single stroke was beyond his capabilities. Only someone of extraordinary skill, akin to that of Mihawk, the master of swordsmanship, could possess such prowess. While Kuro contemplated the significance of this severed mountain, he noticed a cave nestled within the crevice. "Ah, young lad. I initially believed you possessed the art of traversing through mountains. Instead, you merely burrowed into a hole. Just wait until I capture you. I shall thoroughly investigate the secret behind your remarkable agility." Kuro, in a fit of anger, burrowed into the hole, but he overestimated its size and found himself stuck. What on earth? This hole is so small. Kuro was wedged within the crevice, not due to the constricted space, but rather because of his towering stature. Realizing he could not extricate himself, he unleashed his haki, shattering the surrounding stones. Having escaped, he swiftly carved a passage through the cave, advancing towards the exit. Kuro was captivated by the thunderous sound of cascading water. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a colossal waterfall roaring before him, with sunlight streaming through a vast opening above. The rays illuminated the waterfall, creating a dazzling spray that scattered upon the ground, refracting into a mosaic of shimmering brilliance. Oh, how magnificent it was! As Kuro gazed at the waterfall, his eyes sparkled with wonder, but suddenly, a dark figure surged from below, aiming to strike. "You seek your own demise." Kuro swiftly raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, striking the shadow squarely in the face. The force sent the shadow flying, crashing directly into the cliffside and stirring up a cloud of dust. Goodness, such a ruthless move. I haven't even embarked on a romantic relationship yet. And I almost ended up as scrambled eggs. Kuro was so frightened that he immediately activated his armament haki, even though he had not been captured. His face was still etched with fear. Just moments ago, he had nearly found himself joining the ranks of the beautiful women of this world as a sister. As the smoke cleared, Kuro finally discerned the true form of the shadow that had loomed over him. It turned out to be a white monkey. "Serves you right for attempting to ambush me." As soon as Kuro's words fell, the monkey tumbled down from the cliffside. Kuro approached and took a glance. He was still alive, drawing breath. Kuro gently probed the monkey's nostrils, discovering that it still breathed, albeit in a state of complete unconsciousness. With a swift motion of his hand, he cast the creature aside, intending to take it with him when he departed, hoping to provide the elderly Mr. Was with some amusement, as Kuro observed his seemingly idle days. Rising once more, he gazed at the waterfall, which was truly a magnificent sight, complete with a rainbow. The pile of vines resembled a ship, albeit an exceedingly large one, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. The size was nearly comparable to Whitebeard's whale ship. It was no surprise that this island, thriving on shipbuilding, had such fitting arrangements of vines at every turn. Indeed, constructing a vessel here was a fortuitous choice. Kuro suddenly realized that the money spent on shipbuilding was indeed worthwhile. He nodded with a face full of pride. However, why did he feel that this pile of vines resembled a ship? Kuro approached with a face full of curiosity. Kuro tilted his head and squinted, then reached out and gave it a gentle push. To my astonishment, it was indeed a ship. How could such an enormous vessel possibly be here? Realizing it wouldn't budge, an epiphany struck me. It truly was a ship. Yet, in this desolate cavern, how could such a grand vessel exist? Kuro rubbed his eyes vigorously and then pinched the monkey beside him. He observed that even in a state of unconsciousness, the monkey's cheeks twitched, confirming that this was no mere dream. Once he assured himself that everything was indeed real, Kuro began to tug at the vines entwined around the ship. With sheer brute strength, he effortlessly cleared the bow of the vessel. Before him appeared a bow figure of a weeping angel, crafted entirely of gold, with wings sprouting from its back and hands covering its face in sorrow. Kuro stared wide-eyed at the statue at the bow of the ship. The weeping angel. How on earth did it come to be here? Kuro swiftly fixed his gaze upon the figurehead of the ship, not daring to blink even once. It was no jest. He had seen that particular scene before, where a mere blink could bring the statue to life. Thus, he maintained his unwavering stare at the weeping angel for an entire hour, resulting in tears streaming from his left eye. This was intolerable. His eyes felt parched and on the verge of cramping. Suddenly, a clever thought struck him. If simultaneous blinking was out of the question, why not alternate? With this resolution, Kuro first blinked his left eye, then his right. Noticing that the figurehead remained unresponsive, he initiated a shift system, ensuring that at least one eye was always open. Fortunately, there were no onlookers. Otherwise, they would have witnessed Kuro casting flirtatious glances at a mere sculpture. Alas, this was unbearable. His eyes were cramping. After half an hour of this blinking endeavor, Kuro successfully induced a cramp in his eyes, causing him to cover them with his hands while simultaneously activating his observation haki to guard against any potential treachery from the weeping angel. After several minutes, the pain finally subsided. Reflecting on this experience, Kuro realized he had been deceived. This weeping angel was nothing but a counterfeit. Having kept his eyes closed for so long without any attack from her, he lamented, "You could have mentioned you were a fake earlier. You've caused my eyes to cramp, you scoundrel." In a fit of rage, Kuro delivered a resounding slap to the angel's face. Clang! The weeping angel immediately covered her face and fled. "Humph! I have always detested fraudsters." Upon finishing his words, Kuro began to clear the vines on the ship. Before long, a colossal three-masted sailing vessel emerged before his eyes. The shape of the hull bore a striking resemblance to the Yodomaria of Olympus, though the figurehead differed. The Yodomaria featured the figure of the goddess of victory, while this one depicted the weeping angel. The vessel's body was painted black, yet due to prolonged neglect, the paint had flaked away, revealing the natural wood beneath. The entire ship was enormous. Kuro gestured, estimating its length to be around 400 meters, sufficient to accommodate 20 giants of the giant clan. This was truly remarkable, though he wondered if it was still seaworthy. Gazing at the magnificent ship before him, Kuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached the side of the vessel, offered a slight smile, and raised his hand to unleash a powerful blow infused with haki. Bang! 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 Surrounding the entire vessel, Curry relentlessly struck with his fists, and aside from a splintered wooden board at the rear, the rest remained intact. Indeed, it is remarkable. It is still functional and capable of withstanding my powerful blows, indicating that the materials used in the construction of this ship are of excellent quality. As Curry gazed upon the vessel, his satisfaction deepened, and a thought began to blossom in his mind. I shall take it with me. Kuro glanced at the opening above the waterfall, measuring it against the size of the ship. It seemed feasible to enter from this point. The dimensions were adequate. However, it appeared rather cumbersome. With a swift motion, he declared, "One sword style. Break." As Kuro spoke, he unsheathed the Buddha Yujin, reversing his grip with the blade pointed upwards towards the cliff above the gap, and struck downwards. A resounding cry erupted as a crescent-shaped, blood-red slashed sword into the sky, resembling a ferocious blood dragon, roaring as it surged towards the cliffside. Boom! Thunderous echoes followed. The blood dragon's strike collided with the cliff, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the rock face into fragments, sending plumes of smoke and dust swirling into the air. In the wake of this devastation, the strike swept away the debris, propelling it beyond the confines of the cave. Within the cavern, Kuro observed the skylight he had created, nodding in satisfaction. He then unceremoniously tossed the unconscious white monkey and the fleeing weeping angel onto the deck, a complete package for departure. With a swift motion, he severed the sea stone handcuffs binding his left wrist before unleashing his abilities. Starting from his hands, they swelled and transformed into formidable dragon claws, while his body elongated and expanded, ultimately morphing into a dragon's form. His head throbbed and distorted, eventually culminating in the visage of a dragon's head. Roar! With a resounding roar, Kuro unleashed a dragon's cry. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his lower body transformed into a dragon's tail. The blood-red dragon unleashed its claws, releasing fiery clouds that began to entwine around the hull of the colossal ship. As the smoke and clouds enveloped the entire vessel, he commanded, "Give it to me. Rise." Kuro's dragon claws tightened their grip on the flaming cloud, effortlessly lifting the entire colossal ship into the air before dragging it out of the cavern. Once outside, Kuro cast the ship into the ocean and glanced around, finding no trace of any onlookers. He then released his powers. Alas, were it not for the necessity of performing before the 5 elders, I could have simply utilized my beast transformation to transport this vessel directly to Master Kirai, thus saving myself considerable trouble. Curse those damned 5 elders. Kuro stood on the deck, having greeted the 5 elders, then moved to the mast to raise the sails. The sea breeze swept through, filling the sails, and the grand vessel resumed its voyage upon the vast ocean. Curry stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at Turtle Island, and realized that the cave he had just seen was likely situated at the center of the turtle's posterior. Oh my God! I implore you to bless this unfortunate turtle hatchling. May it forgive the grievous blow I have inflicted upon Turtle Island. Amitba. Kuro gazed at Turtle Island, reflecting on the rather awkward position he had created for himself, murmuring a silent prayer. Despite the massive size of the colossal ship, its sailing speed was remarkably swift. The sight of the enormous sails reminded Kuro of a famous saying, "Great strength yields extraordinary miracles." After approximately 30 minutes of navigation, he guided the grand vessel back to the harbor where they had previously entered the island. Hey, what is that? It appears to be a ship. Quickly, summon Master Kirai. A formidable presence has arrived. As Kuro approached with his colossal vessel, the inhabitants of the island quickly took notice of the imposing craft. Babua hurriedly sought out the shipwright to summon Master Kirai, while he himself made his way to the harbor, eager to discern who had arrived at their shores. When Kuro maneuvered the massive ship to a position near where the black ship had previously docked, the sheer force of the vessel obliterated the smaller boats moored in the harbor. Hey, whose ship is that? My vessel. You scoundrel. Who did this? Show yourself. Woe is me. I just paid the shipbuilding fees. The pirates on the shore, witnessing the destruction of their boats, erupted into chaos, some vociferously vowing vengeance, while others wept bitterly, reminiscing about their lost ships. Regardless of who you are, your fate is sealed. Attack. Since my ship has been wrecked, let this grand vessel serve as my compensation. All hands, hurry. If we delay, the ship will belong to someone else. Charge. As the colossal ship steadied in the harbor, the band of pirates swiftly brandished their weapons and, shouting fervently, surged towards the great vessel. Oh, did I collide with the ship? How utterly regrettable. Kuro stepped out of the cockpit and stood at the bow of the ship, gazing down at the pirates on the shore. Despite uttering apologies, his expression remained indifferent, as if he were detached from the situation. Hey, this guy seems to be the newly appointed Shichibukai. We should run. Newly appointed Shichibukai? What a laugh. Indeed. How could someone so young possibly be a Shichibukai? Even if he is a newly appointed Shichibukai, what of it? You destroyed my ship, so prepare to meet your end. A pirate with tousled hair on the shore seemed to recognize Kuro and warned those around him that this man was not to be trifled with. Babua, standing at the back of the crowd, was equally astonished. This Mr. Kuro was indeed a Shichibukai, which explained how he could easily overpower Master Kirai. However, skepticism lingered, particularly in light of Kuro's youth, prompting many to ridicule the brown-haired pirate. A captain, adorned with a pirate bandana, boldly brandished a sniper rifle, aiming directly at Kuro's head before pulling the trigger. Bang! A tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet shot towards Kuro. With a resounding thud, Kuro's head was struck, causing him to tilt backward. Ha ha ha. Is this the newly appointed Shichibukai? His strength is utterly lacking. Indeed. He was taken down with a single shot by Captain Hungaway. How pathetic. Ha ha ha. If he is indeed a Shichibukai, then the one who slays him, myself, shall become the new Shichibukai? The pirates on the shore erupted into laughter, mocking the brown-haired pirate for asserting that Kuro was a Shichibukai. They derided him for being blind, mistaking a seemingly powerless youth for a formidable Shichibukai. Though the brown-haired pirate wished to clarify, he found himself at a loss for words. Could it truly be that he had misjudged? Members of the Hungaway pirate crew jeered nearby, asserting that even if Kuro were a Shichibukai, he could not withstand a single shot from their captain. Hungaway, buoyed by his apparent triumph, felt as though he had the power to slay a Shichibukai with ease. Amidst the chatter and laughter of the crowd on the island, Kuro finally spoke. Hey, that hurt. I intended to settle the matter amicably, but now you shall pay with your lives. The voice of Kuro resonated from the colossal ship. As he placed a hand upon his forehead and lowered his gaze upon the pirates on the island, his tone chillingly icy. Kuro leaped from the colossal ship, his fists enveloped in hardened armament, as a sphere of wind materialized upon his clenched hands, expanding at an astonishing velocity as he descended. What does this fellow intend to do? Could he truly be the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Bloodblade Kuro? I had proclaimed his status as a new warlord long ago, yet you all doubted me. Hurry and escape. How infuriating. I refuse to believe he possesses such strength. Behold my lethal shot. As Kuro remained unscathed and boldly declared that they would pay for their lives, the pirates were thrown into disarray. The previously mentioned brown-haired pirate vehemently chastised their ignorance. The bandana-clad captain, witnessing Kuro's resilience, was filled with rage, unable to accept that he was inferior to Kuro, and he aimed another shot at him. A punch. Typhoon. Kuro fell abruptly from the sky, offering them no chance of escape, even while suspended in midair. The wind sphere in his hand had already expanded to nearly half the size of the harbor. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. Kuro unleashed a powerful punch, sending a wind sphere crashing onto the harbor. This did not bode well. Behind the crowd, Bibo, witnessing Kuro's impending strike, swiftly leaped into the water. As the tempestuous winds of the sphere struck the harbor, they obliterated a portion of the weaker pirates. Those who escaped being crushed were swiftly ensnared by the howling gales, drawn into the sphere where the razor-sharp wind blades mercilessly shredded everything in their path, including the very structures of the harbor. When the wind sphere detonated, a flurry of wind blades shot out in all directions, annihilating everything around. Bibo, submerged in the water, observed the devastation on the shore. The aftermath of the tempest left no trace of life, a fitting testament to the sheer force of Kuro's strike. Kuro landed on the shore, her demeanor indifferent as she gazed at the scattered remnants on the ground. Then, her eyes shifted to Mr. Babwa in the water. Oh, taking a bath, are we? Mr. Babwa, you possess quite the refined taste, ha ha ha. Kuro greeted him cheerfully, as if the tragic scene around them bore no relevance to him. Good day to you. Mr. Kuro, ha ha ha, I never anticipated that you would ascend to the ranks of the new 7 warlords. What an honor. Bibo hastily joined in the greeting, fearing another punch might be forthcoming. Ah, it's merely a title. The 5 elder stars insisted upon my strength, compelling me to take on this role as a warlord. Otherwise, I would have declined. Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha, Mr. Kuro, your prowess is truly unparalleled. Not at all, ha ha. Just as Bibo was flattering Kuro, Master Kurai arrived with a group of shipbuilders. What on earth has transpired here? Bibo. Upon Master Kurai's arrival, he was immediately confronted with the devastating scene at the port, rendering his mind momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. After a prolonged moment of shock, he spotted Babwa submerged in the sea. It was as if he had found a means to channel his pent-up frustration. He rushed over and pulled Babwa from the water. Exclaiming loudly, Master Kurai, remain calm. To which he fervently retorted, how can I possibly remain calm? This port is utterly destroyed. Who is responsible for this calamity? Master Kurai's eyes blazed with fury, as if they would engulf everything in flames. Bibo felt the heat threatening to consume him. And just as he was about to clarify the situation, he suddenly caught sight of Kuro behind Master Kurai. A pang of dread struck his heart. If he were to inform Master Kurai that Kuro was responsible, would he unleash his wrath upon him? If a confrontation were to ensue, could the inhabitants of the island withstand the force of Kuro's recent strike? Ah, Master Kurai, listen here. Just now, a group of pirates engaged in a fierce internal conflict. Internal conflict? Indeed, it was a tumultuous clash, culminating in a pirate clad in a headscarf igniting a bomb, leading to their mutual demise. Yes, that is precisely what transpired. After much contemplation, Bibo finally articulated this fabricated excuse. Upon hearing Bibo's words, Master Kurai was on the verge of expressing his anger and questioning him. However, Bibo swiftly intervened, whispering to him to discuss the matter later upon their return. Master Kurai glanced at the anxious expression in Babwa's eyes, realizing that Babwa would not speak without reason, and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Master Kurai, Mr. Kuro has returned with a colossal ship. Please take a look. Upon seeing Master Kurai's nod, Babwa hastily shifted the topic, urging him to inspect the magnificent vessel. Is this not the Crying Angel? Where on earth did you manage to retrieve it? This ship ought to have been concealed. Master Kurai approached, observing and touching the surroundings. Suddenly, with a look of anxiety, he turned to Kuro and exclaimed loudly, what happened in this cave? What about your ship? Kuroxin remarked. I can provide you with the funds for your vessel. Is there truly a need for such anxiety? What do you know, young man? This ship, originally named the Goddess of Angels, was crafted over half a century ago by a master shipbuilder who devoted his life savings to its creation. Tragically, within the very first month of its completion, his island was besieged by a band of pirates, who seized the vessel for themselves. They captured the shipbuilder's family and demanded that he serve as their shipwright. When the master refused, the pirates, in a brutal display, murdered his wife and children before his eyes. At this point, Master Kuro gritted his teeth, and the surrounding shipbuilders wore expressions of fury, as though they were the master himself. The shipbuilder, summoning every ounce of strength, broke free from his bonds and lunged at the pirates. But he was ultimately overpowered and violently kicked by the pirate captain, crashing against the mast. Realizing that vengeance was futile and unwilling to allow his life's work to be claimed by these marauders, the shipbuilder chose to end his own life against the mast. With his demise, he cast a curse upon the ship, declaring that any pirate who boarded the Goddess of Angels would be condemned to the underworld. Soon after, a tempest arose, and even the figure of the smiling angel at the bow of the ship began to weep in sorrow. After Master Kuro finished speaking, he gazed at Kuro, who displayed an expression of utter indifference, or rather, complete disbelief. And then, please continue. The tale is quite captivating, and I relish hearing it. Kuro eagerly urged his master Kuro to continue, intrigued by the prospect of a ghost story. Who doesn't relish such tales? Humph. After that band of pirates pillaged the island clean, they set sail aboard the angel goddess. Shortly after venturing into the sea, they were beset by a tempest, and all aboard perished. Yet, remarkably, the angel goddess remained unscathed, with not even a tear in her sails. Upon the conclusion of Master Kuro's words, the surrounding audience cast their gazes towards the colossal vessel at the harbor. Oh, merely a ship's worth of pirates has perished. Is that truly sufficient? Are there none remaining? Kuro expressed that the number of fatalities was exceedingly scant. Merely one ship's worth of pirates had perished, which utterly contradicted the expected mortality of a ghost story. Subsequently, this vessel was salvaged by a passing crew of pirates. Yet within a month, the entire crew began to encounter apparitions. Initially, the pirates dismissed these occurrences as mere hallucinations, until one fateful day, the captain of the crew inexplicably succumbed to madness, wielding a blade to slaughter every member aboard before ultimately taking his own life. Had there not been a captive who was not taken aboard the ship, the truth might have remained concealed. Following this harrowing incident, the captive abandoned the vessel at a dock, leaving it unattended. Later, an informed individual revealed the curse of the shipwright, and from that moment on, the ship, originally known as the Angel of the Heavens, became referred to as the Weeping Angel. Upon hearing Kuro's lament about the scarcity of tales, Master Kuro disregarded his comment and recounted the downfall of another pirate crew. However, a group of formidable pirates at the time were skeptical and seized the vessel, uttering names that you might already recognize from subsequent events. Soul Gold, the Gold Pirates, that notorious band of marauders who had roamed the seas 50 years prior. After commandeering this ship, abruptly set their sights on plundering the treasures of the heavens. And then, the entire crew met their demise. Upon hearing Master Kuro mention the gold pirates, Kuro was left astounded. Could this be true? What of the treasure map I previously acquired? Could it possibly be genuine? The name of the gold pirates resonates so vividly, a formidable presence from my childhood days upon the ocean. Indeed, it is said that eventually, every member of their crew was ruthlessly slaughtered by the Navy. The shipbuilders behind Kuro, upon hearing the name of the Gauda pirates, one elderly craftsman reminisced, and another quickly interjected. Humph, now you realize the enormity of the trouble you've caused. This vessel is not mine, but 20 years ago. It was my master who concealed it, before my master passed away. He confided in me about this matter and repeatedly cautioned me to ensure that no one ever discovers this ship. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be the one to uncover it. Master Kuro, wielding a hefty hammer, approached Kuro with an air of authority. Observing the astonishment etched upon Kuro's face, he bellowed, "Listen here, young lad. Seize this fleeting moment while the vessel is freshly unearthed. Swiftly return it to that cave. And do not forget to bring along some explosives. Once you emerge, detonate the cave to bury this ship, ensuring it remains concealed from prying eyes in the future. Consider it a noble deed on your part, understood?" Though Master Kuro's voice resonated powerfully, Kuro recognized the underlying concern for his well-being. However, As Kuro gazed at the gaping maw where the ship's bow once resided, he pondered, having already sent its former occupant flying, will it truly spare me? Even if I return it? Ah, I comprehend now. Venerable Elder, you imply that this vessel harbors a deep-seated vendetta, destined to exact vengeance upon every pirate who claims it as their own. Is that not so? Kuro meticulously organized the entire narrative and arrived at a conclusion. Indeed. Thus, you find yourself in a perilous situation. Seize the moment while you still have time to address this. If, hypothetically speaking, Master Kurii, if an individual inadvertently dealt a blow to this vessel, causing its figurehead to be dislodged, considering your earlier assertion, would this ship truly seek vengeance against every pirate who possesses it? Do you believe it would spare that person? Kuro meticulously arranged his words for half a day before posing this question. Of course not. If such a foolish individual truly exists, then they might as well find a suitable spot to dig their own grave. Indeed, that person is utterly oblivious to the dangers they face. As a shipwright, I can only extend my wishes for their safe passage. Perhaps we should offer an apology to the ship by bowing our heads a couple of times. Upon hearing Kuro's inquiry, Master Kurii burst into laughter. In his view, encountering such a person would be akin to courting death. The surrounding shipwrights also joined in the laughter, declaring that this individual is entirely unaware of the peril they invite. Master Kurii smiled, but suddenly his expression changed to one of panic as he quickly turned around. What has happened? Where has the ship's figurehead, that weeping angel, gone? Master Kurii's voice erupted in full force, causing Kuro to hastily cover his ears, while those around him either shielded their ears or cried out in distress. Kuro, tell me, the person you just mentioned, could it possibly be you? Master Kurii thought of Kuro's recent words, then turned and raised his head to inquire loudly. When I discovered the ship, it was ensnared by vines. Upon removing the vines, the weeping angel ship suddenly emerged, startling me. My instinctive reaction led me to slap it. You, prepare for your demise. We are leaving. Upon hearing this, Master Kurii turned on his heel and beckoned those around him to flee hastily. Wait, Master Kurii. Since I am now bound to this vessel, might I request your assistance in repairing it? You wish to repair it? Youngster, have you truly lost your mind? Master Kurii felt that Kuro's mind was indeed somewhat troubled. Typically, when faced with such circumstances, a reasonable person would wish for the ship to drift as far away as possible. However, Kuro, in contrast, not only chose to remain but also sought to repair the vessel. Indeed, I am determined to restore it. The tale you recounted does not particularly concern me. Whether it be a curse or a haunting, I am confident in my ability to resolve it. Furthermore, for a shipwright, it is a profound tragedy if the vessel they have painstakingly crafted cannot sail upon the vast ocean, but instead must lie buried within the earth. A single utterance from Kuro made Master Kurii bow his head in silence. In truth, before his demise, his master had left him with another poignant message. Kurii. Every ship possesses a soul, each endowed with its own thoughts. They select their own bearers, even ghost ships, upon encountering their chosen ones, will transform into vessels that protect their masters. Regrettably, in this lifetime, I have yet to find a worthy captain for the crying angel. Thus, I have concealed it away, hoping that one day, someone truly capable will emerge to steer it. You must return to tell me of the magnificent resurgence of the crying angel and the remarkable individual who commands it. With this thought, Master Kurii lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kuro. Boy, are you truly resolved to sail this ship, even knowing it may demand your life? Indeed, I have made my decision. I refuse to be slain by a mere vessel. Master Kurii observed Kuro's unwavering determination and confidence, closing his eyes with a smile. Excellent. In that case, the repair of this vessel shall be entrusted to us. I vow to restore it to its pristine condition. However, you must promise me that I may board your ship. I wish to witness with my own eyes as this vessel sets sail and encounters every battle. Master Kurii spoke with fervent enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting Kuro's response. Of course, there is no issue. Even if you do not board my vessel, I shall still ensure your safe passage, for I believe no one understands this ship better than you. Therefore, I require your guardianship over it. Kuro spoke with a tranquil demeanor, his expression resolute. Then I shall embrace this endeavor, Captain. Master Kurii laughed heartily while leaning on his mighty hammer, contemplating the journey ahead. I will board this fellow's vessel and witness how the crying angel sets sail under his command. Master Kurii, you cannot leave us. What will become of the Fry shipyard if you go? Hearing of Kurii's impending departure, Bibo rushed over, unperturbed by the potential ire of Kuro. Ha ha ha, Bibo, fear not. Zul. Come here. Coming, master. At Kurei's call, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and brimming with muscle, approached. Bibo, I have imparted all my knowledge to Zul. He is now fully capable, and, rest assured, as long as he is here, the Fry shipyard will not falter. Furthermore, he possesses even greater talent than I. In the future, he may even represent Turtle Island in a bid to claim the title of the foremost shipyard against this Begu of Water 7. Master Kirai, while speaking, gently patted Zor's shoulder, his tone brimming with admiration, clearly indicating his satisfaction with this apprentice. However, as Master Kirai noticed that Babwa was about to utter some words of persuasion, Kuro approached and raised his fist directly at him. Babwa, without uttering a single word, promptly left. Ha ha ha. All right, young captain, repairing a ship is not as swift as building one. Given the size of this vessel, it will undoubtedly require at least half a month's time. From here on, the task is entrusted to me. I shall utilize the funds you allocated for shipbuilding to procure the finest materials for its restoration. You may attend to your own affairs. Master Kirai patted his chest, his eyes radiating brilliance, particularly when he encountered the prospect of purchasing materials, a smile gracing his lips as he appeared exceedingly pleased. Then this ship shall be entrusted to you. Should you require anything, seek me out at the inn. We shall practice at the quarry yonder. Very well. Upon hearing Master Kirai's response, Kuro leaped back onto the vessel, seizing the white monkey on the deck before descending. Little White. How did he come to be aboard this ship? Upon noticing the white monkey in Kuro's grasp, Master Kirai was instantly filled with excitement. Little White? Are you referring to this monkey? Indeed. How could he possibly be here? He was a pet of my master during his lifetime, but after his passing, he vanished. I had thought I would never see him again. The words of Master Kirai left Kuro feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had nearly ended the life of the monkey. This monkey resided within the cave of the concealed ship. Upon my entrance into the cave, it unexpectedly lunged at me, and mistaking it for an adversary, I delivered a kick. Only upon realizing its true identity did I feel remorse. Concerned for its well-being in that cave, I resolved to bring it back so that the ship's doctor could assess whether there was still hope for its recovery. Kuro contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to speak the truth, for they would soon be in the same boat, necessitating a foundation of honesty. As soon as Kuro spoke, Master Kure cast a furious glare at him. Kuro hastily raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, repeatedly uttering apologies. Alas, it seems that Little Bai perceives this vessel as a treasured possession concealed by his master, and now that his master has passed away, he wishes to safeguard this treasure in his stead. Master Kurei's tone was tinged with melancholy as Zul offered him words of comfort. All right, Master Kure. The ship is now in your capable hands. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead. Should anything arise, I will have them reach out to you. Kuro nodded and walked towards the villa. Upon entering, he found Klo engrossed in a newspaper. Noticing the captain's arrival through the main entrance, Klo set down the paper and greeted him. Captain, you have returned. Indeed, I have something to discuss with you. From now on, Master Kure will be our boatman. Please inform the crew aboard shortly. Master Kure? Captain, how did you persuade him to join us? It's difficult to summarize in just a few words. In essence, I acquired a splendid vessel, and he agreed to come aboard for the sake of the ship. After listening, Klo nodded in understanding. Kuro then pushed open the gate to the backyard and departed. Standing in the yard, he gazed at the pathway he had traversed earlier, then glanced at the quarry road just a few meters away. I cannot be blamed for losing my way. After all, they are situated so closely together. Kuro murmured as he made his way towards the quarry. The crew members there were engaged in combat training. Paul, be cautious. I am coming to attack. Come on. Air, transformed into his beast form, wielded a peak mountain and launched an assault on Paul, who was armed with an empty slash to counter. Clang, clang. As Air's peak mountain descended, Paul's empty slash rose to meet it, their blades clashing with sparks flying. Seizing the momentum, Paul pulled back his sword and swung it towards Air. Air swiftly jumped back to evade, simultaneously executing a horizontal slash. Observing this, Paul gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and raised it directly upward. The two blades locked in a stalemate as they engaged in a contest of strength, each striving to overpower the other's weapon. Well done, Air. You've made progress to hold your own against Paul, Kuro commended as he approached. Witnessing Air's growth, Of course, Captain. I haven't been idle all this time. Ultimately, Air triumphed in their duel, and as they paused, he turned to Kuro, beaming with pride. All right, I shall spar with you shortly. Let me see how much you've improved. I don't think that's necessary, Captain. I believe my match with Paul is quite sufficient, don't you think? Paul? Paul, noticing Air's playful gestures, nodded in agreement with a smile. Kiki, remember? You have 2 days left. If you still can't master the armed color with both hands, I shall personally teach you the abdominal armed color. Understood, Captain. I will definitely practice diligently. Air assured earnestly. You two continue. I shall seek out Kuro. Kuro spoke, and then made his way towards the shore. At that moment, the shore was engaged in a conversation with Zango, observing the hardened armament of Zango's hands. What troubles you, Zango? Has there been an issue with your armament? Kuro approached and inquired. No, Captain, I have only just mastered the use of haki. How can I further enhance its hardness? Zango looked at Kuro, raising his hands to demonstrate. This requires relentless daily practice. You must consistently increase your haki reserves, as the amount of haki you possess directly influences your ability to wield it effectively. Indeed, the captain speaks the truth, Zango affirmed. You have successfully grasped the concept of haki hardening. Now, it is merely a matter of refining your haki on a daily basis. Suhai took over the conversation, addressing Zango. By the way, how are the others aboard the ship progressing with their training? Captain, the others are faring well. Most can sense the presence of haki, and some have even begun to experiment with haki hardening. However, only Zango has successfully mastered it thus far. I suspect the next to achieve mastery will be either Ada or Soki. Suhai updated Kuro on the crew's progress, and Kuro nodded in approval. Not bad at all. This is largely thanks to you, Suhai, for consistently teaching them about haki aboard the ship, which has expedited their understanding. Haha, it's nothing, Captain. Supporting my comrades' growth is simply my duty. Upon receiving Kuro's praise, Suhai displayed a humble demeanor. Observing the diligent efforts of everyone, Kuro nodded in satisfaction. All right, everyone. Continue your hard work. Tonight, I shall have Paul prepare a grand feast. Wonderful, Captain. Will we have barbecued meat tonight? Haha. Absolutely, Paul. Tonight, we shall feast on barbecue. Paul nodded in agreement, and Kuro offered further encouragement to the crew before making his way deeper into the quarry. Kuro walked while searching and finally came to a halt before a stone wall. He patted the wall with his hand and nodded in satisfaction. You are the one. Boom. Kuro wielded his fists, enveloped in armament haki, and delivered a punch that created a substantial crater. However, he realized that he had executed the technique incorrectly. It required a fluid infusion rather than a blunt force strike. Reflecting on the manner in which he exerted his strength, Kuro felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Kuro sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his fists against the stone wall, gradually attuning himself to the flow of armament haki within his body. Inhale, exhale, exhale. The armament haki coalesced at his fists, not to strike outward, but to seep inward, wreaking havoc from within. Flowing, penetrating, exploding. Buzz. As Kuro closed his eyes in contemplation, the armament color on his fist stirred momentarily, akin to ripples disturbing the tranquil surface of a lake, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Flow. Awaken. Buzz. The arm color on Curry's hand suddenly emanated a crimson glow, flowing across his hand like a liquid membrane. Flowing Sakura. Boom. Kuro opened his eyes and unleashed a powerful punch upon the stone wall. Bang. Cracks radiated outward from the point of impact, and then the wall exploded, sending debris flying in all directions, with dust billowing into the air. Success. More than halfway there, though a portion of his strength still struck the surface of the wall. He was now exceedingly close to achieving his goal. Haha. Kuro looked on, his hands enveloped in flowing armament haki, a joyful smile gracing his face. Once his laughter subsided, Kuro continued to strike the stone wall with flowing cherry blossom, seizing the moment to fully ingrain the sensation of releasing flowing cherry blossom in his memory. Kuro's dual fists unleashed the flow of cherry blossoms as he struck the stone wall. With each punch, Kuro attuned himself to the dispersion of his power, diligently refining the application of the flow of cherry blossoms. After shattering 9 sections of the stone wall, Kuro sensed that he had achieved the mastery of undiluted strength, with every ounce permeating the stone. It can be said that Kuro had fully grasped the art of the armed color flow of cherry blossoms. Kuro stood amidst the scattered rubble, feeling the emptiness within his body after the consumption of his formidable energy, halting his cultivation. Finally, he had mastered the flowing cherry technique. After a grueling afternoon of training, he felt utterly famished, uncertain whether Paul had prepared dinner yet. After Kuro completed his training, he lifted his leg to seek out Paul and the others. "Oh, Captain, have you finished your training?" Air, clutching a parched tree branch intended for the barbecue, glanced up to see Kuro's return. "Yes, the training is complete, and I have achieved my objectives. How about you? Have you mastered the use of haki with both hands?" "Ah, well, I'm almost there. Captain, Paul is still waiting for my firewood. I must deliver it first." Upon hearing Kuro's inquiry about his mastery of haki, Air hastily concocted an excuse and dashed away. Observing Air's retreat, Kuro mused to himself, "It's evident he hasn't grasped haki yet. He's simply afraid of my potential to strike him." Kuro smiled and shook his head, following Air towards Paul and the others. "Air, have you been planting trees? You've only just returned." Suashi complained as she finally saw Air back. "What do you know? Only the finest wood is worthy of Brother Paul's barbecue." Air presented a large tree before Paul, his expression one of flattery. "Oh, Air, you exaggerate. It can't possibly be that good." Paul remained unmoved by Air's praise. "Paul, let us start the barbecue. I am quite hungry too." At that moment, Kuro arrived, hastily urging Paul to begin the grilling. "Captain, you've returned. No problem. I'll prepare everything right away. I'll need your help to light the fire later. It's a trivial matter." Paul gestured for Air to chop wood and set up the grill, while Kuro accepted the drink offered by Huang Mao and gulped it down. "Parched after an afternoon without water. All right, Captain, light the fire." A warm breeze swept through. Once Paul had everything ready, Kuro expectorated a thick phlegm. No. A flame erupted from his mouth, igniting the wood in a dramatic explosion. The group settled around the barbecue, sharing stories of the day's harvest and discussing their aspirations for tomorrow. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they fell asleep beside the bonfire. The following day, they resumed their training routine from the previous day, while Kuro sought a secluded spot to follow his personal training regimen. Under the care of old Master Huaz, Ryan, full of vitality, dashed over at noon, ready to continue with the training plan Kuro had devised for him. At times, after completing his training regimen, Kuro would pause to offer Ryan some guidance. As afternoon descended, a group gathered around Air, fixated on his hands. Today marked a pivotal moment. If he could not master the armament haki, the captain would resort to violence. Air was straining, his hands alternating between black and gray, unable to achieve full hardness. "Air, you must persevere. If you fail, the captain will surely strike you down," Ada urged worriedly from the sidelines. Hearing his brother's words made Air sweat profusely. Yet he still struggled to stabilize his haki. "Air, do you remember my instructions? Haki is a form of energy within your body. Your task is to envelop your hands with this energy. Remain calm and steady." Kurohai encouraged, observing Air's ongoing struggle. "Stay composed, channel the energy, cover your hands, and maintain it." Taking Kurohai's advice to heart, Air inhaled deeply to calm his nerves, focusing on the haki within him, directing it to envelop his hands. A resonant hum filled the air. "Buzz. Ah, I finally succeeded. Thank you, Kurohai. Without you, I would have faced the captain's wrath." "Haha. The captain wouldn't strike you for failure. He'd merely impart other lessons," Kurohai chuckled. After several attempts, Air ultimately succeeded, elatedly embracing Kurohai in a jubilant shake. Momentarily forgetting his earlier grievances, the others joined in a celebratory dance, reveling in Air's triumph. "Now that Air has succeeded, we shall feast on barbecue tonight. Kuro, please fetch Master Kure to introduce him to everyone. After all, you will soon be our shipmate." Kuro observed from the side, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then spoke to his companion, Klo. "Very well, Captain, I shall proceed at once." Klo adjusted his glasses and, having finished speaking, set off in search of Master Kurai. Kolo instructed Paul to prepare the ingredients, as he intended to introduce a new companion that evening, encouraging Paul to showcase his culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Paul, elated at the prospect of a new companion, eagerly took Suashi with him into the villa, heading towards the cold storage to retrieve the necessary provisions. Before long, Paul and Suashi returned, laden with a myriad of ingredients. They set them down and promptly commenced their preparations. "Hey, what do you want, Captain? Are you not aware of how busy I am?" Master Kurei's booming voice echoed from afar. "Master Kure, I summoned you here to introduce you to everyone, as we shall be companions from this point onward." Kulo, upon hearing the sound, lifted his gaze to see Master Kurai and Klo approaching. He then inquired, "Captain, is this our future shipwright?" Air stepped forward, filled with curiosity about Master Kurai, as he was the only crew member who had not yet encountered him, while the rest had already laid eyes upon the esteemed master. "Indeed, this is Master Kurai, our ship's future craftsman," came the affirmation. Kuro stood up and introduced Master Kurai to the crew on the ship. "Greetings, lads. I am Missy Kurai, but you may refer to me as Master Kurai from now on." Master Kurai stood amidst the crowd, greeting the crew with warmth. "Ah, Master Kurai, pray tell, what manner of vessel shall we be embarking upon?" "Master Kurai, is our new ship of ample size? Does it boast multiple crew quarters?" The crew, already intrigued by the Fishman Master, immediately gathered around him upon hearing of his arrival. Laughter filled the air as they exchanged pleasantries, eagerly inquiring about the ship's attributes. "Ha ha, the new vessel is not of my design, but rather the discovery of our young captain. It is exceedingly spacious, I dare say, with only you few lads aboard. It shall remain largely unoccupied." "Ha ha." Master Kurai chuckled heartily, gesturing with his hands to illustrate the size of the crying angel, engaging in delightful conversation with everyone. "Captain, the barbecue is ready. We may commence the feast." Paul, inspecting the meat on the grill with a knife, turned to inform Kuro. "Well then, my little ones, let us commence the banquet." "Oh, ha ha. Master Kurai, come join us for a drink." Kuro joyfully raised a barrel of fruit wine, and the crew laughed heartily as Ryan urged Master Kurai to partake in the revelry. The feast continued until the early hours of dawn, with everyone gathered around the campfire, engaging in lively conversation. As for the ship, the Crying Angel, after my thorough inspection over the past 2 days, I discovered that aside from a wound at the stern, everything else remained in satisfactory condition. However, given the duration of its concealment, the vessel's hull, including the deck, has suffered from the complete deterioration of its original paint. These areas require a fresh coat of paint. "Captain, do you have any specific preferences regarding the color?" Upon hearing Master Kurai's inquiry, Kuro fell into a contemplative silence. "Color, you ask? Let us restore it to the original hue of the Crying Angel. Simply returning it to its former glory will suffice." Kuro raised his glass to clink with Master Kurai's. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would say that. Very well, I shall make the arrangements first thing tomorrow." Master Kurai laughed heartily while sipping his drink. The banquet had drawn to a close, and dawn was fast approaching. The crew lay scattered on the ground, lost in slumber, leaving only Kuro and Kuro to share a drink. "Kuro, has the Navy's ship for pickup arrived yet?" Kuro inquired. "Not yet, Captain. This afternoon, General Mongoose communicated with the Kairosaki Sea, stating that it would not arrive until the day after tomorrow." "Ah, the day after tomorrow should be just right, as the crew will have nearly mastered their hockey by then." Upon hearing Kuro mention General Mongoose, Kuro raised an eyebrow. That fellow held a relatively amicable stance towards pirates, so his arrival would likely pose no trouble. He mentally assessed the crew's training progress, concluding that their timing was perfect. "Indeed, Captain," Kuro affirmed, adjusting his glasses and nodding. The two then engaged in a discussion about the development of their pirate crew and the matter previously mentioned by the Elder Stars. "Captain, after my communication with the Elder Stars, their response was one of patience, yet they made it clear that compensation is out of the question." "Oh, so they expect me to work for free?" "No, that's not accurate. Even laborers receive wages. They don't even regard me as a person." "Kuro, tomorrow, you must directly refuse the Elder Stars. I shan't go. There's no grudge, no vengeance, and certainly no remuneration for me to slay any pirates." "Understood, Captain. I shall convey your refusal to the Elder Stars tomorrow." Kuro's anger flared upon learning that the Elder Stars expected him to work without compensation, vowing to abandon the task. If they wished for labor, they could seek someone else. There were no benefits akin to the 7 warlords, and now they expected him to work for nothing. Kuro nodded in agreement, adjusting his glasses once more. The two conversed until dawn, at which point Kuro roused the crew for breakfast. After their meal, Master Kurai returned to the shipyard, and the crew commenced a new day of training. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day after tomorrow arrived. "Cairo, as you return, be cautious. Remember, I do not wish for my brother to fall into the hands of the Navy. If you are discovered, you must be prepared to betray us. Your safety is paramount. Remain unharmed." "Captain." Woo Cairo nearly wept at Kuro's words, overwhelmed by the captain's concern for his safety. "Here we go again," he thought, as Kuro began yet another dramatic performance. Ryan and Kuro exchanged glances, shaking their heads in sympathy for Cairo. to bid farewell to Cairo. The entire Kuro pirate crew gathered at the port, each expressing their reluctance to part ways. Meanwhile, the group of captured Navy sailors lay unconscious on the ground after being lulled into a deep sleep. Moments later, a Navy warship emerged on the horizon. "Captain, Mongoose has arrived." "Yes, I see it." As Cowhide beheld the individuals aboard the warship, he addressed Kuro with words of acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the naval vessel docked at the harbor and came to a halt. Vice Admiral Squirrel, accompanied by a contingent of sailors, descended from the ship. "We are here on the orders of headquarters to retrieve you, Sir Kuro," he proclaimed as he approached Kuro, articulating the purpose of their visit. "Indeed, I am aware." Kuro replied. "Cowhide is present, along with Vice Admiral Shovel and Brigadier General Wan, as well as a multitude of naval personnel, all lying on the ground over there." After Kuro spoke, he gestured towards the sea beneath Ryan's right hand, as well as the Navy personnel on the ground. General Wussmouse glanced back and then nodded. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave with the individuals. Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to convey a message to you. Kuro, it would be wise for you to refrain from further transgressions, lest he personally come to apprehend you." Ha. The prospect of facing Admiral Sengoku is not without its allure. "Very well, take your leave with the individuals." Kuro heard the words of the weasel and could easily imagine the fury of that old man, Sengoku. With a serious expression, Rear Admiral Weasel gestured to the naval officers behind him, prompting them to begin transporting the naval prisoners. "You ought to release Vice Admiral Kuroha," Weasel declared, and upon hearing this, Ryan tossed Kuroha over, which Weasel hurriedly caught. "Are you challenging the Navy?" Weasel exclaimed. "Calm down. We will release our people as well. Once you have your men, you may leave." Weasel glared furiously at Ryan, while Kuro stepped forward and issued an eviction order. "Rear Admiral Weasel, we shall take our leave." "Humph, you had better be cautious. Do not let me catch you slipping." The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for more thrilling content. Kuroha, appearing frail, urged Weasel onward. After Weasel exchanged a harsh word with Kuro, he helped Kuroha aboard the ship. The naval soldiers assisted the prisoners, following closely behind. Kuroha's acting skills were indeed commendable. Indeed, the theatrics are remarkable. Just moments ago, he was lively in conversation, and now he looks utterly weak. Observing as the Navy boarded their ship and set sail, Ryan and Kuro whispered among the crowd. "Kuroha, has the Kuro pirate crew harmed you during this time?" On the warship, Weasel supported Kuroha as he lay in bed, expressing his concern. At first, we were beaten and berated daily, even having my injured arm attacked. However, having suffered defeat, there is little to say. Our strength was simply insufficient," Kuroha remarked, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his severed arm to Rear Admiral Weasel. "Those wretched pirates." "Rest assured, Kuroha, Admiral Sengoku has declared that the Kuro pirate crew will be under close scrutiny. Should any issues arise, the demon slaughter order will be enacted immediately," Weasel stated as he examined Kuroha's wound, relaying the Admiral's decision. "That is splendid news. If the Admiral ever decides to employ the demon slaughter order against the Kuro pirate crew, please inform me. I wish to take my revenge personally." Kuroha sat up in bed, his face filled with hatred and his tone laced with resentment. "Fear not, Kuroha, we shall avenge you," Weasel assured him. Kuroha nodded silently, yet internally deliberated whether to disclose this information to the captain. After bidding farewell to Kuroha, Kuro and the others decided to visit Master Kurii to check on the repairs of the ship, the Crying Angel. As they passed by two shipyards, the magnificent vessel, Crying Angel, came into view for the crew. "Captain, is this grand ship truly our new vessel?" the crew exclaimed in astonishment as they gazed up at the Crying Angel. "Indeed, this is our new ship, the Crying Angel. Quite impressive, is it not? Isn't this magnificent, Captain? With such ample space, we can train aboard the vessel without any hindrance." Observing the captain's nod, Ryan, as the helmsman, wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. After all, there is nothing more gratifying for a helmsman than to command a fine ship. Ha. Let us not just talk about training. I believe we could even raise some animals on the deck. Ha. That might be excessive if we truly did. I suspect they would be devoured by you all in no time. Indeed, that's a valid point. Ha. Upon hearing Air mention raising animals, Paul chimed in with jest from the side. "Well then, let us ascend and take a look. Master Kurii should be aboard the ship by now." Upon Kuro's declaration, the crew erupted in cheers. "Is Master Kurii aboard the ship?" As soon as Kuro shouted, Master Kuro and Zoan peered out from the side of the ship. "Oh, you have arrived. Ha ha. Mr. Kuro, I shall lower the ladder right away. Please wait a moment. Thank you for your assistance, Zoan." Master Kuro beheld Kuro and his crew's arrival, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Zoan hastily dashed to the control room and pressed the staircase button. With a resonant hum, the side of the Crying Angel vessel parted, revealing a staircase that unfolded before Kuro and his crew. "Let us ascend," he urged. "Are we truly about to board?" The thought filled him with exhilaration. Indeed, it is my first encounter with such a grand ship, and to know it belongs to us is truly thrilling. Kuro led the way, followed closely by the crew as they ascended. As Kuro stepped onto the deck, he was taken aback by the breathtaking scenery before him. Previously, the deck was cluttered with fragments of vines and moss, obscuring its true expanse. Now, thanks to Master Kuro's diligent efforts, the deck was immaculately cleaned, sprawling over an area equivalent to 5 or 6 basketball courts. The moss had been thoroughly scraped away, and a fresh coat of varnish had been applied, imparting a sense of vastness and tidiness upon arrival. Numerous dining tables adorned the deck, and at the observation platform stood a grand throne, clearly reflecting Master Kuro's meticulous standards. "Ha ha ha. What is the matter, young captain? Are you feeling astonished? Ha ha ha. This is the true visage of the Crying Angel." Master Kuro approached, and upon seeing Kuro in a trance, he burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, Master Kuro, when I first brought it back, I perceived nothing beyond its size as a merit. However, after the meticulous repairs conducted by you and Zoan, I have come to understand the true allure of this vessel." Kuro looked around at the facilities with satisfaction. "Ha ha. Is this all it takes to be content? There is so much more to behold. More impressive, you say? Come with me." Master Kuro led Kuro into the cockpit, pointing at a button. "Have you seen this, young one?" "Yes, but what does this button control?" "Ah, this button is the propulsion system of the vessel. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can even soar into the skies." "Soar into the skies?" Upon hearing the sound of flight, Kuro instantly envisioned a certain long-eared fellow. However, alas, such a notion is presently unattainable due to insufficient energy. I shall instead modify it, transforming it into an acceleration device. Master Kuro smiled as he finished speaking and began to explain the concept of accelerated propulsion to Kuro. Kuro absorbed not a single word, for his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. If energy were abundant, one could soar into the skies. Kuro remembered the long-eared fellow who had crafted a vessel capable of soaring through the skies, utilizing electrical energy, which implied that he himself was equivalent to a source of power. Thus, it was evident that he possessed knowledge on how to transform lightning into energy. Resolving to capture him, Kuro silently made a decision. He intended to journey to the Sky Island to acquire the schematics for this energy conversion. If he could also capture the deity, it would be even better, as it could lead to the creation of an inexhaustible energy source, a boundless battery. After touring the Weeping Angel ship, Kuro and his companions departed, for Master Kuro had indicated that certain areas of the vessel required replacement. The materials would not arrive for another couple of days, but Kuro was unperturbed. After all, meticulous work takes time. Kuro and his companions returned to the villa and, after a midday meal, made their way to the quarry. Observing the crew members, each adeptly wielding their haki, Kuro felt a sense of elation. Just as Kuro and Ryan were engaged in practical training, Kuro approached with a towel and a transponder snail. "Captain, the Baratie wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing Kuro's words, Kuro and Ryan halted their activities. Kuro took the towel from Kuro's hand to wipe the sweat from his brow before accepting the transponder snail. "Hello. What is it you need?" "Bloodblade, do you wish to sever ties with the Shichibukai?" "Oh? What prompts such an inquiry, esteemed Baratie? You audaciously declined the mission we assigned to you. Are you unaware of your status?" The Baratie's tone was laced with indignation as he shouted at Kuro. "Status? Huh. I am indeed aware, a prospective Shichibukai, possessing not a single privilege aside from the pardon of my crimes. I recall quite vividly the terms of my induction. You had but one demand, that I be present whenever the world government required my assistance. Pray tell, what sort of notorious pirate compels you to bypass a formal Shichibukai to summon me, a mere candidate?" Kuro's tone was frigid, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "If you have matters to attend to, seek out the full-time workers. What purpose do I serve?" "Humph. The pirates you have tasked me with dealing with were primarily chosen for you to gauge my capabilities. After all, your time at sea has been brief, and your renown insufficient. Do not jest, Baratie. I am already a warlord of the sea. What more renown do I require? Do you truly believe that the title of Warlord of the Sea lacks prestige? You claim my reputation is lacking, thus we must engage in a discourse on prestige. Is the title of Warlord of the Sea not a sufficient testament to my status? Furthermore, it is not as though I initially declined. I have stated that if you wish for me to take action, it is merely a matter of compensation. After all, I possess no authority to plunder, and I am perpetually impoverished. After Kuro finished speaking, there was another moment of silence from the 5 elders. What reward do you seek? How do you view the right to plunder at will? After Kuro finished speaking, a trace of cunning appeared at the corner of his mouth. Impossible. The established rules cannot be altered, so you should abandon this delusion. Upon hearing Kuro's request, the 5 elders did not hesitate to refuse outright. How audacious to contemplate usurping authority privately. If such a thing were permitted, what would distinguish the provisional from the official? Do not blame me then, for I am not the kind of person who takes pleasure in aiding others. Kuro spoke in a relaxed tone before preparing to hang up the phone. We can offer a devil fruit as compensation, but the pirate's bounty will not be exchanged. Suddenly, the Gorosei interjected. Initially, the mention of the devil fruit brought Kuro joy, but the subsequent announcement regarding the bounty left him feeling deceived. A devil fruit? To my knowledge, the bounty on that pirate is a staggering 120 million berries. And with the crew's bounties combined, it amounts to over 200 million berries. Typically, a devil fruit is valued at around 100 million berries, which means I would be spending double the amount to acquire a devil fruit. Is this truly what you consider to be a reward? Kuro expressed his amusement, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? 100 million berries? That is merely the price for the most commonplace Zoan or Paramecia-type devil fruit." In response, the 5 elders, with a tone of nonchalance, proposed, as compensation, we can offer a devil fruit valued at approximately 400 million berries. This suggestion instantly piqued Kuro's interest. It sounded significantly more reasonable. However, he insisted on selecting the devil fruit himself, for one must choose abilities that resonate personally. I can acquiesce to that request. But we do not wish for anyone from the Lion Pirates to survive. No problem, Kuro replied. I am even more aware than you of the necessity to eradicate the roots of this issue. Let it be as such. After Kuro hung up the transponder snail, he tossed it to Kuro, then stood up and stretched, feeling quite fatigued from negotiating with the 5 elders. Ryan Kuro. It seems that once our ship is ready thanks to Master Kure, we shall indeed make a trip to Beast Island. After all, the price offered by the 5 elders is simply irresistible, he chuckled. Ryan and Kuro exchanged amused glances upon hearing their captain's words. Having listened intently while Kuro was on the call, they understood that the captain's intentions were never merely about private plunder. Very well, Captain. I shall proceed to gather information on the Lion Pirates and plan our route to Beast Island. Kuro adjusted his glasses and promptly departed. And what should I do, Captain? Ryan inquired. You? Continue training with me, Kuro replied. Let us practice our punches. With that, the duo resumed their practical training. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, while Kuro and the others were having dinner, Master Kure approached them. Young Captain, I have completed the repairs on the Crying Angel. We are ready to set sail at any moment. Master Kurii spoke with delightful news. Is it truly so, Master Kurii? Then we shall set sail tomorrow. I can hardly contain my excitement to board the Crying Angel. Haha. Upon hearing Master Kurii's words, Kuro's face lit up with a blend of exhilaration and impatience. Were it not for the late hour, he would have eagerly ventured out to sea at this very moment. Ha ha ha, young captain, your eagerness is truly remarkable. Master Kure laughed heartily upon hearing Kuro's words, hands on his hips. Young ones, did you hear that? Our ship is finally complete. Tomorrow marks the day of our grand departure. So tonight, let us celebrate. Ha ha, we must indeed celebrate, Captain. Tonight, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. To honor our voyage, Master Kure, join us. Ha ha. Rain and the crew swiftly surrounded Master Kure, lifting him into the air and catching him again. A gesture of their gratitude towards him. Paul glanced at the dwindling food supplies and hurriedly took Soki to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Kuro, sipping his drink, observed the merriment of his comrades, joining in their laughter with unabashed delight. The celebratory feast extended into the early hours of the following day, nearly causing the Kuro pirates to miss their scheduled departure. Hey, Captain, wake up. Aren't we supposed to set sail today? Paul anxiously shook Kuro's body. The others, albeit still groggy, stirred awake, leaving only the captain in a state of slumber. Despite their efforts to rouse him, it was futile. He had been cautioned repeatedly to moderate his drinking, Yet he and Master Kurai had indulged in a drinking contest until dawn. Ugh, enough with the shaking. If you continue, I shall be ill. Kuro took a moment to open his eyes, only to be immediately overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. He hurriedly sprinted into the woods. Ugh, oh no. Kuro leaned against a grand tree as he tended to its nourishment. After a while, he returned, reinvigorated. What time is it, Paolo? It's just past 1 in the afternoon, Captain. Ah, there's still ample time. You and Chloe should procure some provisions and water for the vessel, and also acquire some bedding and the like. Kuro rubbed his face vigorously, mustering his spirits before making arrangements with Paul. Captain, the items you mentioned have already been procured by Master Kurai, and now all that remains is for us to embark at the port. Is that so? Master Kurai truly is dependable. Ha ha ha. All right, my comrades, let us set forth. Aye, Captain. After Ku Luo praised Master Kule, he led his crew towards the harbor of the Weeping Angel. As they arrived at the port, they beheld the entire populace of Turtle Island gathered before the Weeping Angel, awaiting their arrival. Greetings, everyone. What brings you all to stand here? Kuro and his companions approached the crowd, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. Mr. Kuro, we have come to bid you farewell and wish you smooth sailing on your upcoming voyage. Indeed, Mr. Kuro, please take good care of our Master Kurai. Mr. Kuro, do exercise caution, and may you have a safe journey. Mr. Bibo stepped forward, shaking Kuro's hand. He offered a few well-wishing words, followed by a string of phrases in a language Kuro could not comprehend. It was only after inquiring with Master Kurai that he learned these were unique blessings from Turtle Island, wishing safety for every vessel on its journey. Thank you, Mr. Bibo, and thanks to all of you. If we weren't bound for another voyage, I would certainly wish to remain here, he chuckled. Witnessing the island's boatmen gather to see them off moved Kuro deeply, stirring within him a desire to stay. As the island's boatmen completed their farewells, the crowd parted to form a pathway leading to the gangway of the Crying Angel. Ha ha ha, Captain, why delay? The Crying Angel awaits your commands. Master Kurai stood on the steps, holding a large champagne bottle, urging Kuro to approach. Ha ha ha, we are on our way, Master Kurai. I have heard from Paul that you have prepared everything, and I am grateful for all your efforts. Ha ha. Preparing for one's own vessel is the duty of a shipwright, Kurai replied. Upon hearing Kuro's gratitude, Master Kurai waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was all part of the job. Under Kuro's lead, the entire crew boarded the ship, and Master Kurai approached with the champagne in hand. Captain, I entrust this bottle of celebratory champagne to you. Kuro took the bottle of liquor, gazing at the crew with a smile gracing his lips. My dear companions, a new voyage awaits us. Let us set sail. Oh, bang. With Kuro's call to embark, the crew sprang into action. Ryan stowed away the anchor, while Air and Ada along with the yellow-haired crew hoisted the sails. Kuro laughed heartily as he uncorked the bottle of the voyage's wine, the liquid spraying into the sky, with each droplet reflecting the joyful faces of the crew. A new journey had commenced. The following morning, Kuro awoke in the captain's quarters, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and stepped out of his cabin onto the deck. Observing the crew engaged in their training, he stretched his limbs and approached, seizing a massive dumbbell to perform simple warm-up exercises. Captain, at our current speed, we shall reach Beast Island by tomorrow, Crow, holding a notebook, informed Kuro as he approached. Understood. Relay the message to the crew. This afternoon, we shall rest, and at dawn tomorrow, we will launch our assault on Beast Island. As Kuro engaged in his sword training, he responded to Crow. Understood. Once Crow finished speaking, he descended to inform the crew. After lunch, the group gathered to hear the intelligence Crow had gathered about the Lion Pirates. The crew of the Lion Pirates numbered approximately 150, with only 3 possessing bounties from the Navy. The captain, Lion Blake, had a bounty of 120 million berries and was an animal-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a yellow lion. The first mate, Lorne, was a dual-wielding swordsman with a bounty of 50 million berries. Bomai, an animal-type dog fruit user with the Shiba Inu form, was a combatant and chef aboard the ship, boasting a bounty of 40 million berries. This was the intelligence Kuro had obtained from the Navy. Crow closed his notebook, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the captain. Tomorrow, I will launch a direct attack. The Lion Pirates will serve as the final examination for this training period. Ryan, I leave Lorne to you. Crow will handle Bomai, and the remaining crew members will be entrusted to A2 and Paul. Captain, rest assured, we will ensure not a single one survives. A2 confidently promised upon hearing the captain's plan. Ha ha ha, I trust you all. In any case, I will swiftly eliminate Lion Blake and then come to assist you. No need. Captain, we can handle it ourselves. Indeed, Captain, do not underestimate us. Upon hearing Kuro's intention to assist them, the crew protested, feeling slighted. Who do you look down upon? Do you really think we need your help to deal with some lackeys? What will become of our pride? Ha ha ha, then I shall eagerly await your performance. Kuro, having spoken, made his way to the lookout tower, seated himself upon the throne, and gazed upon the breathtaking seascape before him. The crew, upon witnessing their captain's departure, dispersed. Paul, in the kitchen, took a cup of fruit tea and ascended to the lookout tower. Captain, do indulge in a drink. He offered as he placed the fruit tea upon the table. Thank you, Paul, Kuro replied appreciatively. Kuro expressed his gratitude with a soft utterance and lifted the fruit tea to his lips. No need for thanks, Captain, it is my duty, Paul remarked before departing from the lookout tower. Kuro sipped on his fruit tea, his mind wandering to various thoughts. After eradicating the lion pirates, I intend to delve into the mysteries of the Sky Island, for there lies a battery awaiting my return. As Kuro thought of Enel, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Such a formidable fruit, so powerful, was put away without ever having experienced a significant battle. It seemed rather absurd. As Kuro's mind wandered, time slowly slipped away. The following morning arrived. Kuro sat on the deck, engaging in stretching exercises to invigorate his body. Captain, there are signs of an island ahead, a crew member exclaimed. Captain, Brother Kuro says that must be Beast Island. Upon hearing his crew's words, Kuro strode to the bow, gazing at the island before him. The isle resembled a lion's head, with 5 pirate ships anchored nearby, each adorned with a flag bearing a lion's skull fluttering from the mast. It appeared that this was indeed the place. Ryan, bring the ship closer. With the target confirmed, Kuro commanded, and Ryan deftly maneuvered the helm, pressing the acceleration button. A small thruster emerged from the rear of the Crying Angel, igniting with a burst of flame, propelling the vessel forward at an astonishing speed towards Beast Island. I'll go ahead, Kuro declared, swiftly drawing his sword, the Kusanagi, as the ship approached the island. Hurry, tell the captain, we are under attack. Quick. The members of the lion pirates stationed at the harbor were suddenly alerted by the sight of a colossal ship approaching rapidly. Before they could react, the ship surged towards them, seemingly on the brink of crashing into their midst. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, they saw a figure leap from the ship, wielding a long blade and charging toward them, instantly realizing it was an enemy assault. As the two intended to return to the island to inform the captain, Kuro landed directly before them. My apologies, but I see no need for you to report this little incident, so you may take your leave. After Kuro spoke, he wielded the fabricated divine soul in his hand, causing the 2 minions to clutch their throats in agony as blood gushed through their fingers. Soon, their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. How feeble. Allow me to see if there are any stronger individuals around, Kuro exclaimed as he executed a series of empty steps, swiftly vanishing from sight with a few leaps. The captain is as impetuous as ever. Indeed, whenever a battle arises, the captain is always the first to charge in. Perhaps this is simply a facet of the captain's sense of duty. What nonsense. The captain is merely motivated by the desire to claim more lives. After Kuro's disappearance, Ryan and his companions arrived on the island, where they stumbled upon 2 lifeless bodies on the ground and engaged in conversation. Enough chatter, let us hurry into the island. If we delay, the captain of the lion pirates will eliminate everything on his own. Indeed, we must proceed swiftly, or this trip will be for naught, Kuro declared, prompting the group to dash towards the island. Shortly after their departure, the man in white who had delivered the fruit to Kuro also made his way onto the island. Meanwhile, within the heart of the island, the lion pirates were reveling in a grand banquet inside a castle. A throng of revelers filled the hall, indulging in merriment. Captain Blair of the lion pirates lounged on a sofa, flanked by 2 young women, who fed him fruits. Oh, come on. Cheer up, Lorne. You always wear that glum expression. It dampens the mood, Blair exclaimed as he pushed away one of the women and addressed a mature man with a ponytail seated at the table. Cheer up. Can you not see my discontent? It's simply the face I was born with. What can I do about it? Lorne retorted, somewhat irked, before grabbing a drink from the table and wandering off to engage in drinking games with the crew. Oh, Lorne remains ever so easy to tease, Blair chuckled. Captain, you ought to refrain from provoking Lorne. Have you forgotten the last time he was incensed and chased you with a knife? Bo, holding a plate of steamed meat, smirked as he interjected. I was merely indulging him. Otherwise, I would have brought him to his knees long ago. Care for another round, Captain? Blair replied. Enough with the infighting. Let us remain composed, Bo urged, stepping in to defuse the escalating tension between Blair and Lorne. By the way, Captain, I have a concern regarding the slave ship we seized. It seems to have connections to the celestial dragons. Could there be repercussions? Bo asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. The celestial dragons? What nonsense! A mere 50-man slave ship cannot possibly be linked to them, were it not for the mermaid aboard. I would not have bothered to seize it. Blair scoffed, expressing his disdain for the vessel, utterly disbelieving that such a trivial ship could be associated with the celestial dragons. I share your skepticism. The entire ship lacks any formidable warriors. How could it possibly be a slave ship of the celestial dragons? Lorne chimed in, echoing Blair's sentiments. Nodding in agreement, Bo contemplated their words. Enough of these unfounded worries. Let us drink, Blair exclaimed, pulling Bo closer and nearly forcing a bottle into his mouth, almost causing him to choke. The crowd erupted in laughter, and the revelry resumed. At that moment, Kuro and his group had already arrived at the castle's exterior, the sound of dripping echoing in the air. Kuro swung his blade, shaking off the blood from its edge, as he gazed upon the castle before him. Hey, Kuro, is this their stronghold? Indeed, Captain, this is it, the castle on Beast Island. Clad in 10 blades, Kuro adjusted his glasses with a gentle push of his palm. Then let us proceed. Ryan, shatter it. At your command, Captain. Tiger strike. Ryan stepped forward, his spiked club glimmering with a platinum hue. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a slashing strike that sent the castle's grand door flying. Boom. Bang. Within the castle hall, Lion Blake had just tilted his head, intending to kiss the beauty in his embrace, when a tremendous noise erupted. The door, emanating a platinum glow, hurtled toward them. Thud. The door crashed into 2 unfortunate pirate lackeys, reducing them to mere pulp. Ah, run. What is happening? What is going on? How did the door explode? Panic ensued as the members of the Lion Pirates sprang to their feet. The 2 women in Lion Blake's arms struggled to rise, shouting for everyone to flee. Stay still. Lion Blake rose, unleashing a commanding roar that silenced the chaos within the hall. Oh, quite impressive, Lion Blake. Hearing the voice call out to him, Lion Blake looked up to find a gaping hole where the castle door once stood, smoke billowing in the air. As the haze began to clear, it revealed the crew of the Kuro pirates. Who are you? How did you arrive here? We walked in, unfamiliar with the area. We inquired with several individuals to find our way here. Impossible. My crew is stationed throughout the island. You could not have simply entered. Unless. As Lion Blake uttered these words, his pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, just as you surmised, I have eliminated your crew on the island. Without their guidance, I would have truly struggled to locate this place. Kuro grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. With that, the lion's iron fist surged forth. Enraged, Lion Broly unleashed his haki, his arms enveloped in a formidable aura, and charged directly at Kuro. Oh, the lion's iron fist? How fortuitous, for I too possess a punch of my own. Iron fist, flowing cherry blossom. Kuro observed the dual fist of Bolai approaching, retracting the Budayushin. Subsequently, he enveloped his fist with armed haki, countering with a powerful blow. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, and Bolai's right arm swelled ominously. In an instant, the bones within his arm were shattered by Kuro's forceful strike, eliciting a pained cry from him. Captain, Captain, we are coming. Bolai was sent flying, prompting Bomai to hastily rise and rush to aid his captain. With a loud thud, as Bomai reached out to catch his captain, he too was sent hurtling through the air, landing in the rear hall of the castle, leaving his bewildered subordinates behind. Seizing the moment, Loren charged at Kuro wielding dual blades. You despicable fiend. Two-sword style, swallow strike. His blades sliced through the air, resembling a blue swallow hurtling towards Kuro. Hey you, do you think we're invisible while you assault our captain? You scoundrel. Just as Loren's swallow strike was a mere meter away from Kuro, Ryan's spiked club intervened, halting the attack. Tiger strike. Ryan bent his legs and launched himself like a fierce tiger, activating his powers. He covered his right hand with armed haki and aimed a strike at Loren's head. Clang. Sparks flew as Loren, gritting his teeth, parried with his twin swords. Just when he believed he had successfully thwarted Ryan's assault, a cruel smile appeared on Ryan's face. A tiger has more than just one claw. What? Before Loren could comprehend, Ryan's left hand penetrated his chest. Ugh. You. Ugh. Lauren's eyes widened in disbelief, his life extinguished. Vice Captain Loren. Brothers, grab your weapons. Avenger Vice Captain. Let us kill them. The subordinates, witnessing the demise of their vice captain, brandished their weapons and charged at Kuro and his allies, shouting for vengeance. Captain, your technique, the Black Tiger Heart Extract, is truly effective. Ryan laughed, hurling Lauren's lifeless body towards them. He then turned to Kuro and remarked, such weak martial artists are easy prey. However, should you encounter a true master of combat, be wary. Kuro pulled out the Buddha Guardian Spirit. Conversing with Ryan as he walked, Kuro stepped into the center of the hall, gazing at the furious members of the Lion Pirate crew, each brandishing their weapons and shouting as they charged towards him. One sword style, King S/. Kuro wielded the Buddha Yumi. Its blade enveloped in an aura of armed color. Suddenly, the blade of Buddha Yumi ignited with a crimson flame, and with both hands gripping the sword, Kuro executed a fierce horizontal slash. A crescent arc of crimson fire surged forth, hurtling towards the minions with astonishing speed. Whoosh slash, slash slash. The pirate minions at the front met Kuro's strike head-on, cleaved in two, their corpses ignited in flames. Run. This fiend cannot be resisted, cried one. As the last of the pirates, witnessing this horrific scene, attempted to flee but was obliterated by Kuro's blade before he could escape. The hall before them resembled a hell's cape, strewn with bodies and blood, all engulfed in the blood-red blaze. Boom, bang, crack. The strike collided with the wall of the hall, erupting in a tremendous explosion, shattering the wall and sending debris flying amidst a cloud of dust. Ryan, Kuro, you two head to the back and eliminate Baratie and Bomai. Aye, Captain. Upon hearing the captain's command, Ryan and Kuro dashed into the rear hall. Upon entering, they found nothing but a pool of blood on the ground, no sign of life. They fled. Pursue them. Ryan and Kuro burst through the back door, racing towards the woods behind the villa. In the forest, Bomai activated his ability, riding a large white dog as it sprinted away with Lion Baratie in frantic flight. Baratie clutched Bomai's fur with his left hand, an axe strapped to his back, while his right arm dangled limply like a noodle over the dog's body. Bomai, are you certain you weren't mistaken? The man who just injured me, was he truly the Warlord Bloodblade Kuro? Baratie asked, looking down at Bomai beneath him. Indeed, Captain. I only recall the midst being thrown back. He is the one who recently defeated a Navy Vice Admiral and self-recommended to become the Warlord, Bloodblade Kuro. Shouted the large white dog, Bomai, as they fled. What a predicament. I was just minding my own business at home. And suddenly a warlord appears at our doorstep. I never provoked him. Baratie exclaimed in frustration. Captain, Kuro's arrival is likely related to that slave ship from before. Are you suggesting that slave ship truly had ties to the celestial dragons? That seems to be the only possibility, as only the world government could compel a warlord to act. What a mess. Baratie lamented, feeling overwhelmed at the thought of having entangled himself with the celestial dragons. Bomai, what shall we do next? Captain, if we can escape this forest and reach the cliff at the back mountain, we will find our concealed ship hidden behind a small island. Then we can set sail and flee. It seems we have no choice but to do just that. As the two conversed, analyzing the reasons behind Kuro and his crew's assault, they were suddenly interrupted by a sound. Thud, thud, thud. What was that? Lion Blake turned around to see a massive white tiger charging towards them, its length exceeding 10 meters. The white tiger roared, gathering a sphere of platinum light in its mouth before unleashing a beam that shot directly at them. Dodge, Bomai. There's no time, Captain. Boom. The platinum beam pierced through Lion Blake's right arm, propelling both of them into the air amidst their cries. How infuriating. They had not been obliterated in an instant. Ryan, now transformed into his beastly form, observed Blake and Bomai, who had also shifted into their beastly states, though they had sustained injuries from the explosion. Their resilient animal forms allowed them to survive. Damn it. Kuro pirates, must you eradicate us completely, fellow pirates? Lion Blake snarled at Ryan. His right arm, previously shattered by Kuro, now obliterated by Ryan's attack. Bomai pressed his right hand against his abdomen, where numerous metal fragments had embedded themselves, blood oozing from the wounds. Fellow pirates, what level do you think you are to be compared with us? Die, you worthless scum. As Ryan's right hand shimmered with a brilliant platinum light, a spiked club materialized within his grip. He hastened towards Lion Blake. Do you truly think I am easy prey? Lion Blake shouted, drawing an axe from behind with his left hand, bracing himself against Ryan's club. The clash of metal rang out as their weapons collided, sending Lion Blake staggering back. Unyielding, Ryan relentlessly pursued, wielding his spiked club against Lion Blake. With a leap, Ryan struck downwards, while Blake attempted to block with his axe. With a swift maneuver, Blake aimed to slice at Ryan's underarm, but Ryan countered with force, pushing Blake's axe aside. Huh, quite impressive, considering you only have one arm left. It seems I've underestimated you, Ryan remarked. Killing you with one arm will suffice, Lion Blake retorted coldly. If you think you can, then come and try. Ryan's aura transformed into something savage, his fangs elongated and sharpened, claws glistening with lethal intent, his physique appearing more formidable. The spiked club in his grasp bristled with sharp points, radiating a menacing glimmer. Come and kill me, Lion Blake. Ha ha. Upon finishing his words, Ryan dashed towards the lion. Bull. Perish, you scoundrel of the Kuro pirate crew. Bull swung his axe with fierce intent, aiming a powerful blow at Ryan. Clang. Boom. Ryan wielded his spiked club, sending Bull flying. Without hesitation, Ryan pursued, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes. Clang. 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 Faced with Ryan's relentless onslaught, Bull could barely defend himself. With each successive blow, Ryan's excitement surged, his aura escalating with fervor. As time passed, Bull began to falter under the pressure. Several of Ryan's attacks landed squarely upon him, causing him to spout blood. Seeing his captain on the verge of defeat, Bulmai struggled to rise, desperate to assist. However, as he took a step forward, a faint voice reached his ears. Ryan is reveling in his sport. You must not disturb him. Who goes there? Bulmai exclaimed, turning to find Kuro. His right hand adorned with the tin blades, adjusting his glasses with an impassive gaze as he approached. Kuro of the 100 Schemes, Bulmai uttered, furrowing his brow, his tone heavy with dread. With a swift motion, Kuro employed his cat step technique, vanishing from sight. Where did that fiend go? Bulmai exclaimed in a panic, scanning his surroundings for Kuro's form. Looking for me? Came the voice again. What? As Bulmai turned to respond, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, and blood gushed forth. His eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a sound as he slowly crumpled to the ground, his gaze lingering upon his captain until the very end. Rest well in eternal slumber, Kuro whispered, materializing behind him, his hands clad in the tin blades. Blood trickling down the blade's edge in rhythmic drops. He then turned his attention back to the battle between Ryan and Lion Bull. You vile wretches. You have slain Bulmai. Bull seethed, his teeth clenched in fury as he glared at Ryan. Moreover, in the main hall, I dispatched a swordsman wielding dual blades. That fool dared to attack our captain, utterly unaware of his impending doom. A mocking smirk adorned Ryan's face, not only dismissing Lauren's strength, but also finding his ignorant bravery laughable. Curse you. Even in death, I shall ensure your demise. Enraged by Ryan's words, Lion Bull roared, charging at Ryan with the intent to eliminate the man before him, even if it cost him his life. Come forth, tiger. Might. As Ryan beheld Lion Bull charging towards him with an axe in hand, a flicker of feral crimson ignited in his eyes, prompting him to unleash a newly acquired skill from his rigorous training. His dual-handed armed hockey enveloped the wolf fang club, which instantaneously became a lustrous ebony, accompanied by the reinforced spirals of hockey swirling around it. I shall send you to reunite with your kin, Lion. He bellowed, with both hands raised high. Ryan leapt into the air and brought the massive black wolf fang club crashing down upon Lion Bull's head. I shall not perish. I have yet to ascend as the pirate king. In mere seconds, Lion Bull's resistance crumbled, and he was reduced to a shattered mass, akin to a burst watermelon, its juices splattering across the ground. Lion Bull had met his demise. Thus, the Kuro pirate crew's campaign against the Lion pirate crew was triumphantly concluded, with all members of the Lion crew vanquished. Ah, Ryan, couldn't you have held back a little next time? Just look at the mess everywhere. It's quite revolting, Kuro remarked, approaching Ryan upon witnessing the aftermath of the battle, where Lion Bull lay in ruins. Fret not. I may have gotten a bit carried away. As you know, I've endured numerous beatings from the captain lately. Finally, I had a chance to let loose, so I may have overindulged. My apologies, Kuro. Ryan responded sheepishly after surveying the devastation around him, acknowledging the excessiveness of his actions. Let us depart. Since all are deceased, the old man's directive has been fulfilled. We should return and inform the captain. All right, on our way back, I shall carry you. Kuro jested. No need for that. We can leisurely jog back together, Ryan replied. Very well. As Ryan and Kuro strolled through the forest, they engaged in conversation about the spoils of their recent battle and the ineptitude of their foes. The ground was strewn with remnants of chaos and the remains of two lifeless bodies, testifying to the fierce conflict that had transpired. Meanwhile, within the villa, Kuro, having finished issuing instructions to Ryan and Kuro, sheathed his weapon and sank into the sofa once occupied by Lion Ryan. He then commanded Air to lead a team to scour the vast estate for treasure, for Kuro held great faith in Air's abilities when it came to amassing wealth. Despite being visually impaired, Air's keen sense of smell was notably acute. As Air and his team set off to gather riches, Kuro settled on the central sofa, uncorking a bottle of unopened red wine with his teeth. The rich liquid, reminiscent of blood, cascaded into his mouth, its exquisite flavor tantalizing his palate, prompting him to exclaim, "What a splendid wine!" Thus, Kuro reclined on the central sofa, savoring the red wine, while Paul and the others sat nearby, awaiting news from Ryan and his companions. Just as Kuro was indulging in his drink, the enigmatic figure clad in a white mask, who had previously delivered the fruit, strode through the grand entrance of the castle. "What brings you here? Are you perhaps delivering more fruit?" "Yet, I have yet to commence my selection." Kuro held a bottle of red wine in his hand, gazing at him as he posed a question. "I have come at the behest of the 5 elders to carry out a task, while also remaining vigilant against any potential escapees from this beast island." The man in the white mask spoke with his usual calmness. "Is that so? Ha. So the 5 elders fear that we might let the lion pirates slip away, thus dispatching you to assist us in tying up loose ends?" After Kuro finished laughing, his tone suddenly turned frigid. He discarded the bottle of red wine in his hand, shattering it into glass fragments upon impact with the ground. Rising to his feet, he drew the cloth-wrapped sumigari from his waist, the blade emanating a pulsating crimson glow. He presented an unmistakable demeanor, suggesting that should his dissatisfaction arise from your words, your life would be forfeit. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. The esteemed 5 elder stars have dispatched me primarily to fulfill their directives upon the conclusion of this matter. I shall furnish you with a list of devil fruits, valued at approximately 400 million, from which you may select. Additionally, do keep an eye out for any fortunate stragglers that may have escaped notice. Observing Kuro's growing ire, the masked figure maintained his unwavering tone as he clarified the situation. It appears he was merely delivering the list. Such attentive service is commendable. Upon hearing of the devil fruit list, Kuro raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the 5 elder stars' efficiency. However, it would be remiss not to ensure you depart with a token of remembrance. Otherwise, the 5 elder stars may lose confidence in my capabilities. Upon finishing his words, Kuro swiftly swung his blade. The man in the white mask crossed his arms, rapidly hardening his haki to withstand Kuro's strike, sparks flying in all directions. "Bloodblade, what are your intentions?" At this moment, the man in the white mask immediately altered his tone. "Fear not. I merely wish to leave you with a memento to present to the Gorosei. The realm I inhabit is not one that you can enter or exit at your whim." Upon finishing his words, Kuros emanated a brilliant red glow, entwined with the formidable aura of armed color. One sword style, instant kill. Kuro swiftly materialized behind the man in the white mask. With a swift motion, he cleaved a gash across the man's chest, causing blood to surge forth and eliciting a pain cry from his lips. The masked figure immediately crouched down, pressing his hand against the wound. "Are you truly from CP0? You seem rather mediocre. Surely, you must have taken the back door to gain entry," Kuro inquired, his curiosity piqued as he sheathed his weapon, the Kusanagi. Enraged by Kuro's question and the agony of his injury, the man in the white mask retaliated, extending his blackened index finger towards Kuro's heart, poised to strike. Kuro utilized his observation haki to evade the attack, swiftly following up with a punch imbued with armament haki, striking the masked man in white squarely in the back. The impact resonated like a heavy blow. Kuro's fist struck the man in the white mask, yet most of the impact was absorbed by his iron block, sending him crashing directly into the castle wall. Huff, slash. The man in the white mask leapt from the wall, instantly activating his technique and vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Kuro. With a swift motion of his legs, he unleashed a series of slicing attacks aimed at Kuro. Boom, boom, boom. The assaults erupted in a flurry of explosions, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust that obscured Kuro's figure. "Life returns," the man in the white mask declared, as the wound on his chest writhed, desperately attempting to heal. However, it could not fully close, and he could only stem the bleeding temporarily. Preparing to reconsider his strategy later, Ah, so this is what life returning feels like. Quite intriguing. As the smoke dissipated, Kuro emerged unscathed, observing the man in the white mask with a sense of astonishment as he performed his technique of life return. How is this possible? You haven't sustained a single injury. The man in the white mask exclaimed incredulously, noting that aside from a few torn rips in Kuro's clothing, he bore no wounds whatsoever. Ha. Do you really think you can breach my defenses? I think not. Kuro, after delivering his words, refrained from elaborating further. With a powerful push from his feet, he propelled himself forward and unleashed a punch to the abdomen of the man in the white mask. Iron block. Despite the man's use of the iron block technique, he was still struck with such force that his eyes widened in shock, emitting a groan of pain. Thereafter, Kuro commenced a lesson in the application of armament hockey, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the masked figure, who curled into a ball, repeatedly muttering the words iron block. Kuro's heart lamented the formidable iron block, which had caused him to bleed profusely, yet it remained an iron block nonetheless. Just as Kuro was imparting his teachings, Ryan and Crow returned. Upon entering, they beheld Chong Wei engaged in a confrontation with Rafe. Captain, what is the situation? The two exchanged glances, and Ryan inquired. Oh, this individual is an envoy from the Five Elders, specifically dispatched to assist us, lest we falter in our duties and allow members of the Lion Pirates to escape. Kuro replied, pausing his instruction to address Ryan's voice from behind. What? The Five Elders have actually sent someone to monitor our actions? Ryan exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he conjured a spiked club, preparing to strike the masked man. Let us keep him for now. After all, the promised reward has yet to be bestowed upon us. Kuro intercepted Ryan's assault. After all, the list of devil fruits resided within that very head, and to slay him would render their efforts futile. Have you two dispatched both Lion Bowl and Bomei? Kuro inquired. The captain has been slain, and Lion Blake's skull was shattered by Ryan's mace, rendering it impossible to retrieve. However, I have brought back the head of Bomei. As Kuro spoke, he tossed forth a severed head, unmistakably that of Bomei, whose eyes remained wide open. Hey, CP0, it's time to wake up and inspect the goods. Rise and shine. Kuro approached the man in the white mask, grasped his head, and lifted it to compel him to gaze at the objects on the ground. I see. The man in the white mask stammered after a moment's hesitation. Then let us proceed with the transaction. Inform me of the list of devil fruits, and I shall communicate with the Five Elders. Kuro unceremoniously cast him onto the ground, subsequently settling into a cross-legged position himself. The man in the white mask, after a brief pause, rose to his feet and retrieved a scroll from his bosom, extending it towards Kuro, who gazed at the small scroll in his hand. Kuro directly tossed the scroll to Kuro, instructing him to read it aloud. Upon unfurling the parchment, Kuro discovered a mere 4 fruit names inscribed. The captain noted that the first was a Paramecia type, the flower fruit. The second was a Zoan-type, the bear fruit, grizzly form. The third was yet another Paramecia type, the sound fruit. The fourth was a Zoan-type as well, the dog fruit, silver wolf form. After Kuro finished speaking, he looked at Kuro, awaiting the captain's decision on which fruit to choose. With 2 Paramecia and 2 Zoan fruits, all seemingly possessing remarkable abilities, it was tempting. Yet Kuro dismissed the 2 Zoan options, jesting that choosing a Zoan would make him akin to Kaido. As for the flower fruit and sound fruit, Kuro inquired whether there was any description written beside them. Hearing the captain's question, Kuro lifted the scroll once more. The flower fruit, upon consumption, allows the user to turn anything they touch into flour, suitable for culinary endeavors. The sound fruit, when ingested, grants the user the ability to emit sounds. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Kuro seemed somewhat at a loss for words. Is this it? Initially, he had quite an affinity for the sound fruit, believing it to be a remarkable asset. Surely, it was far superior to mere flour. However, after hearing the introduction, he was compelled to abandon it altogether. It appeared to be of little utility, even less valuable than flour. Could it merely generate sound, akin to a lesser version of the sound fruit? Kuro pondered over the owner of the sound fruit, a more naive trader who nearly led Kid to his demise, yet possessed only mediocre strength. Perhaps the flower fruit would be a better option. He wondered if Paul would be interested. With it, he could save a considerable sum for future food purchases. After Kuro spoke, Kuro and the others nodded in agreement. They retrieved the den mushi of the 5 elders from their pockets and made the call. The line rang, and then there was a click. Is the task accomplished, Bloodblade? The den mushi was answered, and the first question posed was whether Kuro had fulfilled his duty. What do you mean by sending someone to monitor me? Are you afraid I might intentionally let them go? Or do you wish to reap the benefits from the shadows? Kuro did not engage with them and directly posed his question. Of course not. We merely requested him to deliver the roster of devil fruits and simultaneously eliminate the survivors of the lion pirate crew. Upon the conclusion of the elder statements, Kuro cast his gaze upon the man in the white mask, swollen from his strikes. Indeed, he was merely following orders. Allow me to express my sentiments. I hold a profound disdain for uninvited guests. This time, I shall spare him. However, should there be a next occasion, I shall unequivocally regard them as reinforcements for the enemy and will eradicate them without hesitation. Kuro looked at the telephone insect, his voice laced with a murderous intent. What of the lion pirate crew? Upon hearing Kuro's words, the 5 elders responded with a tone of indifference, as if the fate of CP0 held no significance for them. Nor was it worthy of their concern. The entirety of the lion pirate crew has been annihilated. Captain Brayskull was crushed by my crew, and First Mate Lorne had his heart shattered. Beaumay's head was severed, and the remaining crew members were all slain by my hand. Not a single one escaped. Kuro spoke briefly, conveying the outcome of the battle to the 5 elders. Very well, we acknowledge your report. Have you selected your reward? I desire the flower fruit. It shall be delivered to you by tomorrow. With that, the 5 elders concluded the call. Kuro set down the phone bug and reached for another bottle of wine, taking a sip and finding it lacking in comparison to the previous red. Just then, Air returned with his companions, each carrying a small pouch, with Air bearing the largest. Captain, I have thoroughly searched the entire castle and discovered a plethora of treasures, he proclaimed, presenting the pouch on his back for the captain's inspection. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of gold and jewels sparkled within. It seems the lion pirate crew has had their fair share of plundering throughout their lifetime. This alone must be worth 100 million berries. But what of their own treasures? Upon hearing Captain Kuro's voice, the crew exchanged knowing smiles and eagerly unveiled the contents of their own pouches for the captain to behold. They were filled with gold as well. This fellow seemed to have hoarded only gold, leaving little else to be desired. Indeed, aside from gold and jewels, the captain possessed nothing more. Kuro harbored a certain curiosity. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the lion, Baratie, firmly believed that gold held greater value than mere currency. This conviction was further fueled by his fondness for the resplendent hue of gold. To him, the gleaming color of gold mirrored the lustrous golden fur he possessed. Both radiated an enchanting brilliance. Thus, he hoarded gold exclusively, eschewing other valuable possessions, which he had previously exchanged for gold. All these treasures resided in Baratie's subterranean vault, where each night, it became his ritual to recline amidst the piles of gold, claiming it enhanced the allure of his fur. Unbeknownst to him, this very habit proved to be a boon for Air, who, guided by his keen sense of smell, traced the scent directly to the vault. Upon reaching the grand entrance, Air sniffed once more, confirming his suspicions. The unmistakable aroma was solely that of Baratie, signifying the vault's significance. With determination, Air produced his weapon, Fengshan, and commenced an assault on the vault's door. Fortunately, Fengshan's formidable strength proved sufficient against the door, which yielded relatively quickly. Peering through the newly created opening, Air was nearly blinded by the overwhelming sight of gold within. What followed was a flurry of activity as he began to extract the treasures, filling bag after bag with the precious metal. After surveying the wealth, Kuro stood and stretched, contemplating his departure, for the matter had been resolved. You stay here and look for any so-called loose ends, he instructed, addressing the masked figure in white before leading his crew through the grand entrance. Only the masked man remained, gasping for breath on the ground. Captain, are we truly not going to eliminate him? Ryan queried, a hint of reluctance in his voice. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. This matter ends here. My intention in confronting CP0 today was to send a message to the 5 elders. I am not someone to be trifled with, and I aim to demonstrate my strength. I suspect they will refrain from sending further agents, for the cost of losing another to me would outweigh any potential gain. After Kuro spoke, Ryan nodded, seemingly in understanding. Paul, let us have a barbecue tonight. We shall host a feast. No problem, Captain. Oh, how delightful. I will indulge in extra portions this time. Last time, Air snatched mine away. Haha, rest assured. It will be the same this time. Damn it, just wait, Air. The group playfully bickered as they made their way to the Crying Angel. Meanwhile, the man in the white mask stood up after Kuro departed, retrieving a snail phone from his pocket and dialing. Beep, beep, beep. Click. You have been defeated by Bloodblade. Yes, Elder Stars. With just a single strike, he dealt me a significant blow. However, for some reason, he did not kill me, but merely thrashed me. Upon hearing the masked man's words, the Elder Stars fell silent for a moment. Do you think he has consumed that fruit? He probably has not. Throughout our battle, he did not display any abilities, relying solely on his swordsmanship, which was truly formidable, as well as his terrifying physical prowess. I understand. Cancel the operation to eliminate Bloodblade and shift to an approach of recruitment. You may return. After the Elder Stars concluded the call, the man in the white mask stored the snail phone away and retrieved a bomb from his pocket. Setting the timer, he gracefully departed, stepping lightly as he left the scene. Kuro and his companions returned to the vessel, where Ryan commanded the crew to set sail. Kuro munched on a leg of meat while conversing with Crow. Not long after the ship had departed, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Beast Island castle behind them. Boom! A shockwave surged outward, obliterating the surrounding trees, followed by a towering inferno that engulfed the island in an instant. Beware of the elusive fish. It turns out they are merely igniting the mountains in flames. Kuro, while savoring a meat leg, casually inquired, Captain, where shall we venture next? He gazed at the burning Beast Island, seeking clarity on their upcoming journey. Kuro, are you still lost regarding Sleepy Ancient Town? The captain asked. Not entirely, yet I increasingly suspect that the sealed land is indeed Sleepy Ancient Town. If that is the case, it is quite distant from us. It seems we must navigate slowly towards it, for we shall not reach it in the near future. Upon hearing the captain's words, Kuro nodded in agreement. Then our next destination shall be Sky Island, for there is something I must retrieve. Sky Island. Do you truly believe the tales of the grand storyteller, Captain Norland? Kuro exclaimed, astonished at the captain's mention of Sky Island. Tales? No. Sky Island is a tangible reality. Just as Sleepy Ancient Town exists, Kuro, the unknown, is not merely a figment of imagination. Kuro abruptly turned and made his way into the crowd. Little ones, he declared, our next destination awaits. Prepare to witness the wondrous Sky Island. A single utterance from Kuro rendered the crew utterly silent, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at him. Ha. Why do you all stare at me like that? Do you think I am jesting with you? Kuro observed the gazes of the crowd and erupted into hearty laughter. Is it not so, Captain? The Sky Island is a realm that has never been reached by anyone. Indeed, Captain, the only time I encountered the name Sky Island was in a picture book. Was it the great storyteller, Norland? Yes, indeed. You see, as I told you. As the crew's conversation veered further off course, Kuro helplessly rubbed his forehead. Never mind, he thought. I shall simply take them there. No explanation will suffice. Kuro sought out Ryan, instructing him to set a course for Gaio Island. Upon confirming their objective, Ryan commenced the navigation plan. After the evening banquet concluded, guests retreated to their respective chambers for a night of restful slumber, awaiting the arrival of the morrow in silence. As dawn broke, Kuro awoke, rising from his bed to stretch his limbs before descending to freshen up. He made his way to the deck, where he graciously accepted breakfast prepared by Paul, offering a word of thanks before indulging in the meal. Following breakfast, the crew engaged in their daily training regimen, with Kuro, as always, pushing himself to the limits, extracting every ounce of strength from his body. The training persisted until the afternoon, at which point Kuro, utterly fatigued, finally ceased his exertions. Air promptly provided sustenance to the captain, and after consuming the food, Kuro gradually sat upright. He then reached for the provisions that Paul had meticulously prepared, beginning to replenish his energy. Just as Kuro was savoring his meal, a figure clad in a white suit approached the crying angel, gliding effortlessly as if walking on the moon. Kuro gazed upward briefly before resuming his struggle with the food. A figure descended onto the deck, approached Kuro, and presented him with a wrapped box from behind. After placing it before Kuro, the individual turned and departed. Kuro stared at the box, summoning Paul over. Captain, you summoned me for something? Is there a shortage of provisions? I shall prepare immediately. Paul, upon hearing the captain's call, assumed it concerned insufficient food and was eager to assist. It is not a matter of food, Paul. Inside this box lies a devil fruit, specifically a Paramecia-type flower fruit, capable of transforming anything it touches into flower. It can be utilized to create sustenance. What do you think? Would you like to partake? As Kuro savored his meal, his gaze fell upon Paul. Is this for me? He inquired, noticing the flower fruit. Paul, touched by the captain's question about whether he wished to partake, felt a wave of emotion, but fortunately, the recent medicine from the esteemed Mr. Huasi had proven effective, preventing tears from welling up. Well, if you wish to have it, please take it. As a chef, you must surely comprehend the significance of flour more than we do. Kuro spoke as he tossed the box in front of Paul. All right, I understand, Captain. Paul caught the box, opened it, and a fruit, entirely white and resembling a steamed bun, appeared before him. He picked up the fruit, took a glance, and brought it to his lips. The moment it touched his palate, an overwhelming flavor surged through Paul's entire taste system, making him want to regurgitate it. However, upon meeting the captain's gaze, he had no choice but to swallow it down. Ha ha ha, it must be dreadful, right? When I first tasted it, I felt as if I were on the brink of death. Upon witnessing Paul finish the devil fruit, A.R., standing nearby, relished in the moment, recalling his own experience. In response, Paul stood up and unleashed his ability. Dough confinement. Flour swirled from Brode's hands, ensnaring A.R.'s body and transforming him into a lump of dough. Hey, Paul, let me go? A.R.'s words were cut short as Paul stuffed a handful of dough into his mouth, leaving him to make muffled sounds. Well done, Paul. You've just consumed the fruit and already developed a skill, even managing to restrain the Zoan-type A.R. Kuro admired Paul, praising him with words of commendation. Oh, it's nothing, Captain. It's merely a matter of practice, as I need dough every day, leading to proficiency. Paul, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. Now that this fruit has been entrusted to you, make sure to develop it well. I have great faith in you, so keep up the good work. Kuro gently patted Paul's shoulder before embarking on a new round of training. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. Kuro held a cup of coffee, gazing at the scenery before him. Captain, we must be in the waters surrounding Gaia Island, yet all I see is an expanse of ocean with no sign of land. Making it difficult to ascertain our location, Ryan remarked, consulting the maritime chart. This should be it. How do you know for certain, Captain? Just as Ryan finished his inquiry, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, and a large sailing vessel plummeted from above. What? A ship has fallen from the sky. Air, give me a pinch. I must be dreaming. With a flurry of slaps, damn it. I asked for a pinch, not a brawl. Huang Mao exclaimed, lunging at Air, and the two began to tussle. The others paid them no mind, their attention fixated on the descending ship. Captain, could there truly be an aerial island? Kuro inquired, standing beside Kuro, astonished. What you behold now serves as the most compelling evidence, does it not? Kuro tilted his head to glance at him, gesturing towards everything before them. Captain, how are we supposed to get up there? Air broke free from Huang Mao and approached with a curious inquiry. That depends on my ingenuity. Kuro, as he spoke, activated his ability. From his hands, they began to swell and expand, instantly transforming into the claws of a dragon. Kuro's form continuously elongated and expanded, eventually transforming into that of a dragon. His head swelled and twisted, ultimately morphing into a dragon's head. With a powerful push of his legs, his lower body seamlessly became a dragon's tail. Captain, are you intending to carry us up? Captain, what shall become of our ship? A group of onlookers speculated how the captain would transport them. Just remain on the ship. Flames erupted from the dragon's claws, entwining around the hull of the crying angel, causing the entire vessel to ascend into the air. Captain, you can even control the clouds. We are truly airborne now. This is astonishing, absolutely remarkable. The fiery clouds of Kuro captivated them all, as they had not anticipated the captain's remarkable prowess. I shall elevate you directly. Kuro, with his dual claws, seized the smoke and clouds, lifting both the ship and its crew into the air. We are truly soaring. Captain, could you please slow down? I have a fear of heights. I feel as though I might tumble out. Amidst Kuro's swift descent, the crew was rendered utterly nauseous. Poof! Kuro directly traversed the White Sea, ascending to the celestial island above. Here it is, the island in the sky. Kuro cast the ship adrift upon the White Sea, reverting to his human form, and addressed the crew. We have indeed arrived at the Sky Island. Truly, we are now sailing amidst the clouds. The captain did not deceive us. The crew members aboard the vessel, filled with exhilaration, leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at the breathtaking scenery of the Sky Island, each one brimming with uncontainable excitement. At the very moment Kuro and his companions entered the Sky Island, in the Appiato Shrine on God's Island, Enel opened his eyes. Is something amiss, my deity? Inquired the priest, Shura. 27 individuals have entered our realm. Their identities are unknown. Shall we test them, O God? The priest, Shadley, looked to Enel for guidance. Ha ha ha. Let us proceed. Using them as sacrifices is indeed an appealing option. Upon hearing Enel's words, Shadley promptly withdrew to apprehend Kuro and his companions. On their journey, Kuro and his companions continued to sail along the White Sea. Yet the sight of Angel Island had already come into view. "Captain, an island has appeared ahead," one exclaimed. "Yes, I see it. Relax, Ryan. There is not much difference between the sky dwellers and us." Kuro gazed at the scene before him, his eyes fixated on Ryan, who clutched the spiked mace tightly in his hands. He could not help but urge, "Is it truly so, Captain? Might they launch an assault upon us? Could they resort to cannibalism? It would be prudent for you to exercise caution." Hearing Aer's words, Kuro realized that this fellow had once again succumbed to his foolishness. "If you don't cease your incessant chatter, I shall summon Paul to stew you right now." Upon hearing the captain's admonition, Aer quickly covered his mouth and hastily assured that he would speak no further. Just then, Kuro sensed someone rushing towards them. Indeed, someone was approaching. Was it Enel? Kuro raised his gaze and saw Shadley approaching on a cloud sphere. "Humph, so it is this fellow." Kuro observed him soaring through the air, coming to a halt mid-flight. "Also, I have located you, criminals," Shadley declared, seated atop a cloud orb, gazing down at the Kuro pirate crew. "Hey, who are you? What brings you here?" Ryan shouted at Shadley. "I am Shadley. Due to your reckless intrusion into this nation, I shall impose sanctions upon you in the name of God Enel. Paolo, would you care to test your newfound abilities?" Kuroli paid him no heed and turned to Paul behind him, inquiring whether he should test a new ability on Shadley. "Ha ha. No problem, Captain. I happen to be in need of a target," Paul replied with a smile as he approached. He gazed at Shadley suspended in the air and raised his hand, conjuring a whirlwind of flour that surged towards Shadley. What is this?" Despite activating his observation hockey, Shadley found himself unable to evade the overwhelming storm of flour and was swiftly engulfed, transforming midair into a mass of dough. Boom! With a snap of Paul's fingers, the flour surrounding Shadley erupted in a tremendous explosion. Shadley plummeted from the sky, his body enveloped in black smoke. Fortunately, he landed on a nearby small cloud island rather than plunging into the White Sea. Truly, he is quite fragile, this fellow. Do not underestimate him, Aer. Engaging in a direct confrontation with him might not yield favorable results, for he possesses a formidable mastery of observation hockey. After Kuro finished speaking, he gently patted Aer on the head. "Very well, let us seek a nearby island to dock. I suspect that other foes may soon arrive to assail us, and it would be unfortunate if our new vessel were to suffer damage." "Understood, Captain. I shall locate an island at once." Ryan entered the cockpit and activated the propulsion system, causing the Crying Angel to accelerate swiftly. After a span of 10 minutes, the Crying Angel reached the shore, and Kuro and his companions disembarked. On the beach stood an elderly man clad in gleaming armor, his white beard flowing, observing them intently. You are from Qinghai, are you not? How did you manage to arrive here?" Ganfuer regarded Kuro and his group with surprise, for it had been quite some time since he had encountered anyone from beyond the Sky Islands. "We flew directly here." Kuro spoke softly. "It has soared upwards." Ganfuer looked on in astonishment. "Oh, it is merely a trivial matter. You may comprehend it as us riding upon the ascending current below, this way. It may be easier for you to understand." Kuro kindly elucidated, "Indeed, that is a remarkable feat that path has remained untouched for 2 decades. After all, a moment's inattention could lead to the ship's destruction and loss of life. It appears that both your skill and fortune are commendable, enabling you to navigate such a large vessel to this place." Ganfuer wore an expression of deep admiration, which made Kuro feel somewhat bashful, as he had merely ascended with the use of his abilities, devoid of any real peril. It's not so bad. We've always had good fortune," Kuro chuckled. "By the way, old man, are there any culinary delights on Sky Island? This is our first visit, and we haven't had the chance to sample anything yet." "Curious?" Kuro inquired. "Ha ha ha. Then follow me. I shall lead you." Just as Kuro and his companions were preparing to accompany Ganfuo to dine, a swift sound surged through the sky, hurtling towards them. "Invaders! Surrender at once!" The trial officer, mounted on a grand bird and wielding a spear, launched an assault against them. "Ashura, this is no place for you." Upon witnessing Ashura's advance, Ganfuer too seized his weapon and charged forth, intent on repelling Ashura. "Hold on, old man. Allow us to handle this, as it is we who are their target. Let us resolve this matter." Kuro intercepted Ganfuer, and upon hearing the captain's words, Ryan stepped forward. Let me test the strength of the people of Sky Island. A radiant light flickered in Ryan's hand, and a spiked club materialized. Get down here. As he faced the oncoming spear, Ryan leaped into the air, wielding the club with both hands, delivering a powerful strike. Upon impact, the immense force of Ryan's attack surged through Azura's hands, reverberating throughout his body. Ultimately, even the bird beneath him was struck down to the island by Ryan's formidable blow. Boom. It crashed into the ground, creating a crater as Ryan approached the pit, wielding the spiked club. Whoosh. Azura erupted from the pit, spear in hand, launching an assault on Ryan. Clang. The spiked club in Ryan's grasp stood firm against the attack, akin to a massive door, while his right fist, imbued with haki, surged toward Azura. Azura swiftly activated his heart net, evading the punch with a backward leap. Curious. Noticing that his punch was anticipated and dodged, Ryan felt intrigued. Nevertheless, he pursued and continued his assault. For a time, Azura, relying on his heart net, and Ryan engaged in a fierce and intricate battle. Captain, something is off about this guy. It seems he can see through Ryan's attacks, Kuro remarked from the side. Indeed, he possesses a type of observation haki called heart net, which allows him to foresee enemy strikes and evade them in advance. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Kuro nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed unsurprising if it pertains to the observation of the color of observation. Kuro had previously instructed them on the applications of armament haki and observation haki. Thus, each individual possessed a modicum of knowledge in these techniques. Under Kuro's tutelage, Ryan and Kuro had both mastered the two forms. You are indeed quite elusive. It seems you can evade my strikes. You must possess observation haki, Ryan remarked, having repelled Shuro with a punch, a smile gracing his lips. This is the heart network, not some mere observation haki. It is a divine gift bestowed upon us, Shuro retorted angrily, feeling insulted by the exchange. Oh, so you refer to it as the heart network here? I see. Then it is time for me to take this seriously, Ryan declared, transforming into a beastly form as he fixed his gaze on Shuro. You are not human. What on earth are you? Are you one of the gods? Shuro exclaimed, astonished at Ryan's transformation into a tiger man, a sight utterly bewildering for those unfamiliar with the devil fruits. God. Ha ha ha. I am hardly worthy of such a title. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in combat, Ryan proclaimed, launching himself forward with a burst of speed, appearing right before Shuro, who had no time to react. Not even with the heart network. With a fierce swing of his spiked club, Ryan struck downwards, forcing Shuro to raise his gun in defense. Yet, the blow was too powerful. He was sent flying. Ryan swiftly pursued him, continuing the assault. The battle had reached its conclusion. As Kuro observed Azura being sent flying, he realized that this battle had been won by Ryan. After all, Azura and Ryan were incomparable, and the only reason they had exchanged blows was due to the foresight granted by the heart network. Once Ryan transformed into his beast-human form, his speed soared, rendering Azura's heart network ineffective. Without its enhancement, Azura became nothing more than a target, utterly incapable of resistance. Clang. Azura barely managed to block a strike from the Wolf Fang Club, only to be met immediately by Ryan's fist, striking him directly. Blood welled from Azura's mouth, as the heart network offered no means of evasion. Damn it, how can you be so fast? Azura glared at Ryan, feeling a surge of frustration. Ever since this fellow had transformed, his heart network had been rendered useless against him. While he could still foresee attacks, Ryan's speed was simply too overwhelming. He had no time to dodge. Is this what you call speed? You've never faced my captain. That's real speed, Ryan remarked, wielding the Wolf Fang Club and observing the bloodied Azura with indifference. Enough of this chatter. Stand still. My next strike will be heavy enough that you won't have time to react, and you'll die painlessly. With that, Ryan raised the club, preparing to bring it down upon Azura's head. However, just as he was about to strike, Ryan found himself immobilized. Why can't I move? He muttered, realizing he had fallen prey to Azura's trap. Ah, so you're caught now. Azura, seeing Ryan's predicament, smiled victoriously. Armed with his spear, he lunged toward Ryan's abdomen. Clang. What is happening? Azura exclaimed, staring in disbelief as his spear failed to penetrate Ryan's body, leaving him momentarily flustered. Ha ha ha. Isn't this amusing? Did you think binding me with rope would render me helpless? Ryan chuckled, gathering his strength and effortlessly snapping the ropes that held him captive. You, aside from possessing a decent level of observation, truly lack any remarkable abilities. Finding Azura's shocked expression tedious, Ryan swung his club, shattering both his armor and bones in one decisive blow. I expected a worthy opponent, but you are merely a trickster. Having secured victory, Ryan approached Kuro and couldn't he help but scoff. Let us move on. This world is teeming with powerful individuals. Even if we haven't encountered any now, we surely will in the future. When that time comes, you'll need to think about how to escape. Ha ha ha. That is impossible, Captain. I will definitely defeat the enemies. Kuro protested. That is not guaranteed, Ryan replied with a smirk. Damn it. Why must you say such things? Kuro retorted. A group of individuals engaged in conversation, under the astonishment of Gonfuer, as they sought culinary delights. On God's Island, Enel had been continuously operating his mind network, thus becoming aware of the defeat of the two priests beforehand. It seems a formidable contingent has arrived. However, here I am the deity, and no one shall defy the will of the divine. Divine retribution. Enel pointed a finger skyward, and a flash of lightning illuminated the air. Everyone scatter. Just as Kuro and his companions were walking, Kuro's observation haki sensed an impending attack. The crew had not yet managed to disperse when the lightning struck. Captain. A bolt of lightning directly struck everyone, followed by an explosion. Most of the crew were rendered unconscious by the electric shock, leaving only Kuro, Ryan, and Old Master was unaffected. What is happening? Why is there thunder in such a clear sky, and how could it strike us so fortuitously? Old Master Huaz gazed upward, lamenting their misfortune. It is not mere coincidence, it is intentional. Master Huaz, you must have heard of the Rumble fruit, have you not? Indeed. It is reputed to be the strongest of the Logia-type fruits. What of it? On this sky island resides an individual who has consumed this fruit, and it was he who just now unleashed his powers upon us. Kuro pointed towards the heavens and then gestured at the stunned crowd, speaking slowly. What? That fruit has vanished for several decades, hasn't it? I only heard tales of it during my voyages. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Elder Huasi was astounded. How could the most formidable fruit, which had been lost for so many years, suddenly reappear? Today must indeed be the day of its emergence. Am I correct, Enelu? After Kuro spoke, he fixed his gaze upon a tree in the forest, where, unbeknownst to him, a man with long ears had appeared. Clutching a golden staff in his left hand and with his bare torso exposed, he was munching on an apple with his right hand. Upon hearing Kuro utter his name, he furrowed his brow, puzzled as to how this man from Qinghai could possess such intricate knowledge about him. Who are you, truly? It seems as though you know everything about me, Enelu remarked, seated atop the grand tree, observing Kuro below. Me? If you are a deity, then I am the sovereign of all gods, the god King Kuro. Kuro gazed at Enel and uttered these words. To show disrespect towards the divine is to invite punishment. With a crackling sound, Enel appeared above Kuro, his right hand charged with electricity, descending towards Kuro's head. Zzzt. Kuro felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, penetrating his entire being, followed by a billow of thick smoke. Captain, you scoundrel! Ryan swung his spiked club at Enel with fervor. However, under the influence of the mind network, Enel effortlessly transformed into an elemental state, evading the attack without sustaining a scratch, leaving Ryan's strike futile. Humph, wretched mortal. This is the consequence of offending a deity, Enel declared disdainfully as he reverted to his human form, casting a contemptuous glance at Kuro. Ah, delightful. I hadn't anticipated you possessed the capability for electrotherapy, Kuro remarked as the smoke dissipated, revealing him unscathed and brimming with vitality, giving Enel a thumbs up. Quite the charge. A jolt like that invigorates me. What? How can you be unscathed? You appear as if you are charged, Enel exclaimed, incredulous at Kuro's seemingly rejuvenated state. It seems you can endure quite well. Taste this. 100 million volts. Discharge. Enel reappeared above Kuro, electricity crackling in his palm as he pressed down toward Kuro's head. Ah, this voltage packs a punch. Aha. Amidst Enel's thunderous assault, Kuro laughed heartily. As the smoke cleared, Kuro's clothing was charred from the electric onslaught. Yet he remained entirely unharmed. This is impossible. How can you withstand the power of a god? What on earth are you? Enel's eyes widened in disbelief, bombarding Kuro with a trio of inquiries. I am the true god king, whereas you are merely a fortunate soul endowed with power by my selection. Kuro clasped his hands across his chest, gazing down at Enel before him. Impossible. How dare you impersonate a deity? This is utterly unforgivable. Divine retribution. Enel pointed to the heavens, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking at Kuro. Ha ha ha, lightning, you say? I can wield it as well. Kuro, resolutely enduring the divine punishment, then unleashed his power, sending a bolt of lightning forth from his mouth, which surged directly towards Enel. With a crackling sound, Enel swiftly activated his mind's eye, elementalizing himself to evade Kuro's lightning strike. The bolt then collided with a large fish, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Witnessing the blast behind him, Enel's expression turned grave. You. Enel began to utter, but before he could finish, Kuro had already materialized before him, leaving even the mind's eye with no time to react. Kuro unleashed the armament of Haki, gripping Enel's neck with a singular hand. Enel attempted to transform into an elemental form to escape, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of doing so. Who on earth are you? How can you restrain me and prevent my transformation into lightning? Enel's composure faltered. It was the first time he had been captured by another, unable to flee. Even his heart network proving ineffective before Kuro. Ha. Did I not inform you? I am the God King. Relish the true agony brought forth by divine retribution. What? Kuro swiftly delivered a powerful punch to Enel's abdomen, causing him to gasp in shock, his eyes bulging and blood spewing from his mouth. However, Kuro paid no heed to the aftermath. He launched a relentless barrage of strikes upon Enel's body, each blow causing blood to erupt from Enel's lips. Kuro fought for approximately 10 minutes, after which Enel fainted entirely. Kuro shook him, yet there was no response. Old Master Wasi, could you please go aboard the ship and fetch me a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs? I intend to secure this fellow. Kuro observed the elderly Mr. Huaz as he spoke. Very well, I shall return to the ship to retrieve it. Mr. Huaz turned and made his way back aboard, entering the storeroom. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, bearing a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Here you go, young man, Mr. Huaz said as he handed the handcuffs to Kuro, who promptly secured them around Enel's wrists. Mr. Huaz, this individual is now in your charge. Remember, do not remove the handcuffs, otherwise, capturing him next time will prove to be quite challenging. Kuro understood that the reason he effortlessly captured Enel this time was entirely due to Enel's complacency. After all, since Enel consumed the fruit, no one had been able to touch him. Even if someone attempted to attack, he could simply elementalize and evade. However, today he encountered Kuro, whose speed was so exceptional that not only could the observation Haki not react in time, but even elementalization was rendered futile. Moreover, Kuro's iron fists had already caused the heavily armored Ryan to cry out in agony, let alone a fragile mage like Enel. Captain, is this the fellow you mentioned? The fortunate one who ingested the natural-type thunder fruit? Inquired Old Man Huasi. Indeed, that is he, Kuro replied, observing the peculiar state of Enel, who was babbling incoherently. The old man squatted beside Enel's head, pondering whether to administer a dose of medicine. Ha, he certainly has issues, having obtained the power of lightning. He believes himself to be an omnipotent deity. Little does he know that a mere bucket of seawater could strip him of his abilities. Kuro observed Enel, who lay sprawled on the ground, his mind filled with ambitions of becoming a deity and constructing a vessel to journey to the moon. This simply would not do. Captain, how shall we handle him? He inquired. First, let us tend to his injuries. He is on the brink of death from my blows. Upon hearing Kuro's words, the venerable Mr. Huaz nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Enel, whose head was still bleeding profusely. Ryan roused the crew members who had been incapacitated by electricity, revealing a motley group with frizzy hair as a result of the shock. Captain, the Sky Island is perilous. We could be struck by lightning at any moment. One crew member warned, while Air, leaning on Fengshan, had a grim visage, darkened by the electric shock. That is irrelevant. It was this fellow who used his powers to strike you, he retorted. Kuro pointed to the lifeless body of Eneru lying on the ground. What? Is this scoundrel the one? Just wait, I shall cleave him. Air drew his sword, poised to end Eneru's life. Clang. Ryan, wielding a spiked club, swiftly intercepted the blade. Do not act rashly, the captain still has use for him. Sheathe your weapon. Heeding Ryan's words, Air obediently returned his sword to its scabbard. Zangao, can this fellow be transformed to be like Kurohama? Kuro beckoned to Zango, and the two conspired in hushed tones. As long as your abilities can incapacitate his mental faculties, I can transform him to be akin to Kauhai. Zango, adjusting the brim of his top hat, assured Kuro with unwavering confidence. Once he awakens, the task of transformation will be entrusted to you, Zango. At the captain's words, Zango nodded in agreement. Kuro looked back and saw the crew members sporting their extravagant hairstyles, and he couldn't help but chuckle. They were indeed quite comical. Ha. Perhaps we should forego the delicacies of Sky Island and return to the ship instead. Your hairstyles are far too unique. Upon hearing Kuro's laughter, the others exchanged glances, feeling a tad embarrassed. All right then, let us head back. Kuro strode towards the crying angel, followed closely by the crew, with Ryan carrying Enel in hand. Only Gaffer remained behind, gazing in disbelief at the retreating figures of the Kuro pirates, his face a canvas of incredulity. The formidable Enel had indeed been vanquished. And so effortlessly at that. The ominous clouds that loomed over Angel Island had been dispelled. After returning to the ship and enjoying a meal, the crew took a leisurely tour around Angel Island. Upon their return, they found themselves languidly seated on the deck, pondering the lack of excitement. The Sky Island was not as thrilling as they had envisioned. Once the crew had exhausted their amusement, they expressed a desire to set sail back to the mainland. Captain, shall we return? This place is rather dull, one suggested. Indeed, Captain, it lacks excitement. Let us depart, another concurred. Kuro gazed at the departing crew members and nodded. I too have had my fill, yet there remains one more task to attend to before we can depart. What task is that, Captain? It is a secret. Kuro entered the ship's hold with a smile, leaving the bewildered crew behind. As Kuro stepped into the esteemed Dr. Huasi's consultation room, he observed the old gentleman engaged in a spirited game of Ainalu. Ah, how lively the old man appears today. Ah, you've arrived, my boy, he exclaimed. This fellow has awakened and immediately begun to act up, shouting that I should perish, claiming I have offended the divine. Thus, I took it upon myself to teach him a lesson. Kuro gazed at Enel, whose eyes had been reduced to mere slits from the beating he had received. Yet he still proclaimed himself a god. It was evident that this individual was beyond salvation. It seemed that only Zango could effect a transformation in him. Old man, please summon Zango for me. Understood, Mr. Huaz said, stepping out of the examination room and making his way to the deck to call Zango, who was enjoying tea there. Hey, Enel, you must realize how weak you are at this moment, Kuro remarked. Humph, I merely momentarily lost my powers due to your unknown trickery. But a god's end is not so easily achieved, Enel retorted. Initially, Kuro had intended to engage him in a meaningful conversation, hoping to introduce the concept of devil fruits and the cultivation system of the Blue Sea, wishing he might come to comprehend their significance. However, it became evident that Enel, despite possessing power, lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. He had been thoroughly brainwashed. Captain, I have arrived, Zango announced as he rushed over upon hearing the captain's call. Zango, let us proceed directly. It is time to reprogram this fellow's mindset. Very well, Captain. Let us begin. As Kuro spoke, he drew forth the Budayuhuan. The blade's tip aimed directly at Enel's forehead. Space of execution. The blade instantaneously radiated a brilliant crimson glow, and Enel, sensing the flash of bloodlight before him, quickly shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself enveloped in a scarlet expanse. Where am I? Mortal of Qinghai. What do you intend to do to the illustrious deity of the Sky Island? Both Enel and Kaikai initially shouted loudly within this realm. This is the space of execution, specifically designed for the slaying of gods. Here, I am the sole sovereign. I proclaim the revocation of your powers and your divine name. As Kuro's voice faded, a crimson slash struck Enel directly. Enel could not even comprehend what was happening. He merely felt excruciating pain as a wound appeared upon his body. Yet no blood flowed from it. What on earth is happening? Another attack came forth, and this time Enel was prepared, ready to retaliate with his abilities. Suddenly, he realized that he still could not restore his powers. Just like outside, even without those accursed handcuffs, he remained powerless. What is going on? What? As he seethed with rage, demanding to understand the situation, the second slash descended upon him, once again leaving a wound without blood. Following that, a flurry of 3 more slashes ensued, the 4th, the 5th, each delivering a relentless assault upon Enel, who felt as though he were on the brink of death. Gradually, as the blades continued to carve into him, Enel could no longer withstand the torment and collapsed into the realm of the Budayumi, succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Enel's fall, Kuro seized his head and hurled him from the slaughter space. Once outside, Enel's features began to bleed, his body convulsed, and he spewed blood from his mouth, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground. Zhang Ao, noticing this, rushed over to commence the process of memory reconstruction for Enel. He labored tirelessly until nightfall, emerging from the endeavor resembling one who had been submerged in water. Captain, food. I require sustenance. Upon hearing Zhang Ao's plea, Kuro hastily brought over the dinner prepared by Paolo. After feeding Zhang Ao, He exhaled deeply, finally regaining some strength. Captain, you have gone too far this time. You nearly drove this fellow to madness. Had it not been for the fact that most of his memories remained intact, I would have given up entirely. Once satiated, Zhang Ao began to express his grievances to Kuro. It turned out that in this latest onslaught, Kuro had completely severed Enel's subjective consciousness, leaving only fragments of awareness and bodily memories. Zhang Ao had spent an entire day merely stitching together the remnants of that consciousness, rewriting it while simultaneously implanting and aligning the modified consciousness with the relevant memories. I apologize, Zhang Ao, but I cannot be held entirely accountable this time. His mental fortitude was simply too strong, withstanding my attacks, which led to this predicament. Kuro casually handed over a glass of water, which Zhang Ao accepted and drank in one gulp. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to a state of vegetative consciousness. When would he awaken? Perhaps by tomorrow morning. That seems likely. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Paul is still waiting for us on the deck to partake in a meal. Kuro and Zhang Ao went out to dine, leaving Eniru sprawled in bed, enveloped in slumber. The following morning, Kuro was roused by Zhang Ao's voice. Captain, awaken. That fellow has stirred and wishes to see you. Kuro opened his eyes, sat up, dressed himself, and washed his face before stepping into the ship's clinic of Lord Huasi. Brother, you have finally arrived. Why has it taken you so long to come back for me? Enelu's first words left Kuro utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Kuro turned to Zhang Ao, who subtly gestured for him to acquiesce. Oh dear brother, I have returned, and this time I am resolutely determined to take you with me. Let us embark on this journey together, side by side. Receiving the signal, Kuro immediately began his performance, tears glistening in his eyes as he embraced Enelu. Weaving a tale of persuasion. For the next 2 hours, Kuro engaged Enelu in an hour of heartfelt connection, followed by half an hour of broadening horizons. Ultimately, he struck the final note. Enelu would assist his elder brother in attaining the pinnacle of success. Witnessing Kuro's successful brainwashing of yet another soul, Ryan and Chloe exchanged disapproving glances, shaking their heads. The captain's ability to persuade was growing ever more profound. Indeed, yet another companion for life had emerged. Amidst their banter, Kuro proclaimed a celebration in honor of Enelu's joining, declaring a feast. A lively gathering ensued, where they reveled from morning until night. Enelu, in his exuberance, insisted on forming a brotherhood with Ryan and Chloe, and it wasn't until the following afternoon that he finally awoke. Stepping out of his quarters, he beheld his elder brother on the deck, vigorously lifting weights in a training regimen. Brother, you are up so early, Enelu remarked as he approached. Not early at all. It is already afternoon, Enelu. Have you been lost in slumber? Ha. Kuro set down the barbell, wiping the sweat from his brow. I thought it was still morning, he remarked. Enelu sheepishly scratched his face. By the way, do you recall our conversation yesterday about upgrading the power system of this grand vessel? Kuro looked at Eniru and posed the question. I still remember my elder brother. Upon awakening, I yearned to seek Master Kirii. Moreover, could you assist me in towing this vessel to God's Island? I possess a ship there, on which all my research findings reside. Grant me some time, and I shall merge the two vessels. Eniru, with a firm pat on his chest, proceeded to provide Kuro with a brief overview of the size and flight capabilities of the Argo proverb. No problem, I can tow the ship there immediately. Upon the completion of his statement, Kuro unleashed his formidable ability, summoning a colossal blood dragon, spanning 100 meters, which materialized in the sky. With its fiery clouds enveloping the vessel, it began to tow the ship. Lead the way, Enel. Thus, Enel guided ahead while Kuro followed closely, effortlessly propelling the vessel to the shrine on the Island of Gods. With a thunderous crash, the weeping angel landed, stirring a cloud of dust. God, you have returned. God, who are these individuals? Upon witnessing Enel's return, the remaining 2 priests hurriedly approached. 1,000,000 volts, discharge, crackled Enel. As soon as the question was posed, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon them. The 2, caught off guard, were rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Humph. Do you think my elder brother is someone you can question? Enel retorted angrily, delivering a swift kick to each of the priests. Now, let us attend to more pressing matters. Kuro comforted and urged from the side. Come this way, dear brother. The Ark of Prophecy is located behind the shrine. It has remained there due to some unfinished areas. He and I led Kuro and his companions towards the rear of the shrine, where a vast plaza came into view. In the center of the plaza rested an elliptical vessel adorned with a golden visage. "Brother, this is the spacecraft I have crafted, the Ark of Prophecy," Enel proudly introduced to Kuro. "Enel, might you demonstrate its flight capabilities?" Curious, Kuro asked. "Of course, no problem, brother." With that, Enel transformed into a flash of lightning and soared onto the Ark Maxim. He directed his hands toward the two golden orbs beside the throne and began to unleash electrical energy. This energy activated the fans on the vessel, and before long, Enel piloted the Ark Maxim, emerging triumphantly from behind the shrine. The surrounding crew members gasped in astonishment, for it was their first encounter with a vessel that could soar through the skies. "Captain, the power system aboard Enel's ship bears a remarkable resemblance to that of the Going Merry." Master Kurei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked down. "Oh, are you truly saying that?" Kuro expressed a hint of skepticism, for the Ark preamble was the wisdom of the Lunarians, while the Flying Angel was merely a creation of the Qinghai shipwright. How could the two possibly be comparable? Indeed, prior to my modifications, the Flying Angel was powered by energy derived from thermal sources, which drove the fans to achieve flight. In contrast, Eneru's vessel relied on electricity. With Eneru's assistance, I am confident that together we can once again launch the Flying Angel into the skies. Kuro gazed at Master Kurii, whose excitement was nearly overwhelming, and quickly urged him to compose himself, assuring him that Enel would certainly lend his assistance. After demonstrating the capabilities of the Ark Maxim, Enel brought the vessel to a halt in an open space, and with a flash of lightning, he materialized before Kuro. "Brother, did you see that? Ha. My ship is undoubtedly the finest divine vessel in the world." Despite Enel having shed some aspects of his personality due to the influence of Zanka and Kuro, his pride as a god remained intact. "Indeed, I saw it, and I am not the only one. Our crew witnessed it as well, especially Master Kurii, who was nearly beside himself with excitement." Kuro pointed and exclaimed to the excited Master Kurii, whose eyes were already glistening with fervor. "Enelu, did you accomplish this entire vessel all on your own? You truly are a genius." Master Kurii held Anelu's hand, showering him with endless praise, causing Anelu's ears to flush a vivid red, reminiscent of a thermometer. "All right, enough flattery," he said. "Anelu and Master Kurii, I have entrusted you both with an important task, to merge the two ships. I want the Crying Angel to spread its wings once more and soar through the skies. Brother, rest assured, I shall accomplish the task you have entrusted to me." Without a moment's hesitation, Anelu agreed to Kuro's request. In his eyes, anything commanded by his elder brother was simply within reach. "Indeed, young captain, with Anelu's intellect combined with my experience, we shall undoubtedly succeed in merging the power systems of the two vessels." Master Kurei promptly made a pact with Kuro. "Very well. I shall entrust this task to the two of you. Proceed with the operation. I have other matters to attend to." Kuro patted the shoulders of both individuals, and after speaking, transformed into a magnificent dragon, soaring into the clouds. Master Kurei and Enel swiftly sprang into action, beckoning the crew to commence the dismantling of the ship. Kuro flew into the clouds with the intention of locating the golden bell, which was crafted from pure gold and held significant value. Furthermore, he recalled that within a certain ruin lay numerous golden pillars. It was imperative to collect them all. This journey to the Sky Island must not be in vain. Kuro soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and after an extensive search, finally discovered the golden bell atop a vine. "It seems I have a peculiar affinity for vines. The last time I stumbled upon a boat amidst a tangle of them, and now I have unearthed a golden bell." Kuro gazed at the golden clock before him, unable to suppress his awe for the remarkable achievements of the people of Jaya Island. A tribe of primitive individuals had astonishingly constructed such a magnificent golden city. However, lacking the strength to claim it, even the most valuable treasures remained beyond his grasp. As Kuro spoke, he effortlessly lifted the entire golden bell and soared back. Just as Eneru and his companions were engrossed in their fervent endeavors, Kuro arrived, carrying the golden bell. Clang, 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 clang. Kuro cast the golden bell onto the open ground, and a resounding chime echoed, causing the crew to cover their ears. "Captain, where did you find this? What a magnificent golden bell!" exclaimed one crew member. "Indeed, Captain, is it truly solid gold? It isn't just gold-plated, is it?" Another chimed in. "I can find out by biting it. Just watch my formidable teeth." With a clang, Aer bit down on the gold, producing a ringing sound, and upon releasing his grip, left a series of tooth marks on the surface. "Brothers, it is indeed pure gold." Air's certification is trustworthy. He gave a thumbs up to the crowd. Kuro, watching this unfold, felt a surge of irritation, wishing to strike Air with his knife. What was once a fine artifact was now reduced to mere golden scrap. Brother, where did you acquire this gold? Most of the gold on this island should have been transported by me for shipbuilding, he inquired. Enel, upon spotting the golden bell, instantly recognized it as an item from the ruins. Perched atop a massive vine, he asked, So, are you planning to use this gold for shipbuilding? Upon hearing Kuro's words, Enel and Master Kurii began to deliberate. Not just yet, brother. The amount of gold from the Arc Maxim should suffice for now. We shall place this here for the time being, and you may use it as needed. Upon concluding his words, Kuro stepped onto the mat of the shrine and commenced his afternoon slumber. The amalgamation and renovation of the two vessels took approximately 10 days. During this period, Kuro, accompanied by Air and the others, meticulously scoured the entirety of Gaia Island's ruins, uncovering several tons of gold in the process. Air and the others gathered on the deck, exulting at the sight of the gleaming pile of gold before them. At last, the ship has been entirely refurbished. We shall set sail from Sky Island on the morrow. Kuro held a bucket of fruit tea and declared, How splendid! We can finally depart. Indeed, another replied. This place has grown exceedingly dull. Were it not for the captain leading us in our quest for gold these past few days, we would have succumbed to ennui. Captain, what shall we do with this gold? Upon hearing the crew's inquiries, Kuro stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Let us keep it for now. I cannot conceive of any immediate need to spend it. Kuro has no worthwhile plans regarding the utilization of gold. As night fell, the crew of the Kuro embarked on a grand banquet at the shrine, primarily to welcome Enel into their midst. They also took the opportunity to celebrate their newfound wealth of gold. A jubilant crowd gathered, singing and dancing with unrestrained joy. The festivities continued until the early hours, but were curtailed due to their impending departure the following day. Lying in bed, Kuro contemplated their next destination, slowly closing his eyes. The next morning, the entire crew stood on the deck. Hey, Master Kurii, are you truly confident in our success? One crew member inquired. Indeed, Brother Enel, you are certain you can fly. Are you not? Let us hope we don't plummet halfway and meet our doom. Captain, despite having witnessed the flying capabilities of the Arc Maxim, the crew remained skeptical about whether the Crying Angel could also take to the skies. A two clung desperately to Enel's leg, pleading with him not to set sail, citing the dangers involved. Enel responded by kicking him away and, under the watchful gaze of the entire crew, began to channel energy into the ship's propulsion system. With a crackling sound, Enel's electric energy surged into the golden orb, which then transmitted the power to the enormous battery salvaged from the Arc Maxim. Once fully charged, the tools aboard the ship sprang to life, and the flying fans began to extend from the vessel, gradually stirring into motion. Supported by the flow of electricity, the entire ship finally lifted off the ground, initiating its ascent. Captain, we have succeeded. I have managed to make the Crying Angel fly. Master Kurii embraced Kuro with heartfelt tears of joy. Indeed, you have accomplished it. From this moment forth, you shall honor your master's wishes. Kuro offered a comforting word. Set sail, Ryan, and head towards the land of sealing. This was their agreement over the past few days. The Weeping Angel could navigate using electrical energy, making it entirely feasible to explore that sealed realm. No problem, Captain. Let us embark, exclaimed Ryan. With a press of the propulsion device, the Weeping Angel soared into the sky. As they advanced toward the land of sealing, the vessel's speed was remarkable, and within a day, they arrived at a small trading island. Due to dwindling supplies on board, Kuro decided to land nearby and procure provisions. Kuro, you take Paul and the others to shop. I will remain here to watch over the ship. Understood, Captain, Kuro replied, and he led Paul and the others off the vessel. Entering the bustling port filled with vendors selling various goods, Paul wandered towards the butcher's stall, selecting meats, while Kuro and his companions sought fresh water and fruits. Kuro sat atop the lookout of the ship, accompanied by Enel. Brother, I have been diligently training in the armament hockey you taught me. Yet I find myself unable to grasp it. Each time I am on the verge of solidifying it, it dissipates. What should I do, brother? Enel expressed his recent struggles in training, hoping Kuro could provide guidance. Your physical constitution remains too feeble. The amount of hockey is insufficient. Only with a robust physique can one accommodate greater hockey. Continue your training, Kuro advised. Kuro glanced at Enel's physique, noting its frailty. Each time Enel attempted to wield hockey, Even concentrating it to his fingertips proved laborious. He was weaker than the crew aboard the ship. The most feeble member had already developed strength in an entire arm, let alone A2 and the others who could entwine their weapons with hockey. Yes, brother, I understand now. I shall commence my training immediately, Enel declared. With that, a bolt of lightning erupted forth as he ascended to the deck, seizing a barbell and engaging in a fervent display of lifting. As the lightning surged in tandem with his movements, Kuro observed Enel amidst a dazzling display of sparks and suddenly recalled the electrifying sensation from when he had been attacked earlier. Indeed, I remember that a judicious application of electricity can invigorate the body cells. Suddenly, Kuro had an idea. Hey, Enelu, come over here for a moment. Upon hearing Kuro's call, Enelu promptly appeared before him. Brother, what is it that you need? Enelu inquired, slightly out of breath. You mentioned that you are knowledgeable about electrotherapy, correct? Kuro asked. Indeed. I possess the ability to revive a stopped heart. Is there an issue with this skill, brother? Enelu replied, his expression serious, fearing there might be a flaw in his powers. No, I was merely pondering. Since you can reignite a heartbeat, is it possible to utilize electrical stimulation to make the muscles contract on their own? Kuro shared his general concept with Enel, who then fell into deep contemplation. Brother, do you mean to say that by continuously stimulating the muscles with electricity, one can maintain them in a state of perpetual motion? Indeed, Kuro affirmed. This would effectively create a self-training regimen. Absorbing Kuro's insight, Enel commenced his experimentation. Given his affinity with lightning, he was untroubled by the prospect of excessive electrical charge inflicting harm. Kuro observed as Enel's muscles began to contract and then expand. A cycle of contraction and expansion that persisted. How about it, Enel? Are you capable? Kuro asked. Of course, brother. Although the enhancement to my muscles is not substantial, there is certainly an improvement. Moreover, I feel that this stimulation has granted me a greater mastery over the fruit's abilities. Eneru, brimming with excitement, remarked, Brother, you truly are remarkable. The very fact that you could conceive of such a method is astounding. If it proves useful, I shall impart to you a powerful new attack technique. Kuro spoke as he retrieved a coin from his pocket, channeling a surge of energy into it with a swift motion. Behold, electromagnetic cannon 1-0, he declared, followed by a resounding boom. The coin in Kuro's hand was imbued with energy, launched forth, and subsequently struck a rocky outcrop, resulting in an immediate explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the rock had transformed into a gaping crater, causing Enel's eyes to gleam with excitement. Remember, your hand serves as the cannon, the coin is the bullet, and the electromagnetic force is the energy. The fusion of these three elements creates the electromagnetic cannon. I shall remember, brother, Enel exclaimed, taking a coin from Kuro's hand and commencing his practice. Initially, he consistently faltered, mismanaging the energy and melting the coins with each attempt. Kuro urged him to remain patient and elucidated the principles of electromagnetic field theory. Gradually, Enel mastered this skill. Electromagnetic cannon 1-0 launch. Enel, clutching a coin, felt his entire hand enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning before he directed it towards a nearby mountain and unleashed it. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, surpassing the power of Kuro's own abilities. Brother, I have mastered the electromagnetic cannon, Enel exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration. Indeed, I see that, Kuro replied. Remember, your rumble fruit is renowned as the most formidable among the Logia type. This is no mere coincidence. Take your time to explore its depths. Kuro glanced at Enel and patted him on the shoulder, provoking a fresh wave of oaths from Enel. Captain, we have returned. That explosion was your doing, wasn't it? Ryan declared as he ascended the ship, burdened with a heap of items. Indeed, Enel's abilities have undergone further development. The recent event was merely an experiment. What? Another new power? How astounding, Enel. Truly, you are the mightiest of the Logia users. Alas, I am but an ordinary Zoan. Upon hearing of Enel's enhanced abilities, Atu's face was filled with envy, for no matter how much he advanced his fruit, it merely augmented his physical strength. By the way, Captain, when you enveloped the ship with flame clouds, I felt I could produce something similar. After placing his belongings down, Ryan approached Kuro. Oh? You can conjure flame clouds as well. I'm uncertain, but it seems I can only utilize it myself, Ryan replied, activating his powers and transforming into a massive tiger several meters in length. Suddenly, her claws began to emit white clouds, and Ryan stepped onto the fluffy vapor, gradually taking flight. After frolicking in the sky for a while, he descended back onto the deck, reverting to his human form. Captain, did you witness that? I did. This must be a characteristic of the white tiger fruit, something you were previously unaware of. Excellent. Now you have acquired a flying skill. Laughter ensued. Kuro joyfully patted Ryan's back, for he had devoted immense effort to nurturing him. After securing their supplies, the group commenced their journey aboard the Angel of Sorrow, soaring into the sky towards the land of seals. Thanks to the presence of the battery, all that was required was for Enelu to recharge it during the day. Thus, they flew for 5 days until the land of seals emerged before them. The sky was thick with ominous clouds, and lightning flickered ominously. In the waters surrounding the island, colossal sea kings could be seen surfacing. Captain, this place is even more terrifying than Granny Framlon described. Indeed, no wonder it is called the Land of Seals. Any ordinary pirate ship venturing into these waters would surely be devoured by the sea kings. Kuro and his companions stood upon the deck, witnessing with their own eyes a colossal sea creature being thrust upwards by a leviathan of the ocean, subsequently devoured whole. Fortunately, our vessel possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Let us embark and explore what tales this land of seals has to offer. Ryan piloted the ship towards the island, while Enel stood on the deck, incessantly absorbing the lightning from the storm clouds, storing it within his being. As the airship touched down, Kuro was immediately struck by the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. Let us disembark, the crowd has gathered, and we cannot return empty-handed. After Kuro finished speaking, he took the lead and descended, with the crew hastily following suit, leaving only Master Kurii to oversee the ship. As they walked through the streets of the sealed land, Kuro gazed upon the dilapidated structures surrounding him, striving to recall whether sleepy ancient town was indeed situated here. After wandering for quite some time, they encountered nothing but crumbling edifices, devoid of any living creature. Captain, it seems we have come in vain. This place is entirely an abandoned isle, Ryan remarked, and the crew nodded in agreement. However, Aer remained unusually silent, wearing an expression of skepticism. Aer, what are you pondering? Have you made some discovery? Kuro could not help but express his curiosity. Captain, I feel a strange familiarity with this place. Although I am certain I have never been here before, it appears vaguely recognizable, as if I have seen it somewhere. Aer, with a puzzled expression, surveyed the surroundings intently. Wait, Captain, it's the map. The treasure map, the one from the great pirate Gouda, depicts this very location. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Aer's mind. Recalling the map they had contested at the auction. What did you say? That treasure map illustrates this place? Now, it was Kuro who appeared bewildered. Indeed, Captain, I examine the treasure map every night before I sleep, so I can assure you, this is undoubtedly the spot. Aer confidently declared before sprinting back to the ship to retrieve the treasure map. After a brief interval, Aer returned, clutching the map tightly. Captain, take a look. Is this the harbor's location? The reason it feels familiar is precisely because of this spot. Aer unfurled the treasure map, pointing at the marked location while comparing it to the harbor's position. Despite the passage of time, which had caused some of the harbor's structures to collapse, the location itself remained unchanged. Through Kuro and close comparison, they were astounded to discover that the site depicted on the treasure map indeed corresponded with the island, as most of the buildings matched perfectly. Could it be that this treasure map is genuine? Moreover, Master Kuehl had once mentioned that the last owner of the fallen angel was the Gouda pirate crew. Perhaps it would be worth inquiring if he is aware of this matter. Kuro suddenly recalled something. Master Kure had mentioned the Gouda pirates. He hastily instructed Aer to summon Master Kure. Before long, Aer returned, jogging alongside Master Kure, who wore an expression of excitement. Captain, the lad Aer exclaimed. Do you truly possess a treasure map belonging to the Gouda pirates? Master Kure approached and exclaimed loudly, there is indeed a copy, but I have always believed it to be a forgery. Take a look, Master Kure. Kuro handed over the treasure map in his hand as he spoke. Master Kure received the treasure map, and beside him, Aer elaborated on the origins of this map, recounting the words spoken by the female host at that time. This treasure map is indeed genuine, for my master is the shipwright of the Gouda pirate crew, who once stated that the first mate would never betray the captain. Master Kurii, after listening to Aer's words, spoke with unwavering certainty. No wonder. With that said, everything makes perfect sense. Kuro gazed at Master Kure and nodded. Very well. Let us uncover the treasures depicted on this treasure map. It shall not be in vain that we have made this journey. After Kuro finished speaking, The group began to follow the route indicated on the treasure map. After half a day of searching, they arrived at the depths of the island, where the forest was dense and a thick smoke occasionally wafted through the air. According to the venerable Mr. Huasi, this smoke was highly toxic, urging them to exercise caution. And he provided each person with an antidote pill. The group continued on their way until they finally came to a halt before a mountain shaped like a skull. If the treasure map was accurate, the treasure was concealed within this very mountain. After much deliberation, Kuro discovered that the final mark led them into the cave. "Captain, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed and uncover whether there is indeed treasure within," Air urged eagerly from the side. "Let us go and investigate," he added. Kuro contemplated for a moment. He reasoned that even in the face of peril, he could manage it. Thus, he resolved to explore the cave. The group ventured into the darkness, descending deeper and deeper into the abyss. After what felt like an eternity, they encountered a stone door. The captain, recalling the clues from the treasure map, stated that to unlock the door, they would require 2 skull keys. Upon hearing this, Air glanced at Kuro. "Why are you looking at me? I do not possess a key. Do you have one?" Kuro replied, "I do not, Captain. All I have is this piece of paper." "Then what are we waiting for? Step aside." Kuro dismissed Air and the others, drawing forth the Buddha Yuan. With a swift motion, he executed the one-sword style, destruction. The strikes, 2 intersecting slashes, sliced through the stone door, shattering it into fragments that cascaded down and stirred up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. "Captain, we can't see anything." "There is no choice. The underground space is too confined. It will clear up shortly." Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Kuro and his companions hastened toward the stone archway, each of them choking and coughing incessantly. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wondrous sight. A stone staircase ascended before them, leading to a grand stone platform. Atop this elevated dais rested 4 or 5 large chests, draped with a pirate flag. "Captain, do you see the banner that covers those chests? That is indeed the flag of the Goat Pirates. We have arrived at our destination. It seems we have truly stumbled upon the treasure trove of the Goat Pirates." Master Kirai excitedly pointed at the pirate flag, exclaiming that they had indeed arrived at the treasure of the Goat Pirates. Upon hearing his words, the crew members embraced one another with fervor. However, Kuro could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, as he gazed at the treasure so tantalizingly close. It all seemed too fortuitous,